Chapter 1225. On the other hand, the big man, surnamed Hai, from Myriad Beast Mountain exclaimed, "Form illuminating bead! Insu Dai, you crazy woman, you actually brought this thing here. Did you specifically target my Myriad Beast Mountain?" Insu Dai giggled again and said, "What is Big Brother Hai saying? Your Myriad Beast Mountain and my Color Glass sect are close neighbors. We live in harmony and are as close as brothers and sisters. How could I possibly target you? It's just that there are various barriers in this Lu Yin sand field, so I brought this bead here, just in case." "What's wrong? Why is Big Brother Hai so nervous? Could it be you really have some kind of secret?" Her voice was sweet and clear, but when it reached the ears of the big man surnamed Hai, it caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. Insu Dai didn't wait for the big man, surnamed Hai, to say anything and simply spat out a mouthful of fragrance onto the gray bead. The gray bead immediately burst into a dazzling light, and wherever this light shone, it seemed to contain some kind of incredible divine technique. Everyone couldn't help feeling as if they were unable to conceal their auras, causing them to feel a sense of dread. Under the valley full of dead trees, a centipede-like figure several meters long appeared, quietly lurking a few dozen meters below the ground, wriggling about, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. As the light shone down on the valley, even though this centipede-like monster beast had been hiding perfectly, it couldn't help revealing some flaws at this moment. Seeing this, Chu Chong Feng shouted, "Red Line Iron Centipede, what else do you have to say now?" After recognizing the gray bead in Insu Dai's hand, the burly man, surnamed Hai, knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. With a quick thought, he took back the red line iron puppet he had hidden underground, his face flushing red as he ignored Chu Chong Feng and glared towards Insu Dai with a venomous look. The scene instantly became tense, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Kacha. The sound of electric arcs flashing was extremely ear-piercing in this tense atmosphere. Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, Hai felt a chill in his heart. He had originally planned to rely on the powerful monster beast brought by his brother and the others to forcefully stay here. But now, he had no choice but to dispel this idea, because the one who made the sound of lightning arcs exploding was actually Fong Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. He slowly got up and looked towards Myriad Beast Mountain indifferently. Although he didn't say anything, everyone understood what he meant. Fong Tianzhong was obviously quite dissatisfied with the other party's sneaky tricks, so he joined forces with Chu Chongfeng this time. Insu Dai had already made her attitude clear, so Haishan knew that if he insisted on remaining, he would become enemies with these three powerful sect elites. The monster beast he had brought with him was definitely not enough to cope with such a situation, his face becoming gloomy to the extreme. Haishan didn't say anything, simply taking a deep breath and taking back the 30 or so bitter monarch bees that had been flying around him. He then led his fellow sect members down the mountain and quickly left. After the people from Flame Shield Union were driven away, the 5 people from Myriad Beast Mountain also suffered the same fate. Sure enough, the words of the Flame Shield Union cultivator before he left were confirmed. Neither of these two forces was weak, but after committing such an outrageous act, they didn't dare remain. The red candle fruit was indeed precious, but their lives were naturally more important. After forcing the people from Myriad Beast Mountain to retreat, Insu Dai's mood was the most wonderful. Her charming smile was like a blooming peony, exuding a soul-sucking power, causing many male cultivator who caught a glimpse of her to feel greatly moved, all of them wishing they could rush forward to embrace her in their arms and savor her beauty. Myriad Beast Mountain and Color Glass Sect were close neighbors, so naturally, there was no shortage of battles between them. This time, Insu Dai had brought the form-revealing bead because she was worried that the people from Myriad Beast Mountain would use the monster beast to conceal themselves, but she hadn't used it until now to come in handy. After reporting this matter to her honored master, she should be able to receive praise, right? Insu Dai thought so, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Dai Yuan, but seeing that the other party had not opened her eyes and was immersed in her own comprehension, Insu Dai couldn't help feeling a bit bored. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly let out a muffled groan and his face turned pale, as if he had suffered some kind of injury. Around the mountain valley, all was quiet, with many cultivators' eyes darting left and right, and some of them even holding their breaths. None of them dared to speak loudly. Even the sound of their breathing was suppressed to the extreme, so Yang Kai's groan was extremely abrupt and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Wei Guchang, on the other hand, asked with concern, "Brother Yang, what happened?" Yang Kai's pale face gradually returned to normal as he smiled lightly. "It's nothing. I just made a small mistake in my comprehension and was almost injured." Oh. Although Wei Guchang still felt a little strange after hearing this, he didn't ask any more questions. Even if he made a mistake in his comprehension, he shouldn't have been injured. Not only was Wei Guchang puzzled, but even Dong Xiener and Dai Yuan were also puzzled. Dai Yuan, who had not opened her eyes all this time, even turned to look at Yang Kai. "Brother Wei, is everything all right on your side?" Chu Changfeng asked coldly. Just now, he had been showing off his strength, but Yang Kai's groan had interrupted him. Whether this First-Order Saint King cultivator had done so intentionally or not, Chu Changfeng was still very unhappy, so naturally his tone wasn't very good. What's more, he didn't like Yang Kai to begin with. He didn't know why, but every time he saw this guy, Chu Changfeng would feel a belly full of anger. It just so happened that Yang Kai often ran into him, and Chu Changfeng couldn't help wondering what kind of skill this guy possessed to be able to break into the third layer with such a low cultivation. "It's nothing, Brother Chu can continue." Wei Guchang grinned and said meaningfully. Chu Changfeng's face sank as he shot a deep look towards Wei Guchang, but tactfully didn't try to find trouble with him. Instead, he crossed his arms behind his back and stood atop his own mountain, loudly declaring, "Fire Shield Union and Myriad Beast Mountain only have themselves to blame." This Chu just said that he hopes everyone will abide by the rules and not try to tamper with the red candle fruit before it fully matures. Once the red candle fruit is ripe, everyone can compete for it. This Chu also believes that those two forces aren't the only ones who have tried to tamper with the red candle fruit. Haha, if any of you want to do so, please leave now. Otherwise, when this Chu finds out who you are, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed, realizing that they had underestimated Chu Changfeng's appetite. Previously, when he chased away the people from the Fire Shield Union and the 10,000 Beast Mountain, there was more or less a reason. He stood on everyone's side and could be considered to be working for everyone's benefit. But now, when he said these words, there was something wrong. This guy clearly wanted to chase them away boldly. Thinking so, many of the forces who didn't have the confidence to remain turned their eyes to Thunder Typhoon Sect, wanting to see how Fong Tianzhong would react. Everyone knew that Fong Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng didn't get along. Every time the two of them met, they were like fire and water. Just now, Fong Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng had joined forces once, but that didn't mean they would do so again. Perhaps Fong Tianzhong would put on a show against Chu Changfeng this time, and if that happened, they could fish in troubled waters. However, after seeing this scene, everyone's hearts sank. Fong Tianzhong was actually sitting there with his eyes closed, completely ignoring Chu Changfeng's domineering and arrogant actions. What did this mean? This clearly meant that Fong Tianzhong had secretly reached an agreement with Chu Changfeng, so he was simply ignoring the current situation. On second thought, many people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. There really was no such thing as an eternal enemy in this world, only eternal interests. For the red candle fruit, even Fong Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng had temporarily joined forces, so how could there be room for them to survive? For a time, several forces with only 2 or 3 cultivators left the mountain with gloomy looks on their faces. They believed that even if they insisted on staying, Chu Changfeng would find an excuse to drive them away. When that time came, there would be absolutely no benefit to them, so it was better to leave now and at least escape unscathed. Sure enough, Some great forces couldn't stand Chu Changfeng's approach and insisted on staying, but they were all framed and slandered. This time, Chu Changfeng didn't ask any questions and simply took action, expelling several more great forces in a fit of murderous intent. When he dealt with Myriad Beast Mountain before, he had to look for evidence because he was afraid of the bitter monarch bees, but against others, he didn't have such scruples. Since his fists were bigger, he had reason. When Chu Changfeng showed his power, only the cultivators from the dozen or so forces remained calm, not showing the slightest concern, simply watching the scene in front of them with indifferent eyes, neither showing any intention of intervening nor trying to stop it. Because everyone knew that if Chu Changfeng did this, he would more or less gain some benefits, while Heaven Battling Union would have to bear the bad reputation. In any case, Heaven Battling Union had too many debts to worry about, so why not do it? Chu Changfeng cut the Gordian knot and drove away the originally bustling mountain valley. At least 70% of the forces who had come here were driven away by him. The remaining dozen or so forces each occupied a mountain. It wasn't that Chu Changfeng didn't want to drive them away, but because these forces weren't weak, he didn't dare to frame them casually. After some commotion, the scene quieted down again as the second red sun gradually approached its zenith. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the back of a figure walking away with a cold expression. The cultivator who was walking away was the one Dai Yuan had just mentioned, Lu Yi of Flowing Cloud Valley. Yang Kai had long felt murderous intent and malice from the other party, but he had never expected that the other party would dare to attack him in front of so many people. What's more, the other party's methods were so profound that even he had failed to notice. When Insu Dai had used the form illumination bead before, Yang Kai had opened his eyes out of curiosity, wanting to see what was so special about this form illumination bead that even the big man from Myriad Beast Mountain was so afraid of it. But unexpectedly, when the light from the form illumination bead was released, he vaguely saw an abnormal energy not far in front of him that was spreading towards him. The source of this energy was none other than Lu Yi. Chapter 12:26. This was a wisp of spiritual energy that had been perfectly concealed. Even with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he hadn't been able to detect it when it approached him. If it weren't for a freak combination of factors and the help of the form-revealing bead, Yang Kai would likely have been ambushed. The moment he detected this spiritual energy, Yang Kai immediately counterattacked. What surprised him, though, was that his opponent's divine sense cultivation was not inferior to his own. After the invisible collision between their divine senses, Yang Kai suffered a slight loss while his opponent didn't fare much better. However, after this incident, Lu Yi immediately withdrew his divine sense and pretended that nothing had happened. On the other hand, Yang Kai's grunt attracted everyone's attention. After Chu Changfeng began driving people away, Lu Yi's expression became gloomy. After many cultivators from other forces were driven away, he had no choice but to take the initiative to leave. After all, he was the only cultivator from Flowing Cloud Valley who had come here. Chu Changfeng didn't put Flowing Cloud Valley in his eyes, so if he didn't leave, he would only be asking for trouble. There's something wrong with this Lu Yi. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that if he hadn't obtained the soul-warming lotus by chance a few years ago, it would have been impossible for him to possess such a powerful spiritual energy. But how many supreme treasures like the soul-warming lotus could there be in this world? Even if there were other soul-warming lotuses, it would be impossible for them to be in the hands of a cultivator like Lu Yi. Lu Yi's divine sense cultivation was actually not inferior to his own, which was quite strange. Flowing Cloud Valley's forces weren't very strong and could only be considered mid-tier on Shadowed Star. It was impossible for the sect to possess a secret art that could temper one's soul. So how did this Lu Yi cultivate his spiritual energy to such a degree? Back in the stalactite cave, Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything special about this Lu Yi. He was just an ordinary third-order Saint King cultivator. Later, when he was soaking in the soul-cleansing divine water, Lu Yi had also entered, but the benefits he obtained weren't enough to cause such a drastic change. Such a powerful enemy had appeared out of nowhere. causing Xianxia to feel extremely depressed. He didn't even know how he had provoked the other party. Xianxia had to find an opportunity to kill him. Regardless of whether the other party's targeting him was a misunderstanding or not, being targeted by such a person was unsettling. With all kinds of thoughts intertwining in his mind, Xianxia quickly made up his mind and let out a sigh of relief, no longer thinking about Lu Yi, instead closing his eyes and continuing to meditate. The second of the red sun rose up the divine water flower red's fruit fragrances and the various mysteries of this fruit fragrance. To Xianxia, Xianxia was still immersed in his own comprehension of Saint Qi control. He knew that using the fragrance of a world treasure like the red candle fruit would only allow him to comprehend it for a short period of time, so he didn't plan on comprehending the space principles at all. As long as he could comprehend how to control his Saint Qi in just 2 or 3 days, it would definitely be worth it. Xianxia didn't know what kind of choice the others would make, but he believed he had made the right choice. When the second red sun rose to the middle of the sky and stopped moving, a layer of dark red energy spread out in the valley. The many masters who had experienced this situation twice naturally didn't care about it, but they still couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts and expressions. The appearance of this dark red energy meant that the third red sun was about to rise, creating a spectacle of 3 suns, which also meant that the red candle fruit was about to truly mature. Many impatient and unstable cultivators were disturbed by this and were no longer able to meditate calmly or comprehend anything. Instead, they opened their eyes one after another and stared at all the movements in the mountain valley, unwilling to miss a single thing. The dark red energy suddenly appeared and the earth trembled slightly. Soon, this energy erupted and spread out in all directions, causing the fruit fragrance in the air to become even stronger. The third red sun slowly rose in front of everyone's eyes, living up to expectations. A slight uproar sounded as traces of Saint Qi surged, some people seemingly unable to wait to rush down. Seeing this, Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect kept wiping the sweat from his forehead and shouted, "Everyone, don't be impulsive. The 3 suns rising spectacle has not yet formed, and the red candle fruit has not yet surfaced. Now is not the time to fight. Once we interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit, even 10,000 deaths won't be enough to atone for our sins." Li Yunan knew the secrets of the red candle fruit and the signs before it matured better than anyone present, so naturally, he was duty-bound to warn everyone. At the same time, Li Yunan cursed in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried these people wouldn't be able to hold themselves back and would really interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit, Li Yunan wouldn't have bothered to say such things. What did these people fighting to the death have to do with him? If they all died, his medicine pill sect will be able to monopolize this heaven-defying spirit fruit. After listening to Li Yunan's words, many people glanced at him coldly, remaining indifferent. Those who needed to be vigilant still remained vigilant, and those who needed to condense their Saint Qi continued to do so. On the other side of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchong narrowed his eyes and secretly felt that there was still some time before he closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend the red candle fruit, not acting too aggressively. As time passed, the atmosphere near the small mountain valley became more and more tense. When the third red sun rose halfway, many of the cultivators who had been meditating finally couldn't hold back and stood up to pay close attention to the movement of the red sun. Not only the ordinary cultivator, but also the famous rising stars such as Wei Guchong, Chu Changfeng, Feng Tianzhong, In Su Dai, Tang Yongyi, Chu Minghai. No one could continue to maintain their previous indifference. While paying attention to the height of the red sun, these people whispered to the people around them, their expressions solemn. Junior brother Yang is still trying to comprehend. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed a look of surprise as she stared at Yang Kai, who was sitting motionless but whose Saint Qi was surging fiercely. Yang Kai was clearly at the most critical juncture of his comprehension and didn't even bother to pay attention to the ripening of the red candle fruit. It seems that Big Brother Yang's harvest this time is not small. Wei Guchong smiled bitterly, feeling a little envious of Yang Kai. He had also been meditating for a day or two, but because he had to check the situation of the red candle fruit from time to time, he hadn't been able to comprehend anything substantial. Although there were some benefits, they were still far from what Yang Kai was experiencing. There's another person who is also comprehending. Dong Xin'er cast her beautiful eyes toward another mountain. Atop it, the indifferent young man from Star Emperor sect was in the same situation as Yang Kai, both of them sitting cross-legged with calm expressions, but the Saint Qi in their bodies was surging fiercely. I'm afraid this is the gap between us and them. Wei Guchong muttered to himself. He was a heaven-defying genius who had become famous early on and was known as the most dazzling star of Shadow Moon Hall, sharing the same fame as Fong Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, so he had never felt he was worse than others. But after seeing the various methods Yang Kai displayed, he faintly realized his shortcomings. Now, in addition to Yang Kai, another disciple from Star Emperor sect had appeared, causing Wei Guchong to inexplicably feel a sense of crisis. He knew that if he didn't work hard, there would be no place for him on Shadowed Star in the future. Throughout the mountain valley, dozens of cultivators were standing on top of the mountain, paying close attention to the third red sun. As a result, the actions of Yang Kai and the Star Emperor sect disciple were very eye-catching. Yang Kai wasn't a big deal, as no one knew his origins, but a mere First-Order Saint King cultivator wasn't worthy of these elites' attention. On the other hand, the indifferent young man from Star Emperor sect continued meditating, causing everyone to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. They couldn't help but hope that the other party would continue meditating until the ownership of the red candle fruit was decided. Everyone truly understood what it meant to live like a year. Ever since the third red sun appeared, it had been as slow as a turtle crawling, slowly rising into the sky. Everyone wanted to rush forward and push the red sun to the top. This situation lasted for a full day, and when the third red sun rose to the sky and merged with the first two, forming a three-sun spectacle, the three red suns seemed to resonate with each other and suddenly released a brilliant red light that illuminated the entire third-layer territory of the Luyin sand field, causing all the cultivator on the third layer to lose sight of the light in front of them and involuntarily close their eyes. A shocking wave of energy fluctuations spread out from the sky, and when everyone opened their eyes to look, all of them couldn't help feeling shocked. This was because the three red suns had actually merged together and completely turned into an even larger red sun. That red sun was like a top, spinning and spinning. Every time it spun, it brought about an incomparably huge suction force. The world energy aura in the air suddenly became abnormal. The dense spiritual qi condensed into a solid substance, forming a gust of wind that madly poured into the red sun. The red sun was like a bottomless pit, swallowing all the spiritual qi. Over on Medicine Pill Sec side, Liu Nan's body trembled as he stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, unable to contain his excitement. It was exactly the same as recorded in the ancient book, without the slightest difference. Sure enough, the red candle fruit had matured. After a stick of incense worth of time, the world energy aura in the third layer of the Luyin sand field had been completely depleted, and the surrounding several hundred kilometers had suddenly become a dead land. The red sun seemed to become more and more solid, like a real sun hanging in the sky. Suddenly, it stopped rotating, going from extreme motion to extreme stillness in an instant. Not good. Seeing this, Li Yunin immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly summoned a shield-like artifact. This shield transformed into a stream of light and directly formed a protective barrier around the mountain where the Medicine Pill sect disciples were standing, protecting them from all harm. Chapter 12:27. The moment Liu Nin took action, the other Medicine Pill sect disciples also took out their own defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Obviously, they had already discussed this beforehand. Otherwise, their actions wouldn't have been so orderly. This bizarre action of Medicine Pill sect disciples stunned all the other cultivator present, none of them understanding why they were acting like they were facing a great enemy. Although they didn't understand, everyone knew that the situation wasn't good. Li Yunin clearly had something he hadn't told them, so there was likely going to be some danger ahead. Otherwise, why would they act like this? There was no need for anyone to remind them, as all the other cultivators who saw Li Yunan and the others also summoned their own defensive artifacts. Over at Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang coldly snorted as a surge of Saint Qi burst out from his body, creating a black light curtain that wrapped around the entire hill. Inside this light curtain, red lightning and fire flickered. Dong Xiner took out a token-like object and poured her Saint Qi into it, causing it to suddenly turn into a stream of light and fly around everyone. Dai Yuan also summoned her colored handkerchief artifact and sent out a cloud of pink mist to surround the hill. The only one who didn't move was Yang Kai, seemingly still immersed in his own enlightenment. He didn't need to take any action, as Wei Guchang and the other two were more than enough to protect him. The disciple from Star Emperor's sect, on the other hand, didn't receive such good treatment. He had always been alone, dominating this hill. So after noticing everyone's strange actions, he immediately opened his eyes and stared at the red sun in the sky indifferently. Right at this moment, tens of thousands of rays of red light burst forth from the red sun, attacking in all directions. The red lights were extremely powerful and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of everyone. The guards of the cultivators had summoned, shook, and clanged incessantly. Only now did everyone understand why the people from Medicine Pill sect had taken defensive actions in advance. When the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor's sect saw this, his face couldn't help but turn solemn as he sent out a punch. This punch seemed to be able to stir up some kind of world principle, and wherever it touched, all the red rays of light disappeared. This made the expressions of Wei Guchang and the others, who were secretly observing him, change. Such a punch might seem casual, but anyone could see how tyrannical this Star Emperor's sect cultivator was. The tens of thousands of red lights came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Because everyone was prepared, other than a few people who were unprepared and injured, everyone else was safe and sound. Seeing this, Li Yunin couldn't help showing a trace of disappointment. He knew that his actions just now had been too big, which had caused everyone to be on guard. If it weren't for that, the number of people injured definitely wouldn't have been limited to just these few people. But soon, Li Yunin smiled bitterly, because all the cultivators present were glaring at him angrily, obviously blaming him for not making things clear. He had actually wanted to take advantage of this situation to scheme against others. He really had ulterior motives. Li Yunin didn't bother trying to discern the various phenomena occurring before the red candle fruit ripened, so he had no need to tell others about them. Revealing the three suns rising sun phenomenon was only for his own benefit, so it was normal to conceal some information. He believed that these people wouldn't be stupid enough to blame him for such a trivial matter. Sure enough, everyone just glared at him and didn't say anything more. In fact, no one had time to bother with him, because after the tens of thousands of red lights shot out, the only red sun in the sky suddenly fell rapidly towards the mountain valley. In just a few breaths of time, the red sun fell somewhere in the mountain valley and disappeared without a trace. "Get ready!" Dai Yuan suddenly shouted and waved her hand, causing the pink cloud to transform back into her colored handkerchief again. At the same time, her beautiful eyes stared towards the bottom of the mountain valley. "Should we wake up Brother Yang?" Dong Xiner bit her red lips and looked at Yang Kai with some hesitation. The Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body had been tumbling all this time. They hadn't disturbed him before for fear of disrupting his comprehension, but now that the red candle fruit was about to emerge, Dong Xiner didn't know if she should remind Yang Kai not to miss such a grand event. Wei Guchang frowned slightly and shook his head. "No, Brother Yang must know about the situation outside. If he is willing to participate in the competition, he will definitely take action. We shouldn't disturb him." Dong Xiner nodded gently. As soon as Wei Guchang's words fell, a series of cracking sounds rang out from the bottom of the mountain valley, as if the earth was splitting open. Everyone was unable to stand still, and the small hill they were on began to crumble. An extremely rich, red energy spread out from the cracks in a mountain valley and filled the entire mountain valley, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. But faintly, at the position where the red candle fruit had originally fallen, something was slowly rising and emitting a faint red light. This light was like a candle flame in a storm, ready to be extinguished at any time. But no matter how strong the outside wind or rain was, it always flickered and remained firm. After a while, under the watchful eyes of everyone, this candle-like light finally surfaced. It was a fist-sized dark red spirit fruit. Its skin was thin and tender, and it tasted extremely delicious. Its shape was very strange. It looked like a lit candle flame, and it was sparkling and translucent. One could vaguely see traces of pure energy swimming inside it like small snakes. The red candle fruit. Liunin saw this and couldn't help shouting. As soon as his voice fell, a ribbon-like artifact flew out from a nearby hill. This ribbon-like artifact was extremely flexible, like a woman's arm, and quickly spread out several dozen meters before wrapping around the red candle fruit and wrapping it up. Insu Dai had taken action. After waiting for several days, the spirit fruit had finally ripened and appeared, so she could no longer hold back and was the first to act. Almost at the same time, a lightning arc suddenly shot out from the side, and with a cracking sound, struck the ribbon-like artifact and knocked it to the side, causing it to miss. Insu Dai cried out as she bit her red lips and glared at Fong Tianzhong with a look of resentment, stomping her foot as she called out, "Brother Fong." Fong Tianzhong's expression remained indifferent as he waved his hands, sending out bolts of lightning to block all the methods used by those who try to snatch the red candle fruit, completely ignoring Insu Dai's coquettish actions. A trace of annoyance flashed across the pretty face of this colored glass sex-proud daughter as she secretly cursed in her heart. Not bothering to continue entangling with Fong Tianzhong, she continued to urge her ribbon-like artifact to join in the scramble. From more than a dozen peaks, several dozen cultivators took action almost instantly, all of them aiming for the ripe red candle fruit. At this moment, almost all of these rising stars of Shadowed Star were bringing out their best skills. In an instant, the light of martial skills and artifacts burst forth, illuminating half the sky as if it were daytime, causing the battle in the mountain valley to instantly turn into an abyss of suffering. However, no matter who it was, all of them were extremely careful when taking action, not daring to damage the red candle fruit in the slightest, all of them doing their best to keep the battle within a few meters of the red candle fruit. On one hand, they had to prevent others from snatching the red candle fruit, while on the other hand, they had to work hard to snatch it themselves. The cultivators of each force seemed to have discussed this in advance and divided into two groups. The force with fewer people would undoubtedly suffer a lot, and Shadow Moon Hallside was no exception. Although Dai Yuan had come with Wei Guchong and Dong Xiener, she was acting alone and had no intention of joining forces with Wei Guchong, because everyone knew that this heaven-defying spirit fruit was not something they could possess. Even if they managed to snatch it back, they would have to hand it over to their sect, and its ownership would be determined by their sect. Dai Yuan and Dong Xiener had a very good personal relationship, but when it came to the interests of their sect, neither of them dared to overstep their boundaries and could only refrain from becoming enemies. This was the limit of what they could do. After removing Dai Yuan, only Wei Guchong and Dong Xiener remained on Shadow Moon Hall's side. With one blocking and the other snatching the fruit, it was quite difficult for them to cope. On the contrary, the indifferent man from the Star Emperor's sect, every time he made a move, it was earth-shattering and full of momentum, causing everyone to be secretly shocked and couldn't help but focus their attention on him. This was probably the first time this guy had left Star Emperor Mountain for life experience and didn't understand what it meant to be the tallest tree in the forest. Soon, his brow furrowed, because every time he made a move, there would be at least a dozen attacks coming from all directions to stop him. On the other hand, the others didn't receive this kind of treatment at all. It seemed that everyone had reached an unspoken consensus that this guy must be stopped while the rest of them could do whatever they wanted. This time, the pressure on the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor's sect doubled. No matter how amazing his strength was, he was unable to compete with so many elites present and was forced into a difficult situation. Becoming angry out of shame, the indifferent man coldly snorted and stomped his feet on the ground. The fierce force behind his stomp seemed to cause the earth to tremble slightly as an astonishing energy fluctuation burst from his body. The remaining cultivators from the dozen or so forces all turned to look at this indifferent man in shock. What they saw was this indifferent man slowly throwing a punch, but in front of that punch, a huge column of energy visible to the naked eye shot out. "Not good, quickly stop this guy, he's crazy." Li Yunin shouted in horror again, his clothes instantly drenched in sweat and his face pale. The other party's punch was actually aimed straight at the red candle fruit. If such an attack really hit the red candle fruit, this heaven-defying spirit fruit would instantly be pulverized and disappear. How could Li Yunin not be anxious? Saying so, he immediately launched a fierce attack to block the huge column of energy from the Star Emperor's sect disciple. The others didn't need him to remind them and quickly took action. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a violent explosion rang out as the huge column of energy was blocked and weakened by one attack after another on its way forward. But what shocked everyone was that the column of energy didn't disappear and instead continued to bombard the red candle fruit. Chapter 1228. Li Yunan's face went ashen and he almost fell to the ground. He thought that the red candle fruit was doomed and would definitely be poisoned. At that moment, though, a bolt of lightning struck and the power of the energy column weakened significantly, but it was still not completely eliminated. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the energy column slammed into the red candle fruit, causing everyone's soul to fly out of their bodies. Asterisk Xiao, asterisk the red candle fruit, which had not been affected by the battle, was sent flying straight out of the mountain valley under the impact of the energy column. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly fragile and delicate heaven-defying spirit fruit was actually unscathed under that blow. Everyone was overjoyed and used their movement skills to rush out of the mountain valley. An even more dangerous battle was about to begin. Just now, when the red candle fruit was in the mountain valley, the red energy had filled the air. Everyone had simply stood on top of the mountain and used various methods to collect this spirit fruit. But now that the red candle fruit had left the mountain valley, the scene had become more and more chaotic. With so many sect elites colliding, there was bound to be a fierce battle. Over at the Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang glanced over at Yang Kai hesitantly. Yang Kai still hadn't opened his eyes, making him feel quite depressed. Just as he was wondering if he should let Dong Xian'er stay behind to protect him, Yang Kai suddenly said, "The three of you can go. Don't worry about me." Hearing this, Wei Guchang smiled happily and nodded slightly before also flying out with Dong Xian'er and Dai Yuan. As long as Yang Kai wasn't immersed in a deep state of enlightenment, there was no need to worry about him being ambushed or suffering an accident. After Wei Guchang and the others left, Yang Kai opened his eyes, a light flashing across them as a hint of joy flashed across them. He had finally managed to clear up his fuzzy thoughts at the last moment before the red candle fruit ripened. Although he felt that his control over his Saint Chi had reached a new height, now was not a good time to test it. Turning his head to look a few dozen meters away, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown at the scene before him, even though he had experienced great storms and waves. Several dozen elite third-order Saint King cultivator were desperately using their martial skills and artifacts, fighting in groups of 3 or 5, each of them ruthless and showing no mercy. Although the scene was extremely intense, almost every force had 1 or 2 people paying attention to the situation of the red candle fruit. Strangely enough, after the red candle fruit was blasted out of the mountain valley by the Star Emperor's sect's cultivator, it had yet to fall. Every time it was about to land on a certain cultivator, some subtle energy fluctuation would sweep it aside at the right moment, allowing it to continue flying through the air. The performance of the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor's sect was particularly eye-catching. Fang Tianzhong, Wei Guchang, and Chu Chang Feng formed a three-pronged formation and completely restrained him, not allowing him to intervene in the red candle fruit's matter. This guy was also displaying great strength, not falling into a disadvantageous position even when fighting 1 against 3. Although this was not a life or death battle, being able to single-handedly fight against 3 rising stars was still amazing. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and immediately understood that this guy from Star Emperor sect was definitely not someone to be trifled with. After watching for a moment, Yang Kai knew that if nothing unexpected happened, this red candle fruit's ownership would not be decided in a short time. At the very least, a few people would have to die before everyone's strength could be fully unleashed. Only then would it be possible to settle this matter. But in the end, it was hard to say who would obtain it. It wasn't that Yang Kai wasn't interested in the red candle fruit. After all, this heaven-defying spirit fruit was an Origin King grade high rank that even he had never seen before. If he used it in alchemy, it would definitely be of great benefit to his alchemy skills. On top of that, after being refined into a pill, it could help a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator break through to the Origin King realm. Such a spirit fruit, in the right hands, could create at least 4 or 5 Origin Kings. However, the scene of the battle was simply too chaotic. Yang Kai knew that even if he broke in, his chances of snatching the red candle fruit were less than 10%, so it was not worth it if he didn't get to eat the lamb meat and ended up getting scratched instead. What's more, this thing was also a hot potato. Only a few dozen elites would be able to obtain it, but if the red candle fruit fell into the hands of Yang Kai, who did not have a huge backer, it would only lead to disaster. As such, Yang Kai had long since made up his mind to not get involved in the struggle for the red candle fruit. It was precisely because he had such an idea that he had chosen to remain here and comprehend the situation, not showing the slightest interest. However, although he didn't want to get involved in the struggle for the red candle fruit, that did not mean Yang Kai had no other plans. Glancing around the mountain valley filled with red energy, Yang Kai grinned silently and mysteriously. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being attracted by the red candle fruit, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he slipped directly into the mountain valley, disappearing into the red energy. The red candle fruit was indeed precious and rare, but the rhizome that grew from it was also a rare treasure. The rhizome of the red candle fruit was called the red candlestalk. If it was placed in a place with rich world energy, it could absorb this world energy and then bear spirit fruits similar to the red candle fruit. Of course, the fruit born in this way was not a real red candle fruit, nor did it have the effect of helping an Origin returning realm cultivator break through to the next realm, but it had the ability to help a cultivator temper their physique. What Yang Kai was interested in was precisely this ability of this spirit fruit. The benefits of having a powerful physique were self-evident. Yang Kai's physique was countless times stronger than that of a cultivator in the same realm. Even an ordinary Origin returning realm cultivator could not compare with him in terms of physical strength. As his strength improved and as the level of the cultivator he came into contact with increased, Yang Kai found that his physique was faintly holding him back. Over the past few days, he had been injured many times, which was enough to make him vigilant. Moreover, after using the power to tear space, Yang Kai needed an extremely strong physique to support him. Otherwise, he would not be able to resist the strangling power of the void crack. If he could obtain the red candlestalk and take one of those spirit fruit from time to temper his physique, it would be perfect. As long as he was given enough time, he could improve the strength of his physique again. At that time, whether it was fighting or tearing space, it would be extremely convenient. The red candle fruit was not of any use to him for the time being, and Yang Kai believed that with his ability and everything he had now, breaking through to the Origin King realm should not be a problem. All he lacked was the accumulation of time. However, the red candlestalk was what he needed right now, so Yang Kai did not want to participate in the competition for the red candle fruit, and instead planned to secretly take away the red candlestalk. Yang Kai's wishful thinking had never crossed his mind before, but unexpectedly, someone else had the same idea as him. When he sneaked into the mountain valley and searched for the red candlestick in the red aura, he saw a vague figure happily putting something into his space ring. As for who this person was, Yang Kai did not know, but he knew that what this person was taking away was definitely the red candlestick. Being able to stay behind and collect the red candlestick at this time showed that this person had a very deep understanding of the red candle fruit. Dai Yuan was fighting outside, while Li Yunin of Medicine Pill Sect was also fighting outside, so it couldn't have been these two. Therefore, the person who stayed here was most likely a member of Medicine Pill Sect who had received instructions from Li Yunin long ago, so he deliberately stayed behind. When Yang Kai discovered him, this person obviously also noticed Yang Kai. Shocked, he pushed his Saint Chi violently, but before he could use any kind of killing move, a puffing sound rang out and the man let out a brief scream before falling silent. A bloody smell filled the air, causing Yang Kai's eyes to shrink. Activating his wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai flew over to the person who took away the red candle fruit, snatched the other party's space ring, and quickly retreated. Kai Yang's movements were incomparably fast. Taking advantage of the moment he closed in, he saw a scene that made his blood run cold. The one who took away the red candlestick was indeed a disciple from Medicine Pill Sect, something Yang Kai had guessed correctly. However, from this disciple's chest, an arm was protruding out, and this arm was holding the Medicine Pill Sect disciple's heart, which was beating powerfully. Moreover, this arm was very unusual. It looked extremely withered, like a piece of dead wood, but it was actually able to absorb the blood essence of this Medicine Pill Sect disciple. Before Yang Kai retreated, he clearly saw the body of this Medicine Pill Sect disciple rapidly wither and turn into a dried corpse. There was a third person. No matter who this third person was, being able to kill a third-order Saint King cultivator in an instant using such a strange method was absolutely extraordinary. Almost at the same moment, he snatched the space ring. Another hand also reached out, but after grabbing empty air, a light gasp rang out. Asterisk poo. Asterisk the sound of something exploding rang out, and in front of Yang Kai, the corpse of the Medicine Pill Sect disciple scattered, but there was no one behind him. The third person who had killed him before had strangely disappeared, as if he had completely blended into the surrounding environment. In this mountain valley filled with red energy, one's line of sight was blocked, making it impossible to see anything more than 3 meters away. Yang Kai released his divine sense without hesitation, sending out countless threads of divine sense to form an inescapable net around him, not letting go of a single inch of space or corner. However, to his surprise, the third person had really disappeared, and even his powerful divine sense was unable to detect the slightest trace of this person. However, Yang Kai knew that the other party had definitely not left. Since they had stayed here, they must be after the red candlestick. The red candlestick was now in Yang Kai's hands, so if the other party wanted it, they would definitely come looking for him. Suddenly, one of the threads of divine sense scattered around Yang Kai's body sent out some subtle movements. Normally, Yang Kai wouldn't have paid attention to it, but at this moment, all his hair stood on end. Quickly turning around, he condensed a ball of demonic flame around his fist and punched out. Chapter 1229. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The black demonic flame wrapped around Yang Kai's fist dissipated as if it had suffered a heavy blow. At the same time, Yang Kai was sent flying backwards by a powerful force. Somewhere in the originally empty void, a faint figure strangely appeared, and just as Yang Kai's figure retreated, the sound of bones breaking rang out as the figure let out a muffled snort, seemingly quite annoyed. "It's you," Yang Kai shouted. After exchanging a few blows with this person, he instantly recognized who this person was. It was actually Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi, who had left long ago. Yang Kai had seen him leave this mountain valley with his own eyes and quickly leave, but Yang Kai didn't know what method the other party had used to secretly remain here without anyone noticing. After the red candle fruit matured, This Lu Yi had infiltrated the mountain valley and targeted the red candlestalk just like Xianxia. Needless to say, Xianxia was certain that medicine pill sect disciple had also been killed by this other party. While Xianxia was shocked by the other party's methods, Lu Yi also seemed a little puzzled. The faint figure didn't disappear this time, but instead stood in the red mist and observed Xianxia for a while before saying, "You're a bit strange." Xianxia sneered. "You're also very strange." Lu Yi never thought that a First-Order Saint King cultivator could survive his sneak attack and even exchange blows with him unscathed. Xianxia also hadn't expected Lu Yi's methods to be so mysterious, almost impossible to guard against. If it weren't for Xianxia's divine sense being far stronger than ordinary people's, his fate would have been no better than that of the medicine pill sect disciple who was killed. At this moment, both of them felt a trace of dread towards each other, increasing their determination to kill the other. "I haven't offended Flowing Cloud Valley, nor have I offended you, so why are you targeting me?" Xianxia asked the doubts in his heart. He had provoked such an enemy for no reason, and although he wasn't afraid of him, Xianxia still wanted to understand the whole story. Flowing Cloud Valley." Lu Yi coldly snorted, a hint of disdain flashing in his tone, causing Xianxia to be stunned. But he didn't say anything and simply said coldly, "You can only blame yourself for taking something you shouldn't have. If not for that, you would have been a much better talent than those vulgar people outside." Xianxia's expression became strange, faintly feeling that this guy's tone was bigger than the heavens. The feeling Lu Yi gave him was completely different from Dai Yuan's description before, like a completely different person. Moreover, Xianxia didn't know what he had taken that would cause the other party to be so concerned about him. In Luyan's desert, Xianxia had obtained a lot of good things, several of which were no less valuable than the red candle fruit, some of which were even more valuable, but the other party didn't even try to compete for the red candle fruit. Obviously, he didn't need such a heaven-defying spirit herb. So what exactly was it that made him target him again and again? However, Xianxia didn't intend to ask, because even if he did, given how important that thing was to him, the other party definitely wouldn't answer him. Now that there was only him and Lu Yi in this valley filled with red mist, a fight was bound to break out. Asterisk chi. Asterisk a slight sound came from behind him, causing Xianxia's hair to stand on end. Even though he had been mentally prepared, this unexpected sneak attack still caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Not even thinking about it, Xianxia quickly condensed a layer of demonic flame around his body and turned his head in the direction of the sound. Inside the red mist, a vague figure strangely appeared, and a giant hand that resembled a dead tree secretly stabbed towards Xianxia like a sharp sword. A long sword covered in demonic flames appeared, and Xianxia slashed out with his profound heavenly sword. When the sword wave collided with the giant dead tree hand, the giant dead tree hand shattered and the vague figure disappeared, but the profound heavenly sword wave also collapsed. Your Saint Chi is quite interesting, actually possessing such power. I really didn't expect there to be a Saint King realm cultivator like you in this world. Lu Ye's voice came from behind again with a hint of mockery. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he turned around again, only to see that the other party was actually standing there without moving, as if the giant hand and the vague figure that had just attacked him weren't him at all. What kind of method is this? Xianxia was shocked and no longer dared to act carelessly. Just as he was about to take the initiative to launch an attack, countless vague figures he had seen before suddenly appeared from all directions. These figures were all identical, as if they had been cast from the same mold, and all of them rushed towards Xianxia from all directions, unleashing a series of powerful martial skills towards Xianxia. Each of these martial skills was a real attack, without the slightest bit of illusory feeling. Xianxia's face changed slightly as he directly summoned his purple shield and placed it beside him to protect himself. At the same time, he sent out a series of shocking sword waves to form an impenetrable defense around himself. Asterisk chi star. Wherever the sword wave passed, the blurry figures were reduced to nothingness one by one, and all of their attacks were blocked. However, there seemed to be no end to the blurry figures around Xianxia, as if there was no end to them, constantly attacking him one after another, causing Xianxia to feel a headache coming on. Xianxia had never seen such a strange method before, so he couldn't find a way to break it for a while. But after exchanging blows with his opponent for a while, Kaiyang also faintly felt that something was wrong. Each of these vague figures had Lu Ye's aura, making them seem like afterimages of Lu Ye's body, but at the same time, they also seemed like Lu Ye's, both real and illusory, making them difficult to grasp. Sending out another sword wave to stop these blurry figures from approaching, Xianxia took advantage of this opportunity to bite his index finger and drip a drop of golden blood, which Xianxia quickly smeared onto his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation reappeared, and an invisible majesty spread out from it. Xianxia's left eye was no longer as hazy as before, instantly piercing through the red mist and allowing him to see everything clearly. The blurry figures around him also became clear at this moment. They were indeed Lu Yi. Each of them was Lu Yi, but under the divine technique of the demon eye of annihilation, which could see through all illusions. These figures all gave off an abnormal, faint red glow. Only one figure in the distance remained the same from beginning to end. Xianxia's eyes instantly locked onto this figure, and if he wasn't mistaken, this was Lu Ye's real body. The previous figures were all created by him through some special method. Oh, a heavenly talent! A look of shock and anger appeared on Lu Ye's face as he stared fixedly at Xianxia's left eye, as if he had discovered something incredible, a look of greed appearing on his face. With his knowledge and experience, he was naturally able to see that Xianxia's left eye was not a result of some kind of secret technique, but rather an innate divine technique. This kind of innate divine technique was extremely rare, and even he had never possessed one before. The golden pupil was narrow and slender, and at first glance, it was obvious it was a precious treasure. After staring at it for a moment, Lu Yi actually felt his soul become turbulent in his knowledge sea, as if it was about to be sucked away. Panicking, he hurriedly stabilized his mind and calmed the tumbling of his knowledge sea. While feeling great fear in his heart, Lu Ye's expression also became excited. If he could seize Xianxia's left eye, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger for him. He really hadn't expected that this first-order Saint King cultivator would give him so many pleasant surprises. Moreover, the other parties I seemed to be able to see through illusions, so Lu Ye's original plan could not be carried out. With a single thought, all the scattered illusory figures shook and transformed into streams of light that returned to his body. The next moment, a shocking burst of spiritual energy erupted from Lu Ye's body, transforming into a sharp spike that pierced towards Xianxia's knowledge sea. Xianxia only felt that the defenses of his knowledge sea were about to be broken at this moment, and in a great shock, he didn't dare to hold back, pushing his spiritual energy to the limit to block the other party's attack. Although he had managed to block it, Xianxia still felt a little dizzy, and his divine sense had been slightly damaged in that instant. It seemed that before the red candle fruit ripened, Lu Yi had not used his full strength when he attacked him. This guy's soul cultivation was even higher than his own. The moment he felt dizzy, Xianxia knew that the situation wasn't good and quickly waved his sword, sending out a burst of demonic flames that broke through the red fog and shot towards the void. A red curtain of light covered Xianxia's head, one that was filled with a thick, evil aura. Lu Ye's strange laughter rang in his ears, causing his blood to boil. He wanted to take advantage of Xianxia's unguarded state to capture Xianxia in one fell swoop, so he could unearth all the secrets hidden on Xianxia's body. But how could Xianxia allow him to do as he wished? With a single thought, the demonic flames he had sent out before suddenly transformed into pitch-black beams of light that shot toward a certain point on the red light curtain, like arrows released from a bow. Yuan control technique. Lu Ye's face sank as his expression became gloomy. Xianxia's performance had always amazed him. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent, but his Saint Qi, spiritual energy, and spiritual energy were all different from ordinary people. Now, he was actually able to display Yuan control technique, which was far beyond Lu Ye's expectations. Although the other party's yuan control technique seemed a bit crude, as if he had just comprehended it, this was not a skill that a Saint King realm cultivator could master. Only after reaching the origin returning realm and gaining a certain degree of understanding of Sure would it be possible to achieve this. Even so, there were very few origin returning realm masters who could control their Saint Chi outside their body, and each one of them was a shocking genius who would have great prospects in the future. The yuan control technique that Lu Yi spoke of was something Yang Kai had painstakingly comprehended over the past few days. Before, Yang Kai's use of his Saint Chi was based on the foundation of some martial skills. Sometimes, Yang Kai would simply throw out his Saint Chi, but whether or not he could hit his target depended on both sides' reactions and their defensive abilities. But in the days before the red candle fruit ripened, Yang Kai had comprehended a deeper level of control over his Saint Chi. This not only required a deep understanding of Saint Chi, but also a powerful spiritual energy to support it. Otherwise, yuan control technique would be a joke. Chapter 1230. One of the foundations of yuan control technique's use of divine sense was naturally not difficult for Yang Kai. Now that he was facing Lu Yi, Yang Kai intended to test the fruits of his comprehension over the past few days, and as a result, he was pleasantly surprised. Under Yang Kai's control, the burning black fireballs turned into sharp arrows that directly pierced a hole in the red curtain and shot up into the sky. At the same time, the evil chi and demonic chi, which had been soaring to the sky, seemed to have been greatly reduced due to the appearance of this hole. Yang Kai grinned as the sound of wind and thunder erupted from behind him. Without waiting for Lu Yi to react, Yang Kai appeared in front of him and swung his demonic flame sword in a beautiful arc towards Lu Ye's body. Lu Yi had already experienced the terrifying power of the demonic flame, so although he wouldn't be burned to death by it, it was best to avoid contact with it as much as possible. Lu Ye's cackling came to an abrupt end, and he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he began forming a series of inexplicable seals with his hands, causing the red curtain to squirm and transform into a giant red hand that slammed down towards Yang Kai. Unexpectedly, he also understood yuan control technique, and the degree to which he was able to control it was not inferior to Yang Kai, who had just comprehended this divine ability. In fact, it was even superior. The moment the red hand slammed down, it was as if the world itself had been sealed, making it difficult to breathe. Yang Kai's movements even paused slightly. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he madly pushed the Saint Chi in his body, breaking free from this quagmire, not even bothering to look back as he sent out a palm strike. Similarly, a giant hand appeared. The Nine Heavens divine skills heaven-covering hand met Lu Ye's red hand. When the two palms collided, the world energy around them shook violently, causing the entire mountain valley to crack and crumble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai leapt forward and swung his demonic flame sword. Under the influence of his yuan control technique, the black flames transformed into a variety of attacks that madly shot towards Lu Yi. Yang Kai could see that this Lu Ye's divine sense was stronger than his own, but there was a limit to it. As long as Yang Kai was vigilant enough, this Lu Yi wouldn't be able to pose much of a threat to his divine sense. However, Lu Ye's Saint Chi wasn't as pure and vigorous as his own, and his physical strength was far inferior. This was why Yang Kai chose to engage in melee combat, as it was his greatest strength. Not only that, but in order to prevent Lu Yi from escaping, Yang Kai also poured his Saint Chi into his purple shield. After absorbing enough Saint Chi, the purple shield immediately released a yellow aura, Yang Kai's hand's Chi, and a massive sandstorm in the mountain valley. This was one of the powers contained within the purple shield that Yang Kai was using for the first time. The purple shield was refined from the shell of the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion. Yang Kai had deliberately integrated the monster core of this ninth-order monster beast into the purple shield, giving it one of the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's abilities when it was alive. The sandstorm was one of the purple shield's abilities. As the sand and dust swirled around, Xianxia's figure became more and more unpredictable. Under this violent sandstorm, Lu Yi had no choice but to divert a part of his attention to resist this strange attack, allowing Xianxia to take the initiative and suppress him. Lu Yi was annoyed. He had never expected that after regaining his freedom after tens of thousands of years, the first enemy he would encounter would be so powerful. This wasn't an existence he could easily deal with. This made him feel like he had lost a great deal of face, causing him to become angry out of shame. The Yuan control technique of the two was almost the same. Xianxia had only just comprehended it and was unable to control it to perfection, while Lu Ye's Xianxia wasn't pure enough, so he couldn't display his full strength. As a result, the Xianxia he used to control was always at a disadvantage when fighting against Xianxia's demonic flame. His Xianxia was at a disadvantage, his spiritual energy was unable to suppress his opponent, and his physical body wasn't as strong as his opponent's. After only a short exchange, Lu Yi was already riddled with scars and was on the verge of collapsing. Xianxia didn't say a word and simply continued to frantically suppress his opponent, the demonic flame sword in his hand causing some damage to his opponent from time to time. However, what made Xianxia extremely depressed was that even when his demonic flames touched his opponent's body, they would be extinguished by a flash of blue light. Xianxia didn't know what this blue light was, but it was actually able to restrain his demonic flames and only caused him superficial injuries. Since he had made up his mind to kill this inexplicable enemy, Xianxia naturally wouldn't hold back. Xianxia didn't use his space force. His self-created space blade had yet to reach the grand accomplishment stage, so it was best to use it for a surprise attack. If he missed and allowed his opponent to be on guard, it would no longer be effective. Xianxia was looking for the right opportunity to give Lu Yi a big surprise. As long as Lu Yi was hit by a space blade once, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Unexpectedly, Xianxia's frantic suppression also aroused Lu Ye's anger. After being wounded again, Lu Yi roared, "Junior, you court death." Saying so, Lu Yi suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. The smell of this blood was extremely pungent and nauseating, and it seemed to contain a terrifying amount of power. It seemed to be his blood essence. This blood essence turned into a blood mist that suddenly condensed into a single point and burst open. Immediately after, Lu Yi raised his hand and summoned a short black ruler into his grasp. This short ruler was only about the length of 2 palms and was about as thick as a fist. It seemed inconspicuous, but when it appeared, Xianxia's heart jumped as an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. He rarely felt this way, but every time this feeling appeared, it meant that an unimaginable danger was approaching. A fierce grin appeared on Lu Ye's face as he madly poured his Xianxia into the short black ruler, causing the world around him to dim. It was as if all the light in the world was being absorbed by this short ruler, making it impossible for Xianxia to see anything around him. Even with his demon eye of annihilation, he was unable to see anything. The sandstorm that had been filling the mountain valley was suddenly cut off, and the sound of the wind came to an abrupt end. Xianxia's face changed drastically. At this moment, he noticed that the Xianxia in his body was unable to circulate freely. No matter how he tried, he couldn't use much strength, and even his knowledge Xi was blocked. In the darkness, something seemed to be smashing towards him, and a deathly aura rushed towards him, one that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. I can't catch it. I can't block it. At this moment, Xianxia's mind flashed with all kinds of methods and ideas, realizing that whether he used his Xianxia or spiritual energy, he would not be able to block this shocking blow. Even if he wanted to escape, with both his Xianxia and spiritual energy completely suppressed, he couldn't move or tear space. In the blink of an eye, a drop of golden blood condensed at Xianxia's fingertip, and a shocking vitality aura spread out. Immediately after, the drop of golden blood turned into a streak of golden light and pierced into the darkness. The aura of vitality and world annihilation collided with each other, but unexpectedly, there was no sound at all. Only the golden light and the black light collided in the mountain valley, seemingly evenly matched. How is this possible? Lu Ye's complexion finally changed. Although he had been suppressed by Yangkai before, he hadn't used all of his means and hadn't panicked. But now that he had used such a powerful artifact, he was determined to kill Yangkai and believed that Yangkai wouldn't be able to block his blow. To Lu Ye's surprise, though, the scene of flesh and blood being splattered did not appear as he had imagined. Instead, Yangkai's blood force surged like a sea and blocked his attack. This boy must be killed as soon as possible, Lu Ye thought to himself, and his face became extremely fierce. This boy was just a first-order Saint King cultivator, yet he was already able to compete with him. If he was allowed to grow, wouldn't he be invincible in this world? Nipping all dangers in the bud was Lu Ye's experience over the past 10,000 years and his code of conduct. At this moment, he really regarded Yangkai as a thorn in his side, a thorn in his flesh that he had to get rid of. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Lu Ye's eyes as he spat out another mouthful of blood essence to contend with the golden light. The black light, which had been evenly matched with the golden light for a while, suddenly soared and overshadowed the golden light. It seemed like this black light was about to sweep towards Yangkai and swallow him whole. Yangkai flicked his finger, and another drop of golden blood sputtered out. The golden light once again shone fiercely and pierced through the black light's blockade. "Ah!" Lu Ye cried out in surprise as the black light collapsed inch by inch and light reappeared. Inside the mountain valley, both Yangkai and Lu Ye stood in place. But at this moment, Lu Ye's body was swaying and his face was extremely pale, as if his Yuan Qi had been greatly injured. Yangkai's expression, on the other hand, was quite ugly, but he was unscathed and still full of energy. Through the red mist, Yangkai stared at Lu Ye, a cold light flashing across his eyes, like the cold wind blowing from a snowy mountain. Lu Ye couldn't help but shiver. A dark blade-like attack suddenly struck from the front, and before Lu Ye could react, it had already reached him. Lu Ye panicked and hurriedly twisted his body to avoid being hit, but at the same time, a slight tingling pain suddenly came from his left arm. Turning his head to look, Lu Ye's soul nearly left his body as he discovered that one of his arms had been cut off by the attack just now. What kind of attack was this? Even he hadn't noticed it or felt any aura at all. Yet how could it be so powerful? What frightened Lu Ye even more was that his severed arm, which had fallen to the ground, was obviously missing a bit and couldn't fit perfectly with his wound. He didn't know what was going on. While he was still in shock, Yangkai's murderous intent surged like a tide and was about to take advantage of his heavy injuries to kill him when Lu Ye's figure flickered and he suddenly turned into a red light and sped away. Lu Ye didn't know what kind of secret technique he used, but by the time Yangkai's divine sense detected him, the other party was already 35 kilometers away. Chapter 1231. In the sandy Lu Yin Desert, where flight was impossible, Lu Ye was able to run 3 to 5 kilometers in an instant. This secret technique was quite impressive, but it wasn't over yet. Lu Ye's aura flashed as he ran another 3 kilometers. Yangkai's face became gloomy as he was shocked by the other party's endless methods, but at the same time, he also felt a great sense of dread. Yangkai had even used a space blade, but had failed to cut the other party in half and had instead allowed him to escape with his life. Moreover, Yangkai didn't know what kind of artifact this black ruler was, but just a casual wave of it had required 2 drops of his golden blood to resist. Origin-grade artifacts didn't have such power, so the only explanation was that the black ruler in Lu Ye's hand was an Origin King-grade artifact. Flowing Cloud Valley actually had an Origin King-grade artifact? And why was it being carried by Lu Ye? Although Yangkai didn't understand why Flowing Cloud Valley would make such a choice, he had already made up his mind to kill Lu Ye while he was seriously injured. Otherwise, once Lu Ye recovered, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. Thinking so, Yangkai was about to use his wind and thunder wings to pursue when he suddenly heard the shouts of countless people, all of them filled with panic and inexplicable panic. These shouts were coming from the group of elites who were competing for the red candle fruit. Chu Chongfeng's angry shout, Fong Tianzhong's attempt to stop him, Wei Guchang's scream, In Sudai's cry all sounded almost at the same time. Obviously, something terrible had happened. Immediately after, Yang Kai heard a soft sound, as if something had broken. Then, a red light flew straight from the battlefield towards the mountain valley, and the direction it was flying towards was Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't think much about it, and directly reached out to grab it, because he could feel that the energy contained in this red light was amazing, but it wasn't some kind of attack. As soon as he touched it, a rich, fruity fragrance immediately filled his nose. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked carefully at the object in his hand before exclaiming, "The red candle fruit?" Yang Kai hadn't expected that the red candle fruit, which he hadn't even tried to snatch, would actually end up in his hands while everyone was fighting over it. But now, this red candle fruit was incomplete, as if it had been cut open by a sharp weapon. The one in Yang Kai's hand was only 1/6 the size of a whole red candle fruit. The fresh and tender flesh of the fruit was exposed, and a rich, fruity aroma filled the air. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Immediately, Yang Kai was shocked and quickly released his divine sense to perceive the movements of others. Soon, Yang Kai's mood relaxed as he found that the elites who had been competing for the red candle fruit were still fighting over it. But they were no longer able to obtain the whole spirit fruit and were instead divided into groups of a dozen or so, each of them staring at a portion of the fruit. "You dare!" Chu Chongfeng shouted angrily, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped shut by an attack. Immediately after, the indifferent man from Star Emperor's sect made a feint and retreated, under everyone's shocked and angry gazes, calmly leaving and quickly disappearing. No one had any intention of stopping him. Firstly, there were still a few pieces of the fruit that had yet to be determined, and secondly, this man was too strong. 1 or 2 people wouldn't be able to stop him. At this time, who would bother with such a thankless task? Everyone turned their eyes to the few pieces of the fruit that had been cut open. Once again, a chaotic scramble ensued. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's heart relaxed, and while feeling distressed over the loss of the red candle fruit's medicinal efficacies, he quickly rummaged through his space ring. This kind of heaven-defying spirit fruit couldn't be stored in an ordinary jade box. If he wanted to maintain its medicinal efficacies, he had to use a wood attribute box. Fortunately, Yang Kai had such a wood attribute material in his space ring. So after a while, he found a piece of azure spirit wood and used his Saint Chi to create a simple wooden box. Placing the red candle fruit inside, he closed the lid and breathed a sigh of relief. If he had known that such a situation would occur, he would have prepared a wooden box a long time ago and would not have panicked so much. Although the wooden box made of azure spirit wood was quite good, if it was left like this for a long time, the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit would inevitably disappear. Yang Kai needed to find some time to deal with it, to prevent this from happening. But right now, he didn't have the time to do such a thing, so he could only wait until he had time. Moreover, after being delayed like this, Yang Kai had to give up on his plan to hunt down Lu Yi. The other party had long since escaped the range of his divine sense and was now hiding somewhere. Outside the mountain valley, the pieces of red candle fruit that did not belong to anyone eventually fell into the hands of several forces after a chaotic scramble. The elites who managed to snatch the red candle fruit were all overjoyed, while those who failed to do so thumped their chests and sighed, a fierce light flashing in their eyes. On the battlefield where the red candle fruit had originally been, 7 or 8 corpses were left behind, each of them in an incomparably miserable state. It was impossible to tell who had killed them in the process of snatching the fruit. The scene just now was so chaotic with all kinds of artifacts and martial skills being used. Everyone was using their full strength, and no one had the time to pay attention to the situation of others. So even though the forces that had just lost a few people knew that their enemy was right in front of them, they couldn't determine their target, so they didn't dare act rashly and could only grit their teeth and swallow the bitter pill in their hearts. After the pieces of red candle fruit were taken into their space rings, everyone rushed over to the mountain valley at the same time. It seemed that they had all seen the piece of red candle fruit that had just flown over, and only now did they find the time to continue scrambling. However, the mountain valley was filled with red mist, making it impossible to see anything with the naked eye. After releasing their divine senses, all kinds of divine senses intersected with one another, and from time to time, muffled groans could be heard, making it difficult for everyone to release their divine senses too far. After searching for more than half a day, until the red mist in the mountain valley gradually dissipated, no one had found the last piece of red candle fruit that had flown in, so they could only look at the others suspiciously, secretly feeling that every force other than themselves might have obtained the last piece of red candle fruit. But none of them dared to say anything. Xianxia was secretly pleased. He had been considering how to escape after obtaining the piece of red candle fruit, but he hadn't expected that the red mist in this mountain valley would help him so much. Now that everyone who was still alive had gathered here, he could naturally fish in troubled waters. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, secretly glanced at Xianxia and frowned secretly. She remembered that when they were fighting for the red candle fruit, Xianxia had still been in the process of comprehending it. So if the red candle fruit had flown over here, the one most likely to obtain it would undoubtedly be Xianxia. However, she didn't have any conclusive evidence, so it was impossible for her to betray Xianxia. So she only glanced at him for a moment before withdrawing her gaze and standing there calmly. Dai Yuan wasn't the only one who had such suspicions, but like Dai Yuan, none of them could determine the truth of the matter. Although some of them wanted to inquire about Xianxia, in the end, Xianxia was with Wei Guchang, so none of them dared to act rashly. Everyone! Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect smiled bitterly, and suddenly stood up, cupped his fists, and said, "Everyone, please listen to this Li's words." Everyone looked at him indifferently. Those who had obtained the red candle fruit wore vigilant looks, while those who hadn't obtained any benefits remained indifferent. But they all wanted to know what Li Yunan was going to say now, so the scene remained silent. "Everyone, the red candle fruit is different from other spirit fruits in that it cannot be placed in a jade box. And now that the red candle fruit has been cut into several pieces by that bastard, it can't be placed in a jade box. Once it is placed in this jade box, its medicinal efficacies will quickly dissipate. I'm afraid that before you can leave the Luyin Desert, this heaven-defying spirit fruit will lose its effect and become a pile of waste. It can't be placed in a jade box." Chu Changfeng's face changed slightly as he quickly took out a jade box from his ring. As soon as this jade box appeared, many people immediately showed greedy eyes as they stared at Chu Changfeng. It seemed that this heaven's pride of heaven battling union really had some skill. Even with so many people fighting over it, he was still able to grab one of the pieces. Fang Tianzhong, In Su Dai, and a burly man with a rough appearance but an astonishing aura also heard this and stared at Li Yunan intently. "If it can't be placed in a jade box, then what should be used? You should know, right?" Chu Changfeng asked bluntly. Li Yunan showed a complacent expression and nodded lightly. "Naturally, this Li knows. Please enlighten us, Brother Li." Fang Tianzhong cupped his fist slightly. Li Yunan grinned meaningfully and returned the courtesy. "This Li wouldn't dare. It's just that this Li has studied alchemy since childhood and knows more about alchemy than any of you here. Although I can tell you how to store it. In the battle just now, this Li's junior brother was seriously injured and almost lost his life. As for who was behind this Li knows in his heart, so I won't point it out here." Saying so, Li Yunan swept his eyes around, his posture clear and confident. Only then did everyone understand what he was up to. The several elites of Medicine Pill Sect hadn't obtained anything in this competition, so Li Yunan clearly wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to fish for some benefits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss about his junior brother being injured. Normally, no one would injure an elite disciple of Medicine Pill Sect for no reason, but that was then and this was now. When they were fighting for the red candle fruit, just now. Who cared if you were a disciple of Medicine Pill Sect? Not killing you was already being lenient, so it was only a minor injury. It wasn't as if you would lose your life. What's more, there really were 7 or 8 elites who had died in the battle. In comparison, The cultivator from Medicine Pill sect was much luckier. Although they all snorted in their hearts, no one said anything at this time. Fang Tianzhong frowned slightly, but his heart was clear as he quickly said, "If Brother Li is willing to tell this Fang the method to store it, after leaving the Luyin sandfield, Thunder Typhoon sect is willing to pay 1,000,000 Saint crystals as a reward." Chapter 1232. 1,000,000, haha. Li Yunan chuckled lightly before turning to Fang Tianzhong and saying, "Does Brother Fang think this red candle fruit is only worth 1,000,000? If that's the case, this Li will take his leave." 5,000,000. Fang Tianzhong's expression remained unchanged, but the price he offered directly increased fivefold. Li Yunan's raised foot fell as he revealed a look of excitement. Although his Medicine Pill sect failed to grab the red candle fruit this time, if every great force that managed to grab the red candle fruit offered him 5,000,000, the harvest from this trip would not be small. What's more, the value of the red candle fruit that had been cut open was no longer as heaven-defying. As such, Fang Tianzhong hesitated for a while, wondering if he should continue to raise the price. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, Yin Su Dai suddenly turned her beautiful eyes toward Dai Yuan from Colored Glass Sec's side, her red lips moving slightly as if she was sending a message to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan's brow furrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on her face, but she still sent a message back. The next moment, Yin Su Dai's charming face filled with a happy expression as she giggled and said, "Several brothers, please continue your discussion. This junior sister will take her leave first." Saying so, he quickly left with several of Colored Glass Sec's elites. Everyone was extremely surprised because just now, Yin Su Dai had also used her ribbon-like artifact to snatch a piece of the red candle fruit, so no one had expected that she would actually leave without obtaining a method to preserve it. But soon, everyone felt relieved. In terms of proficiency in the Tao of Alchemy, besides Li Yunan, an elite disciple of Medicine Pill sect, there was also Dai Yuan. It seemed that Yin Su Dai had learned some information from Dai Yuan, which was why she had simply retreated. With such a precious treasure in hand, Yin Su Dai naturally did not want to remain in this dangerous place. For a time, several people cast burning gazes towards Dai Yuan, seemingly wanting to learn from her how to properly preserve the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit. Seeing this, Li Yunan knew that if he didn't agree now, he wouldn't get his share of the 5,000,000. He had been so depressed before that he had completely forgotten about Dai Yuan's existence. Although this woman was from Colored Glass sect, for some special reason, she had been studying medicinal herbs, so she definitely knew how to preserve the red candle fruit. Feeling annoyed, Li Yunan quickly nodded to Fang Tianzhong. "Good, 5,000,000 it is. We'll do as Brother Fang says." Fang Tianzhong gently nodded, not showing any intention of going back on his word. Li Yunan quickly sent a few words to Fang Tianzhong, causing him to ponder for a moment before silently leading Thunder Typhoon sec's group away. On the other side, Chu Chong Feng and the burly man with an astonishing aura hesitated for a while before also sending Li Yunan a message, both of them contentedly leaving. "Let's go too." Wei Guchang grinned. He had also obtained a piece of the red candle fruit. Although very few people had come to Shadow Moon Hall this time, only he and Dong Xiner had come. His luck was simply unstoppable. Originally, he didn't have much hope, but when the Star Emperor's sect disciple cut open the red candle fruit, a piece of fruit flew over to him, and he immediately collected it. It could be said that this was an extremely simple and easy process. Compared to the others who had to fight for a piece of the red candle fruit, Wei Guchang's luck was simply off the charts. It was as if the bad luck he had felt since entering Luyin Sandfield's third layer had suddenly dissipated. Dai Yuan and Dong Xiner had a close relationship, so naturally, she wouldn't be stingy with telling him how to preserve this fruit, so there was no need for him to make any kind of deal with Li Yunan. "Brother Wei, please wait." Li Yunan saw that he was about to leave and quickly stopped him. "What's wrong? Does Brother Li have something to say?" Wei Guchang's footsteps paused as he suddenly turned around, his expression becoming cold as he secretly condensed his strength, preparing to attack at a moment's notice. Seeing him act like he was facing a great enemy, Li Yunin immediately knew that the other party had misunderstood him and waved his hand. Brother Wei doesn't need to be so nervous. Although this Li and Brother Wei haven't had many dealings, this Li is not a scheming person. Brother Wei should be clear about this. Wei Guchong heard this, and the vigilance on his face relaxed slightly as he gently nodded. This Wei naturally understands Brother Li's character, but, this place is not a good place to stay for long. Saying so, he swept his eyes around. All around, the mini cultivator who had failed to obtain anything from the red candle fruit this time were all staring at Wei Guchong, seemingly considering whether they should make a move to keep him here. Seeing this, Li Yunin raised his voice and said, "Everyone, please calm down. If it was a complete red candle fruit, it would be worth fighting over, but now that the red candle fruit has been cut into several pieces, and Brother Wei has only obtained a single piece, it is unknown how much medicinal efficacy it will have. Don't tell me you want to provoke a powerful enemy over something so uncertain?" Li Yunin actually spoke up for Wei Guchong, pulling him out of this whirlpool of right and wrong, causing Wei Guchong's expression to become extremely strange. "Brother Li, I just want to ask, can a cut red candle fruit have the effect of allowing an origin-returning realm master to break through their shackles?" A young man in white robes frowned and asked. On the chest of this young man's white robes was embroidered a white cloud. This was the symbol of Floating Mist Palace. "Good question, Brother Tang." Li Yunin nodded. "However, I cannot answer this question because this Li has only heard of the red candle fruit and has never seen it before. I believe that even my master cannot give an exact answer to this question, but the medicinal efficacy of the red candle fruit itself is enough to allow an origin-returning realm master to break through their shackles. It is only a possibility, but now that it has been cut into several pieces, this possibility, I don't think this Li needs to explain, but Brother Tang should be clear about it." The Floating Mist Palace youth, surnamed Tang, frowned and pondered for a while before nodding. "I understand, farewell." Saying so, he immediately left with the disciples of Floating Mist Palace. The cultivator from the other forces saw that Tang Yong of Floating Mist Palace no longer had any ideas about the red candle fruit and could not help sighing in their hearts before leaving one after another. Soon, only the people from Medicine Pill sect remained in the mountain valley. Wei Guchong looked at Li Yunan with a faint smile. From beginning to end, he did not say anything, but his smile was full of meaning. He did not believe that Li Yunan would help him for no reason. The other party obviously had some ulterior motive, but since the other party did not say anything, Wei Guchong was not stupid enough to ask. "Now, can Brother Wei have a good talk with this one?" Li Yunan looked at Wei Guchong with a smug look on his face, as if he felt that his ability to send everyone away with just a few words was quite amazing. "If Brother Li has something to say, please speak." Wei Guchong nodded slightly. This one would like to ask if Brother Wei has any intention of selling that piece of red candle fruit. Li Yunan did not beat around the bush and asked directly. "Sell." Wei Guchong's eyes narrowed. "Brother Li want to buy it?" "In." Li Yunan nodded seriously. Wei Guchong grinned meaningfully and said, "Didn't Brother Li just say that the value of this piece of red candle fruit is not as good as before? Why does Brother Li want to buy it?" Li Yunan shook his head and said solemnly, "Even if the value of this piece of red candle fruit is not as good as before, it is still a heaven-defying spirit fruit that only appears once every 10,000 years. My medicine pill sect has always been dedicated to the research of various spirit grasses and spirit medicines, as well as the refinement of pills. Now that such an opportunity has presented itself before this Li, if this Li doesn't do something, I'm afraid he will be punished by the elders of Medicine Pill Sect after returning to Medicine Pill Sect. After buying this piece of red candle fruit, perhaps the elders of Medicine Pill Sect will be able to research something that will greatly improve my alchemy skills. Of course, if Brother Wei is willing to sell that piece of red candle fruit to this Li can guarantee that not only will Medicine Pill Sect provide sufficient compensation to Shadow Moon Hall, but also that the 5 elders of Medicine Pill Sect will agree to Brother Wei's request to refine pills 5 times for free. Wei Guchong originally had a disapproving look on his face, but after hearing the last condition, his expression changed immediately, and he couldn't bring himself to refuse. After all, the efficacy of the red candle fruit was only rumored, and no one knew what its true value was. Perhaps it was worthless after being cut open, but an opportunity for the 5 elders of Medicine Pill sect to refine pills for free was extremely rare. Over the years, the 5 elders had rarely acted in alchemy, and every time they did, other great forces would have to pay a huge price to invite them to do so. Comparing the two of them, Wei Guchong found it a little difficult to choose. But soon he said, "Brotherly, even if this Wei doesn't say it, presumably you know that this is not a decision I can make. If you really want to buy this piece of red candle fruit on behalf of Medicine Pill sect, you might as well wait until we leave the Luyin Desert and let the elders of Medicine Pill sect come to Shadow Moon Hall in person to discuss the matter. Whatever the two of us say here is useless." Naturally, this Li understands. Li Yunan saw that Wei Guchong didn't immediately refuse and seemed to have a lot of room for negotiation. So he couldn't help smiling and saying, "Since that's the case, this matter will wait until the Luyin Desert closes and the elders of our sect can discuss it." "That would be best." Wei Guchong nodded with satisfaction. "If Brotherly has nothing else to say, this one will take his leave first." "Brother Wei, please." Li Yunin smiled warmly, naturally not stopping him. After there was no one else in the mountain valley, Li Yunan's expression gradually became dignified as he stared toward a certain spot in the mountain valley. There, he saw a withered corpse that seemed to have died many years ago. This was the junior brother he had sent to secretly collect the red candlestalk. But at this moment, this junior brother seemed to have suffered some kind of vicious attack and died so miserably that even his space ring had disappeared. Li Yunan's face became extremely gloomy, but he didn't mention this junior brother and instead just stomped his foot and said, "Let's go back to the sect." "Ah, Brotherly, we're going back now?" "There are still 2 to 3 months before the Luyin Desert closes." One of the women looked at Li Yunan in surprise. "There's no need to stay. The second layer's treasure area has been rummaged through countless times by those people, and the third layer is filled with danger. I'm afraid all the good things have already been taken. We should go back now and report the matter of the red candle fruit. Let's see if our martial uncles can go to those great forces to discuss the purchase of the red candle fruit." And Li Yunan sneered softly, "Even if the red candle fruit is taken away by them, in the end, I'm afraid they will ask our Medicine Pill sect for it. Besides our Medicine Pill sect, no one else knows much about this kind of treasure, so they won't dare use it rashly, so we still have the advantage." Hearing what he said, the disciples of Medicine Pill sect who had failed to grab any benefit from the red candle fruit all wore looks of shock, all of their previous frustration and gloominess thrown away, all of them smiling happily, as if they had suddenly found the great value of their sect's existence. Chapter 1233. About 100 kilometers away from the mountain valley, in a desolate and secluded place, a group of 4 came to a stop. It was none other than Wei Guchong, Yang Kai, and the others. After walking out of the gorge, Wei Guchong had his divine perception envelop the surroundings at all times, and he was extremely vigilant. But after walking for over 50 kilometers, he didn't see any ignorant person come looking for trouble with them, and it allowed him to finally heave a sigh of relief. From beginning to end, Dong Xiener, Dai Yuan, and Yang Kai did not say a single word as they continued onwards in silence. Only after arriving here did Wei Guchong stop, touch his space ring, and turn around. "Brother Yang, what do you plan to do next?" He did not ask Dai Yuan, but instead asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately understood that Wei Guchong suspected that he had also obtained a piece of the red candle fruit. Because the two of them were now in the same situation, Wei Guchong had asked him this question. Yang Kai naturally would not reveal anything through his words. Although he still appreciated Wei Guchong, the red candle fruit was of great importance, so it was best to be careful. Hearing this, Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "I don't have any plans. I'm just going to explore the third layer and see if I can find anything good." "Brother Yang still wants to go deeper?" Wei Guchang's complexion changed slightly as he felt quite strange. It stood to reason that if Yang Kai really obtained the last piece of the red candle fruit, he should be extremely cautious and not take any risks to explore any deeper, but Yang Kai actually wanted to continue exploring. Not only did Wei Guchang feel strange, but even Dong Xiner showed a strange expression. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew what they were thinking, but on the surface he remained calm and simply said, "No one has ever entered the third layer flame area before, and even a heaven-defying spirit fruit like the red candle fruit has appeared. Perhaps there will be even better things beyond this layer." When Wei Guchang heard this, most of the suspicions in his heart disappeared, thinking that perhaps Yang Kai really did not obtain any pieces of the red candle fruit, which was why he was acting so unscrupulously. Nodding slightly, he said, "Since Brother Yang has made such a choice, this way will not say anything more. I only hope that Brother Yang remains cautious in all matters and returns with a full harvest. Xian, and I will not stay here for long. We will be leaving Lu Yin Sandfield soon." Wei Guchang's choice did not surprise Yang Kai at all. The red candle fruit was too important, and anyone who carried such a spirit fruit with them at all times would feel uneasy. Wei Guchang definitely wanted to bring the piece of red candle fruit out of Lu Yin Sandfield as soon as possible. It wasn't just Wei Guchang who thought so. Yang Kai estimated that Fong Tianzhong, Chu Chong Feng, In Su Dai, and even the burly man would all think so. Moreover, they would not let others handle this matter and would definitely take the piece of red candle fruit themselves and leave Lu Yin Sandfield directly. This was good news for Yang Kai. With so many of the sect's elites leaving at once, there would naturally be fewer people remaining. With fewer people, there would be less competition. And Brother Wei and Sister Xian should also be careful. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wei Guchang then turned his eyes to Dai Yuan and asked, "What about you, little Sister Dai Yuan?" "Me?" Dai Yuan smiled. "I didn't get anything good this time, so I'm not in a hurry to leave. Naturally, I'll stay and see if some good luck happens in the next few days. In that case, you should also be careful." Wei Guchang naturally would not persuade Dai Yuan to leave with him. Dong Xiner stepped forward and said a few words to Dai Yuan before bidding farewell to Wei Guchang and Xian, and hurrying back. After Lu Yin Sand Field opened, it wasn't impossible to leave, but no one had done so before. After all, even if one's strength was low, they could still hunt for fire spirit beasts in the first layer flame area and harvest some fire crystal stones. However, the appearance of the red candle fruit this time had caused several of Shadowed Star's most powerful sect elites to leave early. This was something that had only happened once in 10,000 years. After the figures of Wei Guchang and Dong Xiner disappeared from sight, Dai Yuan quietly glanced over at Yang Kai. Just like Wei Guchang, she had suspected that Yang Kai had obtained the red candle fruit. But now that Yang Kai had chosen to stay and even continued to explore deeper, she was no longer sure of her guess. Just as she was contemplating, though, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at her and said, "Since this matter is over, I will take my leave. I hope Sister Dai Yuan will have good luck in the next few days." "Wait." Dai Yuan felt anxious and immediately called out. She had never expected that Yang Kai would actually want to part ways with her so directly. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai didn't have any malice towards Dai Yuan. Although the other party was congenitally deficient, she had a pure heart. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai had a good impression of her, but he didn't understand why she had still called out to him after he had made himself so clear. Dai Yuan bit her red lips as a trace of hesitation flashed across her face, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Junior Brother Yang, I also want to continue exploring. I wonder if I can accompany you." "With me?" Yang Kai was stunned. Although he didn't know much about Dai Yuan, from the first time he met her, Yang Kai felt that she was a woman who liked to travel alone. This may have something to do with her appearance, so Yang Kai had never thought that she would actually ask to accompany him. This made Yang Kai feel a little awkward. He wanted to continue exploring the third layer because he wanted to find a suitable place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water, but if he were to travel with Dai Yuan, it would inevitably interfere with his plans. Seeing Yang Kai frown, Dai Yuan also seemed a little embarrassed, knowing that her proposal had made things difficult for him. But for some reason, she really didn't want to give up this opportunity to be alone with Yang Kai. What's more, she really did want to explore the third layer. The third layer was very different from the first layer, so Dai Yuan wasn't confident that she would be able to survive alone. If she could accompany Yang Kai, they would be able to take care of each other even if they encountered danger. So even if she felt embarrassed, Dai Yuan still looked at Yang Kai with sincere eyes, secretly praying that he wouldn't be unreasonable and refuse her. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had been so worried. Since a long time ago, she had never forced anyone to do anything, nor had she begged anyone. She had made up her mind to only rely on herself, but this time, she had broken her own perseverance. After a while, Yang Kai's brow relaxed, and he grinned, "Good." Hearing this, Dai Yuan's face filled with joy and a look of gratitude flashed across her beautiful eyes. But there are some things I need to make clear. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. I presume Sister Dai Yuan is aware of the situation in the third layer. If we really encounter some kind of barrier or danger that even I can't deal with, you and I will have to find our own ways to deal with it. If Sister Dai Yuan dies here, don't blame me for not lending a helping hand. Of course. Dai Yuan gently nodded. If we really encounter that kind of fatal danger, it can only be said that Dai Yuan's fate is not good. Seeing her agree so readily, Yang Kai was satisfied and said, "There is one more thing I need to do in the third layer. When I do that, I will have to separate from you. I can't stay with you until the Lu Yin sand field closes." Dai Yuan showed a look of surprise, but she quickly reacted and smiled. What kind of secret technique does junior brother want to use here practice? She took it for granted that this was an environment that couldn't be found outside, so if Yang Kai had to come here to do something, it was naturally related to this. You can say that. Yang Kai didn't comment. If you don't have any problems with this, we can travel together. Naturally, Dai Yuan readily agreed. The 2 points Yang Kai raised weren't really requests, so there was no reason for her to refuse. In that case, I'll have to trouble Sister Dai Yuan to take care of me for the next few days, Yang Kai grinned. It's Dai Yuan who is bothering junior brother Yang. After making this decision, Yang Kai took out his Yuan magnetic compass, checked the direction, and together with Dai Yuan, they headed deeper into the third layer. The heat of the third layer was so fierce that Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Saint Qi to resist the invasion of the fire poison. But Dai Yuan's situation was much simpler. She seemed to be wearing an artifact armor underneath her clothes, and all she needed to do was slightly push the power of this artifact armor to release a faint blue halo around her body. This halo gave off an icy aura that prevented the fire poison from getting within 3 meters of her. Along the way, Dai Yuan was secretly shocked. Although from the first time she saw Yang Kai, she knew that he had been using his Saint Qi to resist the fire poison and wasn't wearing an artifact armor like the elites of other sects. She still couldn't help feeling shocked. She didn't know how much consumption Yang Kai had to consume from using his Saint Qi so recklessly. But even now, he didn't show the slightest sign of fatigue. Dai Yuan really wanted to know how much Saint Qi Yang Kai had stored in his body for him to be able to squander like this. Fortunately, after walking for a day, Yang Kai proposed that they meditate to restore themselves, allowing Dai Yuan to feel much better. Using Saint Qi like this, it would be strange if they didn't need to restore themselves. Even if Yang Kai hadn't suggested it, she would have taken the initiative to ask. So, the two of them found a secluded place, and each found a suitable place to meditate. Of course, Yang Kai didn't need to meditate to restore himself. The small amount of Saint Qi he consumed to resist the fire poison was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for him. He just wanted to find an opportunity to deal with the red candle fruit he had obtained. Although he had hurriedly made a spirit wood box to store the red candle fruit in the mountain valley, time was of the essence at the time, and the crafting was a bit rough, so he couldn't completely guarantee that the medicinal efficacies would not dissipate. 2 hours later, Yang Kai finished processing the red candle fruit and threw it into the black book space before leisurely getting up and walking over to where Dai Yuan was meditating. Chapter 1234. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of her. After adjusting her breathing, Dai Yuan's spirit had improved significantly. When Yang Kai walked over, she happened to open her eyes, obviously sensing his presence, but she showed a hesitant look on her face, making Yang Kai very curious. Junior brother Yang, I've used up all of my recovery pills. Do you have any extra? I can buy some for Saint Crystals. When Dai Yuan opened her mouth to speak, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Yang Kai didn't care about this point. Although it was strange that this woman had actually used up all of her recovery pills. Thinking about it for a moment, he figured that she probably hadn't expected him to enter the third layer, so it was reasonable for her to consume so many pills. So without any suspicion, Yang Kai took out a bottle of pills from his space ring and tossed it over, smiling lightly as he said, "There's no need for Saint Crystals, it's just a bottle of pills. They aren't worth much." Dai Yuan caught the bottle and showed a look of gratitude, nodding. Then Dai Yuan will thank junior brother Yang. Good. Let's continue on our way, Yang Kai said before leading the way. After Yang Kai left, Dai Yuan opened the bottle of pills and swept her gaze over them. After seeing the appearance of the pills inside clearly, her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly as a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. When she raised her head and stared at Yang Kai's back again, her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with excitement and fanaticism, and she immediately put away the pills without saying a word before hurriedly following after him. The third layer flame area was indeed countless times more dangerous than the first layer. Although the environments of the two layers were similar, the dangers lurking inside were completely different. When Yang Kai walked through the first layer, with the exception of encountering a large number of fire spirit beasts in the strange mountain valley, where he had to spend some effort to resolve the situation, he was basically taking a leisurely stroll through the second layer without any burden, not even needing to circulate his Saint Qi to protect himself. However, in the third layer, Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Saint Qi to resist the heat waves and fire toxins. Not only that, but the fire spirit beasts here weren't low in grade, all of them being 7th order or 8th order existences. In addition to these fire spirit beasts that could emerge from underground cracks, there were also various strange barriers. These fire spirit beasts didn't pose much of a threat to Yang Kai and Dai Yuan. As long as there weren't too many of them, the two of them could easily kill them and harvest some fire crystal stones. However, after witnessing Wei Guchang's group fall, Yang Kai had become more vigilant towards some seemingly dangerous places. Once he discovered such places, he would avoid them as far as he could, and if he couldn't, he would secretly use his demons of annihilation to see if there was any danger. Along the way, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If it weren't for his demon eye of annihilation, a divine technique that allowed him to see through illusions, he and Dai Yuan would have fallen into at least 5 different barriers over the past few days. These barriers were extremely well hidden and weren't something a Saint King Realm cultivator could discover. Once these barriers were triggered, Yang Kai estimated that his end wouldn't have been any better. Because Yang Kai had been secretly using his demon eye of annihilation to lead Dai Yuan through these dangerous places, this woman from Color Glass sect didn't notice anything, but she secretly felt that the third layer flame area didn't live up to its name. She didn't understand the dangers here at all, and simply followed behind Yang Kai with ease. However, although the demon eye of annihilation was great demon god's divine technique, Yang Kai had only obtained it later and refined it for his own use, so it wasn't omnipotent. The two of them eventually fell into a barrier that even Yang Kai had noticed. As soon as this barrier was triggered, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The originally extremely hot territory of the flame area suddenly became bitterly cold, and howling winds blew past them, while large snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The environment suddenly became completely different from before. Inexplicably formed icicles attacked from all directions. There were also wind dragons gathered in the surroundings. They spat out cold qi that could freeze one's entire body. They hid the cold qi in their wind blades, making it very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Dai Yuan were both alchemists, one of whom cultivated a yang attribute secret art, while the other cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so their Saint Chi was able to restrain the barriers here. However, it still took them 2 to 3 days to forcefully break the restriction and escape from it. During this process, Dai Yuan suffered some injuries, and if it weren't for Yang Kai saving her at a critical moment, her injuries would have been much more serious. Being injured in this place, unable to advance or retreat, was basically no different from waiting for death. After this incident, Dai Yuan no longer dared to underestimate the mysteries and dangers of this third layer and carefully followed behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also injured, but compared to his restorative ability, these injuries were not worth mentioning. After leaving this barrier, Yang Kai immediately took Dai Yuan to a nearby mountain wall and opened up a cave. Inside this cave, the two of them silently licked their wounds like wounded beasts. It wasn't until 3 days later that Dai Yuan's injuries were completely healed that the two of them continued their journey. The various methods Yang Kai displayed and the combat effectiveness he displayed made Dai Yuan finally understand that this First Order Saint King was indeed different from the one she had met before. His true combat power was not below hers, and the various methods he had displayed were already not something she could contend with. So what was there to say about what he had yet to show? No wonder Wei Guchang, who was so proud and arrogant, was so polite to him. It was likely he already knew that Yang Kai was extraordinary. Along the way, Dai Yuan occasionally encountered a few rare fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Every time this happened, Dai Yuan would take the initiative to pick these spirit grasses and spirit medicines and store them with the most suitable materials. Yang Kai didn't know why, but he found that this woman seemed to be very interested in these herbs. Every time she came back from picking them, she would talk endlessly about them, from their medicinal properties, pill recipes, methods to condense medicinal liquids, and even the use of spirit arrays in alchemy. It was as if there was nothing she didn't know, and she didn't shy away from anything. It was as if she was a completely different person from her usual taciturn self. At this time, Yang Kai remained silent and listened quietly. If it were any other time, he would really be interested in discussing alchemy with Dai Yuan. He could also see that this woman was very skilled in the alchemic way, and although her alchemy level was not as high as his, there was no harm in communicating with her. Unfortunately, at this moment, his mind was focused on refining the profound In's sunflower water, and he really wasn't in the mood to talk about these things, so he could only miss the opportunity to exchange alchemy with this woman. Yang Kai's silence made Dai Yuan feel a little disappointed. She secretly thought to herself, could it be that things weren't as she thought? Otherwise, how could Yang Kai not say a word to these spirit grasses and spirit medicines, or even show any signs of excitement? She even deliberately misstated some information about these herbs, but Yang Kai didn't show any intention of correcting her, causing her to hesitate. Dai Yuan naturally didn't monopolize the spirit grasses and spirit medicine she picked, and she was also very self-aware that if it weren't for Yang Kai, she wouldn't have been able to safely travel so far. So when distributing the herbs, she took the initiative to keep a small portion for herself while giving the majority to Yang Kai. In this regard, Yang Kai didn't refuse. He and Dai Yuan didn't have a deep friendship and had only cooperated on this trip to the third layer, so naturally, he would accept the benefits that were given to him with a clear conscience. The two of them traveled all the way to the third layer for about 10 days, and by this time, Dai Yuan was already struggling to move forward. The intense heat all around her was like someone was using a fire attribute attack, constantly bombarding her tender body. Even with the protection of her artifact armor and the pink veil she had formed around her body, Dai Yuan was still sweating profusely, her clothes sticking tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her exquisite figure. If it wasn't for the fact that she was using the Li Bai handkerchief to cover her figure, at this moment, she feared that her body would have already been exposed. Fortunately, there was only her and Kai Yang here, and Kai Yang was walking in front, so he didn't have any intention of looking back. With every step she took, she had to expend a huge amount of energy. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and there was a faint layer of black gas lingering around her. This was the unique fire poison of Lu Yan's desert, and Dai Yuan couldn't completely resist this fire poison. Now that some of it had already invaded her body, the situation would only worsen if she continued forward. After reaching this point, Dai Yuan already had thoughts of retreating, secretly regretting that she had come so far. However, she also had difficulties she couldn't voice out. She and Xianxia had already been in the third layer for more than 10 days, and even if she wanted to retreat now, she didn't know if she could do so safely. In the current situation, she was riding a tiger. She could only stand strong and follow behind Kai Yang without saying a word. Although Xianxia's situation wasn't as difficult as hers, he wasn't feeling very good either. His skin was burning as if it was on fire, and the heat and fire poison were pressing down on him from all directions, making him feel like his bones were being crushed. If it weren't for the massive amount of Saint Qi in his body, Xianxia would have had to find a place to quickly restore himself. Walking in front, Xianxia's divine sense was constantly monitoring Dai Yuan's movements. This woman's difficult appearance naturally couldn't escape his perception, so Xianxia didn't rush to help her. The environment here was extremely harsh, but by walking in this harsh environment, one could temper the purity and density of one's Saint Qi, which was of great benefit to a cultivator. Helping her resist the heat and fire poison was only a small matter, but if he lost this opportunity to become stronger, the gains wouldn't be worth it. Moving forward bit by bit, the pair's speed was now as slow as a turtle's crawl compared to a few days ago, and the deeper they went, the harsher the environment became. Xianxia's eyes gradually showed some excitement, because he needed this kind of hot environment, so naturally, he couldn't wait for it to get worse. Xianxia secretly thought to himself. According to his observations over the past few days and the changes in the environment, he should only need to walk forward for another 5 days to find a suitable location. At that time, he could begin refining the profound, Yin sunflower water. The only problem was how to deal with the woman behind him. Chapter 1235. Xianxia hadn't expected that after going so far, he wouldn't be able to find a suitable place to separate from Dai Yuan. Abandoning her now was tantamount to taking her life. It seemed that Xianxia would have to find a suitable place for her to stay for a while. Taking advantage of this time, he would do his own thing. As long as that place was safe enough, it should be enough for her to wait until the Lu Yin sand field closed. At that time, the world principles here would naturally teleport her out. Just as Xianxia was thinking this, though, Dai Yuan's tender cry suddenly came from behind him. Xianxia swept the area with his divine sense, and his expression changed slightly. His figure flashed over to Dai Yuan's side and caught her in his arms. This woman was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and the Saint Qi in her body had dried up to the point where it was almost completely depleted. The power of the artifact armor and artifact armor that had been guarding her could no longer be exerted. The moment the artifact armor and artifact armor lost their effectiveness, the scorching heat waves began pressing down on her from all directions. If Xianxia hadn't taken action now, she would have been reduced to ashes in the next moment. Dai Yuan really couldn't hold on any longer. After being picked up by Xianxia, her beautiful eyes blinked weakly as her face turned extremely pale and she fainted without a sound. She had actually overdrawn herself to this extent. Xianxia couldn't help laughing. He hadn't carefully examined the situation inside Dai Yuan's body before, and thought that since she was able to hold on, she definitely hadn't been pushed to her limit, so he had taken the lead. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken action long ago. Dai Yuan's body was soft and supple to the touch, and there was a seductive fragrance wafting from her body. What's more, after the colorful handkerchief disappeared, this woman's sweat-drenched body was suddenly exposed in front of Xianxia, a sight that was somewhat breathtaking. This woman, if it weren't for her face, she would definitely be a femme fatale. Slowly shaking his head, Xianxia pushed his Saint Qi to form a protective shield around her before picking her up and carrying her towards the depths of the third layer. Dai Yuan woke up slowly, but before she even opened her eyes, she felt that she was immersed in an environment rich in world energy. The Saint Chi in her body, which had been depleted, seemed to have recovered significantly at this moment, and the air around her was fresh and pleasant. There was even a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. Violet fine jade fruit. Dai Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately determined the source of this medicinal fragrance, quickly opening her eyes and looking around. Her beautiful eyes were instantly attracted by a purple spirit tree that looked like a grapefruit not far away. The vine-like spirit tree was entwined in the middle of several large trees. Between the vines, there were a few strings of light purple, sparkling and translucent berries that were as fragrant as grapes. "It's not ripe yet." Dai Yuan showed a slightly disappointed look. The purple fine jade fruit was a genuine Origin King grade low-rank spirit fruit, so if it was ripe, it should have been covered in a purple glow and looked like a piece of exquisite purple jade. Whether it was used for alchemy or directly consumed, it would be of great benefit to a cultivator. What was even rarer was that this kind of spirit fruit was similar to grapes and was produced in bunches. Once it appeared, there would be a large number of them. So, the moment Dai Yuan smelled the fragrance, she woke up. After all, this kind of thing was extremely rare. Taking a closer look, Dai Yuan found that there were clear signs that some of the vines had been recently harvested. Thinking about it for a moment, Dai Yuan immediately understood that it was Yang Kai who had harvested them. At the same time, she remembered what happened before she fell unconscious. Turning her head, Dai Yuan found Yang Kai standing not far away from her. Unfortunately, for some reason, Yang Kai's expression was a little gloomy at the moment, as if he was very unhappy. His brow was furrowed, and he seemed to be lost in thought, not even noticing that she had woken up. "Junior brother Yang." Dai Yuan slowly got up and greeted Yang Kai. "You're awake." Yang Kai turned his head, the gloomy look on his face converging greatly, but there was still a trace of unhappiness on his brow. "This place is—" Dai Yuan looked around suspiciously. What she saw was a lush green landscape filled with the sound of birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. All around her were rolling mountains that towered into the clouds, with no end in sight. The rich world energy aura mixed with the clouds and covered the mountain peaks, making it seem as if this was the base of some great sect. Dai Yuan was secretly shocked. The place where Color Glass Sect was located was also a treasure trove, but compared to the environment in front of her, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. If there really was a power that set up their foundation here, then what kind of heavenly and geographical advantages would their disciples have to cultivate in? How could there be such a treasure trove in this world? Moreover, looking at the mountains, there didn't seem to be any trace of human activity, as if this treasure trove had never been used before. However, when Dai Yuan looked up, she found that the sky was covered by a red curtain, making it impossible to see any stars, sun, or moon, making her a little confused. "There's no need to doubt, this is still the Luyin Desert," Yang Kai said faintly. Dai Yuan frowned as she seemed to understand. "Have we returned to the second layer?" "The second layer?" Yang Kai glanced at her for a moment before suddenly smiling and shaking his head. "No, this is the fourth layer." "What?" Dai Yuan exclaimed. "The fourth layer in the fourth layer treasure area." Yang Kai's voice became much more serious. Dai Yuan couldn't help covering her mouth. After recovering from her shock, her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she couldn't help muttering, "There really is a fourth layer treasure area." Yang Kai tilted his head and asked, "Did you know there was such a place?" Dai Yuan froze for a moment before shaking her head. "I didn't know. I just had some speculations before. Since the first layer flame area leads to the second layer treasure area, after the third layer flame area, there may be another treasure area, but the current situation confirms my previous speculations." Yang Kai listened to her and nodded lightly. Not only did Dai Yuan have such suspicions before, he also had them, but when he really set foot in this place, his mood became extremely delicate. Unlike Dai Yuan's excitement and joy of discovering a new world, Yang Kai, after experiencing the initial surprise, felt more of a sense of loss than anything else, because he didn't get the environment he wanted the most. After Dai Yuan fainted a few days ago, Yang Kai had carried her deeper into this place and was just about to meet his requirements. But unexpectedly, they had passed through the third layer and rushed into the fourth layer. Originally, Yang Kai had some thoughts of taking things as they came, thinking that this place wasn't bad and that refining the profound Yin sunflower water wasn't something he was in a hurry to do. But to his great disappointment, the treasures of the heavens and earth contained in the fourth level were actually extremely scarce. He'd searched continuously for a few days, yet he'd only found a violet jade fruit tree 2 hours ago and plucked 2 strings of violet jade fruits. This made him very angry and vaguely made him feel like he had been deceived. Without finding a suitable environment and with so few precious treasures here, it would be strange if he felt happy. The only thing that made him feel gratified was that he could finally part ways with Dai Yuan. Making up his mind, Yang Kai said, "Sister Dai Yuan, I've been wandering around here for several days now and have investigated the environment slightly. I've found no traces of any monster beast here, nor are there any barriers, so this place is very safe." Dai Yuan was taken aback, but after thinking about it for a moment, she smiled understandingly and asked, "Junior brother Yang, are you going to act alone?" And, having his thoughts seen through by Dai Yuan, Yang Kai didn't conceal anything. "Is that so?" Dai Yuan gently nodded. "Good, I was just looking for a certain kind of spirit grass here. Since this place is so safe, Dai Yuan won't trouble Junior brother any further. I've also wasted a lot of your time along the way. It's fine, then we'll part ways here. I hope Sister Dai Yuan can find what she's looking for," Yang Kai said before simply walking off into the distance. The day before Lu Yin's sandfield closed was not far away, so he had to pick up his pace. After walking a short distance, Dai Yuan suddenly called out from behind, "Junior brother Yang, is there something else?" Yang Kai turned around and asked. Dai Yuan gently bit her red lips and smiled slightly. Dai Yuan would like to visit Junior brother Yang to express her gratitude. "I wonder if Junior brother Yang would welcome me?" Yang Kai's expression flashed for a moment before he quickly nodded. "Naturally, as for where I live, you can ask Wei Guchong when you arrive." "Good." Seeing Yang Kai agree, Dai Yuan smiled, seemingly relaxed. "That's right." Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. Although the elite disciples of the various great forces have all left early, and there may not be anyone else who will enter the fourth layer, you still need to be careful. I feel that guy from Star Emperor's sect will also come here. That person, the image of the indifferent man, suddenly appeared in Dai Yuan's mind, and she lightly said, "If it's that person, then it's not a big deal. The people from Star Emperor's sect never take the initiative to provoke others, so as long as I don't provoke him, I'll be fine." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't say anything more, his figure flickering a few times before disappearing from Dai Yuan's sight and plunging into the rolling mountain range ahead. "You want to go deeper?" Dai Yuan waited until Yang Kai left before muttering to herself thoughtfully, "It seems that the secret technique Junior brother Yang wants to cultivate is extraordinary. He actually wants to go deeper." With her intelligence, she could naturally see at a glance that Yang Kai wanted to go deeper to see if there was a fifth layer flame area. Even the environment of the third layer couldn't meet his requirements, so he could only hope to enter the fifth layer. Standing in place and watching for a while, Dai Yuan's mouth curled into a wry smile. She had always felt that her strength was extraordinary, and even if she wasn't as strong as Feng Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, she was still stronger than the average third-order Saint King. But now, compared with Yang Kai, she finally understood that she had been a frog in a well. In this world, there was actually such an amazing character. There was also that guy from Star Emperor's sect who was a monstrous existence. When they were snatching the red candle fruit, Dai Yuan couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive every time she saw him take action. The combat power he displayed was simply terrifying. Dai Yuan didn't know who would be stronger and who would be weaker if these two met. Chapter 1236. Through the rolling mountain range, Yang Kai's figure moved like a bolt of lightning. Although he was still suppressed by some kind of inexplicable world principles, and was unable to fly. Without Dai Yuan holding him back, Yang Kai was able to use his wind and thunder wings to quickly move forward. Yang Kai had no intention of staying in the fourth layer for long. Although he knew that there were likely to be some rare spirit grasses and spirit medicines here, searching for them was simply a waste of time. Yang Kai wanted to see if there was a fifth layer flame area. If there was, the biggest purpose of this trip would be achieved. The mountain range was extremely large, and as soon as Yang Kai entered, he felt that the world energy aura here was incredibly rich. It was far better than any of the stars he had been to before, even faintly comparable to the mysterious floating continent. The mountain range was shrouded in clouds, and large clusters of snow-white clouds floated in the depths of the mountain range like cotton, leisurely drifting about halfway up the mountain. Compared to Dragon Cave Mountain, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was simply no comparison. Yang Kai's eyes filled with shock and excitement as he secretly thought that if this was not the Luyin Desert, a restricted area on Shadowed Star, this rolling mountain range alone would be enough for all the great forces and great sects to fight over. Which of those great forces and great sects was not located in a place with rich world energy aura? Even the foundation of each of these great forces had a massive earth vein beneath it. Only the world energy emitted by these earth veins could allow a sect to last for thousands of years without collapsing, allowing its disciples to achieve twice the result with half the effort. For example, Tongxian Realm's Nine Heavens Holy Land. As far as Yang Kai knew, Nine Heavens Holy Land had a large earth vein beneath its 9 peaks, which was why the world energy aura between its 9 peaks was so dense. Soaring Heaven Sect was the same. Soaring Heaven Sect also had earth veins beneath its 108 peaks. The ancestral founder of any sect would not choose to set up their sect in a place with barren world energy aura. The first condition for setting up a sect was that there must be an earth vein, and the larger and higher the quality, the better. And this continuous mountain range in front of him was definitely the best place to establish a sect. If he let his disciples cultivate here, they would have the best time and place, and they would grow faster than ordinary people. Yang Kai was certain that there must be at least one or more high-grade earth veins under this mountain range. Unfortunately, this was the Luyin Desert. It would only open once in a while, and it would close again in less than half a year. No one could build a sect here, and no one could stay here for long to cultivate. Yang Kai sighed again and again. Although he was alone now, he still had many relatives and friends left behind in Tongxian Realm. If he could go back one day and bring them to Tongxian territory, this mountain range would definitely be a good place to settle down. Of course, before that, he needed to have the strength to protect himself. Otherwise, it would only bring disaster to his family. Shaking his head and dispelling all the distracting thoughts in his mind, Yang Kai continued on his way. The mountain range was extremely quiet and elegant, with no birds or beasts in sight. It seemed that in this fourth layer, Yang Kai was the only living person. As he expected, even if there were spirit grasses and spirit medicines in this place, they were extremely rare because along the way, Yang Kai didn't encounter any more spirit grasses or spirit medicines, and there wasn't even the slightest medicinal fragrance in the air. 10 days after Yang Kai entered this mountain range, just as he was hurrying along, his expression suddenly changed, and he came to a stop, frowning as he listened carefully, his expression changing greatly. He heard some violent sounds coming from somewhere in front of him. Was someone there? What's more, that person had actually arrived before him. A cold and indifferent face flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he secretly wondered if it was that person who had entered this place. Listening to the sounds, it didn't seem like there was any kind of battle taking place, but rather that the person in front of him was bombarding something. Violent energy fluctuations were coming from that direction, creating a huge commotion. Yang Kai suddenly became curious. He had entered this mountain range for 10 days and hadn't encountered anything. So now that someone had arrived before him and was making such a strange noise, it naturally attracted his attention. Holding his breath, Yang Kai quietly moved forward, wanting to see what was going on. Although Yang Kai hadn't cultivated any kind of qi concealment secret art, His divine sense was extremely powerful, so as long as he didn't make any obvious movements, as long as the other party's cultivation wasn't much higher than his, they shouldn't be able to detect him. Quietly approaching, the closer he got to the source of the sound, the more Xianxia could feel how terrifying this person's methods were. After advancing a few dozen kilometers, Xianxia stopped and looked forward. His heart couldn't help trembling as a look of horror appeared on his face. 1,000 meters in front of him, a man with a sword-like figure and a chiseled face appeared. It was none other than the man from Star Emperor's sect who had cut the red candle fruit into several pieces in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, shocking Saint Chi fluctuations were pulsing from this man's body. Using some kind of unknown secret technique, this man was actually floating a meter above the ground, but his burly body was trembling slightly and his face was flushed red as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi. Holding an inconspicuous silver flood dragon spear in his hand, he sent out a barrage of spears towards the void in front of him. What made Xianxia feel inexplicably horrified was not the shocking methods displayed by this man. This man's methods were truly extraordinary. The silver flood dragon spear he sent out transformed into giant silver flood dragons that madly rushed forward. Each of these silver flood dragons was so powerful that even Xianxia would have to avoid them in the face of such a violent attack. However, there seemed to be an invisible barrier in the void in front of this man. All the silver dragons that pounced over were blocked by this barrier. In midair, there were only layers of ripples that constantly spread in all directions. The silver dragons returned again and again without any success. A barrier? No, it's a mountain defending array. Xianxia's heart clenched. He had once served as the holy master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, and when Nine Heavens' Holy Land was besieged by powerful enemies, he had personally activated the mountain defending array to protect the 9 peaks, so at this moment, he was naturally able to see through it. In such a desolate mountain range where not even insects or birds could be seen, there was actually a mountain defending array. What's more, this mountain defending array was extremely profound. No matter how the indifferent man from Star Emperor's sect attacked, it remained motionless, showing no signs of damage. Xianxia's face was filled with amazement. Lu Yinsan Field had existed for at least 10,000 years, and from the 3rd layer onwards, no one had ever set foot on it. The same was true for the 4th and 5th layers, which meant that this mountain defending array had existed for at least 10,000 years. Even after 10,000 years, it still had such a powerful defensive function, so one could only imagine how strong it must have been. Why was there a mountain defending array here? This kind of thing was generally arranged by a sect at great expense of manpower and financial resources. Xianxia's eyes swept past the Star Emperor's sect disciple and gazed further into the distance, his eyes narrowing in shock. In the distant mountain range, there were thick clouds and mist, and countless treasured lands were protected by the mountain defending array. Although he couldn't see how high these mountains were or what the situation inside was like, Xianxia could vaguely see some vague traces of buildings in the clouds. There seemed to be jade palaces, pavilions, and waterside pavilions, giving off an otherworldly appearance. However, when Xianxia took a closer look, he found that there was nothing there, only clouds drifting slowly through the clouds. Occasionally, a building would appear from the clouds. There really was a sect here. Although Xianxia had always regretted that this place could not be used as the foundation for the establishment of a sect, when he confirmed that there really was a sect in this mountain range, he was shocked. Who could build a sect in such a place? What kind of people lived in it? However, after thinking about it for a moment, Xianxia faintly felt that something was wrong. That guy from Star Emperor's sect had made such a big commotion, so if there really was someone inside, they would not have just stood by and watched, and would have come out to teach him a lesson. It seemed that there was no one in this sect, just a ruin. After understanding this, Xianxia's heart beat wildly. A sect ruin, and judging from the corner of the jade palaces that were occasionally exposed, this sect ruin seemed to be well preserved. If he could go inside, he might be able to find many good things. Being able to build a sect in such a place and arrange such a powerful mountain defending array, this sect was definitely not an unknown existence tens of thousands of years ago. How could there not be many good things inside? Who is it? A low shout resounded in Xianxia's ears, waking him from his shock. At the same time, his knowledge sea trembled, as if an invisible thorn had broken into it. Xianxia's face became cold, and he quickly urged his spiritual energy to resist the attack that was trying to break through his knowledge sea's defense. At the same time, his figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing more than 100 meters away. The indifferent man from Star Emperor sect had at some point stopped what he was doing and landed on the ground, holding the silver flood dragon spear in his hand as he looked at Xianxia with a slightly surprised expression. Xianxia smiled bitterly, knowing that because he had discovered the sect ruin just now, he was a little excited, which was why he had been discovered by the other party. Since he had been discovered, Xianxia simply showed up openly. In any case, he didn't have any evil intentions towards this guy, so naturally, there was no need to feel embarrassed. "It's you." The cultivator from Star Emperor sect wore a strange expression. He had met Xianxia twice, once in the stalactite cave and once when they were snatching the red candle fruit. But from beginning to end, he had not noticed that Xianxia had hidden his strength so deeply. Just now, his soul attack had been silently resolved by the other party, which showed just how powerful he was. This made the indifferent man reevaluate Xianxia, wanting to see if he was hiding his cultivation. Chapter 12:37. However, to the indifferent man's disappointment, no matter how he observed, he couldn't see any trace of Xianxia hiding his cultivation, as if he really was just a first-order Saint King cultivator. He didn't intend to delve deeper into this, though. He himself was from Star Emperor sect and was a peerless genius, so even if Xianxia really was hiding his cultivation, he wouldn't be afraid of him. What's more, the other party might have cultivated some kind of secret technique or worn some kind of mysterious artifact that allowed him to display his cultivation as a first-order Saint King. He simply didn't want to believe that Xianxia was only at this level. "Friend, please don't misunderstand." Xianxia frowned. "I just heard some movement here, so I came over to take a look." He explained slightly, not because he was afraid of this person, but because the other party was obviously not someone to be trifled with. Xianxia didn't want to fight with him in this damn place because of some small misunderstanding. To his surprise, the other party just gently nodded, the vigilance on his face greatly reducing, not showing any intention to attack, even taking back his silver flood dragon spear. Without asking anything, the indifferent man suddenly asked, "How should I address you?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment before reporting his name. "Lung Qing." The other party also reported his name. Xianxia frowned inadvertently. He didn't believe this other party would come to get acquainted with him for no reason. This person had never said a word when facing Fong Tianzhong, Chu Chong Feng, and the others, so he was obviously a proud and arrogant person who didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now that he had actually introduced himself here, Xianxia couldn't help being vigilant. Glancing thoughtfully towards the looming jade palaces inside the mountain defending array, Xianxia's brow furrowed even more. Sure enough, as he had worried, this man named Lung Qing said, "Are you interested in joining forces to break this mountain defending array?" "Sorry, not interested." Xianxia didn't even think about it, and immediately shook his head. Lung Qing was startled, as if he hadn't expected there would be someone in this world who would refuse his proposal. Moreover, in this situation, wasn't he interested in the sect ruins inside? Thinking quickly, Lung Qing said lightly, "Do you think we can't break this spirit array with our ability?" I don't think there's any hope, so I don't want to waste my energy," Xianxia's calm and honest. When this guy had broken the mountain defending array, Xianxia's efforts had been thoroughly examined. S's, and the outermost layers, SSS, was only the first layers. Xianxia was Yang's efforts. SSS. Of course, if one wasn't stingy with the consumption of golden blood and directly used a dozen or so drops of golden blood, it was possible to achieve such a feat, but so what if he could break through the outer layer of the protective shield? Yang Kai didn't need to use his toes to think to know that there were many barriers and dangers lurking inside. There were definitely more powerful barriers waiting to be broken through, but Yang Kai didn't have that much confidence, nor did he have the time to waste here. The mountain defending array of a great sect from tens of thousands of years ago was best avoided. So, Yang Kai rejected Lung Qing's proposal without any hesitation, not even bothering to try. What makes you think I can't break it? What Yang Kai didn't expect was that this man, who had always had a cold expression, after hearing Yang Kai's frank admission, actually showed a fierce expression, as if he was annoyed that he had been underestimated, and a dangerous aura slowly exuded from his body. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he said indifferently, "If you think you can break it, feel free to do so. I'll take my leave first." Saying so, he turned around and left, disappearing into the jungle with a few leaps. Lung Qing stared at Yang Kai's back as he disappeared, his expression uncertain. He didn't know why, but this cultivator called Yang Kai actually didn't panic when facing him, not even showing the slightest hint of fear. In fact, at that moment, he even gave him a sense of danger. Although this feeling only appeared for a moment, it was enough for Lung Qing to be vigilant. This kind of feeling only appeared on extremely powerful people. Could it be that this Yang Kai had the ability to hurt him? Shaking his head, Lung Qing decided not to think too much about this matter. He decided to wait until he returned to Star King Mountain before he went to ask those old farts if there were any other hidden experts in this world who could nurture such a strange disciple. After Yang Kai ran for 30 kilometers, he once again heard a series of violent rumbling sounds behind him. Obviously, that guy called Lung Qing was attacking the mountain defending array again. Since others were willing to do such a thankless task, Yang Kai didn't care. As long as he didn't do it himself, it was fine. Originally, Yang Kai had warned Dai Yuan not to run into this cultivator called Lung Qing, but now it seemed that the two of them wouldn't meet face to face. As long as Lung Qing continued attacking the mountain defending array, it wouldn't be surprising if he ran out of time. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, was looking for a certain kind of spirit grass, so she shouldn't foolishly run into Lung Qing. Because of the obstruction of the mountain guarding array, Kai Yang had no choice but to take a long detour. Occasionally, he would catch a glimpse of some buildings between the numerous peaks. 10 days later, Yang Kai could still feel the existence of the mountain defending array, causing his heart to become even more shocked. The mountain guarding formation covered an area of at least a few thousand miles, and the space within this range was filled with the ruins of the sect from tens of thousands of years ago. One could imagine how magnificent this sect was tens of thousands of years ago, and how many disciples there were in this sect. However, what was even more surprising was that such a huge sect was now completely empty. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't obtain any harvest, but after 10 days, he finally left the range of the mountain defending array. At the edge of the horizon, there was a faint trace of bright red light. When this ray of light entered his eyes, Kai Yang couldn't help but grin. His guess was right. There really was a fifth layer deeper into the fourth layer. And this fifth layer was the flame area. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on with this Lu Yin sand field, but counting the flame area he had yet to reach, Yang Kai had already passed through 2 similar layers of territory. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai discovered that if he were to look down at the Lu Yin sand field from a high altitude, he would definitely see it as a layered structure, as if someone had placed 3 extremely hot rings on the ground to separate it from the rest of the world. Thinking so, Yang Kai's heart clenched. Since this was the case, there should definitely be a 6th layer. After gawking for a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. He hadn't even reached the 5th layer yet, so he didn't know if he could break through. So for the time being, he didn't want to think about the 6th layer. If possible, Yang Kai was willing to investigate, but time was of the essence. The deeper one went into the Lu Yin sand field, the less space one could move around. 2 days after Yang Kai discovered the red light, he arrived at the edge of the 5th layer. Before even entering, Yang Kai could feel the scorching heat radiating from the 5th layer. The power contained in the 5th layer was far from what the 3rd layer could compare to. While Xianxia was overjoyed, his expression also became dignified. Pushing his Saint Qi to form a protective shield around himself, he cautiously took a step forward. With just a single step, Xianxia seemed to have stepped into a completely different world. All around him was a sea of red, and from all directions there was a violent heat wave. The extremely rich fire attribute aura had actually condensed into a tangible substance, like tiny snakes that wrapped around Xianxia and attached themselves to his body. In an instant, Xianxia felt pain all over his body, as if he was about to burst into flames. Even the Saint Qi flowing through his body showed signs of boiling. Xianxia's face changed as he hurriedly pushed his Saint Qi to release his demonic flame. However, his demonic flame was unable to resist the invasion of the heat wave. The tiny snakes of fire attribute aura and the demonic flame began fighting fiercely on Xianxia's body, one side invading while the other obstructing, creating an extremely fierce scene. The Saint Qi in Xianxia's body was like a broken dam, bursting out fiercely. Xianxia was secretly shocked as he calmly took out 2 pieces of high-rank Saint Crystal, holding one in each hand as he madly absorbed the energy from them. At this level of consumption, if Xianxia didn't supplement himself, the Saint Qi in his body would be exhausted sooner or later. Once it was exhausted, he would have to explode his golden blood and transform it into Saint Qi. On this trip to Luyin Sandfield, Xianxia had used several drops of golden blood and had witnessed its power, so naturally, he didn't want to waste it. Step by step, Xianxia had no choice but to increase the output of his Saint Qi every time he went deeper. The Saint Crystals he held in his hands were replaced one after another, and in just half a day, he had consumed more than 10,000 Saint Crystals and absorbed all of their energy, turning them into dust. Only Xianxia's intrepid physique could support such an unscrupulous absorption of Saint Crystal's energy. If it were any other cultivator with a weaker physique or meridians, they would definitely explode and die. The restorative pills Xianxia had prepared earlier finally came in handy at this moment. Xianxia even used his myriad drug liquid, which he hadn't used for a long time. Although the consumption was terrifying, Xianxia didn't panic at all, because even if his golden blood was exhausted, he could still borrow the power of the divine tree. However, the divine tree was still in a deep sleep and seemed to be on the verge of evolving. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Xianxia didn't want to disturb it. After a day, Xianxia had no choice but to stop. Although the further he went, the hotter the environment became, and the more helpful it was for refining the profound Yin sunflower water. This was almost his limit. If he continued, even his life would be in danger. Xianxia frowned and pondered for a while, but just as he was about to find a place nearby to begin refining the profound Yin sunflower water, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out in his ears, and the earth began to tremble violently. Xianxia's face sank as he stood motionless, releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Chapter 1238. As soon as his divine sense left his body, it was distorted by the scorching heat. Although Xianxia's speed was extremely fast, a small portion of his divine sense was still burned away. This caused him to let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, his divine sense was extremely powerful, and he had the soul-warming lotus to nourish his soul, so he didn't take this loss seriously. In this moment of investigation, Xianxia had already locked onto a certain location. Looking over a distance of several thousand meters, he saw a red heat wave erupting from a certain spot on the ground. This heat wave was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, spiraling straight up as if it wanted to smash a hole in the red curtain covering the sky. However, Luyin Sandfield's barrier was not something this heat wave could resist. The heat wave simply rushed into the sky and merged with the red curtain before disappearing like a clay ox entering the sea. An extremely pure fire attribute aura slowly spread from the place where the heat wave appeared, sweeping past Xianxia's position before continuing to spread out. In an instant, the sand and stones in the fifth layer of Lu Yin sandfield were sent flying, as if doomsday had arrived. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he stood in place and waited for a long time, waiting for the movement to subside before he struggled to move forward. After a full 2 hours, Yang Kai arrived at a place a few thousand meters away and stared at the giant pit in front of him with a gloomy expression. This was a huge pit. Standing at the edge and looking down, one could only see red lava flowing like water. At this moment, it looked extremely stable, and it was not as terrifying as before. Pure fire, attribute, spirit energy escaped from the bottom of the pit and merged into the environment of the fifth floor, strengthening the power of the fifth floor little by little. Occasionally, some gravel would fall into the pit and turn to ash as soon as they fell into the lava. The terrifying temperature inside could be imagined. This place looked like a volcanic crater, but in fact, it wasn't a volcano because it was just a huge pit in the ground. There was no trace of lava erupting and forming a volcano. What's more, Yang Kai was keenly aware that the bottom of this pit extended in all directions. There seemed to be countless branching paths, and from time to time, he could hear a rhythmic breathing sound coming from the bottom of the pit. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply as he blurted out a name, Earth-Lung Fire Pond. After saying this, Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, seemingly unable to believe his own ears. The Earth-Lung Fire Pond was an extremely rare underground fire vein. It was the favorite of refiners because when refiners were refining, they could use the power of this underground fire vein to refine materials. It could save refiners a lot of energy and time. However, there were very few sects that had this kind of Earth-Lung Fire Pond. Yang Kai hadn't come into contact with many great forces and didn't know much about the secrets of these sects, but he was certain that on all of Shadowed Star, there were no more than 3 sects that had Earth-Lung Fire Ponds dedicated to artifact refining. One of the criteria for judging an Earth-Lung Fire Pond was its breathing pattern, as if the lungs were expanding and contracting. It was very obvious, so Yang Kai was able to recognize it at once. Judging from the purity of the fire attribute aura emanating from this Earth-Lung Fire Pond, this fire pond was the best of the best. Any artifact refiner here would be able to display their abilities to the fullest extent and refine artifacts that they would normally be unable to refine, allowing them to display the full potential of their artifacts. All kinds of thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Although he couldn't take this Earth-Lung Fire Pond away with him, it was the best place for him to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would actually find such a place. Originally, he was planning to find a place nearby to begin refining the profound Yin sunflower water, but now he decided to go down and take a look. Although it was dangerous, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the benefits. A cultivator could never be afraid of any kind of danger when cultivating. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression became firm, and he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect. Pushing his demonic flame to its maximum level, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and condensed a small sandstorm around himself. Not finished yet, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use his Saint Chi to condense several dozen grand heavenly shields around himself. After doing all this, Yang Kai took a deep breath and jumped directly towards the hole. Mid-air, Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused as he swept his eyes around and immediately found a good foothold. Twisting his body mid-air, Yang Kai arrived above this foothold and stepped lightly on the ground, landing lightly on another foothold he had chosen before. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the lava below was very unstable and would erupt from time to time. The sputtering lava would shoot out in all directions, riddling the walls of the cave with thousands of holes. The lava here was much more powerful than the lava in the ancient spear array that Wei Guchong and the others had fallen into before. A lot of lava smashed towards Yang Kai, shattering his grand heavenly shields upon contact. In the blink of an eye, the several dozen grand heavenly shields flying around Yang Kai were exhausted. The power of the sandstorm protecting Yang Kai swept the magma aside, and the occasional magma that managed to break through the sandstorm was blocked by Xianxia's demonic flame, allowing him to focus on finding a suitable foothold instead of worrying about it. As he descended, Xianxia replenished his damaged grand heavenly shields. About 30 breaths later, Xianxia's eyes lit up and his figure shot off to the side, directly entering a cave in the wall. As soon as he entered the cave, Xianxia felt that the surrounding heat had eased a lot, as if it had been blocked by an invisible force, causing Xianxia to become curious. Turning around to look outside, Xianxia's expression froze, a look of disbelief on his face. The reason for that was because he saw countless caves on the opposite wall that were similar to the one he was in. Those caves were clearly not formed naturally, because there were numbers engraved at the entrances of the caves, in order of A, B, C, and D. These holes in the wall were actually created by someone. Xianxia pondered for a moment before immediately coming to a realization and hurriedly turning around to investigate the cave he was in. The cave was very deep, about 300 meters in length. At first, it was a straight passage, but after 300 meters, Xianxia immediately appeared in a spacious stone room. The surrounding stone walls were decorated with some strange stones used for illumination. Although countless years had passed, they still exuded a soft light, making this place not dim. With the help of this light, Xianxia put away his shield and demonic flame and began to look around the stone room. The floor of the stone room was flat, and there was a huge spirit array engraved on the ground that seemed to still be working. Waves of extremely hot energy were being transported in from the outside by this spirit array and then converging towards the center of the room. At the center of this room was a huge furnace with 3 legs and 2 ears, carved with dragons and phoenixes. At first glance, it was obvious it had been there for many years. It seemed that because it had been baked by this heat for many years, its entire body was red and exuded an extremely high temperature. Xianxia inspected this furnace and found that it was actually an origin-grade, low-rank artifact refining furnace. Yang Yin had previously used this artifact refining furnace to quench materials, but since the stone mongoose had become her assistant, she no longer needed to use this artifact refining furnace. Only occasionally would she use it to refine high-grade artifacts. Sure enough, seeing this artifact refining furnace, Xianxia showed a look of understanding. When he saw so many stone walls on the opposite side, just now, Xianxia had a guess in his heart, and now that he saw the situation inside the stone room, he was able to confirm his thoughts. This earth-lung fire pond was really a place used by the artifact refiners of that great sect to refine artifacts. This was not surprising, though. With such a treasure trove, the artifact refiners of that great sect would naturally make good use of it. The caves in the stone walls must have been specially carved out for the artifact refiners to use. The unknown ancient spirit array in this stone room was able to extract the scorching energy from the earth-lung fire pond into these caves for the artifact refiners to use. What a grand design! Xianxia was secretly stunned. Being able to arrange such a thing in the earth-lung fire pond was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. At the very least, one had to be an Origin King Realm Master. However, what made Xianxia feel regretful was that the Origin-grade low-rank artifact refining furnace in front of him had melted quite a bit and was not in its complete form. It seemed that after so many years of baking, it could no longer bear the heat. The reason why this spirit array could continue to operate for tens of thousands of years was definitely because the earth-lung fire pond was constantly providing it with energy. Understanding this point, Xianxia turned his head and looked around. Soon, he spotted a towering stone block in a corner. Although Xianxia still did not understand spirit arrays, after being together with Yang Yin for so long, he had some general knowledge. This stone block should be the control center of the spirit array in this stone room. Stepping forward, Xianxia poured his Saint Qi into the stone block, and sure enough, with a loud bang, the spirit array that had been operating automatically stopped, and the scorching heat that had been constantly being extracted from it was no longer being poured into it. Xianxia waited for a long time, waiting for the artifact refining furnace to cool down slightly before walking up to inspect it. At first glance, Xianxia was even more disappointed. After the temperature of this artifact refining furnace had cooled down, it had shattered at the first touch. Xianxia had no idea what kind of material had been used to quench inside, but now it had been reduced to a pile of rubble, completely worthless. This was not surprising, though. After being burned for such a long time, even if it was a precious material, it would likely have been scrapped, let alone a material that had been quenched with an origin-grade low-rank artifact refining furnace. How high could its grade be? However, this was just one stone room. There were many more outside. Since he had entered a treasure mountain, he could not return empty-handed, so Xianxia began to investigate the stone rooms one by one. After spending 2 full days and searching through at least 300 stone rooms, Xianxia only managed to find some artifacts piled up in the stone rooms that hadn't been refined yet. However, he didn't find anything that made his eyes light up. The crafting furnaces were all damaged. Chapter 1239. However, he had collected a lot of artifact refining materials. Of the hundreds of stone chambers, not all were as empty as the first one Xianxia had investigated. Some of the stone chambers were filled with a lot of artifact refining materials, most of which were ores and the like, but there were also some strange things that could be preserved all year round without being damaged. There were quite a lot of them. Of the hundreds of stone chambers, even if only a tenth of them contained something Xianxia could collect, it was still not something to be underestimated. Xianxia was not satisfied because the harvest was somewhat different from his expectations, not as rich as he had imagined. However, along the way, Xianxia discovered something that interested him. The deeper he went, the denser and purer the fire attribute energy that gathered in the cave walls became. This was easy to understand. In the earth-lung fire pond, the deeper one went, the closer one would be to the fire pond origin. Once Xianxia began refining the profound sunflower water, he would have to find a cave at the bottom. 2 days later, Xianxia had already reached the deepest part of the earth-lung fire pond. At this point, there were only 2 more caves he had yet to explore. These 2 caves were built very deep. At first glance, it was obvious that they had been used by the sect's best artifact refiners. One on the left and one on the right, they weren't too far apart. The entrances to these caves looked very ordinary, with nothing special about them. But ever since Xianxia had seen what was inside these caves, he knew that if he didn't investigate them carefully, he would never know what was inside them. Hopefully, I'll be able to find something. Thinking this, Kaiyang casually found a cave on the left side of the wall. With a flash of his body, he shot towards that cave like an arrow. The next moment, Xianxia appeared in the passage of the cave, and after standing firm, he continued to go deeper. This cave seemed to be several thousand meters deep, and even after walking for a while, Xianxia still hadn't reached the end. He couldn't help but feel amazed, and at the same time, his heart was filled with anticipation. Sure enough, it was a cave for the most outstanding refiners in the sect. The depth of the construction seemed to be a little different. He just didn't know if there was anything good inside. After walking forward for another 1,000 feet or so, a white light suddenly appeared in front of him. This light was soft and not dazzling, and even had some soothing effects. When Xianxia saw this white light, he felt his body relax, and inexplicably comfortable thoughts emerged in his mind. Increasing his speed, Xianxia soon rushed into a huge stone room. This stone chamber was more than a dozen times larger than any of the hundreds of stone chambers he had explored in the past 2 days. The ceiling was even several hundred feet high. Xianxia did not know what kind of ingenious method had been used, but even though the stone chamber was tens of thousands of feet underground, the air was still clear and there was not the slightest sense of turbidity. Just this point alone was not something the other stone chambers could compare with. The other stone chambers more or less gave off a suffocating feeling. Around the stone chamber, there were only 8 fist-sized white balls. The white light was emitted by these 8 balls, and wherever the light passed, it had a miraculous soothing effect. Xianxia raised his brow, and after glancing at the 8 balls, he focused his attention on the entire stone chamber. However, after he finished inspecting the stone room, his originally somewhat expectant mood instantly turned into disappointment. He couldn't help but sigh. This stone room was built so magnificently and majestically that he thought there must be some good things stored inside. Unexpectedly, this stone chamber was the same as most stone chambers. Except for a huge artifact refining furnace in the middle, there was nothing else. The spirit array in the stone chamber was still operating, extracting the purest fire energy from the earth-lung fire pond and roasting this huge furnace for tens of thousands of years without stopping. When Xianxia's eyes swept over this artifact refining furnace, his eyes lit up and he grinned widely. He found that this artifact refining furnace was actually not damaged and was in fact very well preserved. He had found hundreds of artifact refining furnaces in the stone chambers before, but no matter how high grade or quality these artifact refining furnaces were, after tens of thousands of years, they had all become scrap and useless. Many of them were even Origin King grade furnaces, which made Xianxia feel quite distressed. But now he actually found an intact artifact refining furnace here. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the quality of this artifact refining furnace was definitely not low, definitely an Origin King grade artifact. Only an artifact refining furnace of this grade could possibly be preserved. While Xianxia was overjoyed, he quickly began searching for the control center of the stone chamber's spirit array. Unlike the other stone chambers, which only had a single stone pier as the control center of the spirit array, there were a total of 4 stone piers in this stone chamber. Xianxia had to expend a great deal of effort to completely stop the spirit array. Xianxia did not cultivate an ice attribute secret art, nor did he have an artifact with such an attribute, so he could only wait for the temperature inside the artifact refining furnace to slowly dissipate. After about a day, the crimson light on the artifact refining furnace gradually subsided. Although it still looked extremely hot, Xianxia was confident in his strength, so he wasn't afraid. Quickly walking over to the artifact refining furnace, Xianxia released his divine sense to investigate it and found that, as he had guessed, this artifact refining furnace was really Origin King grade, but as for its grade and quality, Xianxia couldn't judge it for the time being. It should not be lower than Origin King grade, mid-rank. The entire artifact refining furnace was about 15 meters tall and had the same 3-legged, 2-eared design. Unlike the artifact refining furnaces Xianxia had seen before, this one did not have a dragon or phoenix pattern carved on it, but instead a strange bird. Xianxia looked around the artifact refining furnace and found that he did not recognize this strange bird. It looked like a phoenix, but it also had some resemblance to a crane. Its beak was long and pointed, its claws were powerful, and it had 3 long tail feathers. Its body was elegant and slender, and its feathers were beautifully carved. It looked extremely lifelike, as if it would rush out of the artifact refining furnace at any moment. Looking at this strange bird carefully, Xianxia secretly recalled the ancient book he had read from Zhong-Ao. Just as he was thinking about what kind of monster beast this strange bird was, his expression suddenly changed as he narrowed his eyes and stared into the strange bird's eyes. At that moment, Xianxia actually felt like he was being spied on by the other party. But when he looked carefully, he found that this strange bird was exactly the same as before, completely devoid of vitality, causing him to be stunned. However, with such a warning sign, Xianxia didn't dare to take it lightly. Who knew if there was something strange inside this artifact refining furnace? Constantly releasing his divine sense, Xianxia carefully examined the interior of the artifact refining furnace. After confirming that there was nothing inside except for a pile of burned materials, Xianxia relaxed. This artifact refining furnace was a good thing and couldn't be missed. He didn't need such a huge furnace for alchemy. Since his Saint Qi had been transformed into his demonic flame, Xianxia no longer used his Saint Qi for alchemy, and instead used his conflagrated knowledge Si. However, this artifact refining furnace could be brought back for Yang Yan to use. Although she had the stone mongoose to assist her and didn't need to worry about quenching materials, the final step of refining an artifact still required an artifact refining furnace. Yang Yin had helped him a lot. These days, she had done her best to arrange spirit arrays and refine artifacts for him. The two of them also shared the secrets of the stone mongoose and space spirit crystal. So even if this artifact refining furnace was an Origin King grade artifact, Yang Kai wouldn't be stingy in giving it away. After making this decision, Yang Kai released his divine sense and wrapped it around this huge artifact refining furnace, wanting to put it into his space ring. At that moment, though, a sudden change occurred. The artifact refining furnace, which had already cooled down, suddenly buzzed and a cluster of flames appeared around it. These flames seemed to have the power to set a prairie ablaze as they madly burned towards Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly withdrew his divine sense. But even so, he still suffered a loss as half of the divine sense threads he released were burned away. His face turning pale, Yang Kai was greatly shocked. His divine sense possessed the magical properties of a conflagrated knowledge, and was incomparably hot. Even before discovering this earth-lung fire pond, the heat of the fifth layer should not have been able to destroy his divine sense so quickly, but the flames bursting out from this furnace were actually so powerful. Didn't this mean that these flames were countless times more terrifying than the heat of the fifth layer? Moreover, these flames were faintly alive. After repelling Yang Kai's divine sense threads, they flickered and disappeared, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Yang Kai naturally knew that this was not an illusion. He had lost so many of his divine sense threads and had a splitting headache. So how could this be an illusion? Before he could figure out what was going on, though, the strange bird carved on the surface of the artifact refining furnace suddenly came to life, its elegant body flying out from the artifact refining furnace and transforming into an exceptionally beautiful crimson firebird. An astonishing amount of firepower radiated from this strange bird, and after circling in the air for a moment, it shot directly towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly as he exclaimed, "An artifact spirit." He immediately understood why these flames were so intelligent and understood that being spied on by the strange bird just now was not an illusion, but real. It was just that the other party wasn't made of flesh and blood, so Yang Kai hadn't been able to detect it. This was an artifact spirit born from this artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai didn't know whether this artifact spirit had existed since birth or had been slowly formed after being burned by the earth-lung fire pond for tens of thousands of years. But when he remembered that this was the artifact spirit of an Origin King grade artifact, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He had fought with many people and had seen all kinds of artifacts, both high and low grade, but he had never seen an artifact with such a ferocious artifact spirit. Artifact spirits were extremely rare to begin with. Firstly, the conditions for their birth were very harsh and required a great deal of luck. Secondly, the time it took to create one was quite long. Any artifact with an artifact spirit would take at least 1,000 years to form. Chapter 1240. However, once an artifact had an artifact spirit, the power it could display would increase by several levels. Because of this, some amazing cultivators had developed an amazing method of using the soul of a monster beast to create an artifact spirit. After killing a monster beast, they would use a secret technique to extract its soul from its body and seal it in an artifact. Then, after spending some time refining it, it was possible to artificially create an artifact spirit in this artifact. This method was extremely bloody and cruel, and the refining process was also inhumane. The monster bee soul that was sealed in an artifact would experience unimaginable torture during the refining process. So once it was successfully created, the artifact would become extremely evil. However, compared to an orthodox artifact spirit, there was still a big gap. Although this kind of artifact spirit could increase the power of an artifact, it wasn't as terrifying. The success rate was also very low, and the time it took was not short. Therefore, except for those who cultivated evil secret arts and had great patience, no one would use this method to create an artifact spirit, and these secret arts were rarely mastered. The artifact spirit Xianxia encountered this time was a genuine existence, not an artificially created evil artifact spirit. It didn't give off an evil aura at all. Clearly, it had been created by the artifact refining furnace through some kind of coincidence. Although the artifact refining furnace was not an artifact used for combat, its grade was not low, so the power of this strange bird artifact spirit caused Xianxia's heart to skip a beat. Seeing it rush towards him, Xianxia's vision was filled with a fiery red color, as if the entire stone room was filled with pure fire attribute energy, leaving him unable to see anything else. Hopefully, this guy was just born not long ago and hadn't gained sentience yet, Xianxia prayed secretly. While retreating, Xianxia summoned his purple shield and madly poured his saint chi into it. A violent sandstorm suddenly appeared and surrounded Xianxia's body as a form of protection. However, as soon as the sandstorm appeared, the crimson firebird spread its wings and stirred up an even more ferocious gust of wind. Numerous flaming blade-like attacks were mixed in the gust of wind, and in just a breath, the protection of the sandstorm was broken. The wind helped the fire, and the fire borrowed the wind's power. The firebird's power was monstrous. Xianxia's breathing stagnated, and he knew that things were not going well. A demonic flame long sword appeared in his hand, and a jet-black sword light was slashed out. Bang, bang, bang. There was a loud noise as the red flaming knives collided with the sword lights. They were both destroyed, but the flaming knives were endless. Even though Xianxia had a lot of sword lights, he still couldn't cancel them all out. A casual strike from the Crimson Firebird was incredibly powerful. Xianxia waved his hand and summoned the 100 Mountains picture. Mountain phantoms emerged from the picture and flew towards the flaming knives. A look of disdain and ridicule flashed across the Crimson Firebird's eyes as it gracefully flapped its wings again. The flaming knives that had not yet been destroyed transformed into fire snakes that bypassed the 100 Mountains picture's mountain phantoms and shot straight towards Xianxia. After seeing this human-like expression, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he secretly complained. This artifact spirit, not only its sentience, but its intelligence was also quite high. Otherwise, how could it show such an expression? What's more, since this thing was born from an artifact refining furnace, it should be naturally proficient in the various fire attribute principles and divine technique. Fighting with it in this small stone room was really not a wise move. Xianxia instantly decided to retreat. As the black fireballs were sent flying, Xianxia released his divine sense and activated his Yuan control technique, transforming them into a series of fire snakes that shot towards the Firebird. The two strange snakes quickly collided, one red and one black, constantly gnawing at each other, seemingly in a stalemate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia wanted to withdraw. He did not want to fight with such an artifact spirit here. However, the Firebird's mind was extremely flexible. As soon as it saw Xianxia's movements, it understood what he wanted to do. Tilting its head, it spat out a wash-basin-sized fireball from its mouth. The fire attribute aura contained in this fireball was extremely violent and fierce, causing Xianxia to be startled. If he was hit by this thing, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured, so he hurriedly dodged to the side. The strange bird seemed to have known that Xianxia would have such a reaction, and the ridicule in its eyes became even stronger. The fireball rushed into the passage Xianxia had entered and exploded, but the fire attribute aura did not dissipate, and instead turned into a bright red light curtain, sealing the passage. Xianxia's face sank. This scarlet firebird actually wanted to trap him here, as if it wasn't willing to let him leave. If it were any other time, such a simple barrier would naturally not be able to stop Xianxia, and he would only need to spend a little effort to break through it. But with an artifact spirit in front of him, how could Xianxia have the time to break through this red light curtain? Once he did so, it would only give the artifact spirit an opportunity. Stupid bird, you're courting death. Xianxia's face darkened, and he no longer wanted to retreat. Demonic flames surged endlessly around his body. making him look like a raging black fireball. This black color seemed to be able to burn everything, even one's line of sight. No one here could see Yang Kai's true face. Seeing Yang Kai become angry, the look of ridicule on the strange crimson bird's face disappeared, seemingly understanding that it had done something wrong. The person in front of it was not some soft persimmon it could pinch at will. Forcing him to stay was not a wise move. However, it was just an artifact spirit, so although it had gained a lot of sentience, it did not consider this too much. With a sharp cry, an invisible shock wave tore through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge sea and rushed towards his soul. Inside his knowledge sea, the situation was chaotic. Yang Kai coldly snorted and suppressed the abnormalities in his knowledge sea before waving his hands, causing the entire stone room to fill with a black light. Streams of demonic flames continued to pour out from Yang Kai's body and soon occupied half of the room, competing with the pure fire aura of the Scarlet Firebird. The situation in the stone room suddenly became extremely strange. Half of the room near the entrance was pitch black, while the other half was blazing red, like a raging sea of fire. Under the urging of Yang Kai and the Scarlet Firebird, the two types of energy fiercely collided with each other. The entire stone room shook violently as the aftermath of the fierce collision of energy spread out in all directions. The stone walls flashed with the light of a series of barriers, intercepting these shock waves. Fortunately, this was a place where the most outstanding artifact refiner of a great sect had set up a series of barriers. Otherwise, such a small stone room would not have been able to withstand the battle between Yang Kai and the artifact spirit. The black light and red light continued to collide, neither giving way to the other, melting away little by little. Yang Kai's expression became dignified while the elegant body of the Scarlet Firebird was constantly twisting and turning, letting out a series of strange cries, no longer as relaxed as before. After the collision lasted for a stick of incense worth of time, the stone room returned to its original appearance. Yang Kai and the artifact spirit stared at each other from a distance, both of them going all out. In that head-on collision just now, neither of them could do anything to the other. Yang Kai never thought that a mere artifact spirit would be able to fight him to a draw. He knew his own combat effectiveness better than anyone else. Even if he encountered a master from the First Order Origin returning realm now, as long as the other party was slightly careless, Yang Kai was confident that he could severely injure them. As for whether he could kill them or not, it would depend on the other party's means. However, this artifact spirit was not inferior to him at all. This was just an artifact spirit without a master and could not exert the full power of an artifact spirit. If it was taken and controlled by someone else, he would definitely not be their opponent. Because an artifact spirit was not a physical entity, the existence of an artifact spirit only enhanced the power of an artifact. He was fighting so hard just to fight the shadow of an artifact. If, just as Yang Kai was thinking this, his face suddenly changed and his expression became much more dignified. Without thinking, hundreds of grand heavenly shields appeared in front of him in an instant, and at the same time, he summoned the purple shield. Because the artifact spirit seemed to be abnormally violent, the artifact refining furnace, which was originally placed quietly in the center of the stone room, also began to hum because of its violence. Immediately, the artifact refining furnace flew into the air by itself and spun for a while. Clusters of incomparably agile flames flew out of the artifact refining furnace and drilled into the Firebird's body. In an instant, the Firebird's momentum soared, and a dignified feeling spread out leisurely. Yang Kai's face was full of excitement as he exclaimed, "Sure." Such an artifact spirit actually knew how to use the power of Sure that only Origin-returning realm masters could comprehend. Didn't Qiantong say that Sure could not exist in the Luoyan Desert? Once a cultivator who had comprehended Sure entered, they would be eliminated in an instant. It was for this reason that Origin-returning realm masters could not enter the Luoyan Desert. Every time this forbidden zone opened, only a Saint King realm cultivator could enter. But this strange bird had actually used Shi's power, and it was completely fine. But soon, Xianxia noticed that something was wrong. This kind of power was somewhat similar to Shi, but it was not Shi. Instead, it was a magical method the Firebird used to catalyze the rich fire energy in this stone room and borrow world energy for its own use. Worthy of a fire attribute artifact spirit, it was naturally proficient in these world principles. Xianxia was secretly shocked. This was the second time Xianxia had fallen into this kind of power. The last time was outside Dragon Cave Mountain, when he fought with an origin-returning Realm Master who was with Xie. However, compared to this one, his opponent Shi could not withstand a single blow. Last time, when he was wrapped in Shi, although Xianxia's actions were somewhat restricted, it was not a major hindrance. However, at this moment, Xianxia felt his entire body become extremely heavy, his bones creaking and dislocating, his figure tottering, and even moving his fingers was extremely difficult. It was as if there was an invisible shackle all around him that firmly locked him in place, making it impossible for him to move. Even his divine sense and Saint Qi had been withdrawn into his knowledge, sea, and body, unable to be used at all. Chapter 1241. Seeing Xianxia easily trapped, the Firebird once again showed a smug and disdainful look, opening its beak and spitting out a sharp flame sword that shot straight towards Xianxia's face. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its power was unstoppable. It seemed that it wanted to take this opportunity to take Xianxia's life. Kacha, the hundreds of grand heavenly shields in front of Xianxia shattered in an instant. But the purple shield only managed to block for a moment before the purple glow on its surface suddenly dimmed, as if it had lost a great deal of its spirituality. It was directly knocked aside and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the flame sword arrived in front of Xianxia, and Xianxia's life was on the verge of being cut off. At that moment, a dark blade-like attack flew out from in front of Xianxia. This blade seemed to tear space apart silently, and without the slightest energy fluctuation, making it seem extremely mysterious. Space Blade. Xianxia knew that with his spiritual energy and Saint Qi alone, there was no way he could compete with this artifact spirit, but it actually knew how to use the artifact refining furnace to fight, which was greatly beyond Xianxia's expectations. The artifact spirit itself was extremely difficult to deal with, and now that it was using the furnace that gave birth to it, it was even more ferocious. Continuing to fight with it was tantamount to courting death. As such, Xianxia did not hesitate to use his trump card. Xianxia was quite confident in his Space Blade. Although the artifact spirit's methods were extraordinary and it was naturally proficient in fire attribute principles, the Tao of Space was an extremely powerful force. In terms of space principles, Xianxia had a lot of experience, so although he had yet to reach the grand accomplishment stage, dealing with this artifact spirit shouldn't be a problem. Sure enough, after the Space Blade collided with the flame sword, the blade-like crack distorted and was unable to stabilize itself due to the powerful fire attribute aura quickly disappearing. However, before it disappeared, it swallowed the flame sword into the void. Xianxia's crisis was resolved in an instant. Without waiting for the artifact spirit to make another move, the Space Blade leisurely formed, half of it flying towards the artifact spirit while the other half circled around Xianxia. Suddenly, the power binding Xianxia seemed to have been cut off. He had regained his freedom. The moment he could circulate his Saint Qi again, Xianxia immediately retreated and waved his hands, sending out a meter-long Space Blade. It swallowed a hole in the red light screen that had been blocking the passage. Although the wound was small, but it was enough for Xianxia to pass through safely. In the next moment, Xianxia's figure had already rushed into the several hundred feet long passage, and behind him came the angry cry of the artifact spirit. The other party was clearly flustered by the Space Blade. He had no time to care about the retreating Xianxia. Xianxia didn't expect his Space Blade to be able to kill the artifact spirit. The fire attribute aura that the other party used was too pure and wasn't something that a space blade could completely devour. Catching the other party off guard and creating an opportunity to escape made Xianxia very satisfied. What Xianxia needed to do now was to leave this earth-lung fire pond quickly and find another place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. After his strength improved, if he still had time, he would come back to find trouble with this artifact spirit. Just as Xianxia expected, he had only covered a distance of less than 1,000 meters when the Firebird seemed to have intercepted all of his space blades and immediately felt a scorching aura behind him. Xianxia took a moment to look back and suddenly felt his soul fly out of his body. In the distance of the passage, the artifact spirit had transformed into a mass of red light and was chasing after him, unwilling to let him leave. The entire passage was extremely hot, and before the Firebird's main body had even arrived, the rich fire attribute aura had already filled the air and melted the stone walls around the passage. Xianxia didn't stop and even sped up a little, but compared with this artifact spirit that was born without a physical body, his speed was still somewhat lacking. Seeing the exit of the passage in sight and the distance between him and the artifact spirit growing closer and closer, Xianxia's eyes flashed fiercely, and just as he was about to turn around and attack the artifact spirit, a strange cry came from the Firebird behind him. This cry contained unwillingness and anger, and at the same time, the fire attribute aura that filled the entire passage quickly receded like a receding tide. Xianxia was surprised and turned around again, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across his face. Not only did he stop running, but he also stopped and stared at the Firebird with great interest. About 500 feet away from him, the Firebird was fluttering in the air. However, at this moment, chain-like energy strips appeared on its body. The runes on the chains flowed. At first glance, one could tell that it was a kind of restriction technique. It wrapped around the Firebird's body and tightly bound it. The Firebird only let out a few cries before the chains tightened and tightened around the Firebird's body. The unwillingness in the Firebird's eyes became even stronger, but with a loud bang, its body burst open, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. Was it destroyed? Xianxia frowned, but after thinking about it, he quickly released his divine sense and probed the stone room. Inside the stone room, the artifact refining furnace, which had been suspended in the air, fell back down again and returned to the state it was in when Xianxia first entered. However, the strange bird pattern on the artifact refining furnace was still there, but unlike before, the strange bird pattern seemed to be irritable and restless, constantly flying around the surface of the artifact refining furnace, refusing to leave. Xianxia's heart relaxed, and he grinned. It turned out that this thing couldn't leave the artifact refining furnace too far. Once it was too far away, it would definitely be taken back by the artifact refining furnace. This was not surprising, though. After all, the Firebird was the artifact spirit of the artifact refining furnace, so there was naturally some connection between the two. After determining that the artifact spirit couldn't do anything to him, Xianxia secretly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The battle just now was really the most dangerous one he had ever encountered. Even when he fought with the origin-returning Realm Master brought by Xiahong one last time, Xianxia was able to cope with them with ease, and there was no danger to his life. After all, he had the support of Yang Yan's spirit array at that time. But this time, being forced by the artifact spirit to fight him in the stone room, Xianxia had used almost all of his means except for his demon eye of annihilation, but in the end, he had still been forced to flee in embarrassment. Only Xianxia had been able to escape with his life from the artifact spirit. If it had been any other Saint King, they would have died on the spot. Standing in the corridor and adjusting his breathing for a moment, Xianxia thought to himself, since the artifact spirit couldn't chase him out of the stone room, there was no need for him to leave the earth-lung fire pond. This was a rare treasure trove. Although the environment outside the fifth layer was good, compared to this place, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. There was no comparison at all. However, Xianxia didn't dare enter this stone room, but he could check out the other stone room at the bottom. Yang Kai didn't believe that there would be an artifact spirit there. It was already a great fortune for such a thing to be born. It was absolutely impossible for a second one to appear. If it really did appear, Yang Kai could only go to the top layer and give up on the bottom layer. Thinking like this, Kai Yang turned around and walked out of the passage. Not long after, he left the passage and stepped into the cave on the right. Like the previous cave, the passage in this cave was also a few thousand meters long. After passing through this passage, Yang Kai arrived at a magnificent stone room. Although he didn't think there would be a second artifact spirit, Yang Kai still didn't dare act carelessly. Standing at the entrance of the passage, he carefully examined the Origin King grade artifact. Refining furnace in the center of this stone room had been destroyed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Even the artifact refining furnace had been destroyed, so it was naturally impossible for an artifact spirit to be born. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over some ores and artifact refining materials piled up nearby, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over to inspect them one by one. Sure enough, after surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune. Yang Kai hadn't expected that there would be so many artifact refining materials piled up in this last stone room. What's more, the grade of these treasures was very high, at least Origin grade, with most of them Origin King grade. There is also a variety of rare ores, metals of the 5 elements, and monster beast body materials, creating a dazzling sight. Although there were many materials, some of them could no longer be used because they had been stored for too long. Yang Kai picked and collected all the materials that could still be used and discarded the ones that couldn't be used before clapping his hands in satisfaction and continuing to look around this stone room. The layout of this stone room was almost the same as the one on the left, with a several-meter-tall artifact refining furnace at its center and a few white balls inlaid around the stone walls that exuded a soft glow. However, there seemed to be fewer light balls here, only 4 instead of 8. It seemed that the owner of this stone room was somewhat inferior to the owner of the stone room on the left. Yang Kai didn't think too much about this, though, and simply went to the 4 stone benches and poured his Saint Chi into them to close the spirit arrays of the stone rooms. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai came to the destroyed artifact refining furnace and unceremoniously put it into his space ring. Although this artifact refining furnace was damaged, it was still an Origin King grade artifact, so Yang Kai decided to take it back and let Yang Yin take a look at it to see if she could repair it. If she could, he could use it, but if she couldn't, it didn't matter. Yang Kai had already collected several damaged Origin King grade artifact refining furnaces before this. After collecting the artifact refining furnace, an open space appeared in the center of the stone room. This open space was also engraved with an independent spirit array. Although this spirit array was small in size, it was extremely complex. Although Yang Kai wasn't proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, after entering and exiting hundreds of stone rooms and closing so many spirit arrays, he could understand that this spirit array was one of the ways in which the pure fire energy from the Earth Lung Fire Pond was transformed into an artifact refining furnace. Moreover, the 4 stone benches around the stone benches also played a big role. Depending on the number of spirit arrays activated, the speed and power of extracting Earth Lung Fire would vary greatly, with the two having a proportional relationship. In other words, activating the spirit arrays on 4 stone benches was completely different from activating a single one. This design made Yang Kai very satisfied and secretly felt that the master who had arranged this method was truly extraordinary. Having been delayed long enough, Yang Kai didn't intend to delay any longer. His figure flickered and he arrived at the original location of the artifact refining furnace and sat down cross-legged. Chapter 1242. A day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes. The day's meditation allowed him to adjust his body's condition to its peak. Shortly after, he waved his hands unceasingly. One after another, exquisite jade bottles and stalks of precious medicinal herbs were quickly scattered around him. Every single one of them had an oppressive spiritual energy. These things were the auxiliary materials that Xianxia needed to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. Zhong Ao had told him that he had collected all of these things when he was on Rainfall Star. After all, although these materials were rare and precious, Xianxia had collected a lot of them on the floating continent, and then on Rainfall Star, where he had plundered the storehouse of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce branch, so it hadn't taken him much effort to gather these things. Zhong Ao had said that it was best to refine the profound Yin sunflower water when one was at the origin returning realm, because only a cultivator who had reached this level of cultivation would be able to withstand the pain of the refinement process. The reason why Xianxia chose to begin refining the profound Yin sunflower water while still in the Saint King realm was entirely because he was confident in his own strength. Whether it was the strength of his physique, the strength of his soul, or the purity of his Saint Chi, Xianxia was confident that he was not inferior to any origin returning realm master. Apart from the fact that he had yet to comprehend sure, he was not much worse than an origin returning realm master. What's more, Xianxia's tenacity and endurance were also incomparable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fuse with great demon god's unyielding golden skeleton when he was still very weak and comprehend the strange martial skill unyielding will from it. As such, Xianxia wasn't worried about his cultivation at all. The only thing he needed to consider now was how to maximize the magical effects of the profound Yin sunflower water. Zhong Ao had said that this thing could greatly improve a cultivator's cultivation without any worries. Xianxia already felt that his current first-order Saint King cultivation was too low. If he could improve his cultivation in a short time, he would have more capital. He was not worried about his foundation, state of mind, or comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly Tao. His foundation was already extremely solid. Even if his cultivation had soared this time, it would not shake his foundation and cause difficulties in his future cultivation. He also had nothing to worry about in terms of his state of mind. After absorbing so much spiritual energy from a cultivator, Xianxia's state of mind was no longer at the level of a Saint King cultivator. Similarly, his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao was far ahead of any other cultivator at the same level. Now that everything was ready, he naturally wouldn't be willing to be lonely. Although his preparations were very thorough, Xianxia still checked the various materials placed beside him one by one. After making sure that nothing was left out, he nodded slightly. After thinking for a moment, he took out a few golden sun fruits and placed them aside. These golden sun fruits were obtained by him and Dai Yuan in Luyan's desert. They contained extremely powerful yang attribute energy and were most suitable for consumption at this time. When everything was ready, Xianxia's expression suddenly became serious as he stretched out his Saint Chi and poured into a nearby stone platform. After absorbing his Saint Chi, the stone platform's surface flashed and the spirit array inside the stone room, which had been stopped for a long time, began operating again. A moment later, a stream of pure fire attribute energy was drawn out from the earth-lung fire pond and poured into the place where Xianxia was sitting. The condensed fire attribute energy instantly spread out and wrapped Xianxia's body before rushing into it unscrupulously. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged as he endured the excruciating pain. Not only did he not try to stop this, he even opened his body and mind wide, allowing the fire attribute energy to enter his body. Soon, all of Xianxia's clothes were burned away, revealing his strong physique. His muscles were clearly defined, and his skin was glowing with a golden light. The surface of his skin had already begun to crack, and golden blood was flowing out. Under the restorative power of his golden blood, the damaged areas were constantly being repaired, repeating the process over and over. Xianxia clenched his hand and took out a jade bottle from the ground. Immediately opening the bottle, he poured out a crimson pill from it, threw it directly into his mouth, closed his eyes, and began to refine its medicinal efficacies. After an hour, the medicinal efficacies had fully dispersed and filled every inch of Xianxia's physique. He then took out a dark red spirit grass and swallowed it directly. Different pills, different herbs, and even the few golden sun fruits that Xianxia had taken out at the last moment were all taken by him in batches. The whole process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Every time Xianxia took a different type of material, the fire around his body would become stronger, and the terrifying heat he exuded would cause anyone who smelled it to pale. Every inch of his muscles was twitching, and his face had become extremely ferocious. His eyes were red, as if he wanted to swallow someone whole. Although he looked extremely miserable, Xianxia's powerful divine sense and cultivation were still able to keep him sober. Xianxia didn't know whether he should rejoice or feel bitter about this. In a sober state, Xianxia clearly felt that the pills and herbs he had taken were transforming into waves of medicinal efficacies that rushed through his meridians and physique, causing some subtle and incredible changes. It was as if there were hundreds of millions of ants running around inside his body. This kind of unbearable torment was not something a Saint King realm cultivator could bear. No wonder Zhong Ao had repeatedly warned Xianxia not to act rashly and try to obtain the profound Yin sunflower water before breaking through to the origin returning realm. Sure enough, the old man hadn't been talking nonsense, Xianxia thought to himself. The pain he was experiencing now was enough to make an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator unbearable. And this was just the beginning. If it weren't for the powerful restorative ability of his golden blood, Xianxia would likely have been interrupted at this moment. If this had continued, his body would have exploded and he would have died. The materials Xianxia had taken were all yang attribute and fire attribute herbs and pills. Coupled with the earth core fire here, an unimaginable amount of heat had accumulated in his body, so the torment he was enduring could be imagined. Xianxia opened his eyes again and waved his trembling hand, pouring his Saint Qi into the second stone pillar. Asterisk with a bang. The spirit array in the stone room began to rotate faster, and the amount of earth core fire being drawn from the earth lung fire pond increased exponentially. At this time, Xianxia could no longer bear it and let out a miserable howl, feeling much better. Not daring to be negligent, Xianxia constantly pushed his Saint Qi to fuse with the chaotic medicinal efficacies in his body, allowing them to seep into his physique. 3 days later, Xianxia finally managed to integrate all the various medicinal efficacies in his body and suppress them in his meridians. Immediately, Xianxia took out a jade bottle with a dignified expression and stared at it for a moment before opening it with a firm look in his eyes. Shaking it slightly, a drop of crystal-clear liquid flew out from it. The moment this drop of liquid flew out, the stone room, which had been as hot as a furnace, suddenly fell to chill. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the fire attribute aura in the space around this drop of liquid retreated as if it was a snake or scorpion, unable to approach within 3 meters of this drop of liquid. However, this drop of liquid was also quite strange. After being shaken out by Xianxia, it did not fall to the ground and instead floated quietly in front of Xianxia like a feather. Profound Yin sunflower water. This was a treasure that even origin kings coveted, yet Xianxia had 20 drops of it in his hands. Seeing this drop of profound Yin sunflower water, Xianxia could not help thinking of Shui Yu's dragon lady. At that time, this beautiful woman had been frostbitten by the profound Yin sunflower water, and it had taken Xianxia a great deal of effort to wake her up. However, if not for the soul chains restraining him, Xianxia would not have cared about her life or death. After all, the two of them were enemies at that time. Finally, when Xianxia left Rainfall Star, he was chased down by people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Slowly shaking his head and dispelling these distracting thoughts from his mind, Xianxia did not hesitate, opened his mouth, and swallowed this drop of profound Yin sunflower water. A bone-chilling sensation spread from his mouth, and not only did it try to freeze Xianxia's body, but even his knowledge seed began to fill with a frigid aura. At that moment, Xianxia's body erupted with a scorching heat that instantly dispelled the chill. However, the energy contained in this profound Yin sunflower water was extremely terrifying, so when the cold aura disappeared, even more of it spread throughout Xianxia's body. In the next moment, an endless amount of scorching power erupted. Hot and cold, using Xianxia's body as a battlefield, collided with each other, but instead of disappearing, a mysterious change occurred. Xianxia's expression instantly changed as he let out a series of muffled groans and roars from the depths of his throat, the veins on his forehead bulging, giving him a terrifying appearance. Back on Rainfall Star, Hali Ka, who was a third-order origin returning realm master, had been injured by this profound sunflower water and had been forced to cut off one of his arms to save his life. If Xianxia had not taken so many yang and fire attribute spirit pills and spirit grasses to suppress the burning force in his body, this drop of profound sunflower water alone would have killed him instantly. The first difficulty in refining this profound sunflower water was suppressing the burning power of these herbs and pills. If one's physique was not strong enough and their soul was not tough enough, it would be impossible to store such a huge amount of burning force in their body temporarily, making it impossible for them to take the next step. The second difficulty was Xianxia's current situation. He had to maintain his consciousness at all times and integrate the power of ice and fire into his body as much as possible. If he couldn't break through, at best he would be severely injured, but at worst his body would be destroyed. The consequences would be extremely serious. Inside the stone room, Xianxia's roars, like that of a wounded beast, constantly resounded. His situation was also extremely strange. Sometimes his whole body would shiver from the cold, and his lips would turn blue. Sometimes he would sweat profusely, and his whole body would turn red like a roasted crab. In this alternating cold and heat, Xianxia was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation was growing at a terrifying rate. Not only was his cultivation increasing, but the demonic flame in his body also seemed to be undergoing some subtle changes. The demonic flame itself was a variant of both hot and cold energy, and it was a manifestation of Xianxia's unique Saint Qi. The environment created by refining the profound sunflower water happened to coincide with the properties of the demonic flame, stimulating the Saint Qi in his body to gradually change. This was something not only Xianxia had not anticipated, but also something that Zhong Ao had not anticipated. Chapter 1243. In the fifth layer of the Lu Yin sand field, in a stone room at the bottom of an unknown earth lung fire pond, Xianxia sat quietly with a strange expression on his face. Although he looked exhausted and on the verge of collapse, Xianxia still had an unconcealable look of excitement and joy on his face. Moreover, the Saint Qi fluctuations slowly pulsing from his body were clearly a sign that his cultivation had greatly improved. It had been more than a month since he began refining the profound sunflower water, and it wasn't until yesterday that he finally finished refining it. Xianxia hadn't expected it to take so long, and during the process of refining, many unexpected things had happened. The power of extreme cold contained in the profound sunflower water was simply too strong. The various spirit grasses and spirit medicines he had taken before, coupled with the earth core fire drawn in by the barriers of the two stone stools, were unable to suppress the chill of the profound sunflower water, causing the hot and cold forces in his body to become unbalanced. As a last resort, Xianxia could only open the barriers of the third stone stool in order to strengthen the power of the earth core fire. Xianxia originally wanted to use the power of the earth core fire to balance the profound sunflower water. But how could he have known that after the barriers of the third stone stool were opened, the power of the profound sunflower water was completely suppressed and the burning force in his body became more vigorous? Xianxia steeled himself and took a second drop of profound sunflower water, only to find that the initial situation repeated itself. As a result, in the end, the barriers of the fourth stone stool were all opened by him, and the earth core fire fiercely poured in, barely managing to maintain a balance between the hot and cold forces in his body. But because of this, The risk and suffering Kai Yang had to bear increased exponentially over the course of this long month. During this month, he had wandered back and forth between the gates of hell several times and had almost failed. His powerful physique and resilient spiritual energy played a crucial role at critical moments. Yang Kai had to use a few drops of the golden blood he had accumulated in his body to repair his injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to persist and would have been killed by the profound Yin sunflower water and the earth core fire long ago. Although good things were difficult to achieve, the final result was far beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Zhong Ao had praised the profound Yin sunflower water to the heavens at that time. Since it wasn't on the ground, Yang Kai had thought it would have some kind of powerful effect, and had hoped that this time's refinement would allow him to directly break through to the third-order Saint King realm, or even touch the threshold of the origin returning realm. But now his cultivation was only at the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. 2 drops of profound Yin sunflower water, so many precious spiritual herbs and pills, plus the power of the earth core fire. Yang Kai's face faces face faces face face. Although his cultivations face, Yang's faces face. He pondered for a while. Of Yang Kai's S's souls is of his of a fire flame water this of his heaven of essences of divine chi of essence of earth aura and flames aura off its appearance. It's of auras and chi aura of chi's of earth of his of this of his's of it. But with a single thought from Yang Kai, this mass of demonic flame began exuding a bone-chilling aura, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds as a layer of frost instantly filled the stone room. Even the stone walls were frozen solid and began to creak. The barriers arranged in this stone room spontaneously played a protective role, releasing layers of light that prevented the spread of this cold aura. Yang Kai's thoughts flashed again, and the bone-chilling aura disappeared, replaced by an endless heat from the demonic flame. The frost that had filled the air before was instantly melted away. The power of this heat was unstoppable, and before the stone room's protective barrier could react, it suddenly cracked and shattered. Yang Kai showed a satisfied look and gently clenched his fist, causing the black ball of demonic flame to disappear. He also noticed that after refining the 2 drops of profound Yin sunflower water, the main reason why his cultivation hadn't improved much was that his demonic flame had absorbed most of the energy. When the profound Yin sunflower water and the various types of heat reached a balance in his body, it was reasonable to say that these 2 conflicting forces should stimulate his cultivation to grow wildly. But the demonic flame inside his body was also a mixture of heat and cold, so it was able to absorb the efficacies of the profound Yin sunflower water and the various herbs and pills, making his demonic flame even more powerful. When the demonic flame was first born, until more than a month ago, it had always been a mixture of heat and cold, sometimes cold and sometimes hot. Although it was strange and unpredictable, as its master, Yang Kai couldn't control its state at all. But now, Yang Kai was able to do this. While the power of his demonic flame had greatly increased, its compatibility with his body had also increased greatly. In the future, when he faced an enemy, he would be able to control his demonic flame to be cold or hot. This kind of demonic flame that could be controlled was far more lethal and threatening than its own transformation. Overall, Yang Kai was very satisfied with this time's refinement. As early as when the demonic flame was born, Yang Kai knew that this strange power had a strong ability to shape and grow. Unfortunately, he hadn't figured out how to make his demonic flame grow, and no one could tell him this. This time, by chance, he had found a way. As long as he could make the heat and cold reach a balance, forming an external force, and then fuse with the demonic flame, he could promote its growth. It seems that the remaining profound Yin sunflower water is not useless, Yang Kai thought to himself. He was still thinking about how to deal with the profound Yin sunflower water he still had. Selling it was definitely not a good idea. Everyone knew that it was a crime to possess a jade ring, and it would be a waste to leave it lying around. But now, Xianxia had a good idea. As long as he collected a large number of yang and fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines, he could even refine the profound Yin sunflower water a second time, making the power of his demonic flame even stronger. Of course, this was just an idea, and whether or not it could be realized was still unknown. If it weren't for the lack of time, Xianxia would have been willing to refine some more profound Yin sunflower water to experiment. But unfortunately, more than 5 months had passed since he entered the Luyin sand field, and the half-year deadline was not far away. So he could only put this idea aside for the time being and find a way to test it in the future. Xianxia was afraid that he would never be able to find a refining environment as good as this earth lung fire pond. After all, who knew when the Luyin sand field would open again? After sitting in meditation for a day, Xianxia recovered, stood up, and looked around before taking out the 4 soft, glowing spheres embedded in the stone room and throwing them into a space ring. These glowing spheres were obviously not ordinary things. If he took them back to his residence, not only would they be able to calm his mind, but they would also be able to optimize the environment. So, of course, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. After confirming that there was nothing left behind in the stone room, Xianxia left and walked out along the long passage. Soon, Xianxia exited the passage and stood at the entrance of the cave, staring at the cave on the left with a sneer on his face. More than a month ago, he suffered a big loss at the hands of the artifact spirit. If he hadn't cultivated the Tao of Space, he likely would have died on the spot. Now that his cultivation had risen by a minor realm and he had fully grasped the changes in temperature of his demonic flame, he naturally wanted to take revenge. Having an artifact refining furnace with an artifact spirit, Xianxia would be lying if he said he wasn't jealous. If possible, he naturally wanted to subdue the other party. However, this artifact spirit was not something to be trifled with. Even if Xianxia was somewhat confident, he still had to carefully consider his options. On top of that, this battle had to be resolved quickly. Who knew when a Luyin sand field would close? It would be bad if he was suddenly teleported out while fighting the artifact spirit. After pondering for a long time, Xianxia's figure flickered and he directly rushed towards the cave on the opposite side. Floating mid-air, the earth-lung fire pond below wrapped around Xianxia's entire body, the rich energy visible to the naked eye burning his body. Xianxia's demonic flame burned brightly, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Although it wasn't easy to resist this heat, it wasn't too strenuous either. Xianxia's face lit up with joy as he immediately realized that the power of his demonic flame had increased greatly. The last time he had rushed over, he had been extremely cautious and vigilant, but now he didn't need to worry too much. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia arrived at the cave on the left and walked in with ease. Xianxia quickly traversed the several hundred meters long passage. From beginning to end, the artifact spirit did not react at all. It wasn't until Xianxia's figure once again appeared in the stone room that the artifact refining furnace in the middle of the room suddenly hummed and its surface glowed red. The strange fiery red bird let out a sharp cry, and its elegant body suddenly rushed out from the surface of the furnace. In an instant, the temperature of the entire stone room soared and turned red. This artifact spirit was obviously very vengeful. Last time, when Xianxia escaped, it had been secretly angry for more than a month. Now that it saw Xianxia recklessly rushing in again, it immediately wanted to teach him a lesson. This was exactly what Xianxia wanted. His body shook and a layer of cold demonic flame surged around him, resisting the scorching aura of the other party while his hand flickered and a heaven-punishing spear appeared in his hand, and he threw it at the crimson firebird with all his strength. The crimson firebird cried out angrily, seemingly annoyed that it had been underestimated. Opening its sharp beak, it spat out a large wave of flames towards Xianxia with monstrous momentum. Xianxia sneered. He had no intention of dodging at all. The heaven-punishing spear that he threw out directly tore a hole in the wave of fire. At the same time, the spear twisted and transformed into a pitch-black dragon. It opened its black mouth and spat out a large amount of demonic fire, blocking the heat wave in an instant. After several battles, Xianxia had gained some experience in using yuan control techniques and could now easily control the Saint Qi he shot out and transform it into a variety of attacks. It had to be said that the yuan control technique he had comprehended with the help of the red candle fruits ripening was of great help to him in battle. This move alone had increased Xianxia's combat power by at least 20%. Chapter 1244. Although yuan control was a good technique, it placed a heavy burden on one's divine sense, so not every cultivator could comprehend and use it. Only those cultivators with stronger divine senses than the average person could comprehend such a mysterious technique. The heaven-punishing spear's sudden change obviously surprised the firebird, and when it saw that the black flood dragon's cold flames were actually able to block its own wave of fire, it became even more furious. It spread its wings, causing a gust of wind to rise as clusters of flames rushed out from its wings, bypassing the black flood dragon and the fire dragon, heading straight for where Xianxia was standing. Behind Xianxia, the power of wind and thunder surged, and a pair of exquisite transparent wings suddenly appeared. These wings flashed with the agility of wind and the violence of thunder, and with a flicker, Xianxia disappeared from where he stood, causing the clusters of flames to hit nothing but air. Without waiting for the firebird to launch another attack, Xianxia had already waved his hand and released more than a dozen space blades. Since he intended to end this battle quickly, Xianxia naturally had no intention of dealing with it any longer and immediately used his trump card. The space blades, which seemed capable of swallowing everything, rapidly shot out, causing the human-like eyes of the firebird to reveal a trace of fear. Last time, it had suffered a small loss under these space blades and knew just how strange and ferocious these things were. Naturally, it did not dare to stay in place, and with a flap of its wings, it turned into a streak of flames and flew to the side. Before it could reappear, Xianxia had already closed in and reached out to grab it. Now that he had the cold flames protecting his body, Xianxia was not afraid of the heat of the artifact spirit. After all, the artifact spirit was only born after being burned by the Earth's core fire for tens of thousands of years, and it was not as if Xianxia had never experienced the torment of the Earth's core fire before. The artifact spirit's reaction was extremely fast, and the moment it sensed that something was wrong, a feeling of solidification suddenly spread out as Xianxia's big hand suddenly froze half a foot away from the artifact spirit, unable to advance any further. It was the same kind of power that was similar to Shi, but this was not the cultivator's Shi, but the artifact spirit's innate mastery of the fire principle. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk, there was a burst of explosive sounds in the air as the fire attribute aura in the stone room instantly increased by several levels. Xianxia had to circulate his Saint Qi to push the power of the cold flames to the maximum, causing an icy aura to spread out from his body. Suddenly, he broke through the artifact spirit's principal blockade. Freedom again. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took advantage of the fact that the artifact spirit had yet to fully materialize to send out a series of pitch-black spears towards it. After being pierced by a few spears, a sharp cry rang out again. The two small eyes were immediately filled with rage and fear. It seemed that it couldn't understand why, in just a short period of a month, this person who had been defeated by it the last time actually had the qualifications to compete with it. The artifact spirit did not have a physical body, so even if it was pierced by the heaven-punishing spear, its life would not be in danger, but the cold aura contained in the heaven-punishing spear made the artifact spirit extremely uncomfortable, causing its body to fluctuate and squirm for a while before it was restored to its original state. Xianxia's actions completely angered the artifact spirit. Its figure flickered as its feathers condensed from pure fire principle turned into red lights and shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia's leisurely expression instantly became serious as he noticed the terrifying killing intent contained in these fire feathers. He did not dare hesitate in the slightest, condensing a grand heavenly shield to protect himself while summoning the 100 Mountains picture, sending a dozen peaks towards the artifact's spirit. With a loud rumble, the grand heavenly shield was shattered, and the mountain phantoms that flew out from the 100 Mountains picture also suffered heavy losses, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xianxia hurriedly put away the 100 Mountains picture and, with the help of his wind and thunder wings, hurriedly dodged to the side. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. The stone chamber shook. The spells all around activated once more, protecting the stone chamber from destruction. Even so, 2 layers of spells were destroyed by Huayu. After shooting out the fire feathers, the artifact's spirit's body suddenly shrank and it looked a little tired. These fire feathers were obviously not an ordinary attack and were very likely closely related to its existence. Moreover, the fire feathers did not disappear after failing to hit their target. Instead, they turned into a series of dense red lights and chased after Xianxia, seemingly intent on killing him. Xianxia saw that he could not avoid them, and a fierce look flashed across his face, but he remained motionless as he quietly stared at the fire feathers rushing towards him. When they were only 10 meters away, Xianxia suddenly stretched out his hands, as if trying to tear something apart, and fiercely parted them. A large void crack was suddenly torn open by Xianxia, like the maw of a beast, and welcomed the numerous fire feathers flying towards him. Seeing this, the artifact's spirit let out a cry, and the fire feathers that were flying towards him quickly changed directions and hurriedly returned to the artifact's spirit's location. It seemed that the artifact's spirit also knew that it could not allow its fire feathers to enter the void crack. Once they entered, it would be impossible to find them again. In the blink of an eye, the fire feathers returned to the artifact's spirit's body, and its originally small body was restored to its original size. However, a figure flashed beside it, and Xianxia appeared like a ghost, slowly stretching out his hand. Suddenly, a giant dark palm appeared above the stone room, as if it wanted to cover the entire heaven and earth. Heaven-covering hand. The artifact's spirit really could not avoid this attack, so it could only stimulate the heat waves in its body and stare at the giant palm with its 2 small eyes, trying to resist this blow. In a flash, the heaven-covering hand struck the artifact spirit. With a loud bang, the power of extreme cold and extreme heat rolled and collided in the stone room like a landslide or a tsunami. The sound was astonishing. The fire wave and the black flood dragon that were fighting not far away immediately turned into fluorescent light and disappeared after being hit by the impact. After everything calmed down, the artifact's spirit floated in the air awkwardly while Xianxia stood more than 10 meters away, coldly looking at it. The artifact's spirit seemed to be fine, but the red light on its body was obviously dimmer than before. Obviously, it had suffered a loss under Xianxia's successive attacks, just now. I don't know how much of your intelligence has been opened, nor do I know if you can understand my words, but if you are willing to surrender, I can let you go. If you don't, I can only use force. You will have to suffer a little, and perhaps your Yuan Qi will be greatly damaged. Xianxia looked at it indifferently. This artifact spirit was indeed intelligent, but Xianxia was not sure whether it could understand his words. After all, this guy had stayed in the artifact refining furnace for tens of thousands of years and may not have come into contact with other living creatures. However, to Xianxia's surprise, after he finished speaking, the artifact spirit's small eyes immediately flashed with anger. It could actually understand him. The next moment, it let out an angry cry, and the artifact refining furnace, which had been placed peacefully in the center of the stone room, buzzed at the same time. In an instant, the artifact refining furnace became red hot, and a wave of fire suddenly flew out from the furnace and poured into the firebird's body. The artifact spirit, which had suffered some minor injuries, suddenly became full of vigor after being replenished by the furnace that gave birth to it. Even its body grew larger as it hovered above Xianxia's head and spread its wings, covering most of the cave's ceiling. During this process, Xianxia just watched quietly, without any intention of stopping it. Not only did he not stop it, but he also revealed a trace of ridicule in his eyes. After all, an artifact spirit was still an artifact spirit. Although it had gained intelligence, it still lacked experience in fighting against him. Xianxia had been waiting for this moment. After fighting with the artifact spirit last time, Xianxia knew that the artifact refining furnace was not an ordinary object. By relying on it, the artifact refining furnace could greatly supplement the artifact spirit. However, there was definitely a limit to how much energy it could replenish the artifact spirit's consumption endlessly. Therefore, Xianxia had used forceful means at the beginning to force the artifact spirit to use the stored firepower in the artifact refining furnace. If it didn't use the scorching fire attribute energy in the artifact refining furnace, Xianxia really wouldn't be able to carry out his next plan. Now, there probably wasn't much fire attribute energy left in this artifact refining furnace, right? Xianxia secretly paid attention to the huge Origin King grade furnace from the corner of his eye. After its body became extremely huge, the artifact spirit once again restored its arrogant and proud expression, its small eyes filled with disdain. However, before it could show its might, Xianxia's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When his figure reappeared, he was already standing next to the artifact refining furnace. Immediately, under the horrified gaze of the artifact spirit, Xianxia sent out a mass of demonic flame from his palm and slammed it into the artifact refining furnace. In an instant, the artifact refining furnace was wrapped in demonic flame as Xianxia pushed his Saint Chi fiercely and poured it into the artifact refining furnace. At this moment, the icy cold flames displayed their full power. In the blink of an eye, the surface of this huge furnace began to freeze. Moreover, what was frozen was black ice, which continued to spread toward the inside. The artifact spirit, who had always been aloof and arrogant, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as its huge crimson body began to tremble violently. Only now did it understand what Xianxia was planning. The artifact refining furnace was the vessel that gave birth to it, so it was the artifact spirit of this artifact refining furnace. Once the artifact refining furnace was damaged or attacked, as an artifact spirit, it would not be able to remain unscathed. It could be said that Xianxia did not need to fight it head-on at all. All he needed to do was deal with this inanimate artifact refining furnace. This may be the tragedy of being an artifact spirit, having great strength but not being able to use it. The artifact spirit's body twisted and distorted for a while. Xianxia's actions had angered it to the extreme, but the chill that spread from its body terrified it greatly. Not daring to hesitate any longer, the artifact spirit opened its mouth and sent out a wave of heat towards Xianxia. It did not expect to kill Xianxia, only to force Xianxia away from its vessel so he would not attack the artifact refining furnace again. Chapter 1245. Xianxia was also secretly shocked at this moment. He discovered that this artifact refining furnace actually contained a ferocious amount of spiritual energy, making it impossible for him to seal it in ice for some time. When a heat wave hit him, Xianxia didn't dare to move. After all, his intentions had been exposed, and this artifact spirit's sentience wasn't shallow. Once he left the artifact refining furnace, it would be extremely difficult for him to attack again. Staring at the monstrous heat wave, Xianxia's expression became solemn as he stretched out his hands again, grasped at the void, and spread them apart. A dark crack, twice the size of the previous void crack, appeared in front of Xianxia. The heat wave arrived right in front of Xianxia at that moment, pouring into the void crack and being exiled to an unknown part of the void, unable to hurt Xianxia at all. However, this void crack also seemed to be a little unstable. Although Xianxia's understanding of Space Force and principles had improved greatly, he still hadn't reached the grand accomplishment stage. Forcibly tearing open this void crack was already extremely difficult for him. So when it was hit by the pure fire energy contained in the artifact spirit's heat wave, it immediately began to distort, as if it would collapse and disappear at any moment. Yang Kai's face sank as he placed one hand on the void crack, trying to maintain its stability and buy as much time as possible, while placing his other hand on the artifact refining furnace and desperately pouring his Saint Chi into it. In an instant, Yang Kai's Saint Chi was drained like a dam breaking, causing more and more black flames to appear on the surface of the artifact refining furnace, while the black ice it formed grew thicker and thicker. When the artifact spirit saw the void crack on the verge of collapse, its small eyes showed a look of joy, but when it saw Yang Kai desperately trying to seal the artifact refining furnace in ice, it suddenly panicked and spat out more heat waves from its mouth, as if it wanted to fight to the death with Yang Kai. It seemed that it also knew that after this battle, either it would be frozen or the Yang Kai would be destroyed, so it didn't hold back at all. The battle in the stone room instantly came to a stalemate. The artifact's spirit continued to spray out heat waves from its mouth, causing the space it was in to become extremely hot, but Yang Kai's position was blocked by an unstable void crack that swallowed up the heat waves. Behind him, the artifact refining furnace began to emit a crackling sound as layers of thin black ice began to spread from the outside to the inside, from top to bottom. Although the speed of this process was not fast, it was definitely not slow either. As time passed, the spatial crack became more and more illusory and unstable. In the end, under the pressure of the artifact's spirit's heat wave, it suddenly collapsed, exposing Yang Kai behind it. Seeing this, the artifact spirit's small eyes showed a look of surprise. Without this strange spatial crack that could swallow the heat waves, it had full confidence that it would be able to melt Yang Kai in one breath. A cruel and violent look appeared in its eyes as the artifact's spirit opened its mouth and a red light quickly formed in its mouth. A shocking fluctuation of fire attribute energy spread out, shaking the entire stone room. Seeing that it was about to spit out this shocking attack, Yang Kai's serious face suddenly showed a strange smile as he glanced at the artifact's spirit and immediately laughed. Along with his laughter, the huge artifact refining furnace suddenly emitted a crackling sound as it was completely sealed in black ice. Not even a trace of world energy could be released. The artifact spirit was stunned for a moment. Then, as if it had been struck by lightning, its huge body suddenly seemed to have lost its strength and fell from the sky. Before it hit the ground, the huge amount of fire spirit chi in its mouth had already exploded with a loud bang, causing its entire head to explode. However, this was not enough to take the artifact spirit's life. It was not a physical entity and was naturally proficient in fire attribute principles, so the backlash just now was not enough to kill it. Even so, its huge body quickly shrank, and after falling to the ground, it once again returned to its original size when Yang Kai first saw it. Its newly grown head was also much dimmer, and it stood up shakily, looking very weak. It stood there quietly, looking at Yang Kai with fear and resentment, its two small eyes rolling around, not knowing what it was thinking. Suddenly, it spread its wings, turned into a flame, and rushed towards the artifact refining furnace. It actually wanted to return to the vessel that gave birth to it. How could Yang Kai allow it to do as it wished? After this battle of wits and courage, he had finally managed to force the artifact's spirit into a disadvantageous position. If he could not subdue it now, then everything he had done before would have been in vain. Black demonic flames gushed out from Yang Kai's body, one after another, floating in front of Yang Kai. These seemingly inconspicuous black fireballs were just a little strange in color, but under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, they all exuded an astonishing chill. Looking at the incoming red light, Yang Kai flicked his finger towards one of the black fireballs. The black fireballs immediately flew towards the red light with a chilly aura. Whether it was because the artifact spirit had not yet recovered or because its yuan qi had been seriously injured, the red light transformed from the artifact spirit did not dodge and was directly hit by the cold flames. With a loud bang, the collision of cold and hot fiercely spread out, and the artifact spirit's body once again appeared, constantly tumbling in midair before it was directly knocked into the cave wall, and the red light outside its body dimmed a lot. Staggering to its feet, the artifact spirit once again turned into a red light and rushed forward. Xianxia coldly snorted and once again controlled a mass of cold flames to meet it. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk inside the stone room. The artifact spirit was suffering inhumane torture. Every time it was hit by the cold flames, its body would dim a little. After 7 or 8 times, it was barely able to maintain its complete form. Its 2 wings had shrunk a lot, and the 3 long feathers on its tail had disappeared. Its vessel had been frozen, and had suffered the backlash of the world Xianxia. So under its anxiety, the originally majestic and insufferably arrogant artifact spirit could no longer compete with Xianxia and had completely become a punching bag. However, this guy was really amazing. After being eroded by the cold flames so many times, its body still did not dissipate, and its spirituality was not lost. This made Xianxia secretly shocked, and at the same time, made him even more determined to subdue it. This time, if he had not directly attacked the artifact refining furnace, with the strength and spirituality displayed by this artifact spirit, he would not have been able to do anything to it. However, its vessel was placed right here, so if Xianxia did not attack it, he would really be stupid. After being easily knocked away again, the artifact spirit stubbornly stood up and let out a low cry, like a cuckoo crying blood, sounding extremely miserable. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, his expression neither happy nor sad, simply looking at it indifferently. Feeling that it was about time, he opened his mouth and said, "Since you have sentience, let's discuss it. I won't destroy you, and I can even let you live, but you must submit to me." The artifact spirit let out a cry and stared at Xianxia with its 2 small eyes, obviously quite angry. Xianxia chuckled. "You'd better think it over carefully. In any case, I don't have to subdue you. I can also destroy you here, erase your existence, and make you disappear from this world. And it wasn't easy for you to be born, and I'm afraid only you know the hardships and time it took. So how about you obediently agree to my conditions? Of course, submitting to me is not without benefits. As far as I know, an artifact spirit like you should have a very strong growth potential. If I take you out, perhaps I can find something that will be of great help to your growth." Xianxia was well aware of the principle of using both hard and soft methods. When dealing with a race with high sentience, using a stick and a date would work every time, let alone dealing with an artifact spirit. Sure enough, the artifact spirit was indifferent at the beginning, but when it heard Xianxia's last words, its small eyes rolled and it tilted its small head as if it was contemplating the gains and losses, which gave it a very cunning feeling. Xianxia saw that there was hope, so he immediately struck while the iron was hot and said in a flat voice, "You have been here for tens of thousands of years. The Earth-Lung Fire Pond is the source of your birth, so presumably this place will not be of much use to your growth. If you don't come with me, you will be trapped here forever. Next time, who knows who will break in at that time? Haha, those people won't be as easy to talk to as I am." After saying this, Xianxia's expression sank. "I've said enough. Whether you submit or perish, it's your choice. I don't have much patience, and I don't have much time. When I get up again, if you still haven't made a decision, then you don't need to answer." Saying so, Xianxia sat down cross-legged next to the artifact refining furnace. Pressing forward step by step, Xianxia felt that it should be enough, so now he just had to wait for the artifact spirit to make a decision. The artifact spirit stood in the corner of the stone room and stared at Xianxia, then at the artifact refining furnace sealed in black flames behind him, a human-like look of hesitation flashing across its eyes. The stone room suddenly became quiet. Xianxia didn't urge the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit had suffered so many hardships, and with Xianxia's heavy injuries, it didn't dare to rush over rashly, so it just stood there motionless. Half a day passed in a flash. Half a day later, Xianxia opened his eyes and coldly looked at the artifact spirit before standing up. This time, Without waiting for Yongkai to say anything, the artifact spirit suddenly let out a clear cry. Although Yongkai didn't understand what it meant, he could still figure it out, so he nodded and said, "I keep my word. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will try my best to help you grow and evolve." Right, I forgot to tell you, you are not the only one who has gained sentience by my side. There is also a divine tree, but it is currently evolving and sleeping. You will meet in the future, so communicate with it more often and you will understand what kind of person I am. The artifact spirit let out another cry, but this time there was a hint of docility in it. Yongkai grinned and nodded. Good. If you are willing, you can release your spiritual energy defenses. I will place a few barriers on your body first, but you can rest assured that it won't harm you. It's just a precaution. The artifact spirit hesitated for a long time before reluctantly releasing its spiritual energy defenses. Yongkai immediately burst out with his spiritual energy, invaded its spiritual energy, and used some small tricks. Chapter 1246. One of the 9 heavens divine skills was called Great Heavenly Attraction, a soul skill specifically used to control others with one's divine sense. Although the 9 heavens divine skills only existed in Tongxian realm, Yongkai's divine sense was so powerful that he didn't need to fear the artifact spirit's backlash. Soon, everything was ready, and Yongkai extracted a wisp of the artifact spirit's soul source from its body and sealed it in his knowledge sea. This way, he could control the artifact spirit's survival at any time. Once it showed any malicious intent, Yongkai could immediately make it disappear. After losing a wisp of its soul source, the artifact spirit seemed to be very unhappy, flapping its wings and chirping at Yongkai. Yongkai knew that it was in a bad mood and didn't bother arguing with it, simply waving his hand to remove the layers of cold flames covering the artifact refining furnace. Now that he had subdued the artifact spirit, naturally there was no need to freeze its vessel. Although freezing the artifact refining furnace wouldn't cause too much damage to the artifact spirit, it would still have some impact. Seeing that its vessel was fine, the artifact spirit's annoyance and anger calmed down a lot, but it still looked somewhat unruly. Yongkai thought about it for a moment before stretching out his finger and forcing out a drop of golden blood from his fingertip, turning to the artifact spirit and asking, "Do you want this?" Last time, the divine tree had swallowed 2 drops of his golden blood and immediately fell into a deep sleep to evolve, not waking up even now. Yongkai could understand why his golden blood would be helpful to the divine tree. After all, this drop of golden blood contained a huge amount of vitality. He just didn't know if it would be attractive to the artifact spirit, but if it was, it would be much easier to control it in the future. To Yongkai's surprise, he thought that the golden blood, which was rich in vitality, wouldn't be of much use to the artifact spirit. However, after seeing this drop of golden blood, the artifact spirit's eyes immediately lit up and it turned into a streak of fire that rushed over to Yongkai. Yongkai instinctively pushed his Saint Chi, but after realizing that it had no malicious intent, he lowered his vigilance. The streak of fire wrapped around Yongkai's hand, and the drop of golden blood disappeared without a trace. Not far away, the artifact spirit's body reappeared, its originally dim and heavily injured body Yuan Qi. He was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a short while, he recovered a lot. Seeing this, Kaiyan was stunned. Yongkai had forced out a drop of golden blood because it was the most precious thing to him right now, and he had wanted to give it a try, but he hadn't expected it to actually help the artifact spirit. On second thought, Yongkai suddenly understood. Although the artifact spirit did not have a physical body, the vessel that gave birth to it was also a dead object, but since it had gained sentience, it meant that it was no longer an ordinary artifact spirit. As long as it severed its relationship with the vessel and found a suitable body to possess, it could completely become a special existence. It had its own vitality, so the golden blood would naturally have an effect on it. After swallowing a drop of golden blood, the artifact spirit didn't change much except for recovering some of its yuan qi, nor did it show any signs of becoming stronger. Instead, it tilted its head and walked around Yang Kai, trying to flatter him, seemingly wanting to obtain another drop of golden blood from Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he discovered that the artifact spirit he had subdued this time was quite intelligent. This was not surprising, though, as artifact spirits had existed for at least 10,000 years, so it wasn't strange for them to have such sentience. If they didn't have such intelligence, Yang Kai wouldn't have spent so much effort to fight it. I don't have golden blood, but I do have this. Yang Kai casually tossed out an object, a bean-sized fire crystal stone. Golden blood was too precious, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't satisfy the artifact spirit's appetite. As for this fire crystal stone, it should have been obtained from a 6th-order fire spirit beast. Now that Yang Kai had so many of these things in a space ring, he didn't feel too distressed. As soon as the artifact spirit saw the fire crystal stone appear, it transformed into a streak of flame and swept it away. When it reappeared, the fire crystal stone had disappeared without a trace. Smacking its lips, the artifact spirit seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Anyone who had eaten a sumptuous meal and then had to eat a simple meal would have the same reaction. All right, go back to your vessel. It's time for me to leave. Yang Kai wasn't prepared to give it any more benefits. He hadn't completely subdued this artifact spirit yet, but because of the soul seal, it had no choice but to obey him. Unlike the divine tree, Yang Kai wasn't stingy with it. Hearing Yang Kai's order, the artifact spirit didn't immediately obey and instead quickly let out a cry before transforming into a streak of flame and flying around the 4 stone benches in the stone room. Yang Kai frowned, but through the special connection he had with the artifact spirit, he finally understood what it meant, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Extract more earth core fire." The artifact spirit circled around for a moment before landing. Obviously, Yang Kai was right. Okay. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, pouring his Saint Chi into the 4 stone benches and opening the giant spirit array in the stone room. In an instant, a steady stream of earth core fire was extracted from the earth lung fire pond and poured into the artifact refining furnace. The artifact spirit's figure flickered before it transformed into a streak of flame and drilled into the ground. Yang Kai wasn't worried that it would run away. Without even mentioning the soul seal, its vessel was still here. A moment later, Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared towards the artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai didn't know what the artifact spirit had done, but the earth core fire extracted had suddenly become several times fiercer, causing the spirit array in the stone room to show signs of being unable to withstand it. The earth core fire was all absorbed by the artifact refining furnace, causing it to vibrate unsteadily, as if it might explode at any moment. At the same time, on the artifact refining furnace, a series of runes began to flow and chains of energy began to appear. Yang Kai was taken aback by this. He had seen this kind of energy chain before. It was the same kind of energy chain that had appeared when the artifact spirit was chasing him outside the stone room more than a month ago. At that time, these energy chains had shredded the artifact spirit's body, allowing it to escape. Now that they had appeared in front of him again, Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that this artifact refining furnace had been sealed and locked in this stone room. Didn't that mean that the artifact spirit had been born tens of thousands of years ago? The original owner of this artifact refining furnace had used this method to seal it and prevent the artifact spirit from escaping. Otherwise, with the artifact spirit's ability, it could have taken the artifact refining furnace out of the earth lung fire pond. There was no need for it to remain here alone for tens of thousands of years. After understanding this matter, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. It seemed that if he wanted to take the artifact refining furnace away, he would first have to break through this layer of spirit array. The artifact spirit certainly had no way to remove it. Otherwise, it would have already escaped and would not have been trapped here. He hadn't received any help from the artifact spirit yet, but now he had to work for it, causing Xianxia to secretly curse his bad luck. A red light flashed from the ground, and the artifact spirit appeared again, screaming at the layers of spirit array around the artifact refining furnace. Xianxia was well aware of this, so he didn't hesitate and rushed forward, constantly bombarding the energy chains with cold flames. Although this kind of spirit array was arranged very well and was quite strong, it was still a dead object after all. Xianxia's cold flames restrained it, so it wasn't difficult to break it. Half a day later, under the constant freezing of the cold flames, the chain-like energy chains finally broke apart inch by inch. Seeing this, the artifact spirit, who had been waiting nearby, let out a clear cry, its voice filled with infinite joy, and plunged into the artifact refining furnace. The container and artifact spirit merged into one in an instant, and a burst of fire attribute energy burst out, causing Xianxia's face to pale. Only now did he understand that the artifact spirit should have been unable to display its full strength because of this spirit array. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would have won at that time. Fortunately, this spirit array gave him the opportunity to subdue the artifact spirit. For this, he had to properly thank the original owner of this artifact refining furnace. Just as he was bewildered, the huge crafting furnace slowly rose into the air, and then, as it rotated, it quickly became smaller. Soon, the huge artifact refining furnace shrank to the size of a palm. With a flash of light, the artifact refining furnace flew in front of Xianxia, and from it, a crimson figure appeared and disappeared. Xianxia took a deep breath and put away the small furnace in front of him into his space ring. He didn't put the artifact refining furnace into the black book space. After all, there were too many precious things inside the black book space, and the artifact spirit wasn't an honest fellow. If he really left it in the black book space, Xianxia wouldn't feel at ease, fearing it would lose something. After putting away the artifact refining furnace, Xianxia took out the 8 glowing balls embedded in the stone wall and threw them into a space ring before walking out of the stone room. There was no need to stay here any longer. The entire stone room under the earth lung fire pond had been swept clean by Xianxia, and everything of value now belonged to him. Staying here would only be a waste of time. Soon, Xianxia arrived at the entrance to the stone wall and looked up at the almost bottomless exit, secretly feeling a bit troubled. The distance from here to the exit was at least a few thousand meters, and the magma inside the earth lung fire pond would erupt from time to time, so climbing up like this would be a bit troublesome. After thinking about it for a moment, Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he took out the artifact refining furnace again. He remembered that the artifact spirit could fly just now, and although it was only flying around the stone room, it didn't seem to be bound by the world principles of this place. After communicating with it, Xianxia was overjoyed. The artifact spirit could really fly out, so he didn't hesitate and allowed it to carry him. A moment later, somewhere in the 5th layer, a red light shot up into the sky. Below this red light, Xianxia's hands were covered in cold flames as he grabbed the artifact spirit's claws and rushed out. As soon as it rushed out of the earth lung fire pond, the artifact spirit let out a high-pitched cry, as if it had been reborn and was about to spread its wings and fly away. How could it have known that after only flying 100 meters, its body would come to a halt and it would crash to the ground, its face covered in dust? Seeing this, Xianxia immediately understood that the artifact spirit wasn't unbound by the world principles here. It was just that its restrictions were much smaller than his own, but it still couldn't fly too high. Chapter 1247. Xianxia originally wanted to put the artifact spirit back into his space ring, but after regaining its freedom, it was unwilling to be bound by any restrictions. Instead, it turned into a miniature firebird and stood on Xianxia's shoulder, combing Xianxia's hair with its sharp beak. No matter how Xianxia tried to persuade it, it refused to return to the artifact refining furnace. Xianxia didn't want to force it too much, so he could only let it be. However, The artifact refining furnace couldn't be put back into his space ring, otherwise the artifact spirit would be forced back into its container. Xianxia could only stuff the small artifact refining furnace into his arms and look around. The fifth layer was still the same as it was a month ago. Scorching heat waves and unbearable fire toxins were everywhere, and everything was a bright red color. However, Xianxia found that it was much easier for him to resist the harsh environment of the fifth layer than before. Of course, this was partly because his strength had improved and his cultivation realm had risen by a minor realm. But the biggest reason was the increase in the power of his demonic flames and the change in his control over them. More than a month ago, Xianxia's demonic flames could not be completely controlled, and although they were vigorous and pure enough, it was still a little difficult for him to resist the environment of the fifth layer. Now, however, the characteristics of his demonic flames allowed him to switch between hot and cold with a single thought. With his cold flames protecting his body, Xianxia had no need to fear the fierce heat waves and fire toxins. The heat waves visible to the naked eye were blocked when they came within half a meter of his body. Xianxia stood in place, stroking his chin and pondering for a while. After understanding the whole story, he was in a good mood. Moreover, Xianxia had been worried that he wouldn't have enough time, but even after refining the profound Yin sunflower water, the Luyin sand field still hadn't closed. Calculating the time, however, it should be within the next few days. After a few days, Xianxia naturally had no interest in returning to the fourth layer, but he could continue to explore deeper and see if there was a sixth layer like he had guessed. If there was, what kind of scene would it be like? If the power of his demonic flames hadn't increased, Xianxia definitely wouldn't have gone to the sixth floor. When he had come here before, he had already found it difficult to even take a single step forward, so it was simply impossible for him to go any further. But now, with the protection of the cold flames, he was confident that he could continue to investigate. Starting from the third layer of the Luyin Desert, no one had entered it for tens of thousands of years. Each layer contained amazing wealth and opportunities. The red candle fruit had appeared in the third layer, and the huge sect ruins had appeared in the fourth layer. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not have the ability to break into them and could only sigh. The fifth layer had an earth-lung fire pond and an Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace that had given birth to an artifact spirit. If there really was a sixth layer, there would definitely be some good things inside. Having made up his mind, Xianxia no longer hesitated. Time was of the essence right now, and Luyin Sandfield might close at any moment. Taking out a Yuan magnetic compass from his space ring, Xianxia determined the direction he was heading in before heading off in a certain direction. With the protection of the cold flames, it was indeed much more convenient for Xianxia to walk around the fifth layer. Besides consuming a large amount of Saint Qi, there was no longer a problem like before. Xianxia was also constantly using the divine technique of his demon eye of annihilation to avoid some obvious barriers and places that seemed dangerous. Along the way, Xianxia didn't encounter the slightest danger. Even the artifact spirit was extremely stable and well-behaved, occasionally flying out for a moment before quickly returning and continuing to squat on Xianxia's shoulder. It seemed that the artifact spirit also knew the dangers of this place and didn't dare to wander around at will. For 3 days, Xianxia walked around the fifth layer. If it weren't for the Yuan magnetic compass, he would have definitely lost his way in this red world. On this day, as Xianxia was walking, the artifact spirit squatting on his shoulder suddenly stood up and let out a low cry as its 2 small eyes stared forward vigilantly. Xianxia's heart clenched, and he quickly stopped. Sweeping the area with his demon eye of annihilation, he didn't find anything wrong, causing his expression to sink. He knew that there were some exquisite barriers in Luyin Sandfield that even his demon eye of annihilation couldn't see through, but now it seemed that there was one in front of him. However, this barrier was actually discovered by the artifact spirit first, which was beyond Xianxia's expectations. The artifact spirit was only born from the artifact refining furnace, so logically speaking, it shouldn't have much understanding of barriers. So how had it discovered it? Xianxia turned his head and looked at it suspiciously, But the artifact spirit still kept letting out low cries, as if it wanted to convey some kind of message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, and after a moment, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. You mean, we've already fallen into a barrier? The artifact spirit no longer made any sound, obviously meaning this. That can't be. Yang Kai's expression changed. He had been extremely cautious along the way, never going to any of those seemingly strange places, only taking routes that he believed to be incomparably safe. But if what the artifact spirit said was true, then it was very likely that he had already triggered some kind of barrier and was now trapped inside without even knowing it. Looking around, Yang Kai didn't find anything special. This place was still the same as the other places, a fiery red and extremely harsh environment. There wasn't even a single dangerous aura. This was probably a bewildering array or an illusion array. Yang Kai knew that the artifact spirit wouldn't speak without thinking. So this was the only explanation. Where had he triggered this barrier? Yang Kai was puzzled. Moreover, even the demon eye of annihilation couldn't see any clues, so it seemed that there was no way for him to crack it. As such, he could only wait for Lu Yan's desert to close and for the world principles here to teleport him out. Fortunately, the time limit was only a few days away, so Yang Kai wasn't worried about anything. Just as he was about to sit down cross-legged and rest, the artifact spirit on his shoulder suddenly let out a cry and immediately turned into a red streak of light and shot out. Yang Kai frowned, but he didn't force it to return because Yang Kai faintly perceived that the artifact spirit seemed to have discovered something. So, he waited in place. Strangely enough, after the red streak of light transformed by the artifact spirit rushed out 1,000 meters, it strangely disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision, but he could still hear the artifact spirit's cries from time to time. Judging from the cries, it wasn't too far away from him. Yang Kai felt even more relieved. After a while, there seemed to be a violent burst of fire attribute aura, causing the entire world to shake and distort. Taking advantage of this moment, Yang Kai finally saw some traces of a barrier through the demon eye of annihilation. Sure enough, the artifact spirit wasn't talking nonsense. He had indeed stepped into an illusory array, but he didn't know when he had stepped in. The distortion of heaven and earth was obviously not normal. It was a kind of visual confusion, which was obviously the result of an illusory array. The fire attribute aura fluctuations were becoming more and more violent, and the distortions in the world were becoming more and more severe. The surrounding environment had become like a ghost town, causing one's hair to stand on end. The earth and sky were all cracked, and even the surrounding space was tilted upside down like a mirror. At a certain moment, accompanied by a slight noise, the world around Yang Kai suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of fluorescent light. At the same time, the surrounding heat and harsh environment disappeared, replaced by an incomparably rich world energy aura. What entered Yang Kai's eyes was a beautiful, lush landscape. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling stunned, subconsciously thinking that this might be another illusion array. But when he turned around, a strange expression appeared on his face. About a dozen kilometers behind him, a red light curtain stood tall, connecting the heavens and the earth. The earth was scorched red, and countless fire attribute auras swam around like small snakes. This was clearly the fifth layer of the Lu Yin sand field. After frowning for a while, Yang Kai's spirit shook. Had he actually passed through the fifth layer and arrived in the sixth layer? The place he was currently in was clearly the sixth layer he had guessed. The world energy here was even richer than the mountain range where the sect was located in the fourth layer. Yang Kai didn't know when he had set foot in the sixth layer, but the moment he set foot in the sixth layer, he might have been wrapped up by the illusion array, so he hadn't noticed it and mistakenly thought he was walking through the fifth layer. Now that the illusion had disappeared, it was clear that the illusion array had been broken. Yang Kai turned his head again and saw a red light fly towards him. A moment later, the artifact spirit's body appeared, but at this moment, it was holding a fist-sized hexagonal crystal in its mouth. At first glance, Yang Kai realized that this crystal was somewhat abnormal, because he couldn't tell what color this crystal was. It could be said to be pure and colorless, but it could also be said to be a brilliant purple or brilliant red. It was simply too strange. It was simply too strange. Just as Xianxia was about to take a closer look at this crystal, though, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. A burst of black qi gushed out from the crystal and immediately transformed into countless ferocious-looking Yin souls. These Yin souls stirred up a gust of cold wind as they rushed towards him. Xianxia was shocked, and with a wave of his hand, shot out countless demonic flames. Strangely, these seemingly incomparably powerful Yin souls were like the moon in a mirror or flowers in the water, unable to withstand a single blow. As the demonic flames passed through them, they howled miserably and disappeared from Xianxia's sight. At the same time, a series of anxious and angry cries rang out in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia froze for a moment, and when he looked up again, he saw the artifact spirit still holding the crystal in its mouth, its wings flapping rapidly as it flew, crying out incessantly, seemingly cursing at Xianxia. Just now, Xianxia's sudden attack had given her fright. Ignoring it, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. At this moment, he also realized that those Yin souls just now weren't real at all. In other words, they were his own illusions. Because when those Yin souls appeared, the demon eye of annihilation had broken through some illusions, allowing him to see through them. That crystal can actually make me hallucinate. Xianxia was shocked. Chapter 1248. Xianxia's divine sense was now extremely powerful, so a crystal that could cause him to hallucinate was naturally not something ordinary. It was very likely that it was related to the previous illusion array. Perhaps this thing was the array core of that spirit array. Since the artifact spirit had brought this crystal back, the previous illusion array had broken by itself. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt it made sense, and suddenly developed a strong interest in this crystal. After calming his mind, he stared at it with great vigilance. This time, however, there was no black qi gushing out from it. Instead, after looking at it, Xianxia suddenly felt his knowledge churn and immediately became dizzy. It was as if his entire body had become weightless, floating lightly as if the world around him had been turned upside down. Xianxia was startled and quickly withdrew his gaze, closing his eyes and recovering only after a while. Not daring to spy on this strange crystal at will, Xianxia beckoned to the artifact spirit and asked it to bring the crystal over, tossing it into a space ring so he could study it carefully after returning. Seeing him finally return to normal, the artifact spirit no longer made any noise and continued to fly back to Xianxia's shoulder, combing its feathers in an elegant manner. Xianxia then began to carefully examine the sixth layer. At first glance, he could not help feeling surprised, because he found that the space in the sixth layer was actually quite small, only a few dozen kilometers in diameter. The fifth layer's flame area surrounded it, allowing Xianxia to see the entire sixth layer at a glance. The world energy aura in the sixth layer was extremely rich, and a few kilometers in front of him, there was a green bamboo forest. The green bamboo was not thick, but instead extremely slender, rising and falling with the wind. In the middle of the green bamboo forest, there seemed to be a loft that had existed here for countless years. Even after experiencing the erosion of the flowing time Great Emperor, it still stood tall. The entire sixth layer was wrapped in the middle of the fifth layer, but it was not affected by the heat waves of the fifth layer at all, as if it was a world of its own. Xianxia stared at the green bamboo forest and the exquisite loft in the middle of it, his mood fluctuating. Although he had seen the ruins of a huge sect on the fourth layer and knew that this Luyin desert had been inhabited a long time ago, encountering such a loft here still surprised Xianxia. The world energy here was even richer than that of the sect ruins, so the loft built here was obviously not something an ordinary person could live in. It was very likely that it was built by a high-level figure of that sect, and it was very likely that this person was a high-level female because the environment here was elegant. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai maintained his demon eye of annihilation and slowly walked over. Since he had already come here, there was naturally no reason to retreat. Yang Kai wanted to see if there was anything good in this loft, as well as the green bamboo forest. Bamboo that could grow here was definitely not ordinary. Originally, Yang Kai was worried that there would be various barriers and spirit arrays hidden here, but after easily walking a few laps around the green bamboo forest, he did not encounter any danger, which surprised him greatly and made him wonder if he had been too cautious. However, Yang Kai did not lower his guard because of this. Standing in the middle of the green bamboo forest, Yang Kai condensed a demonic flame sword in his hand and stared at a few dozen meters tall bamboo in front of him, swinging his sword down. Each of these bamboos was an emerald green and filled with rich world energy. Obviously, they were not ordinary bamboos and could definitely be used as good artifact refining materials. In this bamboo forest, there were at least a few thousand of them, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to cut some down and bring them back for Yang Yin to refine into some artifacts. After swinging his sword down, something unexpected happened to Yang Kai. The place where the bamboo had been cut was actually unscathed, not even leaving behind a single mark. Yang Kai was startled and realized that he had underestimated these green bamboos, but at the same time he was overjoyed. These bamboos were actually so tough, presumably they were indeed good materials for artifact refining. Immediately, Yang Kai began swinging his sword down. After half an hour, Yang Kai stood in place with a dark expression, staring at the green bamboo in front of him with an ugly expression. During this half an hour, he had used almost all the means at his disposal, but still had not been able to cut down a single bamboo. Even after using his space blade several dozen times, he had only been able to leave a small, almost negligible cut at the base of the bamboo. At this rate, it would be impossible to cut down a single bamboo without at least 10 days of effort. How could Yang Kai have so much time to waste here? Finally, Yang Kai reluctantly glanced at the green bamboo in front of him and sighed, having no choice but to give up on his previous idea and walk towards the loft. Yang Kai decided to first see if he could gain anything from the loft. After a while, Yang Kai arrived in front of the loft, but he did not rush in and instead stood there, looking up at the building in front of him that was tens of thousands of years old. The style of the loft was indeed somewhat different from today's lofts, but overall, it was not much different. It was very well preserved, and Yang Kai did not know what materials were used to build it. The door was closed, and there was not the slightest speck of dust on it. The loft was divided into 3 floors, each of which was 20 to 30 meters high, with a semicircle at the top. Yang Kai hesitated for a while before turning his head to look at the artifact spirit who had been standing on his shoulder. The artifact spirit was also staring at the loft with its pair of small eyes, as if it was trying to see some clues. Seeing Yang Kai turn his head, the artifact spirit realized something was wrong, and its figure flickered, transforming into a streak of flame that flew back into the artifact refining furnace in Yang Kai's arms, no longer willing to emerge. He really couldn't be put to use. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He originally wanted to let the artifact spirit go and first to investigate, but how could he have known that this thing would be so cunning? After understanding Yang Kai's intentions, it immediately shrank back into its own container. However, Yang Kai did not intend to force it. After all, breaking the illusion array before was entirely thanks to the artifact spirit and allowing him to obtain an unknown crystal. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai strode out, arrived in front of the loft, and pushed open the door. With a creaking sound, the door opened. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he secretly pushed his Saint Chi, remaining extremely vigilant. But even after the door was completely pushed open, there was still no sense of danger. Instead, a clear and calming fragrance wafted out from the loft. Smelling it, Yang Kai suddenly felt refreshed and refreshed. Looking towards the source of this fragrance, Yang Kai raised his brow and quickly walked over to a small platform, surrounding a small incense burner in amazement. This incense burner was similar to a miniature artifact refining furnace, and its grade was not low. The world energy fluctuations it exuded were not weak, so it was obviously an Origin King grade low-rank incense burner. However, this kind of thing was generally not refined to be used against enemies, and was simply used as a decoration. Just a simple decoration was actually Origin King grade low rank. This loft was truly extraordinary. What surprised Xianxia was not the small incense burner, but the thumb-sized piece of sandalwood burning inside it. This sandalwood was quite extraordinary, and the faint fragrance that drifted out from it was invisible to the naked eye, but Xianxia could perceive it. This kind of fragrance was of great help to a cultivator's cultivation, allowing any cultivator to quickly enter the most perfect state of cultivation. 10,000-year incense. Xianxia thought for a while and blurted out this name, looking overjoyed. Although he did not recognize the origin of this purple sandalwood at first, after observing it for a while, Xianxia guessed it. If it was really 10,000-year incense, then this thing was a treasure. 10,000-year incense could burn for 10,000 years without extinguishing, and this thumb-sized piece of 10,000-year incense in front of him had been burning for tens of thousands of years, but there was still such a large piece left. It could be imagined how high its quality was. It was very likely to be the highest grade of 10,000-year incense. 10,000-year incense was not naturally produced, but artificially refined. Just the raw materials needed to refine, it required a dozen kinds of materials from the body of a 10th-order monster beast. Among these materials, the rarest was a sachet called the Seven-Colored Elk. The Seven-Colored Elk was a descendant of an ancient monster beast. It was born as an 8th-order monster beast, and when it reached adulthood, it would reach the 10th order. Not only was it rare, but it was also very powerful. The seven-colored glow it emitted had the ability to ignore all defenses. Even if an Origin King Realm Master encountered a seven-colored elk, they would have no choice but to retreat. If one wanted to kill a seven-colored elk, it would take at least 3 to 5 second-order Origin Kings, or even more powerful cultivator, to do so. After taking the sachet, one would have to refine it within 10 days, otherwise the fragrance in the sachet would dissipate. It was because of this that the 10,000-year incense was so rare. This thing was not only able to help a cultivator quickly enter the best state of cultivation, as Xianxia had originally guessed. While cultivating by smelling this fragrance, it could also increase a cultivator's chances of epiphany. At the same time, it could also clear one's mind and reduce heart demons. When a martial artist broke through a great boundary, not only did they need to have a certain degree of comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, but they also needed to have a certain level of mental cultivation to keep up. There is also the possibility that they would encounter unexpected heart demons. These heart demons were the pain and regret that a martial artist normally hid in the depths of their hearts. Normally, they could suppress them, but at the critical moment of a breakthrough, they would silently emerge and effect a martial artist's advancement. It was common for a cultivator to die tragically or be seriously injured by their own heart demons. Xianxia had not encountered any heart demons for the time being, because he did not have many regrets or pain. The only thing he cared about the most was being separated from the women he loved for so long. However, he had always believed that he could reunite with them, so he did not encounter these problems. However, there was no guarantee that there would be something that he could not forget in the future. Once he broke through to a great realm, the consequences would be worrying. Now that he had this piece of 10,000-year incense, this problem could be easily solved. He could recognize this 10,000-year incense because it had something to do with alchemy, because this 10,000-year incense had to be refined by an alchemist. Xianxia was overjoyed and quickly put the small incense burner and the 10,000-year incense into his space ring with a satisfied expression. This 10,000-year incense alone was enough for him to take the risk of breaking into the loft to investigate. Chapter 1249. When he raised his head again, he was surprised to find that above the platform where the incense burner was placed, there was actually a portrait of a figure. In the portrait, there was only a back, and it could be clearly seen that it was the back of a woman. Her figure was slender and exquisite, and she was wearing a white dress. She looked like a goddess, awe-inspiring and inviolable. Yang Kai only glanced at it once, but he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable urge to kneel down and worship her. In a panic, he immediately circulated his secret art to resist the urge in his heart. When he looked carefully again, Yang Kai frowned. He found that the back of the woman in the portrait was vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Moreover, after dispelling the thoughts of worship, the picture scroll seemed to have become dull and ordinary. It was just a picture of an ordinary person without any novelty. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai carefully examined the portrait with his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing hidden inside, he withdrew his gaze. It was certain that the woman in the portrait was either the owner of this loft or had a great relationship with the owner of this loft. Otherwise, her back would not have been placed here. Yang Kai did not intend to take the portrait away. He was already very satisfied with being able to obtain the 10,000-year incense, so there was no need to take the portrait of someone else's back. Looking around again, Yang Kai found nothing. On the first floor of the loft, it seemed that besides the 10,000-year incense in the incense burner, there was only the ordinary portrait and nothing else. Next to it was a staircase leading to the second floor. Yang Kai strode up the stairs. After turning a corner, he easily arrived at the second floor. What he saw, Yang Kai was stunned. On the second floor of the loft, there was actually a woman's boudoir. Although there was not much in the room, Yang Kai could still infer from the furnishings that this was indeed a woman's residence. A bed, a table, a chair, a futon on the bed, and nothing else. The layout was very simple. Yang Kai's gaze swept over the table and chairs, and he quickly took a fancy to the praying mat. The owner of this loft obviously lived and cultivated here, so the praying mat she used should not be ordinary. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai stepped forward and reached out to pick up the futon. But to his surprise, as soon as his fingers touched the futon, this thing actually turned into a pile of fine powder. This was actually just an ordinary praying mat. It couldn't withstand the corrosion of the flowing time Great Emperor and had long since become unusable. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed involuntarily. From the looks of it, he had gained something in succession. He was still a little too greedy. He didn't even want to let go of the praying mat that others used for meditation and cultivation. Even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore. After searching around the second floor for a while, Yang Kai confirmed that there was nothing good here. Then, he turned around and walked towards the stairs leading to the third floor. During this trip to Luyan's desert, Yang Kai had already gained a lot. After experiencing the incident with the praying mat just now, he had immediately calmed down. Even if the third floor was empty, he wouldn't care too much. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly passed through the stairs and arrived at the third floor. Contrary to his expectations, there really was something on the third level. Moreover, it was a token that was floating in the air. Yang Kai glanced at this token and his heart shook, quickly rummaging through his black book space to look for it. A moment later, another token appeared in his hand. This one was almost identical to the one floating in front of him. It was made of a material that was neither gold nor wood, and there was no pattern on it. However, in the middle of this token was a large emperor character. From this token, an oppressive pressure was exuding, causing one to feel fear and want to prostrate themselves in worship. Star Emperor Token. Yang Kai's face became solemn as he recognized this token in an instant. Star Emperor tokens were rumored to be tokens made by the great emperors of the star field. Guizhu had once told Yang Kai that there were a total of 10 Star Emperor tokens, but no one knew where they had ended up. Each Star Emperor token was sealed with a divine technique of the great emperors of the star field. By using this divine technique, one could easily kill an Origin King. The Star Emperor token in Yang Kai's hand was given to him by Guizhu. After all, at that time, Yang Kai had taken Guizhu away from the floating continent, freeing him after 2,000 years of imprisonment. Although Guizhu was unruly and did not distinguish between good and evil, at the last moment, for some unknown reason, he had given this Star Emperor token to Yang Kai. Yang Kai guessed that this was to repay Yang Kai for saving his life. What's more, Gui Zhu had told Yang Kai to pour his Saint Qi into this Star Emperor token to use the Star Emperor Divine technique sealed inside. Of course, even if he used the Star Emperor Divine technique to kill a powerful enemy, with Yang Kai's current cultivation, there was not much chance of survival. After all, the Divine technique sealed inside the Star Emperor token was too powerful. Once it was used, it was possible that it would drain him of all his strength. Since obtaining this Star Emperor token, Yang Kai had kept it hidden inside the Black Book space, never thinking about using it. Firstly, it was too dangerous to use, and secondly, Yang Kai had encountered some kind of insurmountable disaster, so there was no need to use it. Yang Kai had never imagined that he would find a second Star Emperor token in this loft on the 6th floor of the Lu Yin Sand Field. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that something was wrong, because this Star Emperor token floating midair in front of him was not the same as the one in his hand. It seemed to have lost a great deal of its aura, and even though the majestic aura it exuded was still there was no sense of danger. Someone had used the divine technique contained in this Star Emperor token. In other words, at this moment, this token no longer contained the Star Emperor's killing technique. Yang Kai secretly guessed, but it was still quite surprising that this Star Emperor token had not been destroyed. In any case, with such a Star Emperor token in front of him, Yang Kai was not willing to let it go. Just as he was about to reach out and grab it, a halo suddenly rippled from the Star Emperor token. Yang Kai's face changed as he noticed the murderous intent contained in this halo. Pushing his Saint Qi, he quickly retreated, but even though he was fast, the halo spread even faster and swept across Yang Kai's body in an instant. Yang Kai's face went ashen. Even if this Star Emperor token had been used, it was not something he could casually violate. Just as he thought he was doomed, the intact Star Emperor token in his hand also released a halo of light, and as soon as the two halos touched, they both disappeared. The second Star Emperor token, which had been suspended in mid-air above the 3rd floor of the palace, seemed to lose its support and fell to the ground, making a soft thud as it bounced a few times before finally coming to a stop. Yang Kai was still in shock as he gripped his token tightly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Yang Kai had not expected such a turn of events. If he hadn't coincidentally obtained a Star Emperor token, he would have been seriously injured just now. The strange power emanating from the halo was not something he could resist right now. After gasping for breath for a while, Yang Kai slowly walked forward. At that moment, the world around him shook, and Yang Kai suddenly felt some strange changes in the surrounding space. Faintly, a repulsive force came from all directions, seemingly trying to expel him. At the same time, the shadow of a slender jade hand stretched out from the sky and grabbed towards Yang Kai. That jade-like hand was clearly a woman's palm, but it was extraordinarily large, almost covering the entire top of the loft. Furthermore, it completely ignored the structure of the loft and directly descended on Kai Yang's head. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he understood that the time for Lu Yin Sand Field to close had come, causing the surrounding space force to become turbulent. It was likely that the scene he encountered at this moment existed everywhere in the Lu Yin Sand Field. The cultivator who had broken into this place before should have been thrown out by this jade hand. Yang Kai's guess was not wrong at all. From the 1st to the 4th layer of the Lu Yin Sand Field, the shadows of jade hands stretched out from the void and easily grabbed the cultivator who was resting or fighting. Immediately after, these jade hands turned into fluorescent light and disappeared along with the cultivator's figures. The next moment, outside the Lu Yin Sand Field, a number of figures appeared strangely, causing the elders of the various sects who had been waiting outside to be overjoyed, and all of them rushed forward to greet them. Inside the loft, Yang Kai fiercely pushed his Saint Qi and sent out a palm towards the jade hand shadow. Using his heaven-covering hand, Yang Kai was unable to intercept the jade hand shadow at all. While rushing forward quickly, He rolled on the ground and sent out a dozen space blades, blocking the Jade Hand shadow for a moment. Taking advantage of this hard-won time, Xianxia quickly grabbed the Star Emperor token on the ground and immediately relaxed, standing in place quietly, no longer preparing to resist. However, when the Jade Hand grabbed Xianxia and the surrounding space force distorted and was about to teleport him out, the two Star Emperor tokens in Xianxia's hands glowed at the same time, forming a light blue protective shield that enveloped him. The Jade Hand disappeared, but Xianxia was still standing on the third floor of the loft, confused. Soon, the distorted space force around him disappeared, along with the feeling of rejection. Xianxia seemed to have been forgotten as he stood there alone. After a while, Xianxia reacted and was both surprised and overjoyed. He was certain that the situation just now was definitely because Lu Yin's sand field had closed and the teleportation force had been applied to him, but it had been inexplicably blocked by the two Star Emperor tokens. In other words, he had been left here. Xianxia was happy because he now had a lot of time to use, but he was also worried because he didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter when he left. After all, while Lu Yin's sand field was open, the dangers of the flame area had been reduced countless times, but once it closed, the dangers of the flame area would increase exponentially. If Xianxia wanted to leave, he would have to pass through the 6th floor by himself. Thinking about this now was useless, as he had been left behind by a freak combination of factors, so Xianxia had to think about how to take advantage of the situation in front of him. Xianxia didn't dare to take back the two Star Emperor tokens. Who knew what would happen once he took them back? He could only keep them close to him. Chapter 1250. In the first layer flame area of Lu Yin's sand field, Xianxia strode out as a pale blue light bloomed from his chest. This light dispelled all the threats around him, and even the heat waves and fire toxins of the flame area were unable to penetrate his body. Xianxia didn't even need to use his Saint Qi to protect himself. At this time, more than half a year had passed since Lu Yin's sandfield closed, and during this time, Xianxia had been staying in the 6th layer. It wasn't that he was looking for treasures, as all the valuable things in the loft had been taken away by him, so there was nothing left to search. Xianxia had only stayed there to chop down a few stalks of bamboo. His original plan was to chop down a few stalks and then leave, but how could he have known that these stalks of bamboo were far tougher than he had expected? Using his space blade, Xianxia spent a full 20 days cutting down a single stalk of bamboo the thickness of a thumb. During these 20 days, because he had constantly used his space blade, Xianxia found that his understanding of it had improved greatly and the power of his space blade had also increased. Overjoyed, Xianxia no longer cared about the time he had spent. For the next 6 months, Xianxia spent his time in the bamboo forest, competing with the stalks of bamboo. After such a long time, he was only able to chop down 20 stalks of bamboo. If it weren't for the fact that he had delayed for so long and worried about yang inflammation and Wu Yi, Xianxia wouldn't have come out so early. A month ago, Xianxia had left in a hurry, and it had taken him an entire month to reach the first layer of Lu Yin's sandfield. During this time, Xianxia had kept the two Star Emperor tokens close to his body, not daring to leave them for even a moment. After the flowing flame sand field was completely closed, the dangers it contained had become countless times more ferocious. The 2nd and 4th layer treasure areas weren't so bad, but the 3rd and 5th layer flame areas had more than 10 times the intensity of the heat they contained. Xianxia estimated that even his own cold flames would not be able to resist the scorching heat. Fortunately, he had the Star Emperor token to protect him, allowing him to travel without any worries. He didn't know why the Star Emperor token was able to restrain the environment of the flame area, but he vaguely felt that this Lu Yin desert should be related to the legendary star field's great emperors. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a 2nd Star Emperor token on the 6th floor of the loft. If someone were to enter at this time, they would indeed die. No wonder the cultivator on Shadowed Star chose to enter when the power of the Lu Yin sand was weakened. That time was undoubtedly relatively safe. At this moment, Not far in front of him, there seemed to be a thin layer of dark red energy shield blocking him. That dark red energy shield contained a terrifying burning power. Anyone who approached, it would be melted into a pool of blood in an instant. When Yang Kai saw this thin layer of dark red energy shield, not only did he not panic, but instead showed a look of joy as he rushed forward to meet it, as if he didn't know the difference between life and death. However, just as his body came into contact with the dark red energy shield, the energy shield seemed to sense something and split open on its own, allowing Yang Kai to pass through it calmly. After Yang Kai passed through, the energy shield healed itself and returned to its original state. After Yang Kai passed through the dark red energy shield, the scenery in front of him changed. Although the surroundings were still filled with a scorching heat and the ground beneath his feet was still dry and cracked, the scenery in the distance was different from the flame area. Finally, he was out. This Luoyin desert was really big. Yang Kai had been using his wind and thunder wings all the way here, but it had still taken him an entire month to reach the outside from the innermost layer. Yang Kai estimated that the entire Luoyin desert covered an area of at least a few 100,000 kilometers. No one knew about it before, because no one had been able to reach the third layer and beyond, so it was impossible to guess. The moment he came out, Yang Kai put the 2-star Emperor tokens he had been hiding in his sleeve into the black book space for safekeeping. But in the next moment, Yang Kai felt a little awkward because he didn't know where he was now. Although he had the Yuan magnetic compass to determine his direction when he came out, it only pointed toward the center of Luoyin Desert. As long as he walked in the opposite direction, he would be able to leave Luoyin Desert. But now, he couldn't tell where he was. After all, he was still on Shadowed Star, so Yang Kai felt a little relieved. Just as he was about to release his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, he suddenly frowned and looked to the side. Not far away, a figure was quickly flying over, and when their eyes met, this person showed a look of astonishment. Because it had been half a year since Luoyin Desert closed, and all the large and small sect had evacuated half a year ago, this man had not expected to meet someone alive here. However, at a glance, this man let out a soft cry of surprise, seemingly recognizing Yang Kai's appearance. Yang Kai was also speechless. This person had recognized him, but how could he not recognize him? Although he didn't know this guy's name, Yang Kai had indeed met him once. It was the cultivator who had invited Yang Kai to cooperate with him when Luoyin Desert had just opened. At that time, 2 people had been sent to Yang Kai's vicinity. One was a disciple of Dawning Moon Hall, and the other was this cultivator. However, at that time, Yang Kai had flatly refused this man's invitation. The moment he saw Yang Kai, a look of joy appeared on this man's face. He immediately turned around and rushed straight towards Yang Kai, but before he could get close, his face changed, and he hurriedly came to a halt. Another figure quickly passed by this cultivator and intercepted him. Immediately after, another figure appeared behind him and formed a pincer attack with the cultivator in front of him, trapping him in the middle. This man's face couldn't help but sink as he glanced over at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't. The 2 people who were blocking this cultivator saw that he had finally been intercepted and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They secretly used their divine senses to investigate Yang Kai not far away and found that he was just a second-order Saint King, so they didn't take him too seriously. One of the cultivators, who looked like a tall man, chuckled meaningfully as he looked at the person who had been stopped and said, "Junior Brother Deng, I was wondering why you had come to the periphery of Luoyin Desert, but it turns out you had a helper lying in ambush here. What, do you think a second-order Saint King cultivator can eat us 2 brothers?" The other cultivator, who was wearing a purple robe, sneered and mocked. It seems that Junior Brother Deng Ning has been very favored recently, and was confused for a moment. Otherwise, how could he have come to this kind of place? Brother Yi, there's no need to lower yourself to his level. Caught in the middle, Deng Ning's face sank, but he didn't try to defend himself, nor did he want to admit it. Instead, he quickly said, "Yang Rong and Ji Gong, just for a mere blood fusion pill, You're willing to kill all of us without any regard for your brotherhood? The tall cultivator named Xianxia laughed when he heard this. Brotherhood? In Demon Blood Temple, this kind of thing is very luxurious. Brother, I don't expect to have such a thing. As for the blood fusion pill, Junior Brother Deng, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently hand it over. Everyone here is from the same bloodline, so I don't want to be too ruthless. You don't want to? Deng Ning snickered and sneered. You're afraid I'll fight back before I die, right? Don't think the two of you can eat me. Even if I have to drag one of you down with me, I can still do it. Hearing this, both Xianxia and Enji's faces changed, revealing a look of dread. Obviously, they knew the other party wasn't lying. Enji frowned, suppressing some of his murderous intent as he tried to persuade Deng Ning. Junior Brother Deng, you obtained a lot of good things in Luyan's desert last time. It was because of this great harvest that the elders decided to reward you with this blood fusion pill. And as far as I know, you received more than just this blood fusion pill, right? The sect secret scriptures are much more open to you, and you were even given a powerful artifact. So why bother arguing with us over a single pill? We don't want anything else from you, just that pill. If we can't, Brother Yi and I will each compensate you with 30,000 Saint crystals. He thought that if he gave Deng Ning a way out, the other party would compromise. After all, it wasn't worth it to lose his life for a single pill, but how could he have imagined that Deng Ning would actually sneer? 30,000? As disciples of Demon Blood Temple. Don't you know how precious this weapon fusion pill is? You want to make up for my loss with a trivial 30,000? Don't even think about it. And Ji's face went cold and was about to say something when Deng Ning sneered. But brethren, don't blame me for not reminding you as a junior brother. What kind of person Brother Yi is, I'm sure you know better than anyone else. There's only one blood fusion pill. So even if I give it to you, how are you going to split it? Don't say something stupid like brother you will give it to you. I don't think your future will be any better than mine. As soon as these words came out, Enji's expression immediately became complicated. How could he not have thought of this? But now that he was riding a tiger, he could only join forces with Xianxia to obtain the blood fusion pill first. As for how they would distribute it after snatching it, that was another matter altogether. Seeing Enji's expression change slightly, Xianxia quickly shouted, Junior brethren, don't be so gullible as to believe his words. Now that the two of us have joined forces, whoever grabs the blood fusion pill from him will get it. If Big Brother wins and obtains the divine pill, Big Brother promises to compensate you. Hearing what he said, Enji's expression relaxed slightly as he forced a smile and said, if Junior Brother is lucky enough to obtain it, he will do the same as Big Brother. Both of them had their own ulterior motives, but now they had reached an agreement. Seeing that his plan to sow discord had no effect, Deng Ning's expression became gloomy as he reached out and wiped a space ring, summoning a crimson pill that contained an astonishing amount of blood chi into his hand. Blood fusion pill. As soon as they saw this pill, Xianxia and Enji both showed greedy looks as they stared at it, as if it was something extremely precious to them. Chapter 12:51. This is the blood fusion pill given by the elders. It can help the disciples of Demon Blood Temple refine their blood and break through bottlenecks. Do you want it? A dangerous smile appeared on Deng Ning's face as he threw the blood fusion pill towards Luyan's sand and laughed wildly. If you want it, go in and pick it up. Let's see if you can come out alive. He knew that he couldn't keep the blood fusion pill under the joint attack of his two brothers, so he didn't want to give it away to others. Stop him, Xianxia shouted, seemingly about to attack Deng Ning to stop him. But in the next instant, his figure flickered, and he turned around to chase after the blood fusion pill. And Ji also made a feint as he chased after the blood fusion pill, the two of them surprisingly having the same goal at this moment. However, Deng Ning had used all his strength to send the blood fusion pill flying extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had rushed into Lu Yan's dark red energy barrier and disappeared. By the time Yang Rong and Ji chased after it, they were already at their wits' end. For a time, both of their faces went pale as they turned their heads and glared at Deng Ning in anger, murderous intent bursting from their eyes. No longer were they trying to persuade him. The two of them now wished they could tear Deng Ning into 10,000 pieces. Once the blood fusion pill was thrown into Lu Yan's sand field, it was impossible to retrieve it. Neither of them had any confidence that with their third-order Saint King cultivation, they could enter this forbidden zone. On top of that, at this time, Lu Yan's sand field was extremely dangerous. Entering it now meant certain death. The moment Deng Ning threw out the blood fusion pill, his figure had already fled in a hurry, wanting to leave this place. However, Yang Rong let out a fierce shout. His figure suddenly swayed and turned into a blood cloud. He flew above Deng Ning at an extremely fast speed and then wrapped around Deng Ning. Inside the blood cloud, an evil aura filled the air and a nauseating bloody smell filled the air. In an instant, Deng Ning's horrified voice rang out from the blood cloud. Demon body blood transformation. When did you cultivate it? He seemed to be shocked by the method Yang Rong had just displayed. His voice began to tremble. In the next moment, the sound of intense fighting and Deng Ning's muffled groans came from within the blood cloud. Yang Rong sneered. Brother, I'm not that talented, but I've already started on the path 3 years ago. This was the first time he had used it against an enemy. Junior brother Deng, let's see where you can run to this time. As he spoke, he instructed, Junior brother and kill that eyesore. Although the blood fusion pills are gone, as far as I know, Junior brother Deng still has the secret technique demonic blood thread in his hands. If you want it, then hurry up and do it. Originally, when Ji saw Yang Rong transform into a blood cloud and envelop Deng Ning, his expression sank. He never thought that his brother Yi would be so cunning. He had cultivated this secret technique 3 years ago, but had never exposed it. And Ji couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear on his face. Now that the blood fusion pills were gone, and Ji had some thoughts of retreating. After all, even if he joined forces with Yang Rong to kill Deng Ning, he wouldn't be able to reap much benefits. But now that he heard Ji say that Deng Ning actually had the secret technique demonic blood thread, and Ji was greatly tempted and hesitated. Didn't Yang Rong know what he was afraid of? Immediately, Ji shouted, Junior brother and brother's demon body blood transformation consumes a lot of Saint Qi. Using it to deal with junior brother Deng is already quite difficult. You don't need to worry about me attacking you afterwards. What's more, with junior brother N's means, big brother won't go looking for trouble. And Ji pondered for a while with a gloomy expression, as if he had come to a decision, his expression immediately becoming firm as he nodded. Good. Then junior brother will join forces with big brother once more. Saying so, he turned around and stared at Yang Kai coldly. At that moment, a flame rushed out from Lu Yin's sand and into Yang Kai's chest, causing Ji, who saw this scene, to frown and ask, what was that? Nothing. Yang Kai sighed lightly, thought about it for a moment, and said, if I said that I had nothing to do with that junior brother of yours and that I wasn't his helper, would you believe me? Do you think I wouldn't believe you? And Ji coldly snorted. If it were me, I wouldn't believe you either. Yang Kai said helplessly, without mentioning Deng Ning's happy expression when he saw him and the fact that the two of them seemed to know each other. This was the Lu Yin sand field. Although it was still in the periphery, it was still extremely hot. For Yang Kai to appear here, if he wasn't Deng Ning's helper, how could he have come here to play? Except for when the Lu Yin sand field was open, no one was willing to approach this place at any other time. If Yang Rong and Ji weren't chasing Deng Ning this time, how could they have come to this place? As for Deng Ning, he was also at his wit's end, so he came here hoping to get away from his two senior brothers. How could he have known that the temptation of the blood fusion pill was too great for them to give up? By chance and coincidence, Kai Yang had been drawn into this dispute. Do you want to end it yourself, or do you want me to do it for you? And Ji didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all and glanced at the battle inside the blood cloud, not in a hurry to attack Yang Kai. On the contrary, the more intense the battle was, the better it would be for him. He couldn't wait for Ding Ning and Yi Yang Rong to fight each other so that he could take advantage of the situation. What's the difference? Yang Kai grinned, not showing any fear. The difference is very big. If you end it yourself, you could die a quick death. But if you want me to do it, haha, I don't think there's any difference. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a trace of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, "You're going to die anyway." And Ji was startled, but after understanding what Yang Kai was saying, his expression suddenly became fierce. "You talk big. No wonder Dang Ning asked you for help. I want to see how you're going to kill me." As he spoke, a blood-red light burst from his body, and his originally ordinary aura began to fill with a bloody smell. Yang Kai frowned. Although he had never dealt with this demon blood temple cultivator before, judging from the Saint Chi fluctuations coming from Yang Rong and Ji, he could tell they both cultivated some kind of evil secret art. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such an astonishing amount of malevolent Chi. When this kind of aura was cultivated to the extreme, once it was released against an enemy, it would cause one's soul to tremble. Those with weak minds were likely to be affected by this kind of malevolent Chi and malevolent Chi, causing them to lose their will to fight. It could be said that this kind of aura was a great advantage when fighting. But at the same time, this kind of malevolent Chi and malevolent Chi could be easily restrained, as long as one's Saint Chi was strong enough to suppress it. The unyielding golden skeleton in Yang Kai's body used to store this kind of evil Chi, so he naturally had some understanding of this kind of thing. After Ji released his aura, he didn't attack and instead just stared at Yang Kai with interest, as if he wanted to see how frightened he would look under his own malevolent Chi. The other party's cultivation was lower than his by a minor realm, so Ji was naturally confident he could suppress him. Once he made his opponent lose their will to fight, he could play with him like a cat, playing with a mouse, and kill some time. Contrary to his expectations, the young man's expression didn't change at all after he gathered his evil Chi and blasted it at the young man opposite him. Instead, he revealed a disdainful expression. He didn't have the comical expression of those people he had met before. And Ji couldn't help but be surprised. He nodded and said, "Good, good, good. You really have some skills. I underestimated you." As he spoke, he withdrew his aura and a bloody light burst out from his body, as if blood was gushing out from his body. Soon, it condensed into a blood mist that twisted and transformed into a bloody hand that pushed straight towards Yang Kai. Azura Blood Hand, a secret technique of Demon Blood Temple that only disciples of Demon Blood Temple could cultivate. Although its power wasn't great, the malevolent Chi contained in this bloody hand was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Once infected, one's blood would boil, making them suffer a fate worse than death. All the secret techniques of Demon Blood Temple generally had this kind of effect that was difficult to guard against. So on Shadowed Star, an average cultivator who encountered someone from Demon Blood Temple would either be too lazy or afraid to fight them, because there was no telling when they would suffer a big loss. At the same time, as the Azura Blood Hand was pushed out, and Ji flicked his 10 fingers and sent out a red beam of light that transformed into a blood red, all hidden behind the bloody hand, preparing to launch a sneak attack. And Ji didn't expect to be able to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. From the other party's performance just now, it was obvious he wasn't weak, so Ji's plan was to test Yang Kai's depths. As the bloody hand flew towards him, Yang Kai simply threw out a punch, the black flame surrounding his fist giving off a scorching aura. When the two collided, the bloody hand was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, instantly being broken apart by the black flames. Even the blood-red light was suppressed by the black flames. The blood-red alls that followed the bloody hand also failed to hurt Yang Kai and were easily blocked by the several grand heavenly shields he condensed. Seeing this situation, Ji's expression froze for a moment before he immediately realized that the combat power of this second-order Saint King was not inferior to his own. Not daring to hesitate, he immediately waved his hand and summoned out a blood-red short axe. This short axe had a strange shape, somewhat resembling an axe, but more like a machete. It was red in color and gave off an astonishing murderous aura. With the short axe in hand, Enji's aura soared as he swung the weapon in his hand forward fiercely. A blood-red light shot out from the short axe and transformed into a blood-red blade that rushed towards Xianxia. Immediately, Enji waved his short axe again and again, sending out blood-red blades one after another. In the blink of an eye, a large number of blood-red blades had gathered together and shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression became solemn as he knew that his opponent was using his true strength. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, he directly took out his purple shield and placed it in front of him. Although the purple shield had lost a great deal of its spirituality when Xianxia subdued the artifact spirit, its defensive capabilities were still there. It was just unable to use its sandstorm function. Chapter 12:52. As soon as Xianxia summoned his shield, the countless blood blades had already arrived in front of him. The crescent-shaped blades slammed into the shield with earth-shattering sounds, the force of the collision even forcing Xianxia back. Seeing this, Enji's expression not only did not show the slightest joy, but instead became much more dignified. Because his opponent's purple shield looked dim, but it was actually able to block his blood blades, it was obviously a high-grade, origin-grade artifact. Seeing this, Enji began swinging his short axe even harder. As he swung his short axe, there seemed to be a mysterious force emanating from it, pulling the blood blades blocked by the purple shield back towards Xianxia from all directions. Yuan control? Xianxia's brow furrowed, but he quickly rejected this idea, because this Enji obviously didn't understand any Yuan control techniques. The fact that this blood blade could be manipulated by him to change direction should be the power of an artifact. Understanding this, Xianxia sighed softly. Xianxia had been defending all this time because he wanted to see what kind of shocking means this demon blood temple disciple had. After all, he still had to live on Shadowed Star in the future and would have to fight against these native cultivators in order to prepare himself if he ever encountered a cultivator from one of these forces in the future. But how could Xianxia have known that although this Enji was a third-order Saint King, his Saint Chi was impure, and although the methods he used were somewhat strange, they didn't pose any threat to him? Immediately, Enji lost all interest in probing and put away his purple shield, exposing himself to the countless blood blades. Seeing this, Enji was overjoyed. Although he didn't understand why Xianxia had given up on defending, he knew that this opportunity was now or never. So he waved his short axe fiercely, directing the countless blood blades to surround Xianxia in an attempt to inflict serious damage. Xianxia stared at him indifferently. The moment the blood blades touched his body, a jet-black demonic flame burst from his body. This demonic flame was extremely hot, and as soon as it appeared, the temperature within a radius of several dozen meters rose sharply. As soon as the blood blades touched the demonic flame, they immediately melted. It couldn't cut into the demonic flames at all, and Ji was shocked. But before he could make a move, Xianxia had already rushed to his side like a bolt of lightning. For a moment, the power of the pitch-black demonic flame surged. It directly wrapped Enji in it. Sounds of fighting and screams could be heard. Enji's screams were mixed with panic and fear. This opponent's dark flames seemed to restrain his evil Saint Chi. Being shrouded in his opponent's aura, Xianxia couldn't display much of his strength. If it weren't for his 1-2 defensive artifacts, Xianxia would have been killed in an instant. A second-order Saint King, Enji was completely dumbfounded. Could this be a return to Void Stage Cultivator in disguise? While Xianxia and Enji were fighting, Yiongrong and Dingning were also engaged in a life-or-death battle. Dingning was wrapped in the blood cloud, and using all of his means, he was barely able to protect himself, but he could only delay his opponent for half a stick of incense worth of time. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Dingning felt that he was doomed. His junior brother's demon god transformation blood secret technique had reached an extremely high level and was not something he could resist. Just as Dingning was panicking, Xianxia suddenly withdrew some of the power of the blood cloud, greatly reducing the pressure on Deng Ning. Overjoyed, Deng Ning immediately used all of his means to regain some of his momentum. At the same time, Xianxia's voice passed through the blood cloud. "Junior brethren, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill that man, and come help." Although he heard Nji's shouts, Xianxia thought that Nji was deliberately stalling for time so that he and Deng Ning would both suffer heavy losses. What he didn't know was that Nji didn't even have time to answer his question at this moment, his face extremely pale as he was being beaten by Yang Kai. It was precisely because Xianxia was so suspicious that he didn't use his full strength to deal with Deng Ning, instead saving some strength to compete with Nji for Deng Ning's inheritance. For a time, a strange atmosphere filled the two battlefields. One side was unwilling to use their full strength while the other side was sweating profusely. But soon, the situation became clear. After Nji and Yang Kai fought for half a cup of tea's worth of time, Nji let out a pitiful cry, and his figure was sent flying backwards as if he had suffered a heavy blow, vomiting a mouthful of blood mid-air, his face ashen as his eyes filled with horror. The moment Nji flew backwards, Yang Kai's figure also followed closely behind, not waiting for him to fall to the ground before punching him in the chest. Nji only had time to let out a heart-wrenching scream before his chest caved in and his eyes gradually lost their light. Soon after, his body exploded in midair. On the other side, after hearing Nji scream, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he looked over, just in time to see Nji's body explode, crying out in alarm. How is this possible? The moment of shock caused his blood cloud to tremble, but Deng Ning took this opportunity to escape, standing to the side in a sorry state, panting as he looked at the blood cloud and then at Yang Kai, who was drawing back his fist with a touch of disbelief, joy, and fear in his eyes. Nji had died and Deng Ning had escaped, so Xianxia also knew that something was wrong. The blood cloud he had transformed into wriggled and revealed his body, frowning as he looked at Yang Kai in silence. "If you dare move, I'll kill you." Yang Kai shook off the blood on his hand, raised his head, and glanced over at Xianxia faintly, like a butcher staring at a lamb in a pen, causing Xianxia to feel a chill run down his spine, as if he had been plunged into an ice cellar. Although the other party had only said a few threatening words, Xianxia inexplicably felt that he really had the ability to do so he really didn't move. Opening his mouth, Xianxia wanted to say something, but before he could, he was interrupted by Deng Ning. Deng Ning cupped his fist to Yang Kai and squeezed out a smile. "This friend, many thanks for saving me." His expression was sincere. Obviously, he was sincerely thanking Yang Kai. After all, even if he was a disciple of Demon Blood Temple, having his life saved would still be grateful. "It's none of your business," Yang Kai replied indifferently. He didn't have much of a good impression of this Deng Ning. After all, when this guy was being chased by his two brothers, he had still flown over to him, obviously trying to drag him into this mess. Moreover, before, Xianxia and Nji suspected that Yang Kai was a helper arranged by Deng Ning, and Yang Kai didn't deny it. If it had been any other second-order Saint King, how could they have survived? They would only have died unjustly. However, thinking about it from Deng Ning's perspective, Yang Kai would likely have done the same if he had been in Deng Ning's shoes, so although he didn't like Deng Ning's approach, he didn't intend to pursue it. The other party was only trying to save his own life, so how could he have cared so much at that time? Being choked by Yang Kai's words, Deng Ning's expression became somewhat awkward, but he didn't continue to dwell on this issue, and instead said with a solemn expression, "Friend, can you help this Deng to the end? If you help this Deng kill this heartless and unscrupulous person, this Deng will definitely repay you generously." As soon as these words came out, Xianxia's face changed greatly as he realized that this second-order Saint King really wasn't a helper arranged by Deng Ning, causing his intestines to turn green with regret. If he had known this would happen, how could he have asked Nji to use him to deal with Yang Kai? Yi Rong would have preferred to send him away sooner, but regretting it now was useless. And Ji had already been killed by him, and the other party was still glaring at him with a disgruntled look, clearly annoyed that he had been involved in this inexplicable dispute. Seeing how this young man was able to kill Ji in half a cup of tea's time, if he had really joined forces with Deng Ning, how could he have survived? Yi Rong's heart suddenly became uneasy as he stared nervously at Yang Kai, secretly worried about what kind of answer he would give him. To his pleasant surprise, though, Yang Kai just rolled his eyes and glanced at Deng Ning before shaking his head and saying, "I have no interest in intervening in the grievances between you, brother, and junior brother." Yi Rong's expression relaxed. Just as he thought he had escaped this disaster, Deng Ning suddenly said, "Friend, we are disciples of Demon Blood Temple. You kill my brethren, so if you let Yi Rong go back, this matter will inevitably be exposed. At that time, I'm afraid you will be in some trouble. Do you want me to kill you all to silence you?" Yang Kai grinned, his eyes sweeping over Deng Ning and Yi Rong a few times, a look of malicious intent appearing on his face, causing both of their hearts to beat wildly. At this moment, Yi Rong was already cursing Deng Ning in his heart, hating him for speaking without thinking, but hearing the other party say this made him happy. So he quickly said, "Junior brother Deng, this friend doesn't seem to be easy to talk to. How about we temporarily put aside our internal grievances and join forces to deal with him?" Deng Ning sneered and refused without even thinking about it. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in joining forces with people like you." After refusing Yi Rong, Deng Ning turned to Yang Kai and said solemnly, "It's not an exaggeration to say that you want to silence me, but if this friend wants to kill me as well, then I have nothing to say. After all, if you hadn't intervened, I would have died this time as well. But even if I die, I won't let this person off so easily." Deng Ning stared at Yi Rong with a ferocious grin, as if being forced to abandon the blood fusion pill had driven Deng Ning crazy. "You're crazy." Yi Rong was shocked and retreated again and again. But just as he took a step back, a divine sense pressure that caused him to pale suddenly descended from the sky. At the same time, the defenses of his knowledge sea were instantly broken, and a spiritual energy attack penetrated his knowledge sea. Yi Rong instantly began sweating profusely, knowing that if he moved again, his knowledge sea would definitely be attacked. The strength of this divine sense was not inferior to that of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and was not something he could resist. Immediately, Yi Rong no longer dared to move, and instead stare at Yang Kai in fear, his eyes trembling violently, unable to believe that such a divine sense attack could be sent out by such a person. After tearing apart the defenses of this man's knowledge sea and giving him a warning, Yang Kai didn't rush to kill him, but instead looked at Deng Ning with interest and suddenly said, "It's not impossible for me to take action, but what kind of reward can you give me?" Chapter 1253. Yang Kai understood the principle of cutting weeds and pulling up roots better than anyone else. If possible, he wanted to kill this Deng Ning as well, but Deng Ning's declaration that even if he died, he would drag Yi Rong down with him had somewhat moved Yang Kai. A guy who didn't even care about his own life and death could be trusted. Asking Deng Ning for a reward was just an excuse. After all, Yang Kai didn't want to act for no reason. Just now, he had killed Ji because someone else had attacked first. As for what Deng Ning wanted to pay, whether it was expensive or cheap, Yang Kai didn't care. However, after hearing Yang Kai say this, Deng Ning's face lit up, and he thought about it carefully for a moment before quickly saying, "Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique. I wonder if this friend is interested?" Deng Ning. Before Yang Kai could answer, Yi Rong roared like he had lost his mind, his face filled with disbelief. "You dare spread our temple's secret technique? Do you know what will happen to you if the elders learn of this?" Deng Ning turned his head and smiled coldly at him. "It's nothing more than refining one's soul. What's there to make such a fuss about?" Deng Ning's indifferent expression left Yi Yang Rong speechless for a while. Deng Ning shook his head again and sneered. Besides, as long as Brother Yi dies here, who will know I spread our temple's secret technique? Yi Yang Rong's face suddenly went pale as he realized how much Deng Ning hated him, even going so far as to violate Demon Blood Temple's rules and use his Demon Blood Thread secret technique to lure this person into helping him. If the other party really agreed, he wouldn't have any chance of survival. Thinking quickly, Yi Yang Rong hurriedly turned to Yang Kai and said, "Friend, don't believe Deng Ning's words so easily. Although our temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique is extremely powerful and only core disciples can cultivate it, you have never cultivated our Demon Blood Temple's secret technique, so it is useless to you. Moreover, if you obtain this secret technique, our temple's elders will definitely not sit back and watch. Once news of this leaks out, at that time, you will have no road to heaven or door to earth and will die." Saying so, Yang Rong's mind flashed. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. His face became even paler. Looking at Deng Ning, he said in a trembling voice, "So this is what you were planning?" Deng Ning chuckled. When he saw that Yi Yang Rong had finally understood, he no longer concealed it. Instead, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Friend, I don't know your name, nor do I know your background, but I only want to kill this person right now. Although revealing the Demon Blood Thread secret technique is risky for you, it is also the same for me. Once this matter is exposed, I will only suffer thousands of times worse torture than you, so I will never betray you. Friend, can you rest assured now?" This Deng Ning's mind was extremely sharp, and he seemed to have long since seen through Yang Kai's evil intentions of killing them all. So he used the Demon Blood Thread secret technique to bind himself to Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai agreed, he wouldn't betray Yang Kai, because betraying Yang Kai was equivalent to courting death. This could be considered a disguised gesture of goodwill. As for the fact that the Demon Blood Thread secret technique had no effect on Yang Kai, how could he not have considered this? Seeing Yang Kai's hesitant look, Deng Ning steeled his heart and increased the price. "If friend is still not satisfied, I can—" "No need. The Demon Blood Thread secret technique is fine." Yang Kai interrupted him. He also saw through Deng Ning's intentions, but he didn't care about such a small trick. He didn't comment on Deng Ning's desperate approach. Seeing Yang Kai nod, Yi Yang Rong's face instantly turned ashen while Deng Ning was overjoyed. "Go ahead," Yang Kai suddenly said to Deng Ning faintly. Deng Ning was startled, thinking that Yang Kai wanted to help him from the side, so he didn't ask any questions. Turning around, his blood qi surged madly as he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a blood mist. This blood mist seemed to have a life of its own, twisting and transforming into a short spear. Deng Ning grabbed this short spear in one hand and rushed in front of Yi Yang Rong, stabbing it forward with a ferocious look on his face. What happened next shocked him greatly. He clearly saw that Yi Yang Rong wanted to dodge, but for some unknown reason, a look of pain appeared on his senior brother's face, and his Saint Chi stagnated for a moment before his figure froze in place, unable to move. Deng Ning's short spear easily pierced through Yi Yang Rong's heart and came out of his body. Blood spurted out as a look of horror appeared on Yi Yang Rong's face. Holding the blood-colored short spear in his hand, he seemed to want to pull it out of his body, but his strength was rapidly draining away, and in the blink of an eye, his vitality was completely drained. Deng Ning was once again stunned on the spot until Yi Yang Rong's body fell from the sky, making a loud noise as it hit the ground, waking him from his daze. Deng Ning was certain that the reason why his brother was unable to fight back when facing his blow just now was because this second-order Saint King young man had done something. Does he really have such ability? Deng Ning didn't think he was too weak, but he hadn't even figured out when this young man had done something, or what he had done, yet he had still managed to win this battle. Didn't this mean that if this young man wanted to kill him, he could kill him in the blink of an eye? Thinking so, Deng Ning couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat as his heart began to tremble. When he saw Yang Kai kill Ji, Ding Ning understood that the other party was an elite from some great force, but it wasn't until now that he realized that this young man was simply a monster. All kinds of thoughts flashed across his mind, but after a moment, Ding Ning turned around, his face calm as usual, only his eyes revealing a deep sense of dread. Laughing heartily, Ding Ning flew down from the sky and took the initiative to arrive in front of Yang Kai, cupping his fists and saying, "Friend, many thanks. When I saw you in Luyan's desert, I thought you were extraordinary, and now it seems I was right." Yang Kai nodded faintly, but didn't say anything. Unable to see Yang Kai's mood, Ding Ning's heart was in turmoil. He didn't know what this young man's temperament was like, but he was afraid that he would say something that would make him unhappy. Hurriedly remembering their previous agreement, Ding Ning quickly pulled out a secret tome made from animal hide from a space ring and politely handed it over with both hands. This secret tome records my religion's demon blood thread secret technique, but because this one's contributions are shallow, I wasn't able to obtain the complete secret technique, only the first half. What's more, this is a copy of the original secret tome, not the original. However, it's not the slightest bit different from the original. Saying so, Ding Ning carefully observed Yang Kai's expression. After all, the reward he was offering was somewhat different from what they had agreed on before, so Ding Ning was still a little worried. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at Ding Ning before silently taking the secret tome and throwing it into a space ring without even looking at it. For Yang Kai, there was no difference between half of the demon blood thread secret technique and the complete one. After all, he didn't really want to cultivate this secret tome, so he didn't care that Ding Ning had concealed something from him before. Seeing Yang Kai put away the secret tome and show no intention of pursuing the matter, Ding Ning couldn't help feeling relieved. Does her demon blood temple allow its disciples to copy this secret technique? Yang Kai looked at Ding Ning and asked with a smile. Ding Ning chuckled meaningfully, "Of course not, but I've always had a photographic memory since I was a child, so, friend, you understand." Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of understanding. "I haven't asked for friend's name yet?" Ding Ning asked solemnly. Kai Yang wrinkled his brow, but still reported his name. Ding Ning nodded and said, "This one is Ding Ning, a disciple of Demon Blood Temple. Presumably, Brother Yang already knows. And Brother Yang may rest assured that what happened here will only be known by the heavens, the earth, you, and I. Absolutely no third person, otherwise this Dang will suffer a heart demon backlash and never be able to break through to the origin returning realm." Hearing him make such a vow, Yang Kai looked at him with some surprise. Although this kind of vow was only made casually, if he didn't abide by it, it would create a barrier in the depths of his heart and perhaps cause his heart demon to flare up just as he was about to break through. As such, Ding Ning believed him. "I'm not worried, but you, two of your fellow disciples died here. I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome, right?" Yang Kai glanced over at the two corpses. When Ding Ning heard this, his expression was extremely stunned as he looked at Yang Kai strangely before asking tentatively, "Brother Yang, is this the first time you've heard of our demon blood temple?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Ding Ning didn't dare to pretend to be mysterious and quickly said, "It seems that this is really the first time Brother Yang has heard of our demon blood temple. No wonder. Brother Yang may rest assured. The death of two fellow disciples isn't a big deal. Our demon blood temple does not forbid internal strife. In fact, we even encourage it. On top of that, there are many disciples in our temple, so it doesn't matter if a few people die." Yang Kai's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he heard this. Sure enough, this world was so big that there was nothing that couldn't be found. How could there be such a fickle sect? What's more, it was actually able to survive until now. Ding Ning's chatterbox seemed to have opened up. "Our temple basically has a small disturbance every 5 years and a major one every 10 years. Each time, it is an internal dispute, and each time, blood flows like a river and many people die. This is a fact that is well known throughout Shadowed Star." "Then why haven't you been annihilated yet?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Brother Yang must be joking." Ding Ning's mouth twitched, because our temple's secret art encourages more killing. Moreover, internal strife may greatly increase the strength of those who survive. After each internal strife, countless disciples of our temple will break through their shackles and break through to the next realm. So the annihilation of our temple has never happened before. Deng Ning smiled reluctantly as he patiently explained. Xianxia was confused and didn't bother to continue asking, instead asking, "So, this is your demon blood temple's territory?" "Yes." "How far is it from Heavenly Fate's city?" "Heavenly Fate's city?" Deng Ning was startled when he heard this, but immediately understood. "So Brother Yang is a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall? No wonder your methods are so profound. This one admires you greatly." Chapter 1254. Hearing Yongkai ask about Heavenly Fate City, Ding Ning obviously misunderstood and thought he was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. Yongkai neither confirmed nor denied. After a few words of flattery, Ding Ning changed the subject. "Heavenly Fate City is quite far from here. If we fly by Star Shuttle, it would take at least half a year to arrive." "So far?" Yongkai frowned. He knew that Shadowed Star was quite large because when his golden blood had just formed, he had driven a drop of golden blood to fly around the entire Shadowed Star. Even with his golden blood, it had taken him a long time to make a round trip, but now it would take him half a year to fly back to Heavenly Fate City from here. With half a year's time, he could do a lot of things. Seeing Yang Kai's expression, Deng Ning immediately fell silent. But soon a trace of struggle flashed across his brow as he grit his teeth and said, "However, if we use the space array in Demon Blood City, which is 10,000 kilometers away, we can save a lot of time." Demon Blood City's space array is not directly connected to Heavenly Fate City, but it can be used to teleport to a place called Bluestone City, which is the territory of Grand Fire Temple. From Bluestone City to Heavenly Fate City, it would only take about a month. Of course, if Brother Yang knows a core disciple of Grand Fire Temple and can find a guarantor, you can directly use Bluestone City's space array to teleport to Heavenly Fate City. Demon Blood City's space array is connected to Bluestone City? Yang Kai raised his brow. Because our Demon Blood Temple and Grand Fire Temple have a lot of business dealings, the disciples of the two temples are usually quite close and often cooperate to go out for life experience. Deng Ning explained with a smile. Deng Ning then asked, "If it is convenient for Brother Yang, you might as well go to Demon Blood City with me. This one is also a core disciple of Demon Blood Temple, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to guarantee personal use of the space array." Hearing this, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised, secretly thinking that sparing Deng Ning's life was still useful. But on the surface, he remained calm and asked lightly, "What is the price for using your space array?" Deng Ning quickly waved his hand. "Brother Yang must be joking. This time, I owe Brother Yang a life-saving grace." This Deng was worried about how to repay him, but now that this Deng has a use for him, this Deng is overjoyed. "How could I ask Brother Yang to pay any price? What's more, it's only using the space array once. It's not a big deal. If Brother Yang, you can't, this Deng Ning will." Deng Ning patted his yangs. It seemed that Yang Kai killing in Ji and helping him kill Yang Rong had really made him want to make friends with him. So he didn't put on any pretentiousness when he spoke these words, instead seeming quite heroic. "You're too polite." Deng Ning saw that Yang Kai's attitude towards him had changed and was also in a good mood, secretly feeling that this transaction was not a loss. Not only had he repaid the other party's favor, but he had also profited somewhat. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment. I'll go deal with that shameless man's body," Deng Ning said before hurriedly rushing out. After killing someone, it was natural to destroy the body and all evidence. Yang Kai was familiar with this kind of thing, so of course he wouldn't say anything. However, after Deng Ning left, Yang Kai rubbed his chest with a strange look on his face. On his chest was the small artifact refining furnace, but now, inside the originally empty artifact refining furnace was a crimson pill that exuded a towering blood chi. This was the blood fusion pill that Deng Ning had thrown into Lu Yin's sand. These three Saint King realm brothers from Demon Blood Temple had not hesitated to fight over this treasure. Yang Kai was naturally curious. So when Deng Ning threw out the blood fusion pill, Yang Kai immediately had the artifact spirit rush back and quietly wrap it up. Others couldn't enter the Lu Yin sand, but that didn't mean the artifact spirit couldn't. The artifact spirit itself was born from the Earth Lung Fire Pawn's core fire attribute artifact spirit, and had been roasted in that stone room for tens of thousands of years. So how could it care about the heat of Lu Yin sand? The streak of fire that Ji saw fly into Yang Kai's chest was the artifact spirit that had returned after successfully obtaining the blood fusion pill. Although Ji hadn't examined it carefully, from the towering blood chi contained in the blood fusion pill, it was obvious that refining this kind of thing was something similar to a blood sacrifice. On top of that, this pill also contained a great deal of malevolent chi, so it wasn't something just anyone could take. It was likely that only the disciples of Demon Blood Temple would be of great use to it. This kind of malevolent chi was not harmful to the disciples of Demon Blood Temple and could instead help them improve their cultivation. Yang Kai had asked the artifact spirit to take it back simply because he was an alchemist and wanted to study it out of curiosity, nothing else. Just as Yang Kai was contemplating this matter, Deng Ning had arrived in front of Yi Yangrong's body. Unlike what Yang Kai had expected, Deng Ning didn't directly destroy the corpse. Instead, Deng Ning sat down cross-legged in front of the corpse and used some kind of secret technique to do so. Soon, a burst of wailing and howling filled the air as the blood chi around Yi Yangrong's body soared. About half an hour later, Yi Yangrong's body was reduced to a pile of bones, while Deng Ning took out a crimson pill similar to the blood fusion pill. Deng Ning glanced at this pill with a satisfied expression before storing it into his space ring, as if he had gained a great harvest. Only then did he smash the pile of bones into smithereens. Taking the initiative to pick up the space rings that Yi Yangrong and Ji had dropped on the ground, Deng Ning walked back. When he found that Yang Kai was looking at him with a strange expression, Deng Ning smiled awkwardly and explained, "Brother Yang must be joking. I won't hide it from Brother Yang. For Demon Blood Temple's disciples, their fellow sect members are all living human medicines that can help them improve their cultivation. That's why the sect doesn't prohibit infighting." Kai Yang rubbed his chin, sweating profusely. "So you're saying that I made you waste a pill like that?" He had smashed Ji's body into smithereens, so Deng Ning naturally couldn't use Ji's corpse to refine such a pill. It doesn't matter. This Deng is already very satisfied with the current harvest. After all, although the sect doesn't prohibit infighting, it's extremely difficult to kill a cultivator of the same level. Who knows when you'll fail miserably? There are countless people who have died from counterattacks by fellow disciples in the sect. Therefore, even if the sect doesn't prohibit it, if there isn't too much friction, we won't easily act. Deng Ning didn't dare to argue with Yang Kai and quickly changed the subject. "These are the space rings of my two brothers. There should be some good things inside, but these things are probably useless to Brother Yang. However, Yang Kai can use the Saint Crystals inside. They have a lot of Saint Crystals, at least a few 100,000. Yang Kai glanced at him and waved his hand. "No need. You can keep these two space rings for yourself. Consider it my payment for using your Demon Blood City space array." Deng Ning had deliberately reminded his fellow sect brothers that these things were useless to Yang Kai. So how could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? As for the hundreds of thousands of Saint Crystals, Yang Kai didn't put them in his eyes, so he simply generously gave them all to Deng Ning. Sure enough, Deng Ning was overjoyed and modestly refused a few times, but none of them were as good as Yang Kai's. In the end, he happily put them away and even wore the two space rings on his finger, as if he didn't mind others knowing that he had killed two of his fellow sect brothers. With this matter settled, Deng Ning and Yang Kai summoned their star shuttles and flew off towards Demon Blood City 10,000 kilometers away. Along the way, Deng Ning deliberately talked to Yang Kai, tried to inquire about his status in Shadow Moon Hall, but Yang Kai was very tight-lipped, so how could Deng Ning easily find out? However, the topic was quickly changed by Yang Kai. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai finally understood why he vaguely felt like he had heard his voice somewhere before when he saw him in Luyan's desert. It turned out that both of them had participated in the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction held in Heavenly Fate City before Luyan's desert opened. At that auction, Deng Ning had bid on behalf of the Demon Blood Sect's elders several times. The topic immediately shifted to the grandeur of that auction. Deng Ning greatly admired the endless treasures at that auction, a look of longing appearing on his face. Little did he know that the most valuable items were actually all auctioned off by Yang Kai. As the pair chatted along the way, time passed quickly and soon, a magnificent city appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. Deng Ning quickly took the initiative to introduce this place to Yang Kai, telling him that this was Demon Blood City and that Demon Blood Temple was located in a mountain range 1,000 kilometers outside the city. Although Demon Blood Temple itself was an evil sect, the cultivator who appeared in Demon Blood City came from all over Shadowed Star, so it was quite lively. On the surface, it didn't look much different from other cities. However, many of the cultivator who walked through the city had a gloomy and indifferent aura about them. Clearly, the secret arts they cultivated were extremely evil. Sure enough, after entering Demon Blood City, which had become the demon race, Yang Kai discovered many such people. Most of them had cold and indifferent looks on their faces and exuded an unpleasant aura. Obviously, they didn't like dealing with others, all of them in a hurry, and seemed to be very busy. Inside Demon Blood City, there were many shops and business was booming. Many great forces would set up their businesses here, firstly to communicate with Demon Blood Temple, and secondly to inquire about information from all sides. After Deng Ning led Yang Kai into Demon Blood City, he walked through the wide streets with great familiarity, constantly introducing him to the local customs and customs of this place, appearing extremely enthusiastic. After walking for half a day in the city, the two arrived in front of a huge palace. "We're here. This is Demon Blood City's space array." Deng Ning stopped and pointed ahead to Yang Kai. Chapter 1255. Yang Kai looked up and found that the defensive power here was much tighter than the main hall, where Heavenly Fate City Space Array was located. Outside the hall, there were 7 or 8 Demon Blood Temple disciples wearing blue artifact armor, standing guard, each of them a 2nd or 3rd Order Saint King. Inside the hall, there were also some Origin returning Realm Masters. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment while this Deng goes in to inform them. When the discussion is complete, Brother Yang will be welcomed inside," Deng Ning said politely. Yang Kai nodded before walking straight into the hall under the gazes of the Demon Blood Temple disciples. The 7 or 8 Demon Blood Temple disciples guarding this place seemed to be very curious about the relationship between Deng Ning and Yang Kai, and after Deng Ning walked in, they kept glancing at Yang Kai, trying to guess his identity. But that was all. None of them had any intention of coming forward to ask. About half an hour later, Deng Ning's figure appeared from the main hall. But at this moment, his expression was one of extreme pain, and his expression was unreadable. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Guaranteeing a person's use of their sex space array was definitely not a simple matter. Deng Ning had obviously paid a great price for it. The other party being so dedicated made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. After all, just half a day ago, he had been considering whether or not to kill this man to silence him. But now, this man had gone to such great lengths to ensure he could use the space array. It seemed that this person from Demon Blood Temple was worth making friends with. Yang Kai thought to himself. Walking out of the hall, Deng Ning's expression had returned to normal. Smiling to Yang Kai, he said, "I've made Brother Yang wait a long time. Please come with me. Everything has been taken care of." "Good." Yang Kai nodded warmly, his attitude this time really improving. Since someone had given him a peach, of course he would reciprocate. Yangkai secretly decided that if he ever met this Deng Ning again in the future, he would help him if he could. Under Deng Ning's lead, the two of them entered the inner hall without any obstructions. Within the hall, a spatial array that was basically the same as the one in Tianyin City stood there quietly. Several grooves at the base of the array were inlaid with high-rank saint crystals, waiting for someone to come and open them. Sure enough, everything was ready. Inside the palace, there were a total of 3 returned to Void Stage powerhouses. There were more than a dozen other Saint King Realm Masters. The 3 returned to Void Stage powerhouses standing on either side of him didn't look weak at all. 2 of them were sitting on both sides of the hall, meditating with their eyes closed. They didn't care about the arrival of Yangkai and Deng Ning. A red-faced old man with silver-white hair stood at the edge of the spirit array. His eagle-like eyes swept over Yangkai before he turned to Deng Ning and asked, "Martial Nephew Deng, is this the person you want to vouch for?" "Yes, Martial Uncle Lu. This is a good friend of mine." Deng Ning hurriedly replied respectfully. "Good friend, ha." The old man surnamed Lu smiled wryly, as if the word good friend had touched a nerve in him. From Shadow Moon Hall, Yangkai's expression remained indifferent. He knew that this old man surnamed Lu had probably inquired about him from Deng Ning, so he didn't deny it and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Lu." The old man surnamed Lu saw that Yangkai understood etiquette and nodded slightly. "Although my Demon Blood Temple doesn't have much contact with Shadow Moon Hall, since Martial Nephew Deng is acting as a guarantor, using our temple space array isn't a big deal." However, Martial Nephew, in order to vouch for this person in Bluestone City, paying 30 contribution points, is that really worth it? Do you know that you may have to risk your life several times to earn back these 30 contribution points? Deng Ning's face changed slightly as he glanced over at Yangkai. Seeing no reaction from him, he quickly smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Lu is wise, but Big Brother Yang has saved Martial Nephew's life, so 30 contribution points are nothing. A life-saving grace?" The old man, surnamed Lu's eyes flashed and suddenly became cold as he shouted, "A mere second-order Saint King saved your life? Could it be that your third-order Saint King realm is fake?" Deng Ning's face went pale as sweat dripped from his forehead, not daring to say a word. "And as far as I know, you haven't had the opportunity to make friends with any disciples of Shadow Moon Hall except for that one time when you went to Heavenly Fate City to participate in the auction. Could it be because of that time?" The old man, surnamed Lu, seemed to be very suspicious and asked several questions in succession. Deng Ning didn't know how to answer for a while. Yangkai saw that Deng Ning was being embarrassed by his martial uncle, so he couldn't help but explain, "Senior, please understand, Brother Deng and I didn't meet in Heavenly Fate City, but in Lu Yin Sandfield. I just happened to save him once. It has nothing to do with strength. Junior greatly admires Brother Deng's strength." "Lu Yin Sandfield. You also went to Lu Yin Sandfield? Why didn't you go back with Qin Tong and the others? Why did you stay here until now?" The old man, surnamed Lu, was surprised. Junior had some reasons for not being able to return with Elder Qian and the others. Yangkai replied faintly. "Oh." The old man, surnamed Lu, smiled meaningfully and said, "It seems you gain a lot in Lu Yin Sandfield." Yangkai's face changed slightly. Although he was vigilant in his heart, he wasn't too nervous, thinking about it for a moment before saying, "There were some gains, but I'm afraid they couldn't enter Senior's eyes." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 5 fire crystal stones the size of pigeon eggs appeared in his hand. He handed them over to the old man, surnamed Lu. "This is Junior's first time meeting Senior, so I didn't prepare anything. These are just a few trivial things. I hope Senior will kindly accept them." When the old man, surnamed Lu, saw the fire crystal stones, his eyes immediately lit up, thinking that Yangkai was really smart. He had deliberately made things difficult in order to obtain some benefits from Yangkai, and the other party had seen through him so quickly. His expression instantly became much more amiable, and with a wave of his sleeve, the 5 fire crystal stones disappeared. A warm smile appeared on his ruddy face as he nodded. And, not bad. No wonder Marshal Nephew Deng would befriend you. It seems this boy is also a generous person and will surely become a great person in the future. All right, since you are a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, this old man won't say anything more. The reason why I asked you so many questions was because I was afraid that some spies would come here under false pretenses. You may leave now. After receiving the fire crystal stones, he seemed to have become a completely different person. Many thanks, Senior. Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. On the other side, Deng Ning saw that the old man surnamed Lu had finally let him pass and couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief, cautiously reminding, Marshal Uncle Lu, shouldn't you give Brother Yang a temporary token? Otherwise, when he arrives at Bluestone City, the disciples of Grand Fire Temple won't let him pass. Do you think I need you to remind me of that? The old man, surnamed Lu, coldly snorted and waved his hand, sending a red token flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught this token and saw a ferocious ghost head engraved on it. The old man, surnamed Lu, said, This is my Demon Blood Temple's temporary token. It can guarantee that after you pass through the space array, the people of Grand Fire Temple won't question you. Of course, this temporary token only lasts for 3 days. During these 3 days, you can use the space array on their side and our temple's side, which should be enough for you to use. Junior understands. Yang Kai gently nodded. Stand on it. I'll open the space array. The old man, surnamed Lu, waved to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure immediately flickered, and he stood in the center of the space array. Deng Ning stood to the side and cupped his fist to Yang Kai with a smile. Brother Yang, I wish you a pleasant journey. If you have the opportunity to come to Demon Blood City again in the future, don't forget to find this Deng for a drink. Good. If Brother Deng visits Heavenly Fate City, you can also come find this Yang. This Yang will definitely entertain Brother Deng as a good host, Yang Kai replied. Hearing this, Deng Ning's face lit up with joy, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. The 30 contribution points he had spent really made his heart ache, but being able to make friends with such a person was worth it, because there was no telling when he would need to ask for help again. As the two of them spoke, the space array released a dazzling light, and the surrounding space force instantly distorted. In front of Yang Kai's eyes was a vast expanse of white, and after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, he appeared in another heavily guarded hall. In an instant, several tyrannical divine senses pressed down, causing the robes of many Saint King Realm cultivators to flutter as they surrounded Yang Kai and stared at him vigilantly. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't panic and simply tossed the temporary token of Demon Blood Temple to one of the Origin returning Realm Masters who seemed to be the strongest, standing in place without moving. The Origin returning Realm Master caught the token and inspected it before frowning. Demon Blood Temple cultivators. Saying so, he tossed the token back and said lightly, This token only has a time limit of 3 days. If you don't arrive here in 3 days, the space array will not open to you. Junior understands. Yang Kai nodded. The Origin returning Realm Master waved his hand, and all the hostility disappeared, the Grand Fire Temple disciples returning to their posts one after another. For a time, no one paid any attention to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was happy to see this, and, after leaving the hall, he poured into the crowd of Bluestone City. He had no intention of staying here for long. An hour later, a blue streak of light flew up from outside Bluestone City, rushed into the sky, and soon disappeared. As for how to get from Bluestone City to Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai had some people inquire about the direction. After all, he didn't know anyone in Grand Fire Temple, so he couldn't find anyone to vouch for him to use the space array. Fortunately, he was only a month away from Heavenly Fate City, several times closer than Demon Blood City, so he could afford to delay his journey. The speed of the Star Shuttle was extremely fast. Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop the Star Shuttle, diverting some of his attention to control the Star Shuttle as he began to inspect his harvest from Luyin Sandfield. Since entering Luyin Sandfield, Kai had encountered a lot of opportunities and had obtained a lot of good things on this trip, but as for how to use these things, he still had to think about it carefully. After inspecting his harvest, Kai's mood fluctuated as he was secretly shocked by his harvest. After inspecting his harvest from Lu Yin Sandfield, Kai began to investigate the blood fusion pill. Chapter 1256. After some investigation, Kai was pleasantly surprised. This blood fusion pill was indeed as Kai had expected. Although it contained an extremely strong vitality, it also contained a massive amount of evil qi. If an ordinary cultivator obtained this pill, they would simply abandon it like a worn-out shoe, not daring to take it. Only a cultivator from Demon Blood Temple would use the evil qi contained in this blood fusion pill to enhance their cultivation. Kai naturally didn't put this kind of evil qi in his eyes. After all, he had also possessed this kind of energy before. After carefully inspecting the materials used to refine this blood fusion pill, Kai was secretly shocked. Although he couldn't identify all of the ingredients, only a general idea, the materials required to refine this pill were all extremely rare spirit grasses. No wonder Deng Ning and his brothers, who were already third-order Saint King cultivators, would still fight over this blood fusion pill. It was likely that even in Demon Blood Temple, there weren't many of these strange pills. Only when one made great contributions to the temple would they be rewarded. Deng Ning had obtained a lot of benefits from Lu Yan's desert and presented them to the elders of Demon Blood Temple in order to obtain this blood fusion pill. Kai didn't know why this news had been leaked, and he had become the target of Yi Yang Rong and Nji. Shaking his head, Kai Yang didn't think too deeply about their internal grievances. Instead, with a strange look on his face, he opened his mouth and threw the blood fusion pill into his mouth, swallowing it down. The demonic flame within his body instantly became a hot and yang existence. As soon as the blood fusion pill's medicinal efficacies dissolved in his abdomen, a cold and yin energy rushed to Kai's limbs and bones. However, under the refinement of the hot and yang demonic flame, this cold and yin energy was forced out of his body. Wisps of black aura escaped from Kai's pores and disappeared into the air. Only the massive amount of vitality contained in the blood fusion pill remained, circulating through Kai's body and fusing into his physique. Ignoring the efficacy of the blood fusion pill, Kai turned his attention to the demonic blood thread secret technique that Deng Ning had given him. Kai investigating this wasn't because he wanted to learn Demon Blood Temple's secret technique, but rather because he was preparing for the future. Because there was no telling when he would encounter the elders of Demon Blood Temple. If he fought with them and the other party used this secret technique, Kai would be able to learn more about his enemy. But to his surprise, Kai was immediately immersed in this secret technique, unable to extricate himself from it for a long time. As he continued to investigate, his expression gradually began to change, sometimes pleasantly surprised, sometimes frowning, and sometimes deep in thought. A month later, above Heavenly Fate's city, a blue streak of light flashed and flew straight towards Dragon Cave Mountain 50 kilometers away. A moment later, this blue streak of light came to a stop at the foot of Dragon Cave Mountain, and Kai's figure emerged from it. Looking up in the direction of Dragon Cave Mountain, Kai was taken aback, and for a moment, he forgot to continue onwards. It had only been a little over a year since Kai left for the Lu Yin Sandfield and returned here, but during this time, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain had undergone earth-shaking changes. Looking from the foot of the mountain, the few peaks that originally existed were completely gone. All that could be seen was a beautiful scene surrounded by clouds and mist. Within the clouds and mist, there was an extraordinary fluctuation of world energy. Through the clouds and mist, one could vaguely see the cave that he used to meditate in. There were also some buildings that looked like pavilions. Although there weren't many of them, they were connected together to form a large expanse. There were also a few figures shuttling back and forth among these buildings. Is this really Dragon Cave Mountain? Yonkai even suspected that he had gone in the wrong direction and ended up in front of some sect, but there was no doubt that Heavenly Fate City was just 50 kilometers away. When Yonkai passed by this place just now, he had been considering whether he should go see Qiantong and report his safety. Although the scene in front of him was still quite different from that of a great sect, Yonkai still found it hard to believe that such earth-shaking changes could take place in just a year. Such a transformation was definitely due to yang inflammation. The spirit-gathering array she had arranged here earlier should have played a role, and under the investigation of Yonkai's divine sense, he found that the entire Dragon Cave Mountain was surrounded by an inexplicable spirit array that blocked his divine sense from wandering around. There were even several hidden places that his divine sense could not explore, including the cave where he had been meditating. Yonkai's current divine sense cultivation was no worse than a second-order origin returning realm master's, but even his divine sense was unable to explore this place. Yonkai estimated that even if the top masters on Shadowed Star came here, they would have to expend a great deal of effort to see what was going on. Yang inflammation had really done it. Yonkai could not help feeling a little absent-minded. Before he went to the Luyin sandfield, Yang inflammation had said that she wanted to arrange a massive spirit array across the entire Dragon Cave Mountain. So how could he have known that it would only take a short time for it to reach such a scale? Yonkai did not know whether this project had been completed or not, but if it had not, it would have been a really big investment. However, there should not be many of the hundreds of millions of Saint crystals left, right? To arrange such a huge spirit array, the materials consumed must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Yonkai's face twitched slightly. While Yonkai was investigating the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain, a few weak divine senses rushed out and quickly returned after making contact with Yonkai. Immediately after, a beam of light shot out from inside Dragon Cave Mountain and directly hit the void in front of Yonkai. Strangely, it was as if an invisible door had opened in front of Yonkai and the omnipresent world energy around him parted on its own accord, forming a straight passage that was impossible to see with the naked eye. This passage led straight to the heart of Dragon Cave Mountain. Yonkai grinned, knowing that the other side must have discovered his figure, so without hesitation, he strode inside. While walking, Yonkai examined the changes around him. After a while, Yonkai let out a long sigh. The changes in Dragon Cave Mountain were simply too great, so great that he did not dare to recognize them. Not long after, a number of figures rushed over from the front, led by Yang Yin, who was wrapped in a black robe. Because she was running so fast, her chest heaved up and down, creating an extremely eye-catching sight. The hood of her black robe that was originally wrapped around her head was also lifted behind her back, and her face was filled with a smile as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Following closely behind Yang Yin were Wu Yi, Yu Feng, and the others. Xianxia and Han were also among them. Yonkai even saw the figure of the First Order Origin returning realm cultivator Luo Qing from the Shadow Moon Hall. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear, unable to contain their joy. Everyone seemed to have put down a huge rock in their hearts, revealing a trace of relaxation in their smiles. It seemed that Luyin Sandfield had been closed for half a year, yet Yonkai had still not returned, a fact that had greatly worried them. Yang Yin was worried about Yonkai, but that was because of their friendship. If not for Yonkai, she would still be in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion, claiming that she was an origin-grade artifact refiner and then helping some cultivator refine some small items to make a living. How could she have had the opportunity to display her amazing talents? It could be said that Yonkai had given her the space to display her talents and provided her with unimaginable funds. Wu Yi, Yu Feng, and the others were the same. As for Luo Qing, he should have been ordered by Qiantong to stay here and inquire about Yonkai. "You're back." Yang Yin ran over to Yonkai with small steps, her pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over him to determine that Yongkai was not missing an arm or a leg before patting him and calling out softly, "Wu-yi, you Feng," and the others came up one after another, all of them happily greeting Yongkai. Yongkai's heart warmed as he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment from being relied on and trusted by others. Since he entered the star territory, he had always felt empty in his heart, because in this huge star territory, no one cared about his safety. Even if he died, no one would know, no one would care about him. It was completely different from Tongxian realm. But at this moment, he felt this feeling again, as if he had returned to Tongxian realm and was facing his little senior sister, Meng Wia, Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others. "I'm back," Yongkai said lightly, but his empty heart felt a lot more full. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Everyone was worried about you during this time. I really didn't know what kind of accident you had outside, but we couldn't even see you for so long." Wu-yi stepped forward and smiled, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Luo Qing as she said, "You don't know, but after Lu Yin Sandfield closed, Elder Qian ordered people to stand guard outside for half a year, but unfortunately they never saw you come out. It wasn't until recently that you returned to Shadow Moon Hall." "Half a year." Yongkai's brow twitched. Didn't that mean he had come out of Shadow Moon Hall the moment he left? Seeing Qian Tong's concern, Yongkai quickly cupped his fist to Luo Qing and said, "Greetings, Brother Luo. I must trouble Elder Qian for his concern, but I encountered something in Lu Yin's Sandfield. When I came out, I wasn't with anyone else and had to immediately find a place to enter retreat, so I was delayed for so long and didn't have the time to send a message back, causing Elder Qian to worry." Luo Qing laughed. "Brother Yang, if Elder Qian knows you've returned safely, he will be very happy." "You're safe. Everything is fine." "Oh, Brother Yang actually broke through to the Second Order Saint King realm. Congratulations, congratulations." Luo Qing had been exchanging pleasantries with Yongkai, but after discovering that Yongkai's cultivation had advanced by a minor realm, he couldn't help congratulating him while showing an envious look. Because he was an origin-returning realm cultivator, he couldn't enter Lu Yin's Sandfield, so he felt quite regretful. He had long heard that those who entered Lu Yin's Sandfield and returned safely all reaped great harvests, some even breaking through their bottlenecks. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Hearing Luo Qing say this, everyone else also showed excited expressions. Strictly speaking, all of them had gathered together because of Yongkai, so Yongkai was the real leader here. Now that Yongkai's cultivation had improved, they were naturally excited. After exchanging a few more words, Luo Qing said goodbye and left. Chapter 12:57. Luo Qing had indeed been sent here by Qian Tong to inquire about Yongkai's whereabouts. Now that Yongkai had returned safely, Luo Qing naturally couldn't wait to pass this news to Qian Tong, so Elder Qian could feel at ease. Yongkai didn't try to keep him, and after exchanging some pleasantries, politely sent him away. After Luo Qing left, Yongkai said, "Let's go back as well. The changes here have been so great that you'll have to tell me about them. Otherwise, I'll accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array in the future." Yang Inflammation smiled triumphantly. "Naturally, I'll tell you, but you can rest assured that the spirit array here won't affect you." The group chatted and laughed as they walked towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain. Outside the cave where Yongkai used to meditate and cultivate, Yang Inflammation, Wu-yi, Yufeng, Changqi, and Haon had gathered around a table upon which was placed a round disc. The scene displayed on this disc was a complete map of Dragon Cave Mountain, one so detailed that every tree and blade of grass could be seen. On this disc, there were also several dozen bright and dim points of light, some of which were constantly moving while others were stable, symbolizing the movements of living people inside Dragon Cave Mountain. This thing was the heavenly compass that Yang Inflammation had refined using his artifact refining techniques and spirit arrays. It was a special artifact that had no offensive or defensive capabilities and was only capable of monitoring the movements of Dragon Cave Mountain. It was by using this heavenly compass that Yang Inflammation was able to discover Yongkai's return immediately. Yongkai was like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city and was very curious about this heavenly compass. Constantly pointing at it and asking about the situation of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Inflammation and the others also explained to him. In less than an hour, Yongkai had gained a comprehensive understanding of Dragon Cave Mountain. While feeling shocked, Yongkai was also shocked by the tremendous changes that had taken place in Dragon Cave Mountain over the past year. Dragon Cave Mountain now had both offensive and defensive capabilities and contained countless amazing spirit arrays. Even if an origin-returning realm cultivator broke into these spirit arrays, they would not be able to easily escape. According to Yang Inflammation, if one wanted to break through Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays, without a dozen third-order origin-returning realm masters working together, it was absolutely impossible. Which third-order origin realm master would come to Dragon Cave Mountain to attack it? Furthermore, there were 7 to 8 of them at once. Only those who had nothing better to do would do that. Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays were only in their embryonic form. It wasn't perfect. If he had enough financial support, Yang Inflammation's spirit arrays, he would be able to expand them again. After Yang Kai, Yang, Yang's, and Yang's Yang, bringing Yang Yin back from Heavenly Fate City was really a big gain. She had the ability to transform Dragon Cave Mountain, which no one cared about, into a place like this. If Yongkai could bring his friends and family from Tongxian realm here in the future and establish his own sect, wouldn't she be able to play an even greater role? However, arranging these things really consumed a lot of Saint Crystals. Wu Yi frowned and complained to Yongkai, "The 100 million Saint Crystals you left behind before you left have all been squandered away. Even the 30 million Saint Crystals Foreign Elder Chong brought back have been used up. We purchased a lot of materials from Shadow Moon Hall, so now our Dragon Cave Mountain is Shadow Moon Hall's biggest customer." Foreign Elder Chang's 30 million Saint Crystals? Yongkai raised his brow as he looked at Changqi, immediately understanding that Changqi must have obtained so many Saint Crystals from the underground lode in Luyin Sandfield. It seemed that Changqi had been mining there since Yongkai left and had not come out until Luyin Sandfield closed. Otherwise, there would not be such an astonishing amount of Saint Crystals. These Saint Crystals are just a loan from Foreign Elder Chong. I'll return them when I have more in the future. Changqi put on a stern face and pretended to be annoyed. Yongkai, if you say such things, then you don't consider this Chong one of your own. Without even mentioning how I obtained these 30 million Saint Crystals. If it weren't for you, how could this old master have found that Saint Crystal lode and obtained so many Saint Crystals? At least half of these Saint Crystals belong to you, and if it weren't for you, this old master and old How would probably be homeless right now. Even if we had a huge amount of Saint Crystals with our strength, we would only bring disaster to ourselves. There was no way we could protect so many Saint Crystals. In the end, we could only rely on other great forces and offer them these Saint Crystals for protection. Haon also echoed from the side. That's right, Yongkai. You accepted me and Old Chong before Luyin Sandfield opened, allowing us brothers to have a place to rely on and return to. That's more than enough. Being homeless is the saddest thing in the world. We two brothers are extremely grateful. These Saint Crystals are just a small token of Old Chang's appreciation, so please don't worry about it. We two brothers won't live for long and have no children, so what use is there for so many Saint Crystals? Today, Dragon Cave Mountain has become a famous cultivation paradise in the nearby region. Many cultivators without a sect or family want to come here to seek refuge, but unfortunately, they have no way to do so. Old Chong and I are already satisfied with being able to enter this place. There's no need for you to say anything more. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that if he continued to speak, he would only be discouraging them. So he cupped his fist solemnly and said, "Many thanks for the two foreign elders' good intentions." Changqi laughed and said, "That's more like it. Us two brothers are looking forward to living out our old age here. It would be best if we could die of old age here." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid your wish won't be realized for the time being. After you break through to the origin returning realm, your lifespan will naturally increase." Origin returning realm. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he thought of the 9-branched jade crystal tree. But he soon sighed sadly. "Even with that thing, old how, and I may not be able to break through. Leave that to this junior. The two of you can rest in peace for the next few days and try to adjust your condition to its peak." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Xianxia and Haon exchanged a glance, both of them feeling quite moved, not saying anything as they secretly looked forward to it. Dragon Cave Mountain's financial resources were tight, so naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't be stingy. He had also harvested several million Saint crystals from the underground lode, so he immediately took them out and handed them over to Wu Yi for her to distribute. Yang Kai also took out the artifact refining materials he had plundered from the stone chambers of the Earth Lung Fire Pond and handed them over to Yang Yin. When Yang Yin saw these materials, he was naturally overjoyed and put them all into his space ring. In this way, Dragon Cave Mountain wouldn't have to worry about Saint crystals and materials in the short term. As long as they weren't as extravagant as Yang Yin at the beginning, they would be able to support themselves for a long time. Because Yang Kai had just returned from the Luyin Desert, even if everyone had a lot to say, they didn't want to disturb his rest, so after chatting for a while about the future development of Dragon Cave Mountain, everyone took their leave. Yang Kai returned to the cave he had lived in before and sat down to meditate. Today, this cave had become one of Dragon Cave Mountain's restricted areas. Yang Yin and the stone mongoose had worked together to hollow out all the stone chambers and connect them into a huge cave mansion. There were also many small stone rooms carved out inside this cave for Yang Kai's personal use. The Haika family cultivator lived in the newly built loft outside. Almost everyone had a place they were satisfied with. The world energy aura here was naturally richer than anywhere else. Not long after Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, the ground wriggled and a small head popped out. This head had sharp edges, a nose and mouth that looked very strange and stiff, but a pair of eyes that were lively and intelligent. The stone mongoose. With a thought, Yang Kai beckoned to it. The charmingly naive stone mongoose quickly rushed out of the ground and climbed onto Yang Kai's shoulder, sitting there as if it was very close to Yang Kai. Yang Kai carefully looked at the stone mongoose and was surprised to find that after more than a year, this little thing had changed a lot. When it was first born, its body was gray and looked as inconspicuous as a rock. But now, its body was sparkling and translucent, as if it was born with a layer of sturdy and exquisite battle armor. Yang Kai swept this battle armor with his divine sense and was secretly shocked because he found that this layer of the stone mongoose's battle armor was extremely tough. Even if he punched it with his full strength, he might not be able to break through this layer of battle armor. Did the stone mongoose evolve on its own, or did it evolve from yang inflammation? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, the stone mongoose seemed to have thought of something and scratched its head with its small paw before opening its mouth and spitting out space spirit crystals one after another. It was a miraculous sight. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of space spirit crystals had formed in front of Yang Kai. There were at least a few thousand of them. Yang Kai did not know where the stone mongoose stored these things, but yang inflammation had told him that the stone mongoose's stomach was born with the ability to store things, which was why it could constantly devour and refine ores. This was also its divine technique. These are the last of the space spirit crystals produced by the underground space spirit crystal lode. A pleasant voice came from the side, and yang inflammation appeared in the stone room at some unknown time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't seem surprised, as if he already knew she was here, simply nodding and putting these space spirit crystals into the black book space. But I kept a third of them. Yang inflammation walked over with a grin and sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. What do you want these space spirit crystals for? Naturally, they have a great use. Yang Inflammation smiled sweetly, keeping Yang Kai in suspense. Yang Kai didn't pursue the matter. In any case, since he cultivated the Tao of space, these space spirit crystals should be enough for him. Why did you call me here? Is there something good you can't take out? Yang Inflammation's eyes flashed with a sly light as she asked directly. There are indeed some, but I don't recognize many of them. Yang Kai nodded, but did not rush to take out his harvest. Instead, he stared at Yang Inflammation and asked solemnly, Yang Inflammation, I want to ask you a question. Answer me honestly. Seeing Yang Kai so serious for the first time, Yang Inflammation couldn't help feeling a little dazed, but after thinking about it for a moment, she nodded. Okay. Are you the owner of this body? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep, as if he wanted to look directly into Yang Inflammation's heart. Chapter 1258. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yang Inflammation was stunned for a moment before covering her mouth and giggling uncontrollably. What are you laughing at? Yang Kai asked, somewhat depressed. Yang Inflammation kept waving her hands, but she still couldn't stop herself from laughing as tears began to form at the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and asked again, Then you are proficient in beauty-enhancing techniques and are actually not as young as you appear on the surface, but rather an old woman who has lived for thousands of years. Yang Yin, on the other hand, was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and the smile on her face disappeared. Glaring at Yang Kai fiercely, she grit her teeth and declared, I can answer you. I'm definitely not some old woman who has lived for thousands of years. That's true. Yang Kai gently nodded. If Yang Inflammation had really lived for thousands of years, then her experience couldn't be so simple. Judging from all the contact he had with Yang Inflammation in the past, it didn't seem like she had lived for that long. Yang Yan's expression also became serious, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking as a look of panic appeared on her face. After a long time, she asked, You want to ask if I've seized this body, right? Yang Kai nodded calmly. Only someone who had seized this body could explain why Yang Inflammation was so young, yet so proficient in both artifact refining and spirit rays. A person's energy was limited. Although Yang Kai's attainments in alchemy were not shallow, he didn't have much energy to study other things unless he gave up on his own path of cultivation. Yang Inflammation, on the other hand, had great attainments in both artifact refining and spirit arrays. The artifacts she refined and the spirit arrays she arranged were far superior to the overall level of Shadowed Star in terms of refinement and practicality. How did she accomplish this? There was no shortage of geniuses in this world, but even if Yang Inflammation was a genius, given her age, it was impossible for her to have reached such heights, which was why Yang Kai asked this question. Have you been suspecting this for a long time? Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai and asked, Ever since I found out that you're a formation grandmaster, I've been thinking that way. But don't worry, whether you're a possession or not has nothing to do with me. I know you. It's the soul in your body. I don't care about the souls from before, Yang Kai said calmly. Yang Yin smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he said softly, You're not the only one who has such doubts. Sometimes I don't understand it myself, but I don't look like I've been possessed. Because of my childhood memories and my experiences today, they all existed in his mind without a single difference, and there was no second person's thoughts. That's impossible. Then which great master have you worshipped, so you're proficient in artifact refining and spirit arrays? Yang Kai was surprised. He had no doubts about Yang Inflammation's words. Yang Yin slowly shook her head as she bit her red lip, her two small hands fiddling with her black robes uneasily, a look of hesitation and struggle appearing on her face. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and said in a deep voice, If I told you that the reason I know artifact refining and spirit arrays is because I was born with them, would you believe me? How is that possible? Yang Kai's expression was shocked. Yang Inflammation smiled bitterly. But that's the truth. I really was born with this knowledge. These artifact refining and spirit arrays seem to have been sealed in my mind, and as I continue to refine artifacts and arrange spirit arrays, this sealed knowledge is slowly being unsealed, allowing me to understand more and more mysterious artifact refining and spirit arrays. Sometimes when I see some rare artifact refining and spirit arrays, although I have never seen them before, I can recognize them and know their functions. Don't you think it's strange? Hearing this, Xianxia was dumbfounded. This wasn't just strange, it was simply inconceivable. No one was born proficient in artifact refining and the Tao of spirit arrays for no reason. So there had to be a reason for this, one that even Yang Yin herself couldn't figure out. It was probably because of this reason that Yang Inflammation sometimes felt panic. There was no need for Yang Inflammation to lie to him, and she shouldn't be lying. Xianxia couldn't help her with this kind of thing. Although he had long known that Yang Inflammation was a bit strange, he hadn't expected her to be strange to this extent, so he didn't continue to force her on this issue. For Xianxia, whether or not Yang Inflammation had been possessed, or whether or not she was born with some knowledge of the territory that others could never master, all he knew was the current Yang Inflammation, nothing more. After pondering for a while, Xianxia asked, "What kind of artifacts can you refine now? Origin grade, high rank shouldn't be a problem. As long as I have a lot of materials to practice with, sooner or later I will be able to refine Origin King grade artifacts." When it came to her territory, Yang Inflammation suddenly recovered a lot of spirit, her beautiful face filled with pride. "Good, help me refine this." Xianxia took out the purple shield with an embarrassed look on his face. The purple shield, which was originally flowing with purple light, was now dim and had lost a lot of its spirituality. When Yang Inflammation saw this, a look of worry appeared on her pretty face. Picking up the purple shield and gently stroking it, she asked, "Did you encounter some kind of fire attribute barrier?" An origin grade, mid-rank defensive artifact actually became like this with just a single blow. But at least I managed to turn danger into safety, Xianxia grinned. "I know, with the materials you gave me, refining it into an origin grade high-rank artifact shouldn't be a problem." The space ring on Yang Yan's hand flashed, and the purple shield was stored away. Brushing her hair back behind her ear, her expression restored to her usual vigor, her beautiful eyes flashing with joy as she asked, "What good things did you obtain this time? Quickly take them out and let me see." "Wait a moment." Xianxia nodded and began rummaging through his space ring. He had obtained a lot of good things on this trip. He had called Yang Inflammation here because he wanted to show her some of these things, but Xianxia didn't know what they were or what they were used for. Soon, Xianxia waved his hand, and a piece of red crystal the size of a millstone appeared in front of the two of them, exuding a scorching fire attribute aura. "This is..." Yang Yan's eyes immediately flashed a strange light as her attention was drawn to the fiery red crystal. "It should be a fire crystal stone." Xianxia rubbed his chin. "It's just that I don't understand why it's so big, and my experience in obtaining it was also very strange. I didn't obtain it from a fire spirit beast." Immediately, Xianxia gave a brief account of his experience in the strange mountain valley and how this huge fire crystal stone was his first harvest after entering the Luyan sand field. While Xianxia was talking, Yang Inflammation kept staring at the fire crystal stone, gently stroking it with one hand. After Xianxia finished, Yang Inflammation nodded and said, "It should be a fire crystal stone, but this fire crystal stone has its own spirit array, which stimulates the fire essence aura and forms all kinds of fire spirit beasts to obstruct your progress." "An internal spirit array?" Xianxia's expression changed. He hadn't noticed this before. "And it's natural, a very mysterious spirit array." Yang Inflammation smiled. "This thing has some uses, but using it for artifact refining is a bit of a waste. Give it to me, I can use it to arrange a spirit array. That spirit array needs something like this as its array core." "Good." Xianxia nodded, not being stingy, readily handing over the fire crystal stone. In any case, Yang Inflammation arranged this spirit array to protect Dragon Cave Mountain, so he could also benefit from it. What else? Yang Yin put the huge fire crystal stone into her space ring before her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, seemingly looking forward to his response. This, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out a blood-red thing that looked a bit like a grass seed, but exuded a strange bloody aura. A blood-sword grass seed. Yang Inflammation saw this thing, and her beautiful face suddenly went pale as she exclaimed. She was able to recognize the seed at first glance. Bloodsword grass, it really does live up to its name. Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully, recalling what had happened after he fell into that strange, bewildering array. At that time, after breaking through the shackles of that spirit array and walking out of the tunnel, there were many red weeds on either side of him that seemed to have come to life, growing wildly and attacking him. Moreover, these blood-red weeds were extremely hard and sharp. Even with Yang Kai's powerful physique, he didn't dare allow them to cut him at will. Luyan's desert actually had such a thing. Yang Inflammation's face went pale. Is this thing very famous? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little strange when he saw her look like she was facing a great enemy. I don't know if it's famous or not, but I know how terrifying it is. It can grow indefinitely, and as long as there is enough flesh and blood for it to absorb, its power will continue to grow until it reaches its limit. Even an Origin King's body will be able to withstand its attacks. It's that terrifying? Yang Kai was taken aback, feeling both fear and relief at the same time. If what Yang Inflammation said was true, then the blood sword grass he encountered shouldn't have been able to grow. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so helpless against him. This thing was extremely famous in ancient times. Many great sects and restricted areas would plant some of them to protect themselves. Yang Inflammation gently pinched the blood-red seed with a cautious expression. It's a pity there was only one seed. If there were more, Yang Kai not only didn't feel fear, but also felt regret. A pity? Yang Inflammation sneered. Not at all. One seed is enough. Bloodsword grass can reproduce and grow by itself. As long as there is a single seed and given enough flesh and blood, it will be able to reproduce. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. What do you want to do? Yang Inflammation seemed to notice the dangerous aura flashing in Yang Kai's eyes and asked hurriedly. Nothing much. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before taking the bloodsword grass seed back from Yang Inflammation's hand and carefully putting it away. I'll tell you first, if you want to plant it, you have to tell me in advance, but don't worry too much. As long as you don't provide it with flesh and blood, it won't grow, so it won't be harmful. And I understand. Yang Kai nodded before taking out 2 more things from his space ring. Chapter 1259. One of them was a 3-meter-long bone as thick as a baby's arm, like a crystal-clear jade pillar. At first glance, one could tell it was an extraordinary treasure. The other was a round bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead was colorless, but inside it was a small green snake that seemed to be alive. As for the little green snake, it exuded an extremely weak soul fluctuation, but it contained a strong sense of majesty. As soon as this round bead appeared, a faint dragon roar came from Yang Kai's body, and, at the same time, a different kind of pressure spread out from Yang Kai's body. Yang Inflammation raised her head in amazement and stared at Yang Kai in amazement. But soon, her attention was attracted by the white bone and bead in front of her. Observing carefully, her expression also changed, an extremely complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes, sometimes surprise, sometimes suspicion, sometimes shock. After a long time, she took a deep breath, raised her eyes, and stared straight at Yang Kai. Do you see what these 2 things are? Yang Kai felt his lips go a little dry. Even though he had obtained these 2 things and kept them in his space ring for so long, he was still inexplicably excited when he took them out. Your luck is really amazing. You were even able to obtain a dragon bone and dragon bead. I really don't know where you went in the Luoyan desert. Yang Inflammation bit her red lips. It was obvious that she was also very excited now, but she had suppressed her emotions. Are they really Dragon Bone and Dragon Bead? Yang Kai looked overjoyed. Although Yang Kai had some doubts when he obtained them from the underground Saint Crystal Lode, when Yang Inflammation confirmed they were Dragon Bone and Dragon Bone, he still couldn't believe it. They are indeed Dragon Bone and Dragon Bead. Yang Kai couldn't help but grin. In a carefree mood, Yang Inflammation also seemed to be happy that Yang Kai had such a heaven-defying opportunity, giggling along with him. After a while, when Yang Kai's mood calmed down, Yang Inflammation's smile faded and she asked, "What are you going to do with them? Can it be refined into an artifact? I just happen to be lacking an offensive artifact." Yang Kai had already made up his mind and naturally asked immediately. Yang Kai didn't care about ordinary offensive artifacts. Even if it was an Origin Grade High Rank artifact, it might not be as powerful as his own attack. As for an Origin King Grade artifact, Yang Kai was unable to display its full power with his current strength. But now there was such a Dragon Bone. If a Dragon Pearl could be refined into an offensive artifact, his combat effectiveness would rise again. Although the 100 Mountains picture was not bad, when Yang Kai used it, the 100 Mountains picture was not bad. Somehow, he felt that something was off. Difficult. This was beyond Yang Kai's expectation. Yang Inflammation, who seemed to be omnipotent, heard his question. He actually shook his head slowly. This made Yang Kai, who was full of expectations, suddenly reveal a disappointed expression. I'm not saying that I can't refine it, but if I were to refine it, its value would be greatly reduced. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned and asked. This Dragon Bone is the bone of a true dragon. It contains incredible power and divine technique. Judging from the color of the dragon's soul in this Dragon Pearl, it should be the bone of a wood attribute true dragon. I don't know what kind of power it contains, but it can be said that it is already an extraordinary artifact. If I were to refine it, it would inevitably be contaminated with my aura, and if you were to use it, you wouldn't be able to display its full power. Of course, if I were an Origin King Grade High Rank artifact refiner now, I wouldn't have such concerns, but unfortunately with my current level, it is still very difficult for me to refine it completely. Then what should I do? Yang Kai's fiery heart seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water and instantly calmed down. Wait until you grow to an Origin King Grade High Rank artifact refiner before refining it. Yang Inflammation frowned and did not answer for a while, seemingly contemplating something. After a while, her beautiful eyes lit up and she looked at Yang Kai with a smile. The Saint Chi in your body is also of the Yang attribute, right? Not really, but it used to be. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Now that his Saint Chi had been transformed, the attribute of his demonic flame was really difficult to determine. It was constantly changing and extremely strange, so this Yang Inflammation problem really stumped him. Circulate your Saint Chi and let me see. Yang Inflammation ordered, her beautiful eyes staring at him intently. Yang Kai immediately pushed his Saint Chi and transformed his demonic flame into an extremely hot attribute. Yang Inflammation's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands with a smile. No problem. It seems your luck is really good. If it were any other cultivator who obtained this Dragon Bone and Dragon Pearl, I may have had to wait until I became an Origin King Grade High Rank artifact refiner before I could refine it. But if your Saint Chi is also so hot, you can refine it yourself. Refine it myself? Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, you can refine it yourself, and there are also great benefits to doing so. With your current strength, although you can't completely refine it or display its full power, as time passes and your strength grows, the power this Dragon Bone can display will also become stronger and stronger. When the time comes, it can even become an artifact that connects your soul to your very being, Yang Inflammation explained excitedly. But I'm not an artifact refiner. How can I refine it? Yang Kai was still confused. You don't need to be an artifact refiner because it is already an artifact by itself, so there's no need for you to refine anything. All you need to do is refine it. I'll teach you a set of secret arts to refine it. There won't be any problems. This is also possible? Kai Yang was overjoyed, and in an instant he was full of energy again. And you also obtain the Dragon Soul and Dragon Bead. If you can refine the Dragon Soul and Dragon Bead into this Dragon Bone, I really can't imagine what this Dragon Bone will become. Young Inflammation's beautiful eyes lit up, faintly revealing a hint of madness, as if she couldn't wait to see the scene of this Dragon Bone being refined. So no longer hesitating, she passed on the secret arts to Yang Kai. Yang Kai listened carefully, trying to figure out what was going on, and immediately asking if he didn't understand. Yang Inflammation patiently explained it to him. The secret arts to refine this Dragon Bone wasn't difficult, and it only took Yang Kai 2 hours to memorize it. Once he had time to slowly comprehend it, he could begin refining the Dragon Bone. After passing on the secret arts to Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation thought for a moment and said, "If you're not in a hurry, I can lend you my artifact refining furnace. Although my crafting furnace is not very good, but with its help, you will be able to refine it quickly. After all, sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting wood." Artifact refining furnace? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, showing a strange look. "I have one. You have an artifact refining furnace?" Yang Inflammation was stunned, smiling. "You're not an artifact refiner. How could you have an artifact refining furnace?" "Oh, I got it in Luyan's desert, and it seems to be quite extraordinary," Yang Kai said, while taking out the small artifact refining furnace. When Yang Inflammation saw this small artifact refining furnace, she didn't show any surprise. She only felt that the strange bird pattern on it was a little strange. Just as she was checking the quality of this artifact refining furnace, the strange bird pattern seemed to come alive. It quickly swam around the surface of the furnace. Immediately, it turned into a red firebird. It flew out. In an instant, the temperature in the stone room soared, and the air was filled with a scorching and pure fire aura. "Artifact spirit!" Yang Inflammation exclaimed in shock. Covering her small mouth, her beautiful eyes stared at the artifact spirit, full of shock and eagerness. The artifact spirit also seemed to see Yang Inflammation's malicious intent. So after hovering mid-air, it landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, its 3 long tail feathers dragging behind it, as it used its sharp beak to comb its feathers while staring at Yang Inflammation vigilantly with its 2 small eyes. Yang Yin was so shocked that she couldn't speak, her eyes filled with longing. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai not becoming an artifact refiner was a big loss. The Saint Chi in his body was qualified, his divine sense was strong enough, and he had the stone mongoose as his strongest assistant. Now, he even had an artifact refining furnace with an artifact spirit, one that was obviously Origin King grade. Infuriating. Yang Inflammation compared Yang Kai's possessions to her own and couldn't help feeling discouraged. Now that this artifact spirit had obviously been subdued by Yang Kai, even if she wanted this artifact refining furnace, she couldn't. Once an artifact spirit was subdued, it was impossible for it to submit to a second person unless the person who subdued it first died. With the assistance of such an artifact refining furnace, refining the Dragon Bone, Dragon Bead, and Dragon Soul will be twice as fast with half the effort. Yang Inflammation said bitterly as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. "Ahem. I collected a lot of artifact refining furnaces this time, and several of them are Origin King grade." "Really?" Yang Inflammation's spirits instantly rose. But they all seemed to be a little damaged. As Yang Kai spoke, he took out the artifact refining furnaces he had collected from the Earth Lung Fire Pond and placed them in a scattered pile. Yang Inflammation's mouth was wide open, and he was unable to close it for a long time. After inspecting these artifact refining furnaces one by one, he suddenly became a little annoyed and said, "It's not just a little damage, the damage is too great. How could they all be destroyed by fire attribute energy? Can it still be used? I don't know. I'll do my best to repair them." Yang Inflammation waved his hand and put the artifact refining furnaces into a space ring. Next, Yang Kai took out his other gains from Lu Yin Sand Field one by one, handing over everything he could to Yang Inflammation. For example, the huge number of fire crystal stones, the brilliant fire crystal essence, and the Lu Yin flying fire. Yang Kai had collected a total of 9 Lu Yin flying fires, and after giving one to Yang Inflammation, he kept 8 for himself. He wanted to know if using them could enhance his conflagrated knowledge. See, the map fragment obtained from killing Meng Hong Liang was also given to Yang Inflammation, so now she had 2 map fragments in her hands. Although they were still incomplete, they should be able to be studied together. The crystal obtained in the 6th layer that caused Yang Kai to hallucinate and even feel dizzy was also recognized by Yang Inflammation. It was said to be a rare treasure called Mirage Stone. She also took it away, saying it was the best material to arrange an illusion array. The 20 stalks of bamboo that Yang Kai had spent half a year cutting down were also given to her, allowing her to refine them herself. Chapter 1260. As for the other spirit grasses and spirit medicines Yang Kai collected in Luyan's desert, he kept them for himself, such as the emerald silk grass, purple fine jade fruit, golden sun fruit, and so on. These herbs could be used in alchemy, so naturally he wouldn't give them to Yang Inflammation. As for the red candle fruit, red candle stalk, 9-branch jade crystal tree, golden sun fruit tree, and 10,000-year incense, Yang Kai also kept them for himself. After obtaining these materials, Yang Inflammation naturally left in high spirits. With her talent and so many good things, she could naturally go all out. Before leaving, she also gave Yang Kai a palm-sized token. The seal script on the token flowed, looking very mysterious. With this token, Yang Kai could freely enter and exit his cave mansion and open the barriers around it. Once these barriers were opened, no one on Dragon Cave Mountain, except for Yang Kai, could enter. Even Yang Inflammation couldn't enter unless they forcibly broke the spirit array. Regarding this point, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Yang Yin had obviously taken his safety into consideration, which was why she had used this method to create a place where no one could intrude. Yang Kai wasn't planning to live in one of the newly built lofts outside, so this cave mansion was very much to his liking. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because he had carved his own cave mansion in High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream a long time ago, but he had a special fondness for this kind of cave mansion. He felt that living here was very peaceful and was most suitable for him to meditate and cultivate. On top of that, Yang Yin had carefully arranged this cave mansion. This place had the most spirit arrays and was the most heavily guarded place on Dragon Cave Mountain. The world energy aura here was so rich that when Yang Kai first returned, he couldn't detect anything inside this cave mansion, even when he used his divine sense to investigate. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in place and fell into a daze for a while. He had faintly noticed that it wasn't just Yang Inflammation, but also Wu Yi, Yu Feng, Xianxia, Haoen, and the several dozen Hai Ke family disciples. They had already treated this place as a place that they could rely on. It could even be said that they treated this place as their own home. Therefore, no matter which one of them it was, they were extremely attentive to the construction of this place. This was what Yang Kai was happy to see. After pondering for a while, he took out his alchemy furnace, emerald silk grass, and some other medicinal ingredients. He refined a few furnaces of origin condensing pills. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because Lu Yan's trip to the desert this time had allowed him to grow a lot, but this time, refining the origin condensing pill was much smoother than the last time. More than half of them had formed pill veins. These origin condensing pills were naturally for Xianxia and Haoen. Both of them had been stuck at the Third Order Saint King realm bottleneck for so many years, so they should only need one origin condensing pill to break through to the origin returning realm. However, after the pills were refined, Yang Kai didn't rush to send them out and instead began to arrange them in his cave mansion. In one of the stone rooms, Yang Kai spent a lot of Saint crystals and even used his myriad drug liquid to create an extremely rich world energy aura. The cave mansion's world energy aura was already quite good, so with the addition of the Saint crystals and myriad drug liquid, the richness of the world energy immediately rose to a whole new level. Inside this stone room, Xianxia opened up a small medicine garden and carefully took out the red candlestick and placed it next to the pool formed by the diluted myriad drug liquid. Yang Yin had said that profound insect stones were the most suitable for growing exotic insects. Before Yang Kai went to Lu Yan's desert, he had told Yang Yin and the others not to touch this profound insect stone. Now, it was lying quietly in a corner, just like before. However, under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that there were thousands of tiny soul-devouring insects, invisible to the naked eye, sleeping quietly inside this profound insect stone. The interior of the profound insect stone seemed to be empty. The soul-devouring insects were still growing and evolving, so they couldn't be used for the time being. Only when the profound insect stone completely disappeared would they be able to fly out. Moreover, the six-colored soul-warming lotus in Yang Kai's knowledge sea was also evolving, so the soul-devouring insect had no place to settle down, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to let them out. Yang Kai had great expectations for the evolving soul-devouring insects, wondering what kind of changes they would undergo after they finished evolving. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai put away the profound insect stone and placed it in the stone room where the 9-branched jade crystal tree was. Only then did Yang Kai walk out of the cave mansion and call Xianxia and Haonin, giving each of them an origin condensing pill and telling them to choose an empty stone room to enter retreat. Yang Kai believed that it wouldn't be long before Dragon Cave Mountain would have its first 2 origin returning realm masters. Although they would only be first-order origin realm masters, in the end, there would still be origin returning realm masters here. In the future, when Yang Kai wasn't here, they would be able to cooperate with Dragon Cave Mountain's many amazing spirit arrays to protect this place. Over the next few days, Yang Kai was constantly busy. No one knew what he was busy with, but soon, everyone was surprised to find that a golden sunfruit tree had appeared somewhere on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although the fruits on this tree had disappeared, this tree was still a spirit fruit tree. So in addition to being used to decorate the scenery of Dragon Cave Mountain, it also gave everyone a sense of anticipation. When it came to transplanting the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai was severely reprimanded by Yang Yin. After listening to her ramble on and on, Yang Kai realized that he had been too naive before. The golden sun fruit tree's requirements for its environment were too harsh. If Yang Kai hadn't possessed a heaven-defying treasure like the Black Book space, it would have been impossible to bring it out of the Lu Yin desert and would likely have died inside his space ring. Even if it was replanted here, the chances of the golden sun fruit tree surviving was less than 30%. Yang Yin had spent a great deal of effort to arrange a spirit array around it to gather world energy for it to use. But even so, no one could guarantee whether the golden sun fruit tree would survive or not. However, the bloodsword grass seed had undergone a change that shocked both Yang Kai and Yang Yin. Originally, after Yang Yin took away the bloodsword grass seed, she had simply found a random place to plant it. Because she hadn't provided it with any flesh, she hadn't expected the bloodsword grass seed to sprout and grow at this moment. She had only intended to use it as a last resort. If anyone dared to attack Dragon Cave Mountain, as long as there were casualties near the bloodsword grass seed, it would be able to absorb the energy from these corpses and break out of the ground, catching the enemy off guard. On a whim, Yang Kai dripped a drop of golden blood onto the spot where the bloodsword grass seed had been planted. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the bloodsword grass seed began to sprout and grow rapidly, only stopping after reaching a height of 10 meters or so. However, this wasn't the end, though. From the nearby soil, more bloodsword grasses suddenly emerged one after another. Although they weren't as lush as the first one, they still reached a height of about 2 meters. In less than half an hour, With the location where the bloodsword grass seed had been planted as its center, the surrounding 1,000-meter radius had been filled with sharp blades of grass, causing Yang Yan's beautiful face to go pale, and she couldn't help screaming. Moreover, these bloodsword grasses were different from the ones Yang Kai had seen before. They were not crimson in color, but instead each one exuded a faint golden light, making them quite eye-catching. Such a turn of events not only stunned Yang Yan, but also stunned Yang Kai on the spot. He hadn't expected that a single drop of his golden blood would cause such a big change to the bloodsword grass. The only reason he had dripped a drop of his golden blood into the bloodsword grass was because he wanted to see its effects. As a result, he had almost caused a casualty to one of the nearby cultivators. Fortunately, Yang Kai had come to the rescue in time and saved the Haiku family cultivator from being cut up by the bloodsword grasses. Chapter 1261. However, strangely enough, perhaps because of his golden blood, these bloodsword grasses did not show any hostility towards Yang Kai. Even when Yang Kai passed through them, they did not react in the slightest. However, except for Yang Kai, any living thing that entered these bloodsword grasses would be cut into pieces like a mad demon. The sharp blades of light golden grass exuded a chilling light that caused anyone who entered to shudder. After this incident, Yang Yin was both surprised and overjoyed. He immediately began arranging things around the bloodsword grasses, preparing to turn this place into a restricted area and even use these bloodsword grasses to create a large-scale trap. Even if an origin-returning realm master broke into this bloodsword grasses, even if they didn't die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. 3 days after Yang Kai's return, Shadow Moon Hall's Qian Tong personally brought Wei Guchang and Dong Xiner to Dragon Cave Mountain. After confirming that Yang Kai had really returned safely, the three of them felt relieved. Qian Tong also learned from Wei Guchang that Yang Kai had once saved his and Dong Xiner's lives in Luyan Desert. Without even mentioning his original intention of befriending Yang Kai, Qian Tong's assistance alone was enough to make Qian Tong deeply grateful. Wei Guchang and Dong Xiner were both Shadow Moon Hall's most talented disciples, so if the two of them were to fall in Luyan Desert, the loss would be immeasurable. None of them asked Yang Kai why he had only appeared so long after Luyan Desert closed, but all of them vaguely guessed that Yang Kai must have encountered some other opportunity. As a result, Qian Tong became even more optimistic about Yang Kai and treated him as if he were a family elder. Now, Dragon Cave Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall were cooperating closely. Yang Yin and the others continued to purchase a large number of materials from Shadow Moon Hall, allowing the Shadow Moon Hall to make a lot of money. For various reasons, Qian Tong had already regarded Dragon Cave Mountain as a partner and ally. After a long chat, Yang Kai learned about the gains and losses of the major forces after the opening of the Luyan Desert. The loss was not small. There were more than 10,000 cultivators who entered the Luyan Sandy Land, but less than 70% of them could return safely. A total of 30% to 40% of the elite disciples of various forces had lost their lives. It could be said to be disastrous. Although this kind of loss made every force feel sad, the harvest brought back by the surviving disciples was enough to make up for the losses. Almost everyone had more or less gained something, especially the sex disciples who had brought out the red candle fruit. All of them were rewarded handsomely by their respective sections. And the appearance of the red candle fruit. Similarly, it set off a wave of heat across Shadowed Star. Several alchemy grandmasters from Medicine Pill Sect frequently went to the various great forces, trying to purchase this red candle fruit at a high price, but to no avail. In the end, they put forward a request for them to refine pills. However, no one felt comfortable handing over this heaven-defying spirit fruit to another great force, not even Medicine Pill Sect. So after half a year, the alchemy grandmasters for Medicine Pill Sect could only return angrily. This was probably the first time that the great forces on Shadowed Star had refused to give face to Medicine Pill Sect. This matter had caused a lot of turmoil half a year ago. Several traders from Shadow Moon Hall had even appeared and tried to steal the red candle fruit. But as a result, their whereabouts were exposed, and they were all eliminated on the spot. The situation of the other sects was roughly the same, but after half a year, the storm caused by the red candle fruit gradually subsided. However, no one knew what to do with the red candle fruit. After talking about this, Yankai took the opportunity to ask Qiantong a lot of questions about the cultivation of the Saint King realm. Qiantong didn't hold back and immediately shared his cultivation experiences. Yankai, Wei Guchong, Dong Xianer, and the others listened attentively, and all of them gained a lot. Half a day later, Qiantong and the others bid farewell and left. Before leaving, Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer told Yankai that after they returned, they would enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm. In Luyan's desert, both of them had made some progress, so now was the best time to break through to the origin returning realm. Yankai knew that if they hadn't been waiting for news from him, they would have entered retreat long ago. It was precisely because they couldn't determine whether he was dead or alive that they had delayed until now and missed the best opportunity to break through. Yankai was well aware of this, but he didn't point it out. Before leaving, Dong Xianer suddenly approached Yankai mysteriously and whispered, "Brother Yang, elder sister Dai Yuan has sent me many messages over the past 6 months asking about your situation, but unfortunately, you never showed up, so I couldn't tell her the exact news. Now that you returned safely, I believe elder sister Dai Yuan will feel much more at ease." Dai Yuan. Yankai froze as an ugly face appeared in front of him, causing his expression to become extremely strange. Why was she so concerned about him? Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Yankai felt that with Dai Yuan's personality, it was impossible for her to care about him so much for no reason. Moreover, when they parted ways in the 4th layer, Dai Yuan seemed to have said something that was quite intriguing. She said that she would pay him a visit to thank him in the future, so it seemed that she wasn't just saying it casually. Just as Yankai was thinking about this, Wei Guchong chuckled meaningfully, obviously misunderstanding something and thinking that something had happened between Yankai and Dai Yuan in Luyan's desert. Yankai didn't bother to explain, not to mention that there really was nothing between him and Dai Yuan. Even if Dai Yuan was a beautiful woman, Yankai wouldn't be tempted. He had seen many beautiful women, and since entering Luyan's territory, he had always been thinking about the other 2 beauties in his heart. So how could he be in a mood to flirt with other women? Dong Xianer suddenly bit her lip and whispered, "Actually, elder sister Dai Yuan isn't what you think she is." After saying this, Dong Xianer quickly caught up with Wei Guchong and left with him. Yankai was left standing in place, completely confused. He had no idea what Dong Xianer was trying to say. After a moment of confusion, Yankai shook his head and returned to his stone room. Chapter 1262. Over the course of half a year, the 2 artifact spirits fought more than a dozen times, ending in a draw almost every time. Yankai naturally didn't bother to take care of them and never intervened in their battles. In the end, the 2 little creatures even began to appreciate each other and would sometimes gather together to discuss something mysteriously. During this half a year, in addition to consolidating his 2nd order Saint King cultivation and refining the artifact refining furnace, Yankai had also refined the dragon bone and dragon bead slightly. Now, both the dragon bone and dragon bead had been placed into the artifact refining furnace, while the artifact refining furnace had been taken into Yankai's body. As a result, even if Yankai didn't deliberately refine them, the artifact spirit could use the Saint Qi in Yankai's body to stimulate the artifact refining furnace, while using its own pure fire attribute energy to continuously refine the dragon bone and dragon bead. However, these 2 things were truly worthy of being materials from True Dragon. The artifact spirit had been refining them for 2 months, but hadn't seen much change. The only difference was that they were slightly contaminated with Xianxia's aura, but they couldn't be used by the artifact's spirit. It seemed that it would take at least 3 to 5 years to completely refine them, unless Xianxia specifically took the time to stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to speed up the process. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry, though, and took this opportunity to study the Demon Blood Thread secret art given to him by Demon Blood Temple disciple Deng Ning. Originally, Xianxia had only wanted this secret technique to use as an excuse to deal with Yi Yangrong, while also ensuring that Deng Ning wouldn't betray him. However, after returning to Dragon Cave Mountain for a month, Xianxia discovered that this Demon Blood Thread secret technique was extremely profound and was very suitable for him to cultivate. This came as a great surprise to Xianxia. Demon Blood Temple was an extremely evil force that had many bad blood relationships with many of the great forces on Shadowed Star. On top of that, there would be a small internal strife every 5 years and a major one every 10 years. The reason why it had not been completely destroyed was mostly because of this Demon Blood Thread secret technique. The foreign elders and protectors of Demon Blood Temple had all cultivated this secret technique and were able to use it in battle, making it extremely difficult to defend against. As such, most people didn't bother to find trouble with them. As long as Demon Blood Temple didn't do anything that would incur the wrath of the heavens, there was no need to worry about its destruction. If one wanted to cultivate this secret art, one needed to use one's own blood essence as a foundation. Every cultivator's blood essence was extremely precious, and once used, it would cause severe damage to one's yuan qi. It could be said that using a single drop of golden blood would cause a cultivator to recuperate for several months to several years. However, in Demon Blood Temple, there was another secret art that complemented the Demon Blood Thread secret art and allowed its disciples to use their blood essence as a foundation to cultivate this Demon Blood Thread secret art without suffering any serious damage. Once one successfully cultivated this secret art and used it against an enemy, their combat power would soar. Because it was refined from one's own blood essence, it was much easier to use than any other artifact. The Demon Blood Thread was also known as an artifact that wasn't an artifact. Blood essence was also precious to Xianxia, and he didn't dare use it casually, but he had an endless supply of golden blood. On top of that, golden blood contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, making it the best foundation for cultivating the Demon Blood Thread secret art. When Xianxia discovered this, he was overjoyed, but before that, he had been considering the pros and cons of cultivating the Demon Blood Thread secret art. It wasn't until some time ago that he finally decided to begin cultivating it. Because the more blood essence one used to cultivate this secret art, the more demon blood threads one could cultivate, and the more powerful it would be. This secret art was simply tailor-made for Xianxia. How could he miss out on such an opportunity? Currently, when Xianxia fought, he mostly relied on the 9 Heavens divine skills as well as his own comprehension of Saint Qi, so he lacked some flexibility. If he could cultivate this demon blood thread secret art, he would be able to make up for this shortcoming. If Xianxia cultivated this secret art, he would have another huge advantage, and that was that the demon blood threads he cultivated would be more powerful than those of Demon Blood Temple's disciples, because the foundation of this secret art was blood essence. The more powerful one's blood essence was, the more terrifying the demon blood threads would be. During this half-year retreat, Xianxia had spent most of his time cultivating the demon blood thread secret art. Now, he was showing some signs of minor accomplishment. Inside the cave mansion, Xianxia's thoughts flashed as an imperceptible golden light appeared at the tip of his finger. This golden light was like a silk thread, several dozen meters long, and under the control of Xianxia's divine sense, it moved back and forth nimbly, giving off a whooshing sound as if it was capable of cutting through space itself, as if he was holding an invisible golden whip in his hand. After testing the power of this demon blood thread secret art, Xianxia was quite satisfied. After all, this was something he had obtained by consuming a drop of golden blood. Moreover, he hadn't even fully cultivated it, yet it already possessed such power. If he fully cultivated it, its power would definitely increase significantly. This was just a single demon blood thread. If he cultivated several dozen of them, Xianxia could hardly imagine how much trouble they would bring to his enemies. The senior who created the demon blood thread secret art was truly a heaven-sent genius, actually thinking of using his own blood essence to cultivate this artifact that wasn't really an artifact. However, even he could not have anticipated that there would be someone like Xianxia in this world who could use countless drops of golden blood. Given enough time, Xianxia would definitely be able to carry forward the demon blood thread secret art he created. However, now this thing could no longer be called a demon blood thread. It was more appropriate to call it a golden blood thread. Xianxia grinned, took back the golden blood thread into his body, and continued to cultivate. The divine tree's speech gradually became clearer, as if after speaking a few words, it had grasped the trick of communicating with others in this way. As it spoke, it began to slowly walk through the black book space. If there's anything wrong with this place, it's that I feel this place is no longer suitable for me to stay. It's too depressing and not conducive to my growth. Xianxia was startled and immediately understood what was going on. Before the divine tree had evolved, it could only be regarded as a world spirit treasure that had gained sentience, so there was no problem with it being placed inside the black book space. But now, it had become a strange creature, so staying inside the black book space was indeed a bit inappropriate. It might not be a problem for a short time, but if it stayed here for a long time, it would be unable to accept the world principles from the outside world, causing it to wither and die. If such a thing really happened, Xianxia would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. Chapter 1263. Considering all this, Xianxia said apologetically, I've wronged you these past few years. When I brought you out of that mysterious small world, I promised you that one day I would find a place for you to settle down, but after all these years, I've been running around and haven't been able to find a place to settle down. Hearing this, the divine tree waved its two palms and waved them off. I know, you don't need to worry about it. Xianxia nodded gently before suddenly grinning. But now I finally have a place to settle down. If you want, you can come out for a while. When I leave here in the future, I'll take you with me. Of course, that's up to you. The divine tree stopped, and a look of joy appeared on its subtle face as it asked, Can we go out now? It seemed that because it had been placed in the black book space for so long, it missed the sunlight outside. Xianxia nodded firmly. Then let's go out. When you leave here, I'll go with you. After finishing his discussion, Xianxia immediately walked out of the cave mansion. The outside was quiet, as the several dozen Haiku family disciples seemed to be in a state of cultivation. Even Xianxia and Han were nowhere to be seen. Only the few cultivators responsible for monitoring Dragon Cave Mountain's movements were still active. Seeing Xianxia come out of seclusion, these people's expressions became solemn, and they quickly walked over to greet him. Although they had followed Wu Yi out of the Haiku family, they all knew who was in charge of this place. Where's Yang Inflammation? Xianxia looked around, but couldn't find any trace of Yang Inflammation. Even after using his divine sense, Xianxia couldn't find Yang Inflammation's aura. Wu was also not here. Yang Inflammation and Young Lady went to Black Sea City together. One of the cultivators, who seemed to be very smart, quickly replied, Black Sea City? Which great force is that? Why do they go there? Xianxia was stunned. Black Sea City is under the jurisdiction of Clear Sky Sect. They went there to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. Another auction? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Seeing his puzzled look, the cultivator hurriedly explained. After listening to his explanation, Xianxia understood. It seemed to be because Xianxia had taken out a lot of good things at the auction last time. Yin Pei of Treasure Trove Pavilion remembered this. So before the auction this time, he specially asked Qian Tong to send over an invitation. Dragon Cave Mountain just happened to be lacking Saint crystals to purchase materials, so Yang Yin brought a few artifacts he had refined to the auction, prepared to raise some funds. After learning about this, Kaiyang furrowed his brow. The speed at which Yang Inflammation was spending Saint crystals was simply too fast. The several million Saint crystals and materials Yang Kai had brought back last time must have been used up by her. Yang Kai wasn't frowning because of her extravagant spending. No matter how much Saint crystals and materials Yang Yin consumed, he was still arranging a protective barrier for Dragon Cave Mountain. What Yang Kai cared about was that auctioning things to raise Saint crystals was not a long-term solution. Yang Inflammation could take out the artifact he refined to auction once or twice to allow the funds to flow, but if this continued, something would definitely happen. What's more, the pills he refined couldn't be auctioned for a long time. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain was not under the protection of any great force. Although Shadow Moon Hall had a good relationship with Dragon Cave Mountain, that was only because Qian Tong was in charge. There was no guarantee that someone from Shadow Moon Hall would keep an eye on Dragon Cave Mountain. If too many high-grade artifacts and pills were to flow out from here, it would definitely attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Not to mention others, Yang Kai estimated that Xie Hong, Wen's father, would not relax his monitoring of Dragon Cave Mountain. Xie Hong Wen had died in the Lu Yin sand field, so although Xie Hong Wen's father did not know who killed his son, he would definitely not give up. Once he found an excuse, he might come here to cause trouble. How many days have they been gone? Yang Kai asked again. 3 days. They should be back soon. Does young Master Yang need to find them? If so, we can make a trip. No need. Yang Kai waved his hand. You can go about your own business. Yes. Several people nodded and were about to disperse when Yang Kai suddenly said, Right. When they come back, tell them not to auction any more artifacts. After giving these instructions, Yang Kai flew up into the sky and began flying freely around Dragon Cave Mountain. He had the token given to him by Yang Inflammation, which could not only open the barrier around the cave mansion, but also open and close all the barriers and spirit arrays around Dragon Cave Mountain. So with this token in hand, Dragon Cave Mountain's barriers and spirit arrays had no effect on Yang Kai. Yang Kai saw all kinds of amazing spirit arrays arranged by Yang Inflammation. The Mirage Stone was also placed in the array core of an illusion array. If it weren't for the token given to him by Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai would not have been able to escape after breaking in. There was also the territory where the Bloodsword Grass was located. It was also wrapped in a bewildering array, making it impossible for anyone to see what was inside, but once an outsider broke in, they would be frantically attacked by the Bloodsword Grass. There was also a plain and unremarkable area, but Yang Kai found that the huge fire crystal stone was protected by layers of spirit arrays. Halos of light flowed around it, and a huge spirit array was engraved on the ground. Although Yang Kai did not know what kind of spirit arrays were arranged in this territory, Yang Kai estimated that it would not be an easy place to break through. There were also a variety of other spirit arrays and spirit arrays. Even though Yang Kai was the owner of Dragon Cave Mountain, he was still shocked by these layers of protection and hidden dangers. Yang Inflammation wanted to turn this place into an impenetrable fortress. However, Yang Kai knew that she was using these arrangements to unlock the seal on his sea of knowledge, so even if it was a bit extravagant and wasteful, it was not a problem. As long as Yang Inflammation mastered more and more things, the spirit arrays and spirit arrays she arranged in the future would become stronger and stronger. Yang Kai flew around Dragon Cave Mountain for a while before returning to an open space a few dozen meters away from the loft. There was no trace of any kind of arrangement here, so it was obviously just an open space. After landing, Yang Kai used his divine sense to connect with the Black Book space and communicated with the divine tree for a while before releasing his divine sense. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea was greatly reduced, and a golden light flashed in front of Yang Kai as the 70-meter-tall divine tree suddenly appeared. Xianxia was secretly startled, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He found that he had underestimated the amount of spiritual energy it would take to release the divine tree. When he had taken the divine tree into the Black Book space, his spiritual energy had been completely exhausted and his knowledge sea had completely dried up. If it weren't for the 5-colored soul warming lotus, his soul would have been damaged. Even so, it had taken him a long time to recover. Xianxia's current strength was far from what it used to be, so he thought that releasing the divine tree would be a simple matter. How could he have imagined that the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea would be reduced by more than half in an instant? However, after thinking about it for a moment, Xianxia smiled. While he had grown over the years, how could the divine tree not grow as well? The amount of spiritual energy required to release it would naturally be much greater than before, so this was not unexpected. As soon as the divine tree appeared, the human face on the trunk showed a joyful expression, its 2 eyes slowly turning as it looked around. After feeling the rich world energy aura here, a look of comfort appeared on its face as it boomed. Good, good, good. The conditions here are simply too good. Xianxia knew that this was the first time the divine tree had come into contact with the world energy in the star territory, which was why it was so happy. Compared to the mysterious small world it had lived in before, the difference in world energy here was like heaven and earth. There was simply no comparison. I'm glad you like it. Xianxia chuckled. I won't put you in a specific place. You can walk wherever you want, but I have to tell you in advance that there are many barriers and spirit arrays set up here. If you rush in, it may be a bit troublesome, so pay more attention when you walk around. Don't be careless and get trapped by these spirit arrays. And I can feel the traces of these spirit arrays. Don't worry, I won't rush in recklessly. The divine tree readily agreed. Soon after, the tentacle-like branches under its roots wriggled, causing the ground to churn. In the blink of an eye, the divine tree had actually taken root on the spot. A sound was emitted from its mouth, and its eyes were half closed in enjoyment. It appeared to be lazy. Xianxia did not disturb it, and simply waited quietly, letting it enjoy the joy of seeing the light of day again. After a while, Xianxia suddenly remembered something and said, Right, 2 drops of my golden blood can help you evolve. What if you swallow some more? The divine tree opened its eyes and showed a look of longing, but soon said, Your golden blood should also be extremely precious. Although it will be of great help to my growth, I won't be able to evolve any further in the near future. Swallowing it will only make me stronger, so there's no need to rush. When you have more golden blood in the future, you can let me swallow it. Xianxia grinned and said, Although it's not much, giving you a drop for now won't be a problem. Saying so, Xianxia directly forced out a drop of golden blood and flicked it towards the divine tree. The divine tree opened its mouth, swallowed it directly, and let out another roar, its big mouth wriggling as if it was still tasting the golden blood. After a while, the divine tree opened its eyes and said, Good. I need to adapt for a few days. You can go about your business. Good. Xianxia nodded, and after exchanging a few more words with it, he left. Calling over the Haiku family cultivator, Xianxia told them to take good care of the divine tree. When Yang Yin and Wu Yi returned, Xianxia told them about the divine tree's existence. Presumably, they would take good care of it. After doing all this, Xianxia entered secluded retreat again. Xianxia didn't know if it was because his luck was unstoppable, but a month after the divine tree's evolution, the profound insect stone that Xianxia had placed in his stone room began to move. All the soul-devouring insects had awakened, and the huge, profound insect stone had been consumed. After awakening, the soul-devouring insects seemed to have been fully nourished and had grown greatly. It could be described as a double blessing. Chapter 1264. Inside the cave mansion, Xianxia sat cross-legged on the spot, his face cloudy and his eyes seemingly empty and lifeless. His aura, however, was tumbling around his body, stirring up a violent storm with astonishing momentum. Not far away, from a hole in the ground, the stone mongoose poked its small head out to look at him, a look of surprise and doubt appearing on its charmingly naive face, seemingly unable to understand what was happening to Yang Kai. The artifact's spirit had long since drilled into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. After seeing Yang Kai's eyes, the stone mongoose suddenly seemed to be frightened and shrank back into the hole, scrambling on all fours and fleeing several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. At this moment, if someone were to stand in front of Yang Kai and look into his eyes, they would discover that there was a faint seven-colored light flowing in the depths of his eyes. If one looked more carefully, they would discover that this seven-colored light was actually refracted from a lotus bud, as if two seven-colored flower buds had sprouted in the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai still sat in place, time passing by little, and the seven-colored light emitted from his empty eyes seemed to grow stronger and stronger, more and more intense. Gradually, above Yang Kai's head, the phantom of a lotus bud also appeared. This lotus was shrouded in seven-colored light and looked extremely beautiful. As it rotated, a shocking wave of spiritual energy suddenly spread out in all directions. As Yang Kai's spiritual energy spread out, the phantom began to unfurl bit by bit, and petals of different colors slowly spread outwards, as if a shy woman was slowly taking off her clothes to reveal her alluring body. The entire process was extremely slow, but Yang Kai himself was completely unaware of it, his soul avatar immersed in his knowledge sea. He was immersed in the profound mysteries of the soul-warming lotus before it bloomed. After an unknown amount of time, when the seven-colored lotus had completely bloomed, the lotus had become incomparably huge, and its shadow had almost filled the entire cave residence. At this moment, the lotus phantom suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of fluorescent light that fluttered in the air like fireflies. Immediately after, under the guidance of some kind of force, these specks of light rushed towards Yang Kai and drilled into his body before disappearing. Yang Kai's body shook and his empty eyes instantly regained clarity, his expression extremely strange. He sat there motionlessly, deep in thought. Since the soul-devouring insects had completed their evolution half a month ago, Yang Kai had tested the power of the evolved soul-devouring insects. After being greatly satisfied, the soul-warming lotus actually completed its evolution and finally transformed into its final seven-colored form. What Yang Kai did not expect was that the evolution of the soul-warming lotus would allow him to comprehend a miraculous soul skill. Although the soul-warming lotus was a precious treasure of heaven and earth that could nourish the soul, according to the records Yang Kai had read, it did not allow a cultivator to comprehend a soul skill. Yang Kai did not have time to think about this at the time and immediately immersed himself in comprehending the soul skill. Now that the soul-warming lotus had completed its evolution, Yang Kai had thoroughly comprehended the soul skill. Only then did he have time to think about the reason. Since it was not the soul-warming lotus's work, then it was very likely that it was the colorless crystal inside the pool of soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai had accidentally obtained the colorless crystal, but after the soul-warming lotus swallowed it, it began its evolution. Now that the colorless crystal had disappeared, the soul-warming lotus had successfully transformed into its seven-colored form. Yang Kai reckoned that the soul skill he had comprehended this time was very likely related to the colorless crystal. Perhaps the crystal contained some profound mysteries that allowed him to comprehend this divine technique by chance. Although he had not tested it, Yang Kai knew that this soul skill was extraordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was his trump card. During this period of time, one good thing after another had happened. First, the divine tree had awakened from its slumber. Then the soul-devouring insects had completed their evolution. And now, even the soul-warming lotus had turned into its seven-colored form. It seemed that good things had all happened to Yang Kai. A few days ago, he was still worried about how to deal with the evolved soul-devouring insects. but now this problem was easily solved. Considering all this, Xianxia waved his hand to the side and caught a gray, misty object in his hand. This misty object was twisting and changing, making it look extremely strange. Although this mist was not very eye-catching, if one looked carefully, they would be able to see that this gray mist was actually a cloud of tiny insects that were almost invisible to the naked eye. The soul-devouring insects were originally invisible to the naked eye, but after their evolution, they had gathered together to form this gray mist. The lethality of each soul-devouring insect had greatly increased. Xianxia estimated that they could now easily kill an ordinary Saint King realm cultivator. Even if an origin-returning realm cultivator was infected, they would not be able to expel it in a short time. Xianxia wasn't afraid of them at all. Releasing his divine sense, he wrapped up this gray fog and pulled it into his knowledge sea. These soul-devouring insects also made a beeline for the island formed by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, quickly settling down there. After such a long period of seclusion, Xianxia had done everything he could. Refining the artifact refining furnace, refining the dragon bone and dragon bead, refining the Lu Yin flying fire, enhancing the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea, comprehending the demon blood thread secret technique, and so on, Xianxia could not use the dragon bone and dragon bead for the time being, so he could only wait until they became useful to him. As for the golden blood thread secret technique, he had transformed from Demon Blood Temple's demon blood thread secret technique. Xianxia had only cultivated a single one. Although he had not yet used it against an enemy, Xianxia knew that its power was extraordinary. This kind of artifact, refined using one's own golden blood, was far more useful than any other weapon. Of the 8 Lu Yin flying fires, Xianxia had used 6 of them. As he had guessed, the Lu Yin flying fires could allow a cultivator to develop a variant divine sense, and could indeed enhance the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea. However, after integrating the 5th Lu Yin flying fire, the enhancement effect was not so obvious, so Xianxia kept 2 of them. Perhaps they would be of some use to him in the future. After more than a year of retreat, although Xianxia's cultivation had not changed much, his own combat effectiveness had risen to a whole new level. As for the golden blood thread and the newly comprehended soul skill, he could only wait for an opportunity to test their power in the future. It was time for Xianxia to come out of seclusion. On the path of cultivation, blindly cultivating behind closed doors was not an option. Although those who cultivated diligently increased their cultivation rapidly, their combat effectiveness did not match their realm. Xianxia had been fighting his way up to this point since he began cultivating, so he was naturally familiar with this truth. Moreover, now he had no choice but to come out of seclusion because someone had come to Dragon Cave Mountain a month ago and was waiting for him. However, the evolution of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus was just around the corner, and Xianxia needed to comprehend the new soul skill, so he had not been able to leave. Thinking of this person, Xianxia frowned secretly, wondering why this other party was looking for him. With their friendship, it was strange for her to be so concerned about him. Thinking so, Xianxia walked out of his cave mansion. A moment later, Xianxia appeared outside and released his divine sense and scrupulously, quickly locating Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi, and the others. After sending them a message, Xianxia went straight to a loft in front of him. A moment later, while Xianxia was sitting inside the loft, tasting the spirit tea Yang Inflammation and the others had collected from somewhere, 2 beautiful figures flashed through the door. Naturally, it was the black-robed Yang Inflammation and the green-robed Wu Yi. Both women smiled happily, as if something good had happened, and after seeing Xianxia, they immediately trotted over. "You've finally come out of seclusion." Yang Inflammation looked Xianxia up and down and found that he did not show any signs of becoming stronger, a somewhat strange look on her face. "And what happened that made you so happy?" Xianxia took another sip of tea and asked. Wu Yi smiled and replied, "It's all because our Dragon Cave Mountain is becoming more and more famous. Many cultivator without the protection of a sect or family want to join. In the past, there were many people here, but over the past few months, a dozen or so people have come here every day to inquire, with the most being 30 a day, some of them even origin-returning realm masters. Elder Sister Yang Inflammation and I were discussing whether we should establish a small sect. A small sect? Yang Kai glared at her angrily. Aren't you thinking too simply? We don't have any masters here, so what kind of sect can we establish? Moreover, the reason we can stay here safely is because of Qian Tong's care. If one day Qian Tong loses power or falls in a battle, do you think Shadow Moon Hall will let us grow under its nose? Hearing what Yang Kai said, the smile on Wu Yi's face suddenly disappeared, and she hesitated for a moment before saying, "That can't be, right? Elder Qian seems to have a lot of power in Shadow Moon Hall, second only to the Temple Master. Anything is possible, especially for these great forces. Although they usually have no problems, once something happens internally, there will be great turmoil. Even those who seem impossible to fall or fall may encounter some kind of mishap. Moreover, although Qian Tong has been good to us, I don't want to always rely on his prestige and shelter us under his wings. Otherwise, we'll always feel inferior. Without a third-order origin returning realm master here, there's no need to think about establishing a small sect." Wu Yi frowned and thought about it carefully before nodding. "What you said makes sense. I was thinking too simply." Yang Kai had the idea of establishing a sect because he wanted to pave the way for the people from Tongxian realm, but now was definitely not the time. The current idea must have been put forward by Wu Yi. Yang Kai only cared about artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays, so he didn't care about such things. However, Wu Yi's Haiku family wasn't very big, so naturally, she didn't think too much about it, thinking that with Qian Tong's protection, Dragon Cave Mountain would be safe all year round. What about those who came? Did they all refuse? Yang Kai asked worriedly. Naturally, they refused. You were in retreat, so we didn't dare make any decisions. Wu Yi nodded. That's good. Yang Kai rubbed his chin before suddenly raising his head and asking, "Did Dai Yuan from Color Glass Sect say why she wanted to see me?" Chapter 1265. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled ambiguously. "I don't know. She hasn't had much contact with anyone since she came here. It seems she doesn't like to communicate with others. I've gone to see her a few times, but I've never been able to say anything to her. However, every time she asks about you, just like Wei Guchong, she had also misunderstood him." Yang Kai was too lazy to explain and instead wore a sad expression as he said, "Forget it. I'll go see her. If there's nothing important, she shouldn't have come here." With that said, he walked straight out. He had wanted to inquire about some information from Wu Yi and Yang Yin, so he could be prepared, but he hadn't expected that even though they had been here for an entire month, she wouldn't reveal the slightest bit of her purpose for coming here. Yang Kai secretly felt a headache coming on. Dai Yuan didn't seem like the kind of person who would come here for no reason. Since she had come here, she definitely had something to ask of him. If this was really just a chance encounter, Yang Kai could simply refuse, but this woman's relationship with Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer wasn't shallow, and she had also spent some time with him in the Luyin Desert. So if he refused too bluntly, it wouldn't look good on him. Yang Kai could only ask her what she wanted from him before deciding what to do next. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of another exquisite loft 1,000 meters away. He had used his divine sense to investigate this place in advance, so he naturally knew that Dai Yuan lived in this loft. At this moment, Dai Yuan's aura was stable, and she seemed to be meditating. Yang Kai could only call out loudly, "Lady Dai Yuan, Yang Kai is here." The stable aura fluctuated for a moment before Dai Yuan's pleasantly surprised voice called out from inside the loft, "Junior Brother Yang, please come in." Dai Yuan is currently in the middle of circulating her secret art, so it is inconvenient for her to greet you immediately. Please wait a moment. I will come down after finishing my cultivation. Yang Kai gently nodded before striding inside. The lofts here were divided into 2 floors. When Wu Yi and the others built them, they had considered that the people who lived here would need to receive guests. So the first floor was generally used to entertain guests, while the second floor was where the owner of the loft would meditate and cultivate. Yang Kai entered the first floor of the attic and found a chair to sit down. After all, this was his territory. He really calculated it. Dai Yuan was the guest here, so there was no need for him to be polite. After waiting quietly for a while, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs, and Dai Yuan walked down in a light blue palace dress. There was a smile on his face. That palace dress outlined her perfect figure incisively and vividly. Curvy front and curvy back. Her waist was slender and graceful. Yang Kai looked at her, and a trace of pity flashed through his eyes. This was because if this woman was not a beauty, she would definitely be a stunner. Unfortunately, she was born with a flaw that greatly reduced her charm. Although this strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, it was still noticed by Dai Yuan. This woman was quite intelligent, so how could she not understand what Yang Kai was feeling regretful about? Her heart was as clear as a mirror, but her face remained expressionless. After apologizing, she sat down on the chair next to Yang Kai. With a wave of her jade white hand, the ring on her finger flashed, and a plate of exquisite spirit fruits appeared on the table. This is a purple mist fruit I picked from Color Glass Sec's Purple Mist Mountain. On Shadowed Star, no other place besides my Color Glass sect has this kind of spirit fruit. Although it is not as good as the spirit fruits and spirit medicines in Luyan's desert, it is of great help to any cultivator in purifying their Saint Qi. Junior brother Yang, if you don't mind, you should try it, Dai Yuan introduced with a smile, an expectant look on her face. Yang Kai grinned. Since Sister Dai Yuan is so considerate, this Yang won't be polite. Although he was secretly grumbling in his heart, he knew that this woman definitely had some business with him. So he picked up one of the small purple fruits and examined it carefully. Although this was the first time Yang Kai had heard of this purple mist fruit, just by looking at its purple aura and the fragrance it gave off, it was obvious that it was not something ordinary people could eat in Color Glass Sect. Since Dai Yuan had brought it here specifically, he naturally had to try it. Tossing the small purple fruit into his mouth and chewing it a few times, Yang Kai immediately felt a sweet taste in his mouth, causing his brow to rise slightly. The taste of this thing was extremely good, and the sweetness seemed to go straight to his mind, making him feel very comfortable. After swallowing the purple mist fruit, Yang Kai felt a warm current spread from his abdomen and quickly spread to his limbs and bones, purifying his Saint Qi. Although the effect was not great, it did have some effect. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply picked up another purple mist fruit and ate it. After eating 3 in a row, he began to praise. Seeing this expression on his face, Dai Yuan was also very happy. Next, Yang Kai and Dai Yuan chatted about what had happened after Lu Yan's departure from each other in the desert, and for a time, both host and guest were quite happy. However, what made Yang Kai depressed was that Dai Yuan seemed to have come here just to chat with him, not mentioning a single word about her purpose. In any case, whatever Yang Kai said, she had something to say. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, as if 2 old friends who had not seen each other for many years were talking about their lives. And with Dai Yuan's sweet laughter from time to time passed by quickly. 2 hours later, Yang Kai couldn't hold himself back and lightly coughed. What matter does Lady Dai Yuan have for coming to Dragon Cave Mountain? If there is anything this Yang can help with, please speak clearly. As long as it is within the scope of this Yang's ability, this Yang will not refuse. Yang Kai didn't speak too confidently. If it wasn't something important, and he didn't want to waste too much time, he would help her if he could. But if Dai Yuan asked him to do something dangerous, Yang Kai wouldn't agree. He didn't want to make too many enemies on Shadowed Star. Just Lu Yi from Flowing Cloud Valley was enough to give him a headache. Yang Kai also didn't know why this guy named Lu Yi was targeting him, causing him to be confused. After fighting with him in the 3rd layer of Lu Yin's sand field, Although he had managed to cut off one of his arms with his space blade, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully until such a person died. When Yang Kai asked this question, Dai Yuan immediately fell silent, biting her red lips lightly, as if she was hesitant to speak. Yang Kai didn't urge her, and simply sat down and waited quietly, at the same time feeling quite vigilant. Seeing Dai Yuan so hesitant, it seemed that what she wanted him to help her with was not a small matter. Yang Kai was already considering what words he could use to refuse her. At that moment, though, Dai Yuan suddenly raised her head and stared at Yang Kai with her pair of eyes that shone like stars, saying something earth-shattering. Junior brother Yang is an origin-grade alchemist, right? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a light flashed across them, but he soon smiled and asked, "Why does Sister Dai Yuan ask such a question?" No one on Shadowed Star knew that he was an origin-grade alchemist. Not even Yang Yin or Wu Yi. Yang Kai had told them about it before, but neither of them took it seriously, thinking that Yang Kai was just joking. How did Dai Yuan know? The fact that Dragon Cave Mountain had an origin-grade artifact refiner was enough to make people jealous. But if it weren't for the numerous spirit arrays and Qiantong's protection, how could Dragon Cave Mountain have remained stable until now? If news of another origin-grade alchemist were to spread, it was hard to say what kind of uproar it would cause. Junior brother Yang, there is no need to deny it. Since I said so, I must have my reasons. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and brushed her hair behind her ear. Dai Yuan smiled lightly, reached out her hand, and brushed her hair back behind her ear, staring back at him without flinching. But you can rest assured, besides me, no one else knows about this matter. If junior brother Yang feels uneasy, you can kill me here to silence me. And before I left Color Glass Sect, I didn't tell anyone I was coming here, and I did my best to conceal my whereabouts. So even if I die here, only a few people here will know. You don't need to worry about Color Glass Sect coming for revenge. Killing her to silence her was something Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do. If Dai Yuan was an enemy, he wouldn't have any concerns, but he had no grievances with her, so he couldn't kill her just because she knew he was an origin-grade alchemist, right? Moreover, Dai Yuan had already said so much, even going so far as to propose killing him to silence him, which was enough to show her sincerity. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he pondered for a moment before frowning and asking, "How did you know? You really are?" Dai Yuan's calm eyes suddenly flashed with a look of pleasant surprise as she stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before smiling bitterly, grit his teeth, and cupped his fists. Girl is quite insidious. This Yang understands. Up until now, how could he not see that Dai Yuan's words just now were nothing more than a bluff? When he saw her speak so confidently before, Yang Kai thought he had really been exposed, but now, it seemed the other party was just suspecting him. Yang Kai estimated that if he had just denied it, the other party would no longer have any doubts. Dai Yuan smiled awkwardly, stood up, and politely bowed to Yang Kai, apologizing. "Junior brother Yang, I'm sorry. I could only come up with this plan because I really can't be certain about this matter. If you feel angry, why don't you scold me a few times?" "That won't be necessary." Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that Dai Yuan was trying to resolve his grievances, but he had fallen into someone else's trap because of a moment of carelessness. So how could he scold her? "Many thanks, junior brother Yang, master's magnanimity." Dai Yuan thanked him before sitting down again. "But how do you know I'm an origin-grade alchemist?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "I only know you're an alchemist. As for what grade you are, I don't know." Dai Yuan lowered her head and smiled, seemingly in a good mood. "That's strange enough." Yang Kai looked at her, hoping she could explain. "It's very simple. Because of some special reasons, I am very sensitive to medicinal fragrances and pills, and junior brother Yang always has a variety of pill fragrances lingering around you. So, I know you're an alchemist. Even now, you're also giving off a pill fragrance. If I'm not mistaken, you should have refined an origin condensing pill and blood jasmine pill, right? Moreover, that was at least half a year ago." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Chapter 1266. Xianxia had heard of some people who could smell a woman's fragrance, but he had never heard of anyone who could smell the medicinal and pill fragrances of others. On top of that, what Dai Yuan just said was true. More than half a year ago, Xianxia really did refine origin condensing pills and blood jasmine pills. Of course, there were also some other pills that Dai Yuan had refined, but perhaps because the pill fragrances had dissipated too long ago, Dai Yuan couldn't smell them or simply didn't mention them. This special ability surprised Xianxia greatly. Of course, based on this alone, I can't judge that junior brother Yang is an origin-grade alchemist. It is also possible that there is such a powerful master here, and junior brother Yang has been around him for a long time, allowing him to emit a pill fragrance. However, Dai Yuan smiled mysteriously. Since I came here a month ago, I have found that there seems to be no such master here. Moreover, the healing pills you gave to the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall and me in Luyan's desert were clearly freshly refined pills, so Dai Yuan boldly guessed that junior brother Yang was the alchemist. Each of those pills was of extraordinary quality, so the level of the person who refined them was obviously not low. Xianxia didn't deny it this time. Dai Yuan having such a strange ability was useless even if he denied it. But at the same time, Xianxia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, only Dai Yuan had such an ability. It was impossible for others to infer that Xianxia was an origin-grade alchemist from this information. Dai Yuan also seemed to be a trustworthy person, so Xianxia wasn't worried that she would betray him. Considering all this, Xianxia's heart calmed down slightly, and he smiled warmly. Sister Dai Yuan must first confirm this Yang's identity as an alchemist. Could it be that you want me to help you with alchemy? He could only make such a guess. And if this was the case, everything could be explained. However, Dai Yuan slowly shook her head. It's not alchemy, but it is indeed related to alchemy, otherwise I would not have come here. Xianxia smiled lightly. Although I don't know what you want me to do, on Shadowed Star, there should be more than one person who can help you. I won't lie to Sister Dai Yuan. I am just an origin-grade low-rank alchemist. Your status in Color Glass Sect doesn't seem to be low. So is there no origin-grade alchemist in Color Glass Sect? And even if the Color Glass Sect didn't have it, couldn't he ask the Grandmasters of Medicine Pill Sect to take action? Every one of them has attainments in alchemy that I can't compare to. Xianxia also learned about it last time. Medicine Pill Sect had 5 origin-grade alchemists, each of whom was highly respected. What's more, Color Glass Sect was a huge sect. It was impossible for there not to be an alchemist of this level. At the very least, there would be one. But she actually went so far for what was close at hand. Running all the way to Dragon Cave Mountain to find him made Xianxia feel quite strange. If I could, why would I embarrass junior brother Yang? Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. There's indeed a Grandmaster Xiao in the sect who is an origin-grade alchemist, but Dai Yuan really has some difficulties and cannot ask Grandmaster Xiao to take action. Grandmaster Xiao. Xianxia raised his brow as a kind face appeared in his mind, recalling Xiao Fusheng from Medicine King's Valley. Xianxia hadn't expected this alchemist from Color Glass Sect to also be surnamed Xiao. As for the seniors of Medicine Pill Sect, Dai Yuan frowned. 4 of them have the same reasons as Grandmaster Xiao, so it is inconvenient for me to ask them. The last one is a suitable candidate, but unfortunately, the price to pay is too great. Dai Yuan does not have the ability to do so. Xianxia looked at her in amazement. This woman's strength was not low, and her methods were not ordinary. Xianxia had thought that she would be highly valued and cultivated in Color Glass Sect, but from her words, Xianxia smelled something unusual. Dai Yuan did not seem to be the same as he had thought. In Color Glass Sect, she could call for wind and call for rain. Thinking back to the mountain valley in the 3rd layer of the Luyan sand field, while waiting for the red candle fruit to ripen, several nearby Color Glass Sect disciples clearly saw Dai Yuan, but did not greet her. From beginning to end, Dai Yuan had acted alone, with no other Color Glass Sect disciples accompanying her. The difference in treatment between her and In Su Dai was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he understood something. So, the only one I can find is junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai eagerly, her stars-like eyes revealing a pleading look. Yang Kai's brow twitched, and he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can you tell me what you want me to help you with?" Dai Yuan bit her lip and said awkwardly, "Before junior brother Yang agrees, it is really inconvenient for me to tell you." Yang Kai's face sank as he became a little disgruntled. This woman had come to him for help, but was being so vague. Even if Yang Kai had a good impression of her, he wouldn't foolishly agree to this kind of thing. Just as he was about to refuse, Dai Yuan hurriedly said, "But I can guarantee that it will definitely be within junior brother Yang's ability and won't require you to waste too much time and energy. If everything goes well, it will only take 3 days. After that, Dai Yuan will definitely reward you handsomely." Yang Kai naturally didn't care about this kind of reward. Dai Yuan didn't even have the ability to invite an elder from Medicine Pill sect. So how could she possibly have anything good to offer him? However, if it only took 3 days and didn't require too much effort, Yang Kai could consider it. But Dai Yuan looked at Yang Kai cautiously, as if she didn't have the confidence to convince him, weakly saying, "If junior brother Yang agrees, you must return to Colored Glass sect with me." Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her, but Dai Yuan didn't say a word, simply biting her thin lip and waiting for Yang Kai's reply. After a while, Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Allow me to consider this matter. The scenery here on Dragon Cave Mountain is quite good, so if Dai Yuan has nothing to do, you can walk around freely. As for what you asked for, I will give you an answer in 3 days." Dai Yuan's eyes dimmed as she knew that Yang Kai was already giving her face by not directly refusing her. The evasiveness in his tone was so obvious. How could Dai Yuan not understand? The other party saying that he would give her an answer in 3 days was likely a waste of time. Sighing faintly, although she was full of disappointment, Dai Yuan still squeezed out a smile. Then Dai Yuan will wait for junior brother Yang's good news. Immediately, Yang Kai said goodbye to her and left the loft. After Yang Kai left, Dai Yuan turned around and walked up to the second floor, her brow furrowed in worry. How could she not know that she had made things difficult for Yang Kai this time? Since she had come here to ask him for a favor, naturally she should make things clear, but there were some things that she couldn't say out loud. Dai Yuan was thinking of leaving quietly so as not to embarrass Yang Kai and embarrass herself by refusing 3 days later. But for some reason, she decided to stay and wait for 3 days. Perhaps it was because there was still a trace of expectation in her heart. Yang Kai left the loft and walked back with a depressed expression. It was only because Dai Yuan had proposed this that Yang Kai didn't embarrass her on the spot. If it had been anyone else, Yang Kai wouldn't have even bothered to speak. Returning to the original loft, to Yang Kai's surprise, Yang Yin and Wu Yi hadn't left yet. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for him to come back, standing at the entrance of the loft like a beautiful scenery. Yang Kai thought that these two women would gossip about him, but unexpectedly they didn't ask anything and just watched as he passed by them. Entering the loft, Yang Yin and Wu Yi followed. Immediately, Yang Yin pulled out a token from somewhere. This token was exactly the same as the one she had given Yang Kai, and after pouring her Saint Qi into it, a ray of light shot out from it. In the next moment, the entire loft seemed to be wrapped in an invisible barrier that not only isolated sound and sight, but also suppressed one's divine sense. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Yang Yin walked over with a grin on her face and sat down in a chair next to him, exchanging a glance with Wu Yi before asking, "Are you not going to agree?" Yang Kai's expression became even more shocked as he glanced between Yang Yin and Wu Yi. After seeing the light in the eyes of these two women, he immediately understood. "Were you eavesdropping?" Wu Yi blushed, but didn't try to explain, apparently admitting to it. Yang Yin, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and calmly said, "What eavesdropping? I was just testing the power of a newly developed spirit array." What kind of spirit array has such an effect? Yang Kai was surprised. When he was talking with Dai Yuan just now, he didn't notice any trace of their conversation being eavesdropped on, but now, the spirit array arranged by Yang Yin was simply incredible. You won't understand even if I explain it to you. Just use this. Yang Yin waved her hand and took out a palm-sized, disc-shaped object. This black disc was made of some unknown material, but when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh as he heard Dai Yuan's soft sigh coming from this disc. However, other than this sound, there was no other reaction. Obviously, this disc was used in conjunction with the spirit array in the loft to monitor sound. Yang Kai really didn't know when Yang Yin had arranged this spirit array, but it was likely she had done so a long time ago and was just waiting for a guest to arrive so she could test its effects. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared at Yang Yin and asked, "My cave mansion doesn't have such a thing, right?" "No," Yang Yin denied, her small head shaking like a rattle. "Why would I arrange such a thing in your cave?" Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing satisfaction, but his expression suddenly became serious as he reprimanded. "What a disgrace. Don't do such a despicable thing again if someone sees through it. I'd like to see how you'll clean up the mess." Yang Yin and Wu Yi glanced at each other and couldn't help sticking out their tongues. Yang Kai quickly changed the subject and said, "But since you've already eavesdropped, you should understand that I won't agree to such a thing. Why do you seem to have different opinions?" After all, she was very favored many years ago, so who knows when she will rise again. When that time comes, making friends with such a woman will be helpful to our future development. Besides, elder sister Yang Yin seems to have some other plans. Yang Kai couldn't help turning his eyes to Yang Yin. Yang Yin gently nodded and asked, "Have you heard of Colored Glass Sect's Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain?" Yang Kai shook his head honestly. He wasn't very familiar with the great forces on Shadowed Star, let alone what they possessed, but Yang Yin specifically mentioning this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain seemed to be quite extraordinary. Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain is a naturally occurring mountain formed from Thousand Illusion Colored Glass. It is located in the territory of Colored Glass Sect, and because of this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain, Colored Glass Sect chose to establish its sect there. On the other hand, Thousand Illusion Colored Glass is a precious artifact refining treasure that has many transformative and self-repairing functions. I need this kind of thing, and a lot of it at that, Yang Yin said seriously. Yang Kai laughed in surprise. "Even if you say so, I can't help it. Since Colored Glass Sect established its sect there because of this Colored Glass Mountain, it's impossible for their elders to give me this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass, right?" "Of course not, and we can't afford it." Yang Yin snorted. "You don't know, but this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain is a famous existence on Shadowed Star. Colored Glass Sect uses this mountain as its array core to arrange a large spirit array that emits colored glass divine light. It has the effect of binding one's body and capturing one's soul. It is said that a great disaster for Colored Glass Sect was resolved by this Colored Glass Mountain. Moreover, this mountain is a huge hole. It is extremely difficult to cut off a small amount of Thousand Illusion Colored Glass from it. Even Colored Glass Sect can only obtain a small amount every few decades. Most of this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass is kept by Colored Glass Sect, while the other half is sold. Every time, the various great forces would go crazy over it. The price is so high that it makes one's hair stand on end. Now that we are so poor, how can we afford such a thing?" "You're so poor again?" Yang Kai was shocked. He remembered that the last time he came out, he had heard from the Haiku family cultivator that Yang Yin and Wu Yi had gone to an auction to sell some artifacts. Although Yang Kai didn't know how many Saint Crystals they had sold, he was certain it wasn't a small number. So how could they have spent all the Saint Crystals they had obtained? Yang Yin wore an embarrassed look. The amount of materials needed to arrange this spirit array is too huge, and you forbade us from continuing to sell artifacts, so we have no source of income. Naturally, we're just sitting around and eating. Even if we're poor, we can't sell artifacts. Yang Kai's face became solemn as he quickly said, "At least, we can't sell them until we're strong enough." "I know." Yang Yin pouted. Yang Yin pouted unhappily. According to her idea, she could directly refine 100 or so high-grade artifacts and hold a special auction for them, alleviating the current embarrassment. But with Yang Kai's order and Wu Yi's persuasion, she didn't carry out this crazy plan. Let's continue talking about the 1,000 illusion colored glass. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. What exactly do you want to do? How do you want me to obtain the 1,000 illusion colored glass under the nose of Color Glass Sect? Yang Yun grinned meaningfully, clapped her hands, and called out, "Xiao." As soon as she called out, a gray figure suddenly rushed in from the outside and stood motionless in front of the three of them, his hands touching his knees as he stared innocently towards Yang Yun. It was Yang Kai's stone mongoose. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, immediately understanding what Yang Yun was planning. Xiao can even ignore the spirit array I arranged, so breaking through Color Glass Sect is naturally not a problem. I don't believe that Color Glass Sect's spirit array is better than the one I arranged. As long as you bring it into Color Glass Sect, haha, when the time comes, 1,000 Illusion Color Glass Mountain will definitely be empty. After Yang Kai heard this, cold sweat dripped down his back for a moment. Color Glass Sect had committed a sin. What was so bad about it? How could there be something like 1,000 Illusion Colored Glass Mountain? They probably thought that 1,000 Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was protected by many layers of sect defending arrays, so not even a fly could fly in. But how could they have imagined that a heaven-defying existence like the stone mongoose existed in this world? As the saying goes, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, be afraid of thieves remembering. And 1,000 Illusion Colored Glass Mountain had been targeted by Yang Yin. The stone mongoose naturally liked to devour rare ores, and since 1,000 Illusion Colored Glass could be used for artifact refining, it was definitely one of those ores that the stone mongoose liked. The stone mongoose came and went without a trace, not giving off any life aura. Presumably, even a third-order origin returning Realm Master wouldn't be able to detect its existence. When the time came, wouldn't it be easy to release the stone mongoose and obtain some 1,000 illusion color glass? Perhaps when Yang Kai left Color Glass Sect with the stone mongoose, the elders of Colored Glass Sect wouldn't even notice that 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain was missing. I've wanted that 1,000 illusion color glass for a long time now, but unfortunately, I've never had a chance. Now that someone has taken the initiative to invite you over, this is the best opportunity I've ever had, Yang Yin said as she looked at Yang Kai eagerly. What do you want to refine with 1,000 illusion colored glass? Yang Kai was still worried and asked with a frown. After all, if he ran into someone else's sect to steal something, once exposed, he would be hated. If what Yang Yin wanted to refine wasn't important, Yang Kai didn't want to offend him. I want to refine a treasure. Yang Yin smiled mysteriously, but didn't explain, simply saying, "It's not convenient for me to say right now, because I don't have enough knowledge about artifact refining and spirit arrays, but I can tell you that this thing will be of great use to you and definitely won't disappoint you. When the time comes to refine it, you will definitely rejoice at the choice you made." Another thing that can't be said, Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really didn't know what was wrong with these women today, but when they spoke, it was hard to keep him in suspense, making him gnash his teeth in anger, but unable to do anything about it. Then are you going to Color Glass Sect or not? I'll think about it. Although Yang Kai was also somewhat tempted, this wasn't a trivial matter, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Come on, Yang Yin begged, pulling out something from her ring and waving it in front of Yang Kai. We'll go look for this on the way. If we're lucky, it may be able to alleviate our current predicament. Yang Kai looked at the thing in her hand, and his expression couldn't help changing. Big brother Yang, you should agree to big sister Yang Yun's request. Moreover, I see that you've been in seclusion for quite some time now, so it's time you go out and relax. Perhaps you'll gain something else from this trip. Wu Yi also tried to persuade him, but her words were much more clever. Unlike Yang Yun, she didn't try to be as direct as Yang Kai's and instead focused on his cultivation. Chapter 1268. All of Dragon Cave Mountain had always been peaceful and quiet because there weren't many cultivators living here, only a few dozen at most. Although their cultivations weren't very high, they were all extremely diligent and spent most of their time in retreat. Only the cultivator who stood guard would walk around from time to check the situation around Dragon Cave Mountain. Today was the 3-day deadline she had agreed to meet with Yang Kai. Dai Yuan woke up from her meditation at dawn and sat down restlessly, hoping to catch a glimpse of Yang Kai's figure. Although she knew this was probably an extravagant hope, she still held on to it. The sun had already risen, and its warm rays added a touch of hazy beauty to Dragon Cave Mountain. This place was indeed a good place to cultivate one's mind and soul, not much worse than Yang Kai's Thousand Illusion Peak in Color Glass Sect. She really didn't know how these people had managed to transform an ordinary mountain range into something like this. She had heard that no one cared about this place before, but now it had become a famous cultivation holy land in the vicinity. Many cultivators who didn't belong to any sect had come here because of its reputation, wanted to join this place and find a place to stay. However, the cultivator here did not accept outsiders, nor did they have any intention of developing and growing, simply living and cultivating on their own. This was a wise approach. After all, this place was still under the nose of Shadow Moon Hall. If they really had the intention to develop and grow, Shadow Moon Hall would definitely not sit idly by. Considering all this, Dai Yuan couldn't help laughing. With Yang Kai here, with his shrewdness and means, he would definitely not dig his own grave. Dai Yuan's worries were groundless. After thinking about this for a while, her mood calmed down greatly. Looking up at the sky, the sun was already high up in the sky, but looking down again, there was no sign of the figure she was hoping to see. Dai Yuan sighed faintly, knowing that she had probably waited in vain. She didn't feel any resentment or unwillingness, just a bitter smile appearing on her face. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, her expression suddenly changed, and she turned back again. In an instant, Dai Yuan's eyes lit up with both surprise and joy as she stared down at the figure who had appeared at some unknown time below. "Lady Dai Yuan, good morning." Yang Kai stood below and greeted her with a smile. Dai Yuan froze in place for a moment, but soon her expression returned to normal, and she gently nodded to Yang Kai. "Junior brother Yang, good morning as well. Please wait a moment, I'll be right down." Saying so, she quickly turned around and walked downstairs. Although her expression was calm, her slightly disorderly steps revealed her nervousness at the moment. She didn't know what answer Yang Kai would give her. If he said he would refuse her, there was no need for him to come here so early in the morning, right? Moreover, his evasiveness from a few days ago was very obvious, so even if Kai Yang rejected her, she wouldn't be surprised. But if he said he would accept her, why would he accept her? Dai Yuan's yawned to herself. With such thoughts running through her mind, Dai Yuan soon arrived on the first floor of the loft. After seeing Yang Kai, she stared straight at him, not knowing what to say for a while. "Does Lady Dai Yuan have anything to pack? If not, we'll be on our way," Yang Kai said with a warm smile on his face. Dai Yuan froze up and froze in place. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Didn't Lady Dai Yuan want to go with you to Color Glass Sect? Could it be that the scenery of Dragon Cave Mountain made Lady Dai Yuan forget to return? If that's the case, you might as well stay here for a few more days." No, Dai Yuan reacted and quickly waved her hands, her eyes filling with surprise. "Although the scenery here is good, I'm not in the mood to appreciate it. It's just that Lady Dai Yuan is wondering why I agreed to go with you." Yang Kai looked at Dai Yuan with a smile, revealing the doubts in her heart. Dai Yuan's expression was a little awkward. She had originally asked Yang Kai to go with her to Color Glass Sect, but now that he had agreed, she was still feeling suspicious. It's very simple. Yang Kai had already prepared an excuse and immediately said, "After returning from Luyin Desert, I entered retreat for half a year and felt that it was time to go out and walk around. Now that I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, I naturally don't want to remain behind closed doors. On top of that, you should be familiar with my origins, so I am quite curious about the various great sects on Shadowed Star. Now that I have such an opportunity to get close to them, I naturally don't want to miss it and broaden my horizons." Hearing this, Dai Yuan's doubts disappeared and she smiled. So that's how it is. However, although our Color Glass Sect is not weak on Shadowed Star, in terms of prestige and influence, we are inferior to Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect. If Junior Brother Yang has the opportunity to visit Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, he will understand the shortcomings of our Color Glass Sect. However, Junior Brother Yang has actually reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Your aptitude is truly amazing. Dai Yuan's words were heartfelt. When she and Yang Kai were together in Luyin Desert, Yang Kai was only a First-Order Saint King. Although she didn't know what happened to Yang Kai after they separated that allowed him to break through to the Second-Order Saint King realm, the fact that he had now reached the peak of the Second-Order Saint King realm was simply too shocking. It seems that Junior Brother Yang obtained an opportunity in Luyin Desert that was not small. Otherwise, how could his cultivation have increased so quickly? Dai Yuan thought to herself. However, now that Yang Kai had reached a bottleneck, it was indeed time for him to walk around. Thinking so, Dai Yuan smiled and said, "I don't have anything to pack, so let's set off. This place is not close to Color Glass Sect, so even if we use the space array, it will take at least a month to arrive. It's fine, this trip is mainly for relaxation, so time isn't a problem. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I'm not going alone this time. Yang Inflammation will also be coming with me. Is that convenient?" Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Sister Yang Inflammation? There's nothing inconvenient about it." Dai Yuan heard this and immediately nodded, not hesitating in the slightest as she swept her eyes around. Sure enough, she saw Yang Yin standing not far away, wearing a black robe like a delicate black flower. Yang Kai took the initiative to explain, "This senior sister of mine is quite interested in spirit arrays, so she insisted on coming with me to see your noble sect spirit arrays in an attempt to learn something from them. You know, women hem, I can't win her over, so I can only bring her along." Yang Kai originally wanted to say that women like to pester endlessly, but as soon as these words left his mouth, he realized they were wrong and quickly swallowed them back down. Even so, Dai Yuan still shot him a reproachful look, causing him to feel quite embarrassed. For a moment, he had forgotten that Dai Yuan was also a woman. However, Yang Inflammation's identity to the outside world was Yang Kai's senior sister, something Yang Kai had mentioned to Qiantong before. Dai Yuan readily agreed, and Yang Kai did not hesitate, beckoning Yang Inflammation over. The three of them summoned their star shuttles, turned into streaks of light, and flew out of Dragon Cave Mountain. Although Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had both left Dragon Cave Mountain, Wu Yi was still in charge. With the spirit arrays arranged by Yang Inflammation in advance and the token given to Wu Yi, as long as they did not encounter too powerful an attack, Dragon Cave Mountain would remain safe. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain had no enemies now, so naturally no one would think of attacking it. Soon, the three of them arrived at Heavenly Fate City. When Dai Yuan came here before, she had flown directly from Color Glass Sect without using the space arrays of any city. So when she said to Yang Kai 3 days ago that no one knew she had come here, it was not a lie. No one knew she had come to Dragon Cave Mountain. Not even Wei Guchong and Dong Xiener, who were in retreat. It was precisely because flying from Color Glass Sect to Heavenly Fate City took so much time that Dai Yuan had come here a month ago. Fortunately, Shadow Moon Hall had a good relationship with Color Glass Sect, and Dai Yuan had a certain status in Color Glass Sect, so it was not difficult for the three of them to use Heavenly Fate City Space Array. After paying a certain amount of Saint Crystals, the space array was immediately open to the three of them. After passing through the space arrays of several cities, Dai Yuan led Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation on their star shuttles. The three of them moved as fast as lightning, but the journey was relatively boring. Dai Yuan was not a person who liked to communicate with others. If she had not asked Yang Kai for help, she would not have deliberately tried to befriend Yang Kai when they were in the Luoyin Desert. Yang Inflammation also seemed to be afraid of strangers, always wearing a black robe, as if she was afraid others would see her face. As a result, besides Yang Kai saying a few words to them, the two women did not say a word and just hurried along. Seeing this, Yang Kai also fell silent and continued to refine the golden blood threads in his body while secretly urging his artifact spirit and the Origin Grade Artifact Refining Furnace to speed up the process of refining the Dragon Bone and Dragon Bead. Along the way, he didn't waste any time and made full use of every bit of time he had. The more he refined his golden blood threads, the more interested he became in Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique. This secret technique seemed to have been tailor-made for him, but he had only managed to obtain half of it, a truly regrettable result. However, making friends with Demon Blood Temple disciple Deng Ning had given Yang Kai a chance to obtain the remaining half of the secret technique in the future, but that would have to wait until Yang Kai became stronger before he could do so. Time flew by, and as the trio hurried along, a month passed by in the blink of an eye. The journey was uneventful and uneventful. On this day, while Yang Kai was sitting atop his star shuttle, silently refining his golden blood threads and urging his artifact refining furnace, Dai Yuan, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped her star shuttle. Seeing this, Yang Kai also withdrew his divine sense and stood side by side with Yang Inflammation, staring forward with rapt attention. However, all they could see was a series of mountain ranges in front of them, nothing out of the ordinary. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he realized that Color Glass Sect should be in this mountain range. Chapter 1269. We're almost there. 1,000 kilometers ahead of us is Colored Glass Sect's headquarters. Please follow me closely. Dai Yuan turned around and exhorted before immediately controlling her star shuttle to fly forward again. But this time she didn't fly very fast and would change direction from time to time, seemingly trying to avoid some kind of barrier. Yang Kai was well aware of this. After all, Colored Glass Sect's influence wasn't small, so it was only natural for them to set up a barrier around their sect, not to mention they had the financial resources and strength to do so. However, after looking at Yang Yin a little and noticing the disdain that flashed across her face, Yang Kai immediately understood that the barrier around this sect was extremely fragile, and she didn't put it in her eyes at all. Of course, this was only true for Yang Yin. Although Yang Kai could also perceive some subtle energy fluctuations nearby, he couldn't see anything too specific. If he wanted to crack this barrier, the only thing he could do was use brute force. 1,000 kilometers wasn't a long distance, so after half a stick of incense worth of time, the trio flew into the mountain range Yang Kai had seen before. Here, Dai Yuan seemed to become much more enthusiastic, treating Yang Kai as a guest and flying side by side with him. Taking the initiative to explain, this is the Grand Crystal Mountain Range controlled by our Color Glass Sect. It stretches for 100,000 kilometers and contains no less than 1,000 large and small peaks. Depending on the geographical location and world energy density of each peak, most of them are inhabited by elders and disciples of different levels of strength and status. There are also some peaks that are vacant and used for other purposes. The center of the Grand Crystal Mountain Range is where most of our Colored Glass Sect's disciples gather. Many disciples choose to exchange cultivation experiences, trade items with others, or take on some tasks from the sect. Of course, there are also some who issue their own tasks. I also heard that some of these disciples will look for suitable candidates here and then travel together. It seems to be quite interesting. When Dai Yuan spoke of this, a look of longing appeared on her face. Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but when he saw the strange look on her face, he immediately understood that this woman, who seemed difficult to communicate with, seemed to be envious of others who could integrate into the life of a group. On top of that, inside Color Glass Sect, she was probably extremely lonely. Yang Kai felt a little sad, but didn't say anything. Dai Yuan quickly restrained the look on her face and smiled. I live on Thousand Illusion Peak. Although it's not very lively, it's quite quiet, so it's not a bad place. Although Thousand Illusion Peak isn't big, it's enough for me to live alone. The world energy aura there isn't thin, so it can be considered a mid-level peak in the sect. Yang Kai nodded lightly as he stood high up in the sky, flying forward with Dai Yuan while looking around, taking in the scenery inside Color Glass Sect. Along the way, the large and small mountain peaks all had traces of Color Glass Sect's disciples. Some were cultivating martial skills, some were playing around, some were exchanging pointers with their fellow sect disciples, all of them full of vigor and vitality. Throughout the mountain peaks, magnificent buildings stood proudly, some exquisite, some magnificent, some grand, some grand, some grand, some magnificent, some exquisite, some grand, some magnificent. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh to himself. Worthy of one of Shadowed Star's great forces, this kind of power was not something Dragon Cave Mountain could compare with. Thousand Illusion Color Glass Mountain is your noble sect's supreme treasure. If doing this will cause Sister Dai Yuan any trouble, then there's no need to go. In any case, I was just curious and wanted to broaden my horizons, haha. While Yang Kai was laughing dryly, Yang Inflammation quietly stood behind him and pinched him, clearly blaming Yang Kai. How could such a small action escape Dai Yuan's notice? Turning her beautiful eyes to Yang Inflammation with a smile, she said, "There's nothing wrong with it. It's just taking a look at it from a distance. Presumably, the martial uncles responsible for guarding it won't blame us. Brother Yang, please come with me." As he said this, he immediately changed direction and flew to the side. Yang Kai turned his head and glared at Yang Inflammation before hurriedly following. Yang Inflammation stood in place and curled his lips, a look of indifference on his face. The group of three had not flown far when they were suddenly greeted by several blue streaks of light that flew straight towards them. Not long after, these blue streaks of light appeared in front of Yang Inflammation and the others. There were 3 men and 2 women, their cultivations not high, only 2 saints and 3 transcendents. This kind of cultivation was certainly second to none in Tongxian realm, but on Shadowed Star, it was nothing. After seeing Dai Yuan's face clearly, the 5 people couldn't help showing a trace of surprise, hurriedly cupping their fists and respectfully greeting. "So it is Martial Aunt Dai Yuan. Disciples greet Martial Aunt." Martial Aunt. Hearing them address her as such, Yang Kai, who was standing behind them, couldn't help showing a strange look on his face. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt relieved. Although Dai Yuan was a disciple of the younger generation of Color Glass Sect, that was only when compared to the top origin returning Realm Masters. With her cultivation and realm, she was indeed qualified to be the martial aunt of these 5 people. After exchanging greetings, the one who spoke began to look at Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation. When he saw Yang Inflammation, he didn't show any expression, but after seeing Yang Kai, he actually showed a look of surprise. "And are the 5 of you responsible for guarding this area?" Dai Yuan nodded lightly and asked indifferently. "Reporting to Martial Ant, the area 50 kilometers around here is the area the 5 of us are responsible for," the leading cultivator replied. The leading cultivator hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously, "May I ask Martial Uncle, these 2 are... They're my guests. You don't need to worry about them. If the elders ask, just answer like this." "Yes." The leading cultivator didn't dare to ask any more questions and immediately led the other four out of the way. Dai Yuan didn't say a word as she led Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation past them. After the figures of Dai Yuan and the others disappeared, the five cultivators glanced at each other, all of them wearing looks of surprise and doubt. Is that Martial Aunt Dai Yuan who lives on Thousand Illusion Peak? A woman in a light yellow dress, who looked to be in her 20s, asked. Yes, it is the one who lives on Thousand Illusion Peak. Didn't I hear that she was an outstanding beauty? How did she show? The cultivator in the lead suddenly glared fiercely at the woman, glancing around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he shouted, You dare comment on this kind of thing at will? Do you not want to live anymore? The woman's face paled, as if she had just remembered something and suddenly felt a little scared. The leading cultivator sighed slightly. You guys entered the sect relatively late, so there are some things you've only heard hearsay and can't be considered true. However, don't inquire about these things rashly. Who knows if you'll violate some taboo, and in the future you'll never be able to stand out in the sect, understood? Understood. The other four all nodded, showing looks of enlightenment on their faces. But Martial Aunt Dai Yuan actually inviting a guest back is quite strange. The leading cultivator muttered to himself as he shook his head in confusion. One had to know that the one who lived on Thousand Illusion Peak never left the sect and rarely had any contact with others, let alone any sect disciple who was close to her, especially a male. For such a person to actually bring a male friend back, it was naturally suspicious. However, this was just a random thought. This kind of thing wasn't something he could ask too much about. He was just going to wait for the elders to ask about what had just happened and tell them the truth, then everything would be fine. Thinking so, he waved his hand and continued, leading the other four cultivators to patrol the area. Chapter 1270. In front of him was a strange hill that was more than 600 feet tall. It was completely gray and barren, without a single blade of grass or tree, as if it was completely made up of gray rocks. This mountain was located in a valley, surrounded by several other taller peaks. At first glance, this mountain didn't seem to have anything special about it, but when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he was shocked to find that it was like a clay ox entering the sea, never to return. It was as if this mountain didn't exist at all, and he couldn't detect it with his divine sense. Not only that, but there was also an extremely strange power coming from inside this mountain that seemed to be trying to pull at his soul, giving him a terrifying feeling of being swallowed whole. So after releasing his divine sense for a moment, Yang Kai immediately withdrew it. Now, the three of them were standing a few thousand meters away from this mountain, staring at colored glass sect's most precious treasure. This is your noble sect's Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain. Yang Kai asked, his eyes flashing a strange light. And this is Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain. Haha, I've let Brother Yang see a joke. Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain's reputation is indeed resounding. But most of the time, it looks like this, very inconspicuous and not consistent with the rumors. So many guests who come here often feel that its reputation is not as good as its reputation. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and explained softly. Most of the time, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Thousand Illusion Colored Glass itself has an unpredictable and mysterious ability. What we see now is probably just one of its forms. Yang Yin Yun, who had not spoken until now, suddenly interjected. Dai Yuan looked at her in surprise and nodded. It seems that Sister Yang, Yin knows a lot about our colored glass mountain. In this inconspicuous state is indeed just one of its forms. Sometimes it will release a myriad of lights on its own, making this mountain look like something that doesn't belong in this world. It's extremely beautiful, and sometimes it will even change its size, making it very strange. So there's such a thing. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The corners of Yang Yin Yun's mouth twitched indifferently. He didn't explain much, but casually said, The spirit array you set up here is quite amazing. It has the effect of suppressing chalk pressure, right? Dai Yuan heard this and gently nodded. And it does have a suppressing effect. Although Color Glass Mountain is located in our Color Glass sect, we can't do anything about it, so we can only suppress it here. Otherwise, with its strange ability to transform, it might transform into something else and cause us to lose it. Saying so, Dai Yuan smiled and said, "Good. We can't stay here any longer. The several martial uncles guarding Color Glass Mountain have already discovered us. If we stay here any longer, they may come up to question us. Let's go." Xianxia also felt it. Since the three of them arrived here, several divine senses belonging to origin-returning realm masters had swept over them from different directions. But these divine senses were only probing for a brief moment and did not take any further action. As such, Xianxia wasn't surprised. Dai Yuan turned around and flew off in a certain direction, Xianxia and Yang Yin following closely behind. The two exchanged a glance, Yang Yin nodding lightly, while Xianxia shot a look of understanding. It seemed that the spirit array here wouldn't be able to stop the stone mongoose's invasion. As long as they reached Dai Yuan's Thousand Illusion Peak and found an opportunity to release the stone mongoose, they could just sit back and wait for the harvest to come. Although Xianxia didn't understand what Yang Yin wanted the Thousand Illusion Color Glass to refine or what was so amazing about it, seeing how Color Glass Sect treated this strange hill so seriously, how could Xianxia not understand its value? Along the way, they encountered many Color Glass Sect disciples, but Xianxia found one very strange thing. When these Color Glass Sect disciples saw Dai Yuan, they all showed very complex expressions. Some were filled with dread, some were frightened, some were sympathetic, and so on. What's more, almost every Colored Glass Sect disciple recognized Dai Yuan. This made Xianxia very concerned. After all, according to Dai Yuan's personality, she rarely interacted with others, yet her name was so resounding in Colored Glass Sect. Inferring from the expressions of these people, Xianxia secretly felt that Dai Yuan had some kind of story in Colored Glass Sect. Following Dai Yuan, Xianxia flew through the Grand Crystal Mountain Range for about half an hour before the three of them arrived at a mountain peak in the distance. Seeing this 1,000-meter tall mountain peak in the distance, Dai Yuan's tense expression finally relaxed, as if she had just returned home. Enthusiastically pointing to the mountain peak, she introduced it to Xianxia. "That is the 1,000 Illusion Peak I live in. It's a simple and crude place, so I hope junior brother Yang and sister Yang Yin don't mind." Sister Dai Yuan is too polite. Xianxia laughed and flew towards the mountain peak with her. Before arriving at the peak, Xianxia swept the area with his divine sense and was surprised to find that there was no one here. It seemed that Dai Yuan was the only one living in this 1,000 Illusion Peak, not even a single maidservant. Not long after, the three of them landed on a plank road halfway up 1,000 Illusion Peak. This plank road was extremely narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Moreover, it was built close to the mountain wall and looked very unstable. As one walked on it, the plank road swayed slightly, as if it could collapse at any time. Of course, Xianxia and Yang Yin didn't care about this and simply enjoyed the scenery as they walked. It had to be said that although this 1,000 Illusion Peak was located in a remote location, the scenery was indeed quite good. Everywhere, there were birds chirping, flowers blooming, and the temperature was moderate. On top of that, the world energy here wasn't thin, even slightly better than Dragon Cave Mountain. If such a place could only be considered above average in Color Glass Sect, what kind of scenery would the best mountain peak be like? Xianxia also remembered the ancient sect ruins in the fourth layer of the Lu Yin sandfield. Presumably, the world energy there would be even richer, right? The plank road wasn't long, and after a short while, the three of them arrived at the end of the road. At the end of the road was a stone wall. This stone wall was smooth without the slightest bump, as if it had been carved open by some kind of sharp weapon. Arriving here, Dai Yuan stood still. Yang Kai looked around suspiciously. Yang Yin, on the other hand, seemed to notice something and whispered, "There's a spirit array here that opens the stone wall and allows us to enter. It's quite exquisite and seems to have been created by some kind of spirit array grandmaster." Yang Yin didn't deliberately lower her voice when she spoke, so Dai Yuan turned around and smiled. "Sister Yang, Yin seems to be very proficient in spirit arrays. If you don't mind, feel free to study them. In any case, no one usually comes to my Thousand Illusion Peak, so they won't disturb you." Seeing that Yang Yin had taken the initiative to speak twice along the way, both times it was related to spirit arrays, so Dai Yuan naturally understood that she was interested in them. So, Dai Yuan immediately expressed goodwill to Yang Yin and sold a favor to Yang Kai. Yang Yin didn't comment nor answer, but Dai Yuan didn't show the slightest embarrassment. Suddenly, a jade pendant appeared in her hand, and after pouring her Saint Chi into it, she tossed it forward. A strange scene appeared. The jade pendant transformed into a ray of green light that shot into the smooth stone wall and disappeared. Soon after, a soft buzzing sound was emitted. A stone platform appeared in front of the smooth stone wall. Behind the stone platform was a tunnel that led to the interior of the mountain. Fluorescent light flickered within the tunnel, making it not appear dark at all. "Junior brother Yang, sister Yang Yin, please come in." Dai Yuan smiled slightly before leaping up and landing on the stone platform. Seeing this, Yang Kai also jumped up and looked into the depths of the corridor, secretly wondering if he should ask Yang Yin to arrange a similar spirit array. But after thinking about it for a moment, he decided it was unnecessary and shook his head. Just as Dai Yuan was about to lead Yang Kai and Yang Yin into the mountainous region, her figure suddenly paused, and she turned her head to look towards the distant sky. Soon, her face became cold and gloomy as a look of displeasure filled her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai also followed her gaze and saw a blue streak of light rapidly approaching them. It was obvious that someone was flying towards them on a star shuttle. Yang Kai's divine sense was amazing, so after a brief investigation, he was able to determine who the owner of this star shuttle was, causing a strange expression to appear on his face. "Junior brother Yang, sister Yang Yin, please wait a moment. Someone has come to find me." Dai Yuan smiled reluctantly and stood in place, waiting quietly. A moment later, the azure streak of light arrived directly in front of the stone platform. The person standing atop the star shuttle laughed before saying anything, her voice like a sweet silver bell. This woman was also an outstanding beauty with a graceful figure and a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed capable of sucking in one's soul, exuding an infinite charm. Coupled with her pleasant laughter, it was truly a sight to behold, causing one's eyes to light up involuntarily. Insu Dai. The person who had suddenly appeared here turned out to be the most famous disciple of Colored Glass sect, Insu Dai. Yang Kai had met this woman several times, so naturally recognized her. Moreover, judging from Lu Yan's trip to the desert, it seemed that she and Dai Yuan were not on good terms. Yang Kai didn't know why she had come here now. Moreover, her timing was a bit too coincidental. Dai Yuan had just returned to Thousand Illusion Peak when Insu Dai had rushed over. Obviously, she had received some kind of news. Insu Dai's beautiful eyes flickered, as if there were thousands of words that she wanted to say, a look that was enough to drive any man crazy. Her eyes swept over Yang Kai for a moment before immediately turning to Dai Yuan and saying, "Senior sister, you're back?" Dai Yuan didn't give her any good looks, though, still wearing a sullen expression as she asked, "Why are you here? Why can't I come?" Insu Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Although this is Thousand Illusion Peak, it is also the sect's property. As the most outstanding core disciple of this generation of the sect, with the exception of a few restricted areas, I can naturally go anywhere. Moreover, when Junior Sister heard that Senior Sister had returned, Junior Sister immediately ran over to greet you, fearing that Junior Sister would be unhappy. Could it be that Senior Sister wants to blame Junior Sister? As she spoke, an extremely aggrieved expression appeared on her face. It really made people feel pity for her and their hearts ache. It was as if even if she had done something extremely wrong, it was difficult and even more unbearable to hold her accountable. Chapter 1271. Bewitching Technique. A strange light flashed across Xianxia's eyes. This was the first time he had learned that Su Dai was actually using a bewitching technique, and one that seemed to be quite proficient in. No wonder every time he saw her, she would always exude an infinite charm. It turned out that this woman was actually using a bewitching technique. Hearing Su Dai say this, Dai Yuan's pretty face sank as she shouted, "Did you have someone monitor me?" Su Dai brushed her hair carelessly and chuckled. "Senior sister, what are you saying?" Junior sister is simply concerned about senior sister. Last time, senior sister left without saying goodbye, and no one knew where she had gone. Even Honor Master didn't know. So junior sister has been keeping an eye out for any news about senior sister. Just now, I heard a message saying that senior sister has returned safely. This is good news. Not only is junior sister happy, but Honor Master is also very happy and wants to see you. Honored Master. A complicated look flashed across Dai Yuan's face, as if she was no longer in the mood to argue with Su Dai, instead saying, "Why didn't you stay on 100 Butterfly Peak and instead came here to talk about this?" "Then what else do you want me to say?" Su Dai's expression became gloomy, but suddenly her beautiful eyes lit up as if she had thought of something. "Right, there's another good thing I want to share with senior sister. Honored Master is currently asking Grandmaster Xiao to refine an origin condensing pill, and although 2 furnaces have already been ruined, Grandmaster Xiao said that the next one should be 80% successful. When that time comes, junior sister may enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm and won't have time to visit senior sister. If senior sister is feeling lonely, how about junior sister arrange for a few maids to accompany you?" Su Dai smiled innocently, as if she was really thinking about Dai Yuan, her sisterly sentiments clearly showing. However, anyone could hear the slight smugness in her words. "An origin condensing pill." Dai Yuan nodded indifferently. "Then I must congratulate junior sister. And this is all thanks to senior sister finding a few stalks of emerald silk grass in Luyan's desert. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to refine an origin condensing pill. Junior sister was not so lucky and was unable to find even a single stalk of emerald silk grass, huh?" Su Dai shook her head and sighed, seemingly very upset. A sneer appeared on Dai Yuan's face, not caring that the emerald silk grass she had worked so hard to find had been used on Su Dai, instead saying, junior sister senior. If there's nothing else, junior sister, please return. Since you're preparing to break through to the origin returning stage, you naturally need to make some preparations. Otherwise, if you fail, you will have let down master's efforts. Junior senior sister, senior say A. Senior like senior to senior sister, S senior. Sue's senior. Senior sister has a guest to entertain, so she won't accompany you. Dai Yuan ignored the ugly look on Su Dai's face and ordered her to leave. However, Su Dai had no intention of leaving at all. Seeing that her attempts to bully Dai Yuan had no effect, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "This little brother looks very familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Yang Kai's expression froze. He had not expected that he would be involved in the internal dispute between this senior sister and junior sister as soon as he arrived at Color Glass Sect. But he didn't care and simply grinned. Senior sister Ian and I have indeed met a few times, but this one has admired senior sister Ian for a long time. It's just that this one is not well known, so senior sister Ian may not have noticed. When Su Dai heard this, a bright smile bloomed on her face as she giggled, very satisfied with Yang Kai's flattery. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, frowned as she shot a strange look towards Yang Kai. As for Yang Yun, he just stood in place not saying anything or doing anything, as if he didn't exist. I remember now. You should be with that Wei Guchang. How come you also know senior sister? Insu Dai's voice suddenly became soft. Others who heard this didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But Yang Kai suddenly felt his blood flow accelerate, and a soft whisper seemed to reach his ears, as if an invisible hand was stroking his cheeks, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. I met her in Luyan's desert. Yang Kai nodded and replied cooperatively. So that's how it is, but since senior sister was able to invite you back as a guest, it seems your relationship with senior sister isn't shallow. Insu Dai said in a roundabout manner, but before Yang Kai could answer, she smiled again, her eyes flashing a strange light, exuding a strange charm that tugged at Yang Kai's heartstrings as she said, "If little brother doesn't mind, why don't you come visit my 100 Butterfly Peak sometime? Although my 100 Butterfly Peak isn't close to here, it has its own unique charm, so I'm sure you won't be disappointed." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly glazed over as his face flushed abnormally, seemingly unconsciously nodding. Good. This one couldn't ask for more. As he spoke, saliva seemed to be dripping from the corners of his mouth as a disgusting look of lust appeared on his face. Insu Dai, Dai Yuan suddenly shouted, knowing that Yang Kai should have been affected by her junior sister's beguiling technique. Pushing her Saint Chi madly, she wore a menacing look on her face, as if she would attack Insu Dai if she didn't withdraw her beguiling technique. What's the matter? Insu Dai looked at Dai Yuan innocently, her incorporeal charm surging towards Yang Kai even more fiercely. At that moment, Yang Kai's nostrils spurted out 2 hot blasts, and he seemed to involuntarily rush forward, inexplicably arriving in front of Insu Dai. Immediately, under the dumbfounded gazes of Insu Dai and Dai Yuan, Yang Kai grabbed both of Insu Dai's jade hands. For a moment, fiercely, it was as if Yang Kai had grasped the most important thing in his life and was unwilling to let go again. At the same time, his eyes flashed a terrifying fiery light, and the temperature of his body rose significantly. Insu Dai was stunned on the spot, while Dai Yuan was also dumbfounded. The moment Yang Kai rushed over, whether it was Dai Yuan or Insu Dai, both of them wanted to stop him, but neither of them knew why. By the time the 2 women recovered, Yang Kai had already grabbed both of Insu Dai's hands. Feeling the sharp pain in her hands and seeing the crazed look in the eyes of this ugly man in front of her, Insu Dai was both shocked and angered, pushing her Saint Chi fiercely, but in the next moment she calmed down, her eyes becoming watery as she turned to Yang Kai and said, "You hurt me, ah?" Yang Kai was startled, a look of guilt filling his face, but his 2 big hands were still firmly holding onto Insu Dai. No matter how hard she tried to pull, she was unable to break free. While feeling her delicate and soft hands, Yang Kai blushed and said, "It doesn't hurt, I have time now. How about we go to 100 Butterfly Peak now? In any case, your senior sister has nothing to do here, so there's no need to stay." "Huh?" Insu Dai laughed dryly. Although she couldn't wait to slap Yang Kai away, she had no choice but to suppress the anger in her heart. The inexplicable light in her eyes became faster and faster as she stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes. "Didn't you just invite me to come with you? What are you waiting for?" Yang Kai began to urge her, seemingly impatient to return to 100 Butterfly Peak with her. Seeing this, Insu Dai's expression changed, and she was no longer willing to delay, pushing her Saint Chi to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Insu Dai's figure flickered and reappeared a few dozen meters away, hiding her 2 small hands in her sleeves, making it impossible to see what they were like, but was obvious that after being seduced by Yang Kai for a while, Insu Dai's expression was definitely not pleasant. Staring coldly at Yang Kai, who seemed to still be immersed in her seduction technique, Insu Dai's expression became gloomy. However, a figure flashed, and Dai Yuan appeared in front of Yang Kai, coldly saying, "Junior sister, please return." Insu Dai grit her teeth and took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling in an exaggerated manner, showing off her enchanting curves as she snorted. "Senior sister, don't forget to pay respects to honored master. She has always been thinking about you. Junior sister will take her leave now." Saying so, Insu Dai's phoenix eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed across them as she stared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to carve his appearance into the depths of her soul, stomped her foot, and flew off on her star shuttle. After she was 10 kilometers away from Thousand Illusion Peak, Insu Dai took her hands out of her sleeves and examined them under her eyelids, her beautiful face going pale with anger. Her flawless, jade-like hands were now covered in bruises. Insu Dai didn't know where that smelly man had obtained such brute strength, nor did he understand the concept of having tender feelings for the fairer sex. This time, she had gone for wool and come home shorn, causing Insu Dai's lungs to explode. Secretly hating Yang Kai in her heart, she planned to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. On the stone platform of Thousand Illusion Peak, a group of 3 stood there. Yang Inflammation and Dai Yuan stared at Yang Kai's back while Yang Kai stared in the direction Insu Dai disappeared, a look of regret filling his face. After a while, Yang Kai sighed and slowly shook his head. Turning around, he saw the 2 women staring at him and asked in amazement, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "You didn't fall for her seduction technique?" If Dai Yuan still couldn't tell, she would have wasted her many years of experience. At this moment, Yang Kai's demeanor was completely different from before, and his eyes were clear and bright. "Seduction technique?" Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. "She used it on the wrong person." "Then why did you?" Dai Yuan's eyes flashed a complicated light as she shook her head and laughed. "Your courage is really big, actually taking advantage of her. If she had seen through on the spot, she definitely wouldn't have let you off." "Didn't she not see through it?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Thank you." Dai Yuan suddenly showed a look of gratitude and sincerely thanked him. She knew that if it weren't for Yang Kai not being able to stand watching Insu Dai humiliate her, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Yang Kai waved his hand and snorted. "No need. She attacked me first. I was just fighting back." The grievances of other senior sisters. Yang Kai was too lazy to intervene. This time, his main purpose for coming here was to obtain Thousand Illusion Color Glass Mountain. Helping Dai Yuan was just a pretense, but Insu Dai had recklessly used her seduction technique on him. If this weren't Color Glass Sect, Yang Kai wouldn't have let her off so easily. Chapter 1272. Dai Yuan smiled and asked meaningfully, "How does it feel?" Yang Kai's face blushed as he chuckled. Not bad at all. Worthy of being one of Shadowed Star's famous beauties. Your skin is delicate and well-maintained." Seeing Yang Kai really talk about this, Dai Yuan couldn't bear it anymore and snorted lightly before no longer talking about it, leading Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation into the mountain corridor. After entering the corridor, Dai Yuan placed her hand on the stone wall and circulated her Saint Chi, summoning the jade pendant that had flown him before. Immediately after, the hole in the stone wall closed silently. "Please follow me." Dai Yuan beckoned from the front before leading Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation through the mountain corridor. After walking for about 1,000 meters, a huge cave suddenly appeared. It covered an area of about 1,000 meters and seemed to have been hollowed out from the inside of Thousand Illusion Peak. The inside of this cave was extremely empty, without the slightest trace of man-made carvings. Yang Kai looked around and was surprised to find that this cave was actually naturally formed, not artificially excavated. Above the cave, there were several thick and thin dark red pillars hanging upside down, like sharp cones that could fall down at any moment, making for an extremely dangerous sight. At the bottom of the Karst Cave, there were also many lava pillars, making the entire Karst Cave look like a messy stone forest, confusing and complicated. A natural spirit array. After Yang Yin swept her eyes over these molten pillars, she suddenly let out a soft cry, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she stood there, not wanting to leave. Sure enough, I can't hide from Sister Yang Inflammation's eyes. Dai Yuan also stopped and turned back to look at Yang Inflammation with some admiration before explaining, there's indeed a natural spirit array in this cave on Thousand Illusion Peak, but it only has a somewhat hallucinatory effect and doesn't have much power. Yang Inflammation continued to look around for a while before asking, did someone change the natural spirit array here? It was one of the people who used to live on Thousand Illusion Peak. Dai Yuan thought of something, and her eyes dimmed slightly, but she quickly recovered and continued. That person had some understanding of spirit arrays, so they changed the natural spirit array here so that it not only has a hallucinatory effect, but also has the ability to repel enemies. Can I go in and take a look? Yang Inflammation asked, seemingly very interested in this natural spirit array. Nonsense. Yang Kai scolded Yang Inflammation with a straight face. No matter what, this was Dai Yuan's secluded home. So how could a spirit array, set up outside, be casually inspected? This could easily become a taboo. Dai Yuan smiled faintly and said, Junior Brother Yang, there's no need to say that. Since Sister Yang Inflammation has dabbled in spirit arrays, it is normal for her to be interested. After all, natural spirit arrays are quite rare and difficult to create. If Sister Yang Inflammation wants to enter, of course you can, but I am not very proficient in this spirit array. Since the senior who used to live here passed away, although I have taken over this spirit array, I am unable to do anything about it. All I know is that there is a safe way in and out. If Sister Yang Inflammation can crack this spirit array, explore its essence, and teach it to me, Dai Yuan will be grateful to Sister Yang Inflammation. So that's how it is. Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly. Since Dai Yuan intended to borrow the power of Yang Inflammation, he could no longer stop her, simply turning to Yang Inflammation and asking, Can I? Yang Inflammation curled her lips but did not answer, instead wrapping herself in her black robe and disappearing into the lava pillars. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that he had underestimated Yang Inflammation's ability, which made him very angry. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, saw Yang Inflammation's confident performance, and her eyes lit up as she secretly looked forward to it. Let's go. Don't worry about her. In any case, this place is already your territory. She will naturally come out after studying it. Yang Kai smiled helplessly at Dai Yuan. Good. Dai Yuan naturally had no objections and continued to lead Yang Kai through the lava pillars. Not long after, the two of them passed through the cave and entered another mountain tunnel. After walking for a short distance, they arrived at a stone room. As soon as he entered this stone room, Yang Kai's expression shook. He found that there were many fragrances of pills and herbs here, and inside the stone room, there were 5 or 6 large and small alchemy furnaces. Only then did he remember that Dai Yuan was also an alchemist. Wei Guchang had mentioned this before in Lu Yin's sandfield. The reason why Dai Yuan knew so much about the red candle fruit was because she was an alchemist. However, since she had requested this from him, her alchemy level shouldn't be too high. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but he didn't point it out. Junior Brother Yang must be joking. I'm afraid Dai Yuan's place can't even enter Junior Brother's eyes, Dai Yuan said with a smile. You're too kind. Young lady has a completely different world here. It's much better than Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai laughed. Junior Brother Yang, Dai Yuan suddenly called out softly, staring straight at him with her beautiful eyes. Are there really Origin King grade alchemists in the outside world? Yang Kai glanced at her and suddenly discovered that many people on Shadowed Star seemed to be interested in the outside world. He had heard similar questions being asked more than once or twice. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai nodded and said, And there are indeed Origin King grade alchemists in the outside world. Although I have never seen one, I have heard of them. There are also Origin King grade artifact refiners and Origin King realm masters. There is also the Star Master. Star Master. Dai Yuan raised her brow. The legendary powerful cultivator who can refine a star's source and become its star master. But there should be very few such people. I heard that refining a star source is extremely dangerous, and even Origin King Realm Masters do not dare attempt it easily. Otherwise, their soul may be destroyed. Is that so? Dai Yuan smiled when she heard this, and immediately said cheerfully, if there's an opportunity, Dai Yuan would like to consult Junior Brother Yang about the outside world. I hope Junior Brother Yang will not refuse. Good. When the time comes, this one will definitely tell you the truth. Yang Kai agreed readily. Although he didn't know much about the star field, he was still someone who had come from the outside world, so his understanding of Shadowed Star was much deeper than the people here, so it wasn't a problem for him to talk about these things. Dai Yuan didn't ask any more questions and instead arranged for Yang Kai to rest in a room next to the stone room before asking Yang Kai to rest for a few days while she went to pay her respects to her honored master. After all, when she left Color Glass Sect last time, she didn't tell anyone, and just now Su Dai had come to inform her that her honored master wanted to see her, so she naturally couldn't keep her honored master waiting. Yang Kai waved his hand and let her go. After a while, Dai Yuan left Thousand Illusion Peak and turned into a blue streak of light, disappearing into the Grand Crystal Mountain Range. After Dai Yuan left, Yang Kai opened his eyes for meditation, a light flashing across them as a sly look appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the stone mongoose, standing there and looking at Yang Kai innocently, seemingly waiting for his instructions. Do you know what you're going to do? Yang Kai asked. The stone mongoose tilted its head and thought for a moment before nodding. Good, I'll tell you the location. Remember, if there's any danger or if you're discovered, return immediately and don't alarm anyone. Yang Kai carefully exhorted before stretching out his finger and touching the stone mongoose's forehead. A green light appeared on his fingertip and entered the stone mongoose's head. This green light contained a strand of Yang Kai's divine sense and clearly contained the location of Thousand Illusion Color Glass Mountain. Since Thousand Illusion Color Glass Mountain was the supreme treasure of Color Glass Sect, the spirit arrays protecting it would definitely be extremely powerful. Although Yang Kai was confident in the stone mongoose's safety, there was always a possibility, which was why he had warned it so seriously. He didn't want to lose a partner like the stone mongoose, just because he stole a bit of Thousand Illusion Color Glass. Since the stone mongoose was born, it had always been conscientious and diligent, a role model for hardworking people. Where else could he find such a good assistant? After the green light, containing Yang Kai's divine sense, entered the stone mongoose's head, it quickly disappeared. The stone mongoose stood in place in a daze, seemingly digesting the information contained in the divine sense. After a while, its eyes rolled around, and it silently shook its body, causing a small hole to appear in the ground and the stone mongoose to disappear. By the time Yang Kai noticed it, it was already 1,000 meters underground, and after pausing for a moment, it flew off in the direction of the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain at a high speed. The stone mongoose was born with a special ability, so the earth could not hinder its movements. After releasing the stone mongoose, Yang Kai immediately stretched out his hand and smoothed out the small hole in the ground, making it impossible to see anything wrong with it from the outside. Only then did he return to meditating. Speaking of which, Yang Kai still didn't know why Dai Yuan had invited him here, but with Dai Yuan's personality, she probably wouldn't ask him to do anything too difficult. If there really was something difficult, Yang Kai could refuse. In any case, his main purpose for coming here had been achieved. All he needed to do now was wait for the stone mongoose to return. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately settled down. For 3 days, Yang Kai didn't see any trace of Dai Yuan. On the other hand, Yang Inflammation appeared like a ghost, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement, seemingly having gained a lot from studying the natural spirit array outside. Yang Kai didn't ask too much because even if he did, he wouldn't understand, so he simply ignored her. Dai Yuan still hadn't returned, So Yang Inflammation went to a nearby room to rest. After waiting for another 2 days in Thousand Illusion Peak, Yang Kai suddenly saw Dai Yuan appear. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that Dai Yuan seemed to be very tired, her expression somewhat sluggish, and her eyes were red and swollen, obviously the result of crying. Even though she was forcing herself to smile, it was impossible to erase the sadness hidden in her brow. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened to her that caused her to become like this, but he could imagine that it had something to do with her honored master. After all, Dai Yuan had gone to see her honored master and returned 5 days later, yet she had undergone such a drastic change. Chapter 1273. After Dai Yuan returned, the first thing she did was visit Yang Inflammation, and after receiving a token, her mood immediately improved. This was because Yang Inflammation had not only cracked the natural spirit array outside her secluded home, but had also made some changes to it, making it more complete and usable. Not only had its power increased by 30%, but it had also gained several new transformations. This made Dai Yuan very happy, but at the same time, she was secretly surprised by Yang Inflammation's skill with the spirit array. After this incident, the relationship between her and Yang Inflammation seemed to have become much more harmonious, to the point where they even called each other sisters. This made Yang Kai very confused. He only felt that a woman's heart was like a needle in the sea, unpredictable and unpredictable. When the two of them were hurrying on their way, they were like taciturn gourds, not speaking for a month, but now, just because of a spirit array, they were incomparably intimate. Men were not like this. After she returned, Yang Kai naturally began to ask her what she needed his help with, but Dai Yuan still hesitated and only asked Yang Kai to wait a few more days while she made some preparations. When the time came, she would naturally tell him the truth. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai no longer forced her and simply waited quietly. A few days later, Yang Kai was meditating inside his stone room, cultivating his demon blood threads while pouring his Saint Qi into the artifact refining furnace in front of him. Inside this artifact refining furnace, a crimson firebird was tumbling about, constantly spraying out pure and rich fire energy from its beak to burn the dragon bone and dragon bead inside the artifact refining furnace. Although it took a long time to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, as long as Yang Kai had time, he would actively stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to speed up the refining process. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen after the dragon bone and dragon bead were refined. Just as he was urging his Saint Qi, a knock suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his eyes, and after pouring his Saint Qi into the artifact refining furnace again, he took a deep breath and calmed his Saint Qi. A moment later, he stretched out his hand and summoned the artifact refining furnace back into his body before standing up, walking over to the stone door and opening it. Dai Yuan simply stood there, but for some reason, she seemed to be a little worried about her gains and losses. When she felt a wave of heat in the room, she looked at Yang Kai in surprise, instinctively thinking that Yang Kai was refining pills. But there was no pill or medicinal fragrance in the air, which made her feel a little strange. Not caring about this, Dai Yuan asked softly, "Can I come in?" Yang Kai nodded, stepped aside, and waited for Dai Yuan to enter before closing the door and sitting down on a stone bench in the room, taking the initiative to ask, "Is everything ready?" In. Dai Yuan bit her red lips lightly and nodded lightly. "Then let's begin." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "But before that, shouldn't Sister Dai Yuan tell me what you want me to help you with and how I should do it? I'm here to tell you this." Dai Yuan glanced over at him, her eyes watery and her cheeks blushing a deep shade of red. This made Yang Kai quite surprised, wondering what kind of embarrassing matter Dai Yuan was going to say that would cause her to show such a reaction. Dai Yuan sat there, seemingly a little restless, her two small hands unconsciously twisting together. After a long silence, she grit her teeth and said, "Actually, I asked Junior Brother Yang to come here to detoxify my poison." Detoxify. Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Sister Dai Yuan is poisoned? I really can't tell what kind of poison Sister Dai Yuan is suffering from. But if it is convenient, please tell me. Perhaps I will know how to refine that detoxification pill. There is no detoxification pill for my poison. Dai Yuan heard this and shook her head with a wry smile. Oh, Yang Kai suddenly became interested. When Dai Yuan had invited him to Dragon Cave Mountain, she had indeed said that her request was related to alchemy, and now that she was talking about detoxification, that was indeed the case. However, Dai Yuan saying that there was no detoxification pill for her poison meant that this poison was definitely extraordinary, so Yang Kai naturally paid some attention to it. Perhaps it was because he was an alchemist, but as long as it was related to herbs and pills, Yang Kai wanted to learn more about them. What I'm suffering from is thousand illusion colored glass. Dai Yuan's words were shocking, her expression serious, without the slightest hint of a joke. Thousand illusion colored glass. Yang Kai was stunned. Isn't thousand illusion colored glass your noble sex supreme treasure? Furthermore, I've heard that it's a peculiar refining material that doesn't possess any toxicity. How did you get poisoned by this thing? And how did you get infected? Yang Kai was extremely curious because what Dai Yuan was saying was simply too incredible. Although he didn't know much about thousand illusion colored glass, he knew that this artifact refining material wasn't poisonous. Thousand illusion colored glass really isn't poisonous. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly after hearing this, reaching out and brushing her hair behind her ear as she asked in a low voice, "But what if I swallowed it raw?" Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared straight at Dai Yuan, his eyes narrowing. Junior brother Yang doesn't need to doubt me. I really did swallow thousand illusion color glass raw, and have been doing so for many years now. Ever since I entered the Saint Realm, I've been taking it. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. How could such a thing happen? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This woman had actually swallowed an artifact refining material. Wasn't that the same as courting death? Who in their right mind would take such a thing? Even if she didn't want to live, she wouldn't do such a thing. Naturally, there's a reason why I took it. Dai Yuan seemed to know that Yang Kai would have such a reaction, so she wasn't surprised at all, because the secret art I cultivate is called the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Art. This secret art was created by my colored glass sect's ancestral founder, based on Colored Glass Mountain. Almost every generation of colored glass sect's disciple must cultivate this secret art, and this generation's person is me. In order to cultivate this secret art, one must take thousand illusion colored glass. Such a strange secret art. It doesn't seem to be anything good. Yang Kai laughed sarcastically. But for the sect, this secret art is indispensable. Thousand Illusion Peak has always been used as a residence for those who cultivate this secret art, which is why it has such a name. The previous person who lived here also cultivated this secret art. Yang Kai was surprised. On top of that, I grew up with her and she taught me this secret art. She can be considered my true master. In her end, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. She shouldn't have had a good ending, right? It seemed that because of Yang Kai's question, Dai Yuan seemed to recall something, and her face immediately dimmed. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Just as he was thinking about how to comfort her, Dai Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "That's her fate. Since she chose this path, she shouldn't complain." However, after cultivating the secret art, before reaching the minor accomplishment stage, she won't be able to use the full power of the secret art. Otherwise, the poison will gradually deepen and eventually become impossible to expel. On top of that, the road to advancement is fraught with dangers. This was the experience of the previous person who sacrificed her life. If I want to break through to the origin returning realm, I must rely on junior brother Yang's strength to resolve the colored glass poison that has accumulated in my body over the years. Otherwise, I will die without a doubt. Yang Kai nodded lightly, understanding why Dai Yuan had come all the way to Dragon Cave Mountain to beg him for help. However, Dai Yuan had said that before reaching the minor accomplishment stage, she wouldn't be able to use the full power of this secret art. It seemed that the last time he saw Dai Yuan fight, she hadn't used her full strength. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to think of something and looked at Dai Yuan in surprise. The 1,000 illusion color glass art you cultivate wouldn't be related to the collection of 1,000 illusion color glass, right? Colored Glass sect needed someone to cultivate such a dangerous secret art in every generation. So unless it was for some particularly important reason, they certainly wouldn't do such a thing. For the most important reason for Colored Glass sect, Yang Kai could only associate it with a collection of 1,000 illusion color glass. But after hearing Yang Kai's question, Dai Yuan's complexion changed, and she quickly waved her hand. Junior brother Yang, you can't say that. Am I right? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly, but didn't deny it, nodding. I cultivate the 1,000 illusion color glass art precisely because I need to collect 1,000 illusion color glass. I won't hide it from junior brother Yang. Since the last senior who lived here fell, no one in the sect has been able to collect 1,000 illusion colored glass, and I can only do so after reaching the origin returning realm. This is one of the sect's biggest secrets. You can only speak of it in front of me, but you can't tell anyone else, otherwise you will definitely be in trouble. I know. Yang Kai nodded quickly. His unintentional words had actually exposed the sect's secret, causing Yang Kai to break out in a cold sweat. However, since Dai Yuan was so important to Colored Glass sect, why was she being neglected here? Shouldn't she be provided with the best cultivation resources, the best cultivation environment, and the best guidance from a senior? It seemed that there were some other secrets he didn't know about. Yang Kai secretly guessed. The last senior who lived here was also a genius. She summarized the experiences and performances of many seniors who cultivated the 1,000 illusion color glass art and finally came up with a very safe way to resolve colored glass poison. Once it was successful, I would no longer need to fear colored glass poison. I am deeply grateful to her for her help. But unfortunately, by the time she came up with this method, the poison had already penetrated her body and she was unable to resolve it herself. Dai Yuan explained with a gloomy expression. Is this method useful to me? Yang Kai asked. It requires the assistance of an origin-grade alchemist, and this alchemist must also be skilled and have perfect control over the fusion of various medicinal efficacies. From what I can see, the pills Junior Brother Yang has refined before are all the best of the best, a few of them even nearly forming pill veins. I think this requirement is absolutely not a problem for you. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.